Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Diamonds, they say, are forever, and are therefore the most lasting of all declarations of love. However, being human, it is unfortunately true that our sentiments, particularly our amorous ones, are frequently subject to change without notice. Therefore, what does a poor diamond do when its natural brilliance is no longer equaled by the flame of the love that inspired its purchase? It all depends on the diamond.
Henri respects your opinion, Monsieur de Maupassant. Because of you, he broke his engagement to me.
Oh, it's not for me to decide these things.
I came up here to get your blessing, and I won't leave without it.
Well, what makes you think that I would be willing?
Monsieur de Maupassant, I don't think you will have the heart to refuse me.
Mystery drama, Leave Well Enough Alone, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beale. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The great French writer Guy de Maupassant was intrigued by jewelry. He felt that love for precious stones ranked among the highest of all human vanities. And to him, human vanity was the very staff of his creative life. Indeed, de Maupassant's The Necklace is probably the greatest short story ever written. Not quite so well known is another de Maupassant tale that deals with valuable gems. And just as intriguing as the story itself is de Maupassant's account of how he came to write it.
That year, I was living at 81 Rue des Capucines. My second-floor apartment faced the rear. Monsieur Henri Lontin occupied the rooms to the front. He was a snug little man who held a snug little clerkship in some snug little government bureau, and he enjoyed a snug little income. He was always most polite and pleasant every time we would meet.
Good morning, Monsieur de Maupassant.
Good morning, Monsieur Lontin.
And how goes the art of writing today?
Slowly.
May I ask a question?
By all means.
You writing fellows, where do you get your ideas?
From life.
Life?
Oh, the life that flows ceaselessly all about us.
Oh. I look at the life that flows all about me, and I don't get any ideas at all. Oh, well, perhaps it's because I'm not a writer, but also because I'm surrounded by rather quite ordinary people.
All of us are surrounded by rather quite ordinary people. Indeed, rather ordinary people may provide the greatest inspiration of all.
Is that a fact? You mean that a quite ordinary person, such as myself, could provide you with an inspiration for a story?
That's possible. And so it would go. He would read my stories when they appeared and compliment me profusely, especially when he didn't understand them. But then, one day, I noticed that he had begun to be somewhat nervous in my presence. He no longer went out of his way to stop for a chat. I wondered if perhaps I had offended him in some way, when he suddenly insisted on treating me to a glass of wine at the establishment down the street.
Monsieur de Maupassant, may I ask you a question?
Certainly, Monsieur Lontin.
What do you think of me? Do I impress you as a somewhat ridiculous person?
Oh, no.
How would you characterize me? That is, assuming you were to put me in a story.
Well, I would say that you are a most industrious sort of man.
Intelligent?
Friendly?
Sophisticated?
Pleasant?
I'm sure you wonder why I'm asking these questions.
Yes.
I'm contemplating a rather radical step.
Radical, Monsieur Longtime?
Or radical, that is, for me.
Oh.
I've decided to get married.
Well, congratulations.
I've decided that a man does not live by bread alone.
Very well put.
Well, that's in the Bible.
I know.
Deuteronomy 8:3. Also Matthew 4:4. But I'd been doing it.
Doing what?
Living by bread alone.
Oh.
Or I should say for bread alone. Monsieur de Maupassant, I have spent my life working for bread.
Haven't we all?
But I haven't done anything else. All day I'm at the office. Do you know what I do there? I keep a record of all the ropes, chains, and anchors that are required for the naval base at Toulon.
Oh, that seems to be a very responsible, important, and certainly a necessary activity.
Monsieur de Maupassant, surely as a writer you should appreciate the poetic justice of what I've just said.
In what manner?
I deal with ropes, chains, and anchors. And these are all commodities whose function is to confine, to hold back, restrict. It seems that all my life I've been restricted to my desk at the office and my easy chair at home. To be alone is to be half alive. Just think of what it means to have a pretty wife who waits for you at home, who greets you with warm kisses and hot soup.
Sounds delicious.
To share one's life.
I wish you the best of fortune in this enterprise, Monsieur Longtime. No doubt you've already decided on the fortunate young lady?
No, as yet I don't know who she is, but I've made up my mind to look.
I see.
I shall now devote my energies to the problem. And I know I shall succeed in my quest. After all, seek and you shall find.
That's very crisply stated, Monsieur Longtime.
Of course, it's from the Bible.
The little man was so sincere, so earnest. His round, honest face shone with such goodwill, one was forced to take him seriously. And every time we would encounter each other in the hallway or on the street, he would always advise me of his progress, or more accurately, his lack of progress.
No, Monsieur de Maupassant, she eludes me still.
One would imagine there's no shortage of eligible ladies.
Eligible, yes. Special, no.
And in what way must she be special?
In a way that shall make itself apparent the moment I lay eyes upon her. I look for her everywhere, all the time. But so far...
Don't lose courage, Monsieur Longtime. One day, out of a clear blue sky, when you least expect it, there she will be. And so it would go. Weeks, months went by, and still Monsieur Longtime remained a bachelor. Now, you mustn't think that I had nothing to do but worry about his marital problems, or rather the lack of them, but I was impressed by his very deep feelings. One day, I encountered Monsieur Longtime in the little park near our lodgings.
Monsieur de Maupassant, I'm very much afraid of you.
What's this? Afraid of me? Why?
You see, I did find her.
Oh, well, this calls for a celebration.
I don't know how to begin this.
The best place to begin any story is at the beginning. Go forward.
How old do you think I am?
Oh,
be honest.
40?
No, I shall hold nothing back. I'm 45.
But a most youthful and vigorous-looking 45.
Do you really think so?
Of course.
Well, that really doesn't have much to do with it. Celeste. Celeste.
Celeste. A lovely name.
Celeste is 18.
Oh.
Yes, I knew you would say, oh.
I meant nothing by it. It was merely... well, these disparities in age are not uncommon.
Why did you say disparities?
Because the word describes a difference.
Well, then why didn't you say difference? Disparity implies inequality or even incongruity. As a writer, surely you must be aware of that.
Oh, please forgive me.
But you've made your point.
What point is this?
It's the point you make in everything you write. You always express a cynical attitude toward most human behavior.
I admit to being a cynic, Monsieur Lontin. But that's only because I'm a frustrated romantic.
All your stories have a kind of sardonic ending.
I'll say rather that they try for a human ending.
You're laughing at me.
No.
Oh, what a fool I must be. She's young enough to be my daughter.
Come now, Monsieur Lontin, you accuse me unfairly.
You say to yourself, why the old goat? What dangerous delusion does he permit himself? You're saying to yourself, why, if he must marry at all, why doesn't he choose some plump widow or ripe spinster nearer his own age? Well, since you have put the question into my mouth, you might as well place the answer there, too. It's because I'm not a stick, not a stone. I have life in me. I want youth. I want beauty. I want freshness and romance. I want everything I missed.
Then by all means, take it.
Yes. I could settle for an older woman. That would be the safe way to do it. But I'm willing to take the chance.
The chance?
That she'll tire of me and then laugh at me. And finally betray me. That's what happens in all marriages like this one.
Not all marriages.
In all the ones you write about.
Monsieur Lontin, I cannot accept the responsibility for influencing the most important decision of your life.
Just talking to you has made it clear to me. I cannot marry Celeste.
I am only a writer of fiction. Actually, I'm not better qualified to advise.
No. To marry Celeste, I see it now, would be to go against my true nature.
Are you sure you know what your true nature is?
No, it will be better for both of us. I shall break the engagement.
Suddenly, here I was, the villain of the piece. But perhaps it was for the best. And so, I thought this was the end of the matter. But one afternoon, there was a knock at my door. Standing at the threshold was a tall, dark, slender young lady. She had long, lustrous black hair and a face of such radiant beauty that at first glimpse I almost blinked my eyes. She smiled at me, a dazzling smile.
You are Monsieur de Montfaucon.
Yes?
May I come in? I am Celeste Laurier.
Celeste Laurier? Oh, Celeste?
Yes.
Of course you may come in, mademoiselle.
Thank you.
However, aren't you afraid that you might be compromised?
Oh, no, monsieur. You are, after all, a gentleman.
I don't consider myself a gentleman.
Well, you have nothing to say about it.
You're tuned to WBBM in Chicago.
Gentlemen are born. They cannot change their essential natures.
I'm sure you haven't come here to talk about me.
Ah, but I have.
Why?
Because I wish to marry Monsieur Henri Lontin.
And what have I to do with it?
Everything.
I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
No, Henri worships you.
Oh, no.
But to him you are the font of all wisdom. He broke our engagement because you disapproved.
I assure you, mademoiselle, I did not disparage the idea.
Neither did you endorse it. However, let us consider. Because of you, he ended the engagement. And because of you, he can renew it.
Because of me? How?
All you need do is give the idea your blessing.
But, mademoiselle, it is not for me.
I came up here with every intention of receiving your blessing. I shall not depart empty-handed.
What makes you believe that I...
Monsieur de Maupassant, I don't think you will have the heart to refuse me.
Tell you this,
If she turned that dazzling smile at me, I'm not sure I would have the heart to refuse her either. She sounds like a young lady who usually gets what she wants. But this time, of course, her adversary is the great Guy de Maupassant. But what does that have to do with anything? Aren't writers just as easily seduced as anyone else? I'll be back soon with Act 2. Will you love me in December as you do in May? This sentiment is part of a popular song written by, of all people, a former mayor of New York City. But what if we have May and December to begin with? May and December. On the face of it, this does not sound like a promising couple. However, marriages are said to be made in heaven.
You have come for my blessing?
Yes.
And why should I give this affair my blessing?
Why not? Very well. I know. He told me. The disparity in our ages. Disparity. A rather cutting word. Yours?
No, his.
I will be a good wife to him.
Do you love him?
Is that important?
Oh, it should be the foundation of all marriages.
Some marriages, perhaps, but not all. Besides, he has no right to expect love from a girl of 18.
Why not?
Well, isn't that rather presumptuous for a man of 50?
50?
Well, that surprises you.
No, mademoiselle. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Well, the best he can hope for is respect, loyalty, admiration, and warmth. These I am prepared to give him. And who is to say that the sum total of all these do not add up to love?
Why, mademoiselle, are you prepared to do so?
Because he shall save me.
I don't understand. From what? A young woman of your most spectacular attributes. I should think thousands of men would be at your feet. In a word, why settle for Henri Longtin?
Oh, if I were a character in one of your stories, how well you would understand me. My father was a country physician. He had a heart for all the world. He took his fees in potatoes and pumpkins. He died penniless. I have no dowry.
But these days, that's no longer the impediment it used to be.
Well, my poor mother has not been swamped with offers for my hand. Setting love aside, the sensible people marry for practical reasons.
But once again, why Henri Longtin?
The truth, monsieur? He is the only one who has ever asked me.
I find that impossible to believe.
Oh, I have received offers from men of wealth and position, but not offers of marriage. You understand. And so, monsieur, I consider Henri. He is honest, decent, sincere. He is moderately secure. He will adore me.
You are a most remarkable young woman.
A woman requires a man's protection. I will make him happy. And why not? He shall have what he wants.
And you, mademoiselle, shall you have what you want?
I shall have what I need.
And shall you be faithful to him?
No one, monsieur, shall ever catch me being false to my marriage vow.
What can I say? It seems this marriage was made in heaven. I gave the marriage my blessing. It was easy. He put up a show of resistance, but at heart he was only too willing to be convinced.
What can she see in me? I'm 46 years of age.
But have you ever looked in the mirror recently? Have you ever seen a more manly face, a face of such wisdom, virtue, honesty?
Oh, please, Mr. de Maupassant.
I mean it. I have seen this girl.
You have? Where? How?
Oh, I've made discreet inquiries. I have contacts.
And?
She is an angel. She's the perfect type of virtuous woman whom every sensible man dreams of winning. And you have won her. Claim your prize. were married shortly after. He was unspeakably happy. True, he was only a government clerk, but she governed the household so cleverly, so economically, that they seemed to live in luxury. She lavished the most delicate attention on him. She was so sweet, so loving that I began to fear for my own sanity. And thus, a few years passed. One evening, I knocked on their door.
Ah, Monsieur de Maupassant, come in, please, come in.
Thank you. I came by to see if perhaps I could trouble you for some sugar.
Oh, but of course.
My cleaning woman generally forgets to see to these things.
That is why a man should have a wife.
Perhaps. Oh, how beautifully the place is furnished.
A woman's touch, my friend. And even more than touch, her inborn understanding of how to run a household. What a manager.
And how is Madame Lantin?
Oh, she'll be so sorry she missed you. She's at the opera.
Oh?
She has this weakness for the opera. She goes constantly.
Oh. And you don't go with her?
Oh, I did at first, but I get so dreadfully bored. I fall fast asleep.
So she goes alone, huh?
Oh, no. She has many girlfriends.
Oh.
One cannot begrudge her this little amusement.
Oh, I suppose not.
Of course, I can understand her love for the opera, but I cannot understand the other thing.
What other thing?
The jewels.
Jewels?
Oh, they're not really jewels, actually. They're just imitations, rhinestones and fake pearls and paste diamonds, imitation gold and the like. She loves to adorn herself in those things.
What harm is there in that?
None, I suppose.
Then why do you object?
I don't know. Yes, I do. It all creates a false note. She's such a genuine, sincere person. I can't understand why she should be fascinated by these cheap imitations.
Perhaps you forget something.
Yes?
Wait, you look at her. She's so womanly, so wise. She runs your home so efficiently. She makes you so comfortable, so happy, that you don't really stop to think that she's only a girl. After all, she's hardly 20.
Yes, that's true, I suppose. Poor child. Perhaps I'm too hard on her.
My advice to you, as a friend, Monsieur Lantin, is to let well enough alone.
Ah, Henri, my darling. And Monsieur de Maupassant.
Good evening, Madame Lantin.
I thought you'd gone to the opera.
I left early. I think I'm catching a cold.
Oh, we must get you to bed at once.
I haven't caught it yet. Oh, Henri, darling, we must offer Monsieur de Maupassant some refreshment.
Yes, of course.
You are angry.
I'm not angry.
It's no use. I can tell when my darling Henri is displeased.
My dear, I am not in the least bit.
Ah, then, you refuse to tell me.
Well, look at you, all that cheap jewelry.
Oh, but I love jewelry, and I'm so fond of these little baubles. It's my only weakness.
But, my dear Celeste,
Please, don't be cross with me.
She gave him a look of such tenderness, and he returned it with a look of such love and longing, that I sensed immediately this was a scene that called for two people, not three. I mumbled an excuse and took my leave. A few evenings later, there was a knock on my own door.
Monsieur de Maupassant, are you engaged this evening?
No, come in.
I wonder, my good sir, could you accompany me to the opera?
The opera? I thought you found it a place for sleep.
I'll confess. I need the services of a friend. Who else can I ask but you?
Sit down. Oh, what's the trouble?
Read this note.
Monsieur Henri Lantin, I'm sure your wife tells you she goes to the opera with a lady friend. But this evening, you will see her there with her lover, a handsome cavalry officer. And you believe this note?
What can I say?
You can say that you have every confidence in your wife's loyalty, and faithfulness.
I do, but...
Yes?
I'm so frightened.
Of what? A scurrilous message from some evil-minded person who hasn't the courage to sign his or her name.
What would you advise me to do?
Tear it up and forget it.
I love her so much, and I'm so afraid.
Monsieur Longtemps, I advise you to leave well enough alone. Someone is jealous of your happiness.
I must know.
Don't you know now? Don't you know in your own heart that she's innocent? Are you unable to answer that?
I believe in Celeste as I would believe in my own soul, but...
We have a but.
This insistence she has for wearing false jewels, how can you explain it?
It's a schoolgirl's vanity.
But she isn't a schoolgirl. I must know. I must go to the opera tonight.
I have said this before, and I'll say it again. Leave well enough alone.
Will you come with me?
I'd rather not.
Please, Monsieur de Maupassant, be at my side. Because if that note is the truth, then someone must restrain me from committing an act I shall regret for the rest of my life.
Is it possible that the party might become just a little bit rough? You never know with these French love stories. Well, she's either cheating on him, or she isn't. Or can there be a third possibility? One thing you can be sure of, there is a third act. Is it possible to have complete confidence, absolute trust in another human being? As it says in the book, we walk by faith and not by sight. Oh, to believe with all one's heart and soul, to hold nothing in reserve. Is all this beyond the powers of poor Monsieur Henri Latin? Yet, if he would be happy with his beautiful young wife, it is what he is being asked to do.
Once again, I ask you, Monsieur Longtemps, let us go home.
I can't.
You'll see. She'll come out of the opera. She'll walk down those steps alone or with a lady friend. And then how shall you feel?
How shall I feel?
Yes. You already know what emotions will be generated inside you if she's with a man. But have you thought of how it will be if that note is a hoax?
I'll feel such a blessed relief.
And you may also feel something that is neither blessed nor relief. You shall feel guilt and remorse because you have allowed yourself to question her integrity.
Oh, please.
Let me hail that cab, and I shall take you home. Put these terrible suspicions out of your mind forever.
Yes, I know what you're going to say. Leave well enough alone. But I cannot. You don't know what it is to be my age, a man of 47, no longer young, married to a beautiful goddess.
I envy you.
Pity me. I am tormented by the thought that I'm not good enough for her.
Nonsense.
I see how the men turn to look at her when we're out together. I see the envy on their faces. I read the desire in their eyes. These men are rich, handsome, vigorous.
But she chose you.
Has she lived to regret it?
Has she? Does she seem to love you any the less?
No.
Does she neglect you? Is she less kind, less warm, less loving?
No.
Then why must you torture yourself?
Please, let me satisfy myself just this one time. I can't help myself.
We walked up the steps and into the great lobby. We stood behind a massive marble pillar where we could see without being seen. We could hear the wonderful Offenbach music welling up from the inside of the theater. And once again, I tried to convince him to leave, but he wouldn't listen. I don't know how long we stood there. But finally, it was finished. And the hall began to empty out. There was a kaleidoscope of brilliant uniforms, beautiful gowns. And then we saw her, It's Celeste. Alone. Yes, alone. No, she's with that lady. They're coming this way. They mustn't see us.
Thank you for your company this evening, Madeline. But I must go right home. I have this little cough.
Quick, before she sees us. Is this what you propose to do now? Slink off with your tail between your legs? Shall we let this radiant lady go home by herself?
I'm so ashamed.
You well deserve to be.
I shall never, as long as I live, doubt her again.
Madame Lanterre.
What are you doing?
Madame Lanterre.
Why, it's Monsieur de Maupassant and Henri. What are you doing here?
Well, you see, Henri here discovered that this is my birthday. He insisted on taking me out to a small supper, and I suggested that we stop by here and have you join us.
Oh, I shall be delighted.
That cough, my darling.
Oh, it's nothing. It mustn't spoil our evening.
It was a modest little supper in a modest little restaurant. But in many ways, it was the most magnificent party of my life. She was so gay, so sparkling, so filled with animation and life. And she so obviously adored her little Henri. But all good things must come to their end.
Oh, they've stopped playing.
Yes, my dear. See, they're putting away their instruments.
What a pity.
And now we must go home.
Oh, I should love to walk.
But it's raining, my dearest.
But I love to walk in the rain.
Not with that cough. Now, you two wait here. I'll go and fetch us a cab.
Happy birthday, Monsieur de Maupassant.
Thank you, Madame Lantin.
I wish I had known. I would have brought you a gift.
But you've already given me one.
I don't remember.
And I won't forget, Madame Lantin.
Celeste.
Celeste, you have done something that no one has been able to do to me before.
Have I?
You've made me change my mind.
About what?
You have given me a kind of faith in my fellow man that I have never known, nor allowed myself to know.
I'm flattered.
No, this is beyond flattery. You have kept your word. You have been faithful to your husband. You made that vow, remember?
Oh, yes. I did say that to you. I remember. I said no one would ever catch me being false to my oath of marriage.
But I never believed you. I never trusted you. I said to myself, how can this girl who's so filled with life be satisfied with a quiet, unexciting... Well, he is a stick in the mud, isn't he?
Yes, monsieur. But you see, he's my stick in the mud.
Madame, you make me ashamed of my cynicism.
Then, my good Guy de Maupassant, go forward from this day and sin no more.
Celeste.
It's nothing. I just feel cold. I'm chilled, that's all. It's nothing.
But it was everything. We took her home and summoned the doctor. The chills gave way to a sudden and what proved to be overwhelming onslaught of fever. Poor child. How quickly she became delirious.
Henri. See, Henri. How pretty they are. See, Henri. How they glitter. How they gleam. See.
Oh, my poor darling.
Fire and ice.
Try to rest.
I want to look pretty. I want to look rich. For my Henri. I'm a physician's daughter. I'm somebody. I want people to look at me and know I'm somebody. Buy me diamonds, Henri.
Yes.
Promise.
I promise.
But it was a promise he could never keep. She died the next day. Poor girl. All that life, all that love. Henri was inconsolable. He could think of nothing. He could talk of no one except his poor Celeste. He refused to go anywhere or see anyone, not even me. He did manage somehow to drag himself to the office and go through the motions of his job. But I had heard he was in a bad way, and even in debt. I tried to help him, but he rejected all my overtures. And then, one evening, he called on me. He had a wooden jewel box in his hand. I was shocked to see him. He was practically white-haired. He had hollow cheeks. His shoulders were stooped. He was an old, defeated man.
I'm being punished. Celeste was taken away from me because I doubted her.
My dear friend, you mustn't believe that.
Life has become so hard for me. Celeste knew how to spend my money, how to make it last, how to buy wisely. We had such excellent wines, such rare delicacies. How could she manage to buy such wonderful things? I can't even pay my own expenses.
Time, you know, is a great healer.
Today, for the first time since I was able to go into our bedroom, and I saw this box, the one in which she kept all those false gems, and I can no longer stand the sight of them. They were the cause of the trouble between us. I want you to get rid of them for me.
Oh?
I would break them into bits or burn them or throw them into the rubbish, but I haven't the heart. Please do me this favor.
Well, of course, they're just paste and base metal, but still, some of them are very prettily made. They may be worth a few francs.
I refuse to allow it.
Oh, come now, listen. You just said you were in debt. Every penny helps. And wouldn't it be a satisfaction to her if she could know that these trinkets of hers could provide you with a meal, perhaps, or a new shirt? Come, let me arrange it for you, my good friend.
Yes, monsieur?
I have here, let me see. To begin with, a necklace. What can you give me for this?
May I examine it, please?
I know well enough, monsieur, that it isn't really worth anything.
This necklace, sir, is worth 15,000 francs.
What? What are you saying?
But we could not arrange for a purchase unless you can prove it belongs to you.
Are you serious?
Of course. I know this necklace. I sold it myself.
You're crazy.
Sir, have you come into my shop in order to question my sanity?
No. Forgive me. It's time I question my own.
I sold this necklace to a young nobleman, the Chevalier de Ormond. He instructed me to have it delivered to Madame Celeste Lantam at 81 Rue des Capucines.
Oh, well, say no more, monsieur. Say no more.
On the contrary, I believe it's time to say a great deal.
She kept her promise. She didn't promise to be faithful. She said, no one will ever catch me being false to my marriage vows. I salute you, Celeste. You have now restored my true faith in humanity.
Sir, I must ask you how you come to be in possession of this necklace.
I am acting for Monsieur Henri Lantin, husband of the late Celeste Lantin.
The late Celeste?
Oh, unfortunately.
Oh, I didn't know. I wondered why business had been so slow of late.
The rest of this lot, are they also...
I recognize them.
And were they all purchased by the amorous Chevalier d'Ormond?
Oh, no, sir, no. The earrings, I remember, were the gift of Captain Navarrete. The brooch was Duc de Renaudon. The pearls, Major Renard de Bonneval. The bracelets, let me think, it was Monsieur Dufour. No, he bought the tiara. That Russian Count Orloff was the one who... Well, at any rate, I can look this all up for you.
No, it won't be necessary. What will you give for all of it?
Monsieur, you cannot expect me to give you what I was paid for.
A fair price.
Save time, trouble, and say, 280,000 francs.
280,000?
Very well. Round it off at 300,000. Shop around, sir. You'll find you'll do no better.
I accept.
Good. And now, sir, a little formality. Have you proof that you are acting for Monsieur Latin? Has he given you a written authorization?
Oh, that might present us with a difficulty. You see, this is a most delicate matter. I hope you understand.
Perfectly.
It might be awkward if Monsieur Lantin knew that these were actually real gems. Do you perceive the problem?
Of course.
Or could you just give me the money?
Well, could you assure me that this money will find its way into Monsieur Lantin's purse?
Well, let me see how this might be done. Now, what was his brother's name? Eugene.
Monsieur de Maupassant! Monsieur de Maupassant, let me in!
Just a minute.
Monsieur de Maupassant!
Come in. What is it? I've never seen you so excited.
Look! This letter, it just came in the post. Read it. It's from a firm of notaries. Read it.
This is to inform you that your brother, Eugene Lantin, who died last month in Indochina, named you as his sole heir. Your late brother's estate amounts to some 300,000 francs. Please inform...
300,000 francs. Imagine. I'm rich.
Yes, so you are.
Oh, Monsieur de Maupassant, life is so filled with irony. Celeste. My poor Celeste. She would have been so happy.
I can only say that you must make it your business to be happy enough for two.
Yes. Oh, my darling Celeste. Just think. If only you had lived, I would have been able to buy you real gems.
And thus, Monsieur Guy de Maupassant ends his story. And for those who always thought that he did not use happy endings as a rule, remember, most of his stories have reasonably happy endings. And isn't this one about as happy an ending as we have a right to expect? I'll be back shortly. The philosophy expounded in our little tale is stated in the title, Leave Well Enough Alone. It is perhaps the most consistently disregarded maxim in our language. There are those who cannot live with success, who are made uncomfortable by the smooth progress of everyday affairs. They must always roil still waters, tap on the glass of the reptile cage in the zoo, insist on fixing things that aren't broken. But we shouldn't complain. Without such folk, whatever would we do for stories? Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, and Tracy Ellis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In his Psalm of Life, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow says, "Trust no future, howe'er pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living present." The trouble is that the past so often refuses to stay in its place, and the dead invade the living present, or at least a memory of them does, to shadow both it and the future, as you will find out if you listen to this particular tale.
Wait a minute, Buck. Are you suggesting that Joe Coslow had anything to do with Pete Stein's death?
That's what I've got to talk to you about. Because Andy Hassler and Tom Pierce also died on that same date. I want to tell you, buddy, I am scared stiff. I figure one of us has got to be next.
Our mystery drama, This Deadly Fraternity, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Jack Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Wants to guide you. Books are their business. Check out the library. It's filled with success stories.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
Not so very long ago, a bank was a temple, a hallowed place of mystery. Its high priests were the executive officers in three-button vested suits cut from conservative serge. The gleaming marble floors echoed one's footsteps, which rang hollowly over the hushed whisper of the business of transacting money. Most banks are very different today. In the hustle of advertising, the giveaways, the constant battle to win depositors. But not all. Some remain just as forbidding, as, for example, the First Continental Bank of Cleveland, whose president is the formidable M.J. Trimble.
Yes, Miss Proud. Who? Harold Clark? Oh, Clark, yes. Yes, send him in. Let's see now, where was I? Come in.
You, wish to see me, Mr. Trimble?
Oh, yes, come in. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Now then, how's everything going along at Mortgages and Loans, Clark?
Well, all right, I think. Have I done something wrong?
I don't know, Clark, have you?
Well, no, sir.
Well, why bring up such nonsense? I just asked a friendly question. It so happens that for a certain reason I find I have an interest in you. How long have you been with us now?
Just a little under a year.
Came over to us from Metro Bank, I believe.
That's right, sir.
After 7 years. Certainly took time for you to see the error of your ways. I mean, after all, we Holdcraft men should stick together.
Sir?
Your college, Clark, your college. Didn't you graduate from Holdcraft?
Well, yes, Mr. Trimble, I did.
Well, there you are. So did I.
I know that, sir. You're one of our most distinguished alumni.
Oh, well, you get as old as I am, they have to say something nice about you. What was your fraternity?
Yeah, well, I sort of dropped out, sir.
Oh, I'm disappointed to hear that, Clark. Best days of a man's life. What was your affiliation?
Tau Alpha Gamma.
Well,
Then we'll have to see what we can do about reinstating you. You're going up to homecoming, of course.
Are you going, Mr. Trimble?
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. Haven't missed one in 36 years. Come to think of it, I don't remember ever seeing you at any of them.
Well, I'll tell you the truth, sir. I've never been to one.
Oh, it's a shame. Now, you come up this year. We'll see what we can do about making you a Tau Alpha Gamma again.
Yes, sir.
So, nice to have had this talk.
That's all, Mr. Trimble?
Yes. I just wanted to get acquainted with a fellow collegiate. Sorry it took so long. You get back once a year to see the old alma mater. Keep up the good work here, and we'll be glad to have you aboard.
I don't see what's got you in such a lather, Harry.
Helen, I just got through telling you.
So your boss suggests you should go off on a little jaunt to your college homecoming. What's so terrible?
He didn't suggest. It's an order.
All right. If it'll keep the old boy happy, it's no skin off your back, is it? You might even have a good time.
I won't have a good time.
All right, then. Don't go.
If I want to keep my job, I've got to go. That's the message I got today, loud and clear.
Nonsense.
Oh, it's true.
Sometimes I wonder about you, Harry.
Huh?
Honey, what is it makes you so uptight all the time? You're like Chicken Little, always afraid the sky is going to fall on you.
I'm sorry, Helen.
I always have the feeling that something haunts you. Way down deep, like it was something you buried a long time ago and keep being afraid wouldn't stay that way.
Oh, now you're being silly. There's hardly a thing in my life you don't know about. There's nothing wrong with us.
I'm terrified there is.
What do you mean?
Is it because I've never given you a child?
Oh, come on, honey. We've had that out long ago.
One of these days...
Oh, come on, honey. When it's meant to, it'll happen. Now, in the meantime, who's complaining?
I guess maybe I am.
Oh.
I find it gets sort of lonely around the house days, and now that you're going off on a weekend jaunt with the big boss and starting to plan nights out with the boys.
Hey, hold on, wait a minute. I'm not going with MJ. I'll have to get there by myself. And what's all this about going out nights with the boys?
Well, isn't one of the ideas you're going to join up with your old fraternity again?
No.
But I thought that was part of MJ Trimble's master plan for you.
I don't want to have anything more to do with Tau Alpha.
Why? Didn't you have a good time there?
No. Yeah. I mean, it's not my style.
I think maybe you ought to make it your style.
Look, let's stop talking about it. It just doesn't matter.
I think it does.
No, I'm not going.
Harry, then there's that old bugaboo again. Why are you so afraid of going back to a college you graduated from with honors?
It isn't the college.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
MJ Trimble here. I wonder if I can speak to your husband.
How do you do, Mr. Trimble? Of course. It'll just take a moment to get him. He's in the other room.
Who is it? Why did you say I was in the other room?
It's Mr. Trimble. And I wanted to give you a chance to think before you talk to him.
Why? What does he want?
I don't know. But before you answer him, think, darling.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Helen, give me the phone. Hello, Mr. Trimble.
Clark? Boomer Johansson just called me. He won't be able to make it next week. He'll be out of the country on State Department business. You remember the old Boomer?
Yeah, well, I don't believe
the class of 38. Old Crap's first All-American. Anyway, since he had to cancel, that means there'll be an empty seat on our bank's jet. So, I'll fly you up and fly you back. Can I count on you?
Well, yes, Mr. Trimble. That's very kind of you, sir.
Nothing at all, my boy. Just gives you a notion what a fraternity brother can mean to you. Especially a big one. I'll have my my secretary give you the flight time and any other pertinent details.
Well, what happened?
Well, he hung up.
What do you want?
He wants to fly me up to the homecoming.
And you accepted.
I didn't know how not to.
Oh, honey, I'm glad you did. I promise you, you'll never regret it.
I sure hope so.
Well, almost there. Look familiar to you, Clark?
Yeah, sort of, Mr. Trimble. It's a little different from the air.
Yes. Well, there's the lake off your left.
Uh-huh.
And up on the bluff beyond it, there's our alma mater. And we'll be coming on in right over Devil's Leap on our landing pattern.
Devil's Leap?
Yeah. You ever have to scale that southeast face there?
No, sir, I never did.
Oh, that used to be one of the big features of Hell Week. Well, I cut it out some years ago, probably before your time. Well, maybe they were right. A couple of weak sisters took some bad falls there. One of them was killed, I think. Still in all, it was a real thrill for a fella to climb that bleak old rock face. Give you a sense of power, belief in yourself. I suppose they took it easier on you in your day. The hazing, I mean.
No, sir, it was pretty tough.
You minded that?
Oh, no, sir, I didn't. Not then.
Oh, look there.
Well, what's that, sir?
Don't you recognize it? Right near the bluff? Last house on the road there. That's the old tower house. Recognize her now?
And I'll never forget it.
Found anyone you know yet, Clark?
No, not yet, Mr. Trimble.
Oh, well, you will. I'll have to leave you now. I've got a meeting of the Board of Governors over at the old frat house. I'll put in a good word for you. Where are you staying?
Ralston House.
Fine. You check for a message from me before you turn in. With any luck, it'll be word that you're reinstated without prejudice to membership in Tau Alpha Gamma. Now, you look for that message.
Oh, brother.
Hey! Harry! Is that you, old Harry the Horse?
Buckstead? Well, for Pete's sake. I was wondering when I'd run into somebody I knew.
Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes. Hey, where have you been keeping yourself all these years?
Working, getting married, you know. Yeah, how about you?
I was married, but it didn't take. No kids. You? Maybe it's just as well.
What does that mean?
Forget it. This isn't the place. But later, I gotta talk to you. I'm glad I found you here.
I don't know why I came. There's so many memories. Any of the others here?
No, we're all that's left, Harry.
What? What about Tom Pierce?
Oh, he died a couple of years ago. Drowned.
Gosh. Andy Haslett?
Oh, he's gone. He fell off a building. Jumped, some people say.
Well, wasn't he in real estate?
Yeah. He died 3 years ago. And, well, we might as well get it over with as fast as possible. Pete Stein died in the hospital after an appendicitis attack last year.
Oh, man. Well, that only leaves Joe Coslow. Any idea what happened to him?
I lost track of him after the Army busted him.
Busted him?
They stuck the killer in the brig. Silly old nicknames.
For what?
For manslaughter. He half killed a recruit. His nickname wasn't so silly.
The leopard never changes his spots, I guess. Is he still in the brig?
No.
How do you know?
After Pete Stein got his, I got an Army buddy to check for me. Coslow's stretch was over September 28th, 1976. 17 days before Pete died.
October 15th. October 15th. That's the same day that Phil Fowler... Yeah. Oh, are you suggesting that the killer had anything to do with Pete's death? Well, that's what I got to talk to you about. Because Andy and Tom died on the same date, too. I'm going to tell you, I'm scared stiff, Harry. I figure one of us has got to be next. What do you suppose happened to 6 members of the class of 34 at Holcroft College that would make them candidates for sudden death? I did promise you that the dead past is going to invade the present, and it seems as if it has, with a vengeance. Now, was that just a cliche phrase or prophetic? I shall return shortly with Act 2.
It's a bright fall afternoon in late October, mild and balmy. The last rosy glow of Indian summer. But as Harry Clark strolls under the profusion of red gold leaves along a winding, deserted path on the campus, icy fingers clutch at his insides. His old classmate, Buck Stanley, is reeling out a string of coincidence and conjecture, building to a conclusion that shakes him to the core. For what Buck is saying confirms the premonition that has dogged him all the way up on this trip to the past.
Now, get off, Buck. What are you trying to give me?
A warning, Harry. At the very least.
What? That I'm next on the hit list?
It has to be you or me.
Oh, come on. What kind of rib is this?
Look, Harry, there were 6 of us in on it. Only one of us took any kind of real rap for it. The killer. He got bounced from school. It wrecked his life.
And you want to tell me that he's coming back for revenge on all of us? It just won't wash, Buck.
Why not?
First off, because... Well, the way you tell it, there wasn't a shred of evidence that Pete and Andy and Tom's deaths were anything but natural.
Except that each one of them died on the 15th of October, each just 1 year apart, and all of them after Joe Coslow was sprung out of the brig.
Oh.
Plus one other thing. You know what the 15th of October is.
Yeah, I'm not likely to forget.
So?
You said that Tom Pierce was drowned. How?
Well, all I know is what I got from the newspaper story I looked up in the library. He drowned in his pool.
What about Andy? I didn't see anything about it. Where did he fall from?
Oh, some 2-bit hotel. They kind of hushed it up as much as possible. I went to the funeral. You remember he married Sarah Templeton?
He did?
Yeah. She took it pretty bad. I got the notion he'd been messing around with some other dame.
Suicide?
Yeah. I thought so then.
Well, now you don't think he jumped. You think he was pushed.
Yep.
And you don't think Tom just drowned by accident. You think the killer helped him somehow.
Yep.
Well, if you don't believe it was an accident, it could have been suicide also, couldn't it?
It could.
And Pete, a ruptured appendix. You can't make murder out of that.
They all died on the same date, Harry. How far can you stretch coincidence?
It doesn't have to be coincidence. Let's be sensible. Look, after what happened, none of us were ever quite the same. We've all carried our own guilt feelings, I guess. I know I have. About Phil Fowler.
Yeah, I'll never get that kid out of my mind.
Neither could Andy and Tom, it looks like.
You're telling me they took their own lives because they were remorseful or something?
All your old army buddy told you was that the killer was supposed to be released on September 28th, 76. We don't know he was. For all we know, he could have been kept in another year or anything. Do you know where he was in the brig?
Oh, in Germany, I guess. That's where he was stationed.
You see? Now, isn't it crazy? He could get back to the States within 17 days and somehow manage to knock off Tom in his own pool? And why would he wait a whole year to go after Andy? And another one for Pete, if he'd been nursing a grudge all this time. Like I say, Buck, you're flipping your lid over nothing. It just doesn't hold water.
Okay, you win. Harry, I want to believe you. You could be right. You make a lot of sense. Keeping a thing like this bottled up, I suppose a guy does get wacky ideas. And that killer Kozlow.
Yeah, he made the same impression on me, but we were kids then. He doesn't scare me anymore.
How'd you enjoy your weekend on the old campus, son?
Well, I don't know if I can quite tell you, Mr. Trimble, how much.
Teach you to stay away from homecomings, eh?
I guess.
You look a whale of a lot better than when you came up. You feel better?
Yes, I do, sir. I got a lot of things straightened out in my head.
I'm going to tell you something frankly, Harry. When I put up your name for reinstatement and they opened the books for me, I was shaken. Here I was, sponsoring or trying to sponsor someone who walked out on us in the middle of his sophomore year. Now, don't interrupt me. You know me. I couldn't leave it like that. So I started digging. And the whole story came out.
About Phil Fowler?
Yes. Unfortunate thing. Terrible thing. Nobody's fault. Or if anyone's the culprit was suitably punished for it, that should be the end of it.
It's a matter I hope is closed for the rest of my life.
Darling, I can't tell you how happy and delighted I am.
About what?
You.
Oh, is there something new with me?
You know there is. Ever since you came back from your big rah-rah weekend, you've been a different person. You're the man I married again. What happened up there, Harry?
Where?
At dear old Holcraft.
Something I do have to tell you, Helen, someday.
Why not now?
No, not yet. Going back, I got a couple of things in perspective, at least. I should have gone back years ago. Then it mightn't have haunted me so much. I don't want it to start haunting me again.
Why don't you tell me?
Oh, okay. Let me turn off the radio. When I went to Holcroft, there was a guy 2 classes ahead of me called Joe Kozlow. He looked like King Kong. I was scared of him. Well, we were all scared of him. He could have broken any of us in 2. We called him Killer Kozlow.
Wasn't he a football player?
Yeah. Holcroft's only 2-time All-American, a fullback. The guy was a twisted, terrifying bully. I ought to know. He was the one who put me and all my closest friends through our hazing when we were bid to Tal Alpha Gamma.
He was a fraternity brother of yours?
We belonged to the same fraternity. He was no brother. He was just what he was nicknamed. A killer.
You mean he hurt you?
Tom Pierce, Andy Hassler, Pete Stein, Buck Stanley, me. And we all had scars enough to prove that, but they don't matter. They didn't last. Phil Fowler wasn't so lucky.
I don't think I've ever heard you mention him.
Well, you haven't. I've been too ashamed to.
Why?
Because we killed Phil. All 6 of us killed him.
Well, what do you mean?
5 of us were sophomores. Killer was a senior. He organized all the hazing. He liked that. And he had everyone so intimidated we were scared to question him. It was the end of Hell Week, and Phil Fowler was freshman pledged to us. We were the fraternity to belong to on our campus. And to get in, any kid was ready to bust his butt. So the killer was going to make sure he did. Over our objections, he decreed Phil had to go through a
trial by fire.
What does that mean?
Well, he made Phil strip and told us all to light cigarettes. Then he told Phil we were going to grind them out on his bare skin after he was blindfolded.
Oh, the rest of you went along with that?
It was a trick, Helen, just mental suggestion. All we'd have done was touched him with a piece of ice.
I don't understand.
The power of suggestion. You conditioned the victim so that he thinks he's being burned. But just the same, none of us wanted to go through with it.
And did you?
No. Because Phil was so scared that while we were arguing, he ran for the door and took off into the night.
Did you go after him?
You're darn right. Listen, it was October 15th. We'd had a cold snap that year, and it was below freezing. And Phil was in his birthday suit.
You found him and dragged him back?
We didn't find him. It was a pitch-black night, and there were thick woods between the fraternity house and the lake. The whole killer was fit to be tied, but we were all relieved. Till the next morning.
The next morning?
There's a bluff called the Devil's Leap right near the Tau Alpha house. It's a 200-foot drop to the lake shore. They found Phil there with a broken neck. In the dark, he must have run right off the cliff.
Oh, how awful.
There was an investigation. Very hush-hush, of course. And the verdict was accidental death. Only it wasn't. We killed him.
But you didn't. It was all that killer Coslow's fault.
That's what the chancellor and the deans decided. Tom and me and the others were allowed to stay on at college. Coslow was expelled. He promised us all he'd be back someday to get even with us.
But he never did.
No. I kept thinking he would, but as the years went by, I accepted it as just a threat.
And that's what you told your friend Buck?
Because I believed it. Then.
You don't believe it now?
No. I've carried the guilt too long. I'm terrified that somehow it's going to catch up with me.
How?
I don't know. If the 15th comes and goes, then maybe I can relax.
And if it doesn't?
Well, there's a 50-50 chance I won't be around to worry. Because if Joe Coslow is on the loose and out for revenge, it's only a question which one of us will be first. Buck Stanley or me?
And though circuitous and obscure, the feet of Nemesis, how sure. Those are the lines of the Victorian poet Sir William Watson. And Nemesis is the ancient Greek goddess of retribution who takes many forms. Is the form in this case the hulking figure of the brooding, brutal killer Coslow? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Omar Khayyam wrote, "'Tis all a checkerboard of nights and days, where destiny with men for pieces plays." That seems totally contradictory to the American belief in free choice. Yet, when you come right down to day-to-day living, how many of us have the strength to exercise it? Instead, in common with people all over the rest of the world, we find ourselves prisoners of the past and hostages to our future, as Harry Clark finds himself now.
Harry. Harry? 7 o'clock. Time to get up.
I don't want to get up.
You don't want to be late for the bank, do you?
Oh, I didn't mean because of the bank. I meant I'm afraid to get up.
Why?
Oh, you know what date this is?
I know. Darling.
What?
Promise me something.
What?
I know the day has got to be lived through. But once we're through with this 15th of October, can we please wash it out of our lives for good?
Yeah, I hope. I hope as much as you that we can.
Will you be late tonight?
Yeah, probably. I'll be reconciling the books and we'll all be locked in the cage till they prove out.
That's good.
Huh?
You'll be safe. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is this Mrs. Clark?
That's right.
This is Buck Stanley. I'm an old friend of your husband's.
Oh, yes, I know. We've been talking a lot about you.
I don't mean to be rude, Mrs. Clark, but this isn't a social call. Is Harry there?
No, I'm sorry. He's at the bank.
Oh. Well, look, could you give me the number?
It wouldn't do any good. You couldn't reach him.
Oh, when can I reach him?
Well, I could give him a message as soon as he gets home.
All right. Tell him to call immediately. I'll be waiting. My number here is code 901-555-5111. I'm in Toledo. Do you have that?
Yes. Any message?
Tell him it is literally a matter of life and death. Tell him that he's turned up again. That we were wrong. It isn't over and done with, not by a long shot.
What do you mean? Hello? Hello? Mr. Stanley? Mr. Stanley, can you hear me? What's happened?
What time did Buck call?
About 4 o'clock.
It's almost 6 now. He didn't say what it was all about?
Harry, I told you all he said.
What did he mean by he's turned up again?
Well, who else could it be but Joe Coslow?
Then why didn't he just say that?
Well, I suppose because, well, he didn't think I would know what he was referring to.
Maybe. Why doesn't he answer? Buck?
Who is this?
Is this Buck Stanley's wire?
Yes? Who wants to talk to him?
Well, this is a friend of his from Cleveland.
What's the name?
Harry Clark. Who's this?
This is Detective Sergeant Kennelly, Mr. Clark. I'm afraid you can't talk to Mr. Stanley.
Why not?
Because he's dead.
Dead? How?
Well, I can't answer that all the way. We just got here. All I know so far is he was shot with a .45 caliber revolver, Army issue.
You mean he took his own life?
Well, I can't tell you that either. Sir, do you have any reason to suspect he might not have? That someone else was involved?
Well, I hope that any suspicions I might have are wrong. Where would I find you in Toledo, Detective Kennelly?
At the 17th Precinct, but...
I'd rather drive to Toledo and discuss that in person.
What's happened?
It's Buck Stanley. He's dead.
How?
That policeman on the phone said suicide.
Oh, well, so why do you have to go to Toledo?
To see for myself, Helen.
Darling, this whole thing has become an obsession with you. Oh, I don't blame you. It was a terrible thing, that young boy meeting his death the way he did. But it was an accident.
An accident that would never have happened if he hadn't been scared out of his wits.
You are just determined to punish yourself for what happened, Harry. No matter what I say. It's psychotic to carry such a guilt. It's an obsession.
Never mind about me, Helen. Let's just stick to killer Joe Coslow. Whatever remorse he feels about that poor kid, Phil Fowler, is all swallowed up in his fixation that he took the whole blame and we railroaded him. If anyone has an obsession, it's him. And if I'm right, I have to be the next because I'm the only one left. Do you want him to kill me, too?
No.
All right, then somehow he's got to be stopped. That's why Toledo. To see if I can get the police to do it. Because if I can't...
If you can't?
Then I'll have to find him wherever he is and... kill him first.
You can see for yourself, Mr. Clark. It's a classical suicide picture.
He was seated at the desk. The bullet was directed directly to the brain. Death was instantaneous. The gun dropped from his hand to the floor, and there are no other prints on it than those of the deceased. I'm afraid you've had a long trip for nothing.
In spite of what I've told you?
Yeah, we're checking all through that now, but to the best of our knowledge, there was no one like the man you described in Mr. Clayton's acquaintance. And we have no reason to suspect anything except death by his own hand.
You're absolutely sure of that?
Mr. Clark, in my business, you learn to be absolutely sure of nothing. We live by a series of educated guesses.
So you're just going to let this go at that?
No, sir. I don't close any files till I'm certain. Because of you, this one's going to remain open until...
Until what?
Well, until we check out this Joseph Coslow of yours.
Are you working on that now?
Mr. Clark, I'm only one detective sergeant in the Toledo police force. I got all I can handle with my own local problems. But for your information and my own, I am checking. But I can't do what you want me to do, get results yesterday or even today. You're just going to have to wait till tomorrow. And the best I can promise you is I'll stay on it and keep in touch.
It's awfully important to me.
Yeah. You drew me a picture.
I believe my life depends on it.
Sir, if I get word, I'll be in touch.
And if I don't hear from you?
Then we're both out of answers. And that's what we got to live with.
Yes?
Mrs. Clark, I'm M.J. Trimble.
Oh, yes, from the bank. Won't you come in?
Thank you, my dear. I just wanted to have a few words with your husband.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Harry isn't here.
Oh, he's not? Do you expect him home soon?
I'm afraid not. He had to drive to Toledo.
Oh, well, then you don't expect him back tonight?
I don't know. I'm waiting to hear from him.
What took him so suddenly to Toledo?
Well, he got news that an old friend, a fraternity brother of his, had died.
Joe Coslow?
Oh, no, his name was Buck Stanley. But why would you mention Joe Coslow?
I had some news about him, and I thought your husband would like to hear.
What?
Well, let me explain a little first. When I dragooned your husband into going up with me for homecoming, I had no idea what sad memories our fraternity had for him. Subsequently, I found out. In proposing him to return to our membership, the story came out.
That a young boy died.
Yes.
And who did you conclude was responsible for that, Mr. Trimble?
If anyone, I'm ashamed to say the system.
Well, that's a generous admission, but how does it help anyone who was the victim of the system, like my husband?
Well, since I'm part of the hierarchy, what else can I do but accept that the basic guilt is mine?
Well, it would be a little late to tell Harry that. He's borrowed all the guilt for himself.
Well, that's ridiculous, and it's why I'm here tonight.
Oh?
I wanted to tell Harry that the man who created this whole issue in the first place is dead.
Joe Coslow?
Yes. He's been dead for the last 5 years.
How?
Well, there was a fire in the jailhouse in which he was assigned 2 days before his sentence was up, in 1976. He died in that fire.
Are you sure?
There's no doubt. His body was identified through dental work and fingerprints, bone scans. Joe Coslow is dead. I wish there was some way I could get in touch with your husband.
Maybe there is. We could call him through that sergeant of police at the precinct in Toledo.
Yeah, this is Detective Sergeant Kennelly. Oh, Mrs. Clark. Yeah, sure. Well, no, your husband was here, but he left to drive home to Cleveland over an hour ago. What? No. Well, we talked about the guy Coslow, but neither of us knew he was dead. He wanted me to look into that, but to tell you the truth, I told him I would just to keep him happy. Huh? Oh, well, because it was an open and shut case of suicide. No way it could have been murder, no matter how much your husband wanted to make it look that way. What? What do I mean by that? Well, let me just lay it on the line, Mrs. Clark. Your husband has a guilty conscience for something that happened all them years ago, and he'd like to lay the blame off on somebody else. Only it don't work that way. That's something he's got to learn to face.
I should have called Helen to let her know I was on my way home. It's too late now. I don't want to stop in this weather.
Perhaps it's just as well, Harry.
Phil Fowler. What are you doing here in the car?
It's still not quite midnight, Harry. This is my one day on Earth each year.
So it was you. It never was Joe Coslow who was looking for revenge. It was you all the time.
Quite right, Harry.
You killed them all.
Oh, no. Correction, please. They destroyed themselves, just as all of you destroyed me.
What did you mean when you said it was just as well I hadn't stopped to call Helen to tell her I was coming home?
Isn't that obvious? You're never going to get home.
I won't let you stop me.
Oh, I won't stop you. You'll do that yourself.
What do you mean?
You've lived with it for over 15 years, Harry. Just like the others. You know there's only one way you'll ever get rid of what haunts you.
How?
I never managed to join your fraternity. Instead, I ask you to join mine. It's the only way you'll ever know peace.
There were many tragic automobile accidents on the night of that October 15th. Highway police had issued a traffic advisory because of weather conditions. Harry Clark's death from the skid that sent him hurtling through the guardrail and into the ravine below was only another statistic. But was it an accident? Or was he called, just as all the others who bore the guilt for a boy's death so many years before? I'll be back shortly.
I'm Susan Anton. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Pillow Soft is the ultimate in sleep. Unique extra thick cushioning for heavenly comfort on top. Ultra firm support inside. Perfect sleeper Pillow Soft. Firmness that feels good. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper by Sturla.
Behind that blueberry face, under that chocolate chin, beneath the Gouda mist, the glop, and the watermelon grin, there's a beautiful child.
Wetlands Moist Towelettes can help you find your beautiful child at the beach. Little hands and faces can get mighty sticky in the summertime, but Wet Ones go where you go for fast cleanups. Wet Ones clean better than anything dry.
Wet Ones, behind every messy face and hands, there's a beautiful child.
I can't wait to meet your daughter, sir.
Well, I'll call her. Evie!
What?
Come here, would you?
This better be good.
She's got a lot of spots.
Yes.
What is it?
Evie, I'd like you to meet a nice young man.
Oh, no, my hair looks dirty. Daddy, how could you do this to me? I want to die.
A I'm afraid her cream rinse makes her hair a little greasy.
May I suggest agree?
Of course you'd agree. All you have to do is look at her.
No, agree cream rinse and conditioner. It helps stop the greasies.
Really?
Sure, after I shampoo, I use agree cream rinse and conditioner,
and it helps stop the greasies.
Right.
Gee, it sounds like I would like agree, too.
Well, agree cream rinse and conditioner is 99% oil-free.
Evie, stop crying. I'll go get some agree.
And after you use it, I'll drive you to the movies, okay, Evie?
No.
Why not?
Because you got a creepy car.
What?
It's a brown station wagon. I hate station.
Some conditioners contain oils that can cause the greasies, but Agree Cream Rinse and Conditioner is 99% oil-free. And try Agree Shampoo. It helps stop the greasies, too.
I'm glad you decided to come to the movie. Your hair looks great.
Thank you, and I love your station wagon.
Was our story one of deep remorse or inexorable fate? I don't know. I leave you only with another quote from Omar Khayyam. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all the piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Belika Gray, Court Benson, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The American reputation for being a shrewd businessman dates back to the days of the Yankee peddlers when our country was growing up. Dominicus Pike and his wife Sarah made quite a living as Yankee peddlers traveling through New England, making customers into friends, until that day when they ran into the incredible. A man who had been murdered twice, but who wouldn't stay dead.
So Squire Huggins was murdered the night before. Is that what you wish me to believe, Mr. Pike?
I'm only repeating what was told to me, Sheriff.
In that case, the squire must be very dead by now, wouldn't you say?
Uh-huh. Yes, very.
If that is so, Mr. Pike, then I drank a glass of bitters with his ghost this morning.
Mystery drama, The Mysterious Hanging of Squire Huggins, was adapted from the classic Nathaniel Hawthorne story, especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr., and stars Paul Hecht and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We are in Parker's Falls, a tiny New England village, the home of Sarah Pike's parents, where Sarah and her husband, Dominicus, stay between trips through the Connecticut Valley. For Dominicus is one of the original Yankee peddlers, specializing in painted portraits, stenciled floors, frescoes, murals, door panels, barn doors, and signs. You name it, Dominicus will paint it. Only now their fall peddling trip has been delayed, and it is a very worried husband who knocks on a bedroom door.
Sarah? Sarah, may I come in?
How are you feeling, dearest?
I don't know, husband. Not well at all.
You will be, Sarah. Now, you stay in bed now. Our next trip can wait as long as it takes you to get well again. I won't start without you. Don't you be afeard.
Oh, it's not fear in my heart, Dominicus. It's helplessness and loneliness.
Yes, I know.
Our first baby, I was praying and hoping so much.
It was the Lord's will. That's what the midwife said when she took leave of us, the Lord's will.
But why would the Lord will a baby to be stillborn?
I have no answer for that, my darling.
It's so cruel.
I think the best thing for us both, Sarah, is to get back on the road as soon as we can and go to work. I want to head for Kimbleton and maybe secure a few commissions for portraits in Chester on the way.
Kimbleton? Isn't that where Squire Huggins lives?
Yeah, remember last time we went through, he said when his daughter Lucy has her first baby, I'm to do a portrait of the Squire and Lucy and the infant. He wrote me, got a letter this morning from him, and it said, come ahead.
Lucy and her baby. What fortunate, blessed star was she born under?
Yep, and I'm to paint a very big sign for the Squire's mills and factories as well. So you hurry up and get back on your feet, my darling.
I don't want to go up to Kimbleton, can't you understand? She has a baby and I don't. You go up alone. And when you come back, let's take that money plus what we've saved and... can't we settle down somewheres here in Connecticut, open a general store or a painter's studio?
Oh, all right, Sarah, if that means so much to you. But come with me, Sarah, one last time, and it'll be our very last. I promise you.
Far have we come, Dominicus?
I'd say about 7 miles. We've hardly started. 10 times that we'll be in Kimbleton.
Picking pears from the Squire's lovely pear trees. I can't wait to see Lucy. Squire Huggins must be very happy.
Whoa, you fellas. Whoa. Hey, say, young fella, you come in out of the woods like that, not looking where you're going. I might have run over you.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Oh, frightened my horse half to death.
Dominicus?
Oh, all right. My name's Dominicus Pike. This is my wife, Sarah.
How do you do?
You come from far?
Pretty far.
What's the latest news up to Boston way?
Well, I don't know what's going on in Boston. I've come down from East Hartford.
Well, what's the latest news from there, then? I'm not particular.
Well, there is one trifle of news I remember. A man up in one of those towns up there, Kimbleton, I think it was murdered in his orchard at 8 o'clock last night by an Irishman and a German. They strung him up to a branch of a St. Michael's pear tree where nobody would find him till morning.
Sarah?
Yes, Dominicus?
I've been thinking, you don't suppose that poor man who was hung in his orchard in Kimbleton could have been our Squire Huggins?
Why would anybody do a terrible thing like that to him? He's respected and loved by everyone within 100 miles of Hartford.
Well, not exactly. He keeps to himself a lot. You see, what struck me was that young fella saying the man was hung from one of his St. Michael's pear trees.
A lot of people grow that variety of pears in Connecticut.
Yeah, also, the Squire is a pretty rich man. That could tempt evil people.
What can I say, Dominicus?
One thing did strike me as strange. Kimbleton was some 65 miles or so from where we met the young man, and if someone was murdered at 8 o'clock last night, how do you suppose the news traveled so quickly?
You mean, how did the young man know about it so soon?
Yeah, he'd have to wear 7-league boots. I know bad news travels fast, but that young fellow on foot beats the railroad.
Here's your ale, Miss Pike.
Pike. Good to see you again. Yeah, thanks. Been on the road all day. My wife and I got into town about an hour ago. She's resting up at the Overland Hotel.
What were you telling me just now about a murderer, Mr. Pike? Not someone around here.
No. 50 miles or so up the turnpike. Not altogether sure who the victim was, although I have my suspicions.
And where'd you say this murder took place?
Kimbleton, last night, 8 o'clock.
Kimbleton. Wonder. Who'd you say it was?
Huggins. Squire Huggins. Hung from a pear tree in his own orchard.
Doesn't surprise me. I knew the old skinflint. Used to work for him. Owns half the town. Mills, stores, don't know what all.
Yeah, my wife and I are on our way to him now. He commissioned me to do several portraits.
Portraits, did he? Certainly won't want you to do a painting of himself hanging from a tree. What do you aim to do now, Miss Pike?
Well, I thought we might as well go up to Kimbleton to pay our respects.
Dominicus, I'm awfully tired. How much further is it to Chester?
It's hard to say, Sarah. I've been enjoying the scenery so much I forgot to count the milestones. Let me see now. Sun's just gone down. That would make it... another hour, perhaps.
Another hour?
I'm just guessing, darling. We're about 5 to 7 miles from Chester. Why, aren't you feeling well?
Not very.
I was afraid you'd get yourself out of the sickbed too soon. 2.5 to 3 days' journey in a buggy.
I wanted to start. The sooner we start, the sooner we can begin a new life. Those lights below us in the valley?
No, it's not a town. Well, it could be the Gray Fox Tavern. I have an idea, Sarah. Supposing we put into the Gray Fox for the night. Agreed?
Oh, yes. I'd like to.
Good meal, good rest. You'll be the better for it, eh? Come on, get up, Bucephalus. Turn that trot of yours into a canter. And I give you my solid word, as I stand in this tap room before you, it is so. Hung from a pear tree, I swear to you on the good name of my wife, Sarah, who is resting upstairs, that an Irishman and a German led a gang of cutthroats who lay in wait for him, stole 4 bags of gold, and strung them up.
Mr. What's the name? Oh, yes, Pike. Will you make an affidavit, sir, that old Squire Huggins of Kimbleton was murdered in his orchard the night before last and only found hanging yesterday morning?
Well, I told the story as it came to me. Would you be good enough to point your cigar in another direction, sir? I didn't say I saw the deed done, so I couldn't take an oath. Who might you be, sir?
Only the sheriff of Chester County. So you might say I have an official interest in those around these parts who live and die.
Sheriff, I had no hand in this. Believe me, I'm just repeating what was told to me.
And as you tell it, Mr. Pike, the squire must be very dead by now.
Yes, very.
If this is so, sir, then I drank a glass of bitters with his ghost this morning.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Sheriff. I'm an old friend of his myself.
All I can say is, this morning the squire didn't seem to know any more about this murder than I did.
Sarah, wake up.
What time is it?
It's 2 in the morning.
Oh, but why do we have to start so early? You said it was only a few miles to Chester, and Kimbleton couldn't be that far.
Sarah, I was telling them in the tap room tonight about the squire, and nobody believed me. When I left the room, I could hear one of them, the sheriff, saying I ought to be put in jail till they find out what I'm up to. So I'm going outside now and hitching up Bucephalus. Then you get dressed, and before anyone's stirring, we'll be on our way.
But why lock you up? You had nothing to do with this.
You don't understand, Sarah. In some parts of Connecticut, they make up their own laws. Around here, there's only one thing worse than horse stealing, wife beating, or arson, and that is telling an untruth. Why, I think they'd run a president clear out of office if they caught him in a lie. Go along, Bucephalus. Go along quietly. We don't want to arouse the whole neighborhood.
Oh? Who goes there?
Moving, Bucephalus.
I thought so. Dominicus Pike.
Good morning, Sheriff. It's going to be a beautiful morning when it gets going.
Why are you leading your horse and buggy out the back road at this unearthly hour, Pike?
Well, you know us Yankee peddlers. We like to get an early start.
And where's Miss Pike?
Oh, she'll be along soon.
Looks mighty suspicious to me. The moon is still out. The sun hasn't risen. I think you better come along with me to the town jail.
Sheriff, on what grounds are you holding me?
I haven't decided yet. It all depends when I can get word that Squire Huggins is alive and well. So if it doesn't inconvenience you, Pike, I'd like you to be our guest.
Behind bars?
It's the only guest accommodations the town has.
Such was the climate of law and order in the 18th century around these parts. To be suspected was almost as illegal as to be guilty. Suspected of what, you may ask? Generally behaving in some extraordinary fashion, like saying a man had been murdered when others say he's alive. Yet, why should Dominicus panic? He who knows no guilt can know no fear. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. A Yankee peddler, Dominicus Pike, specializing in painted portraits, takes his wife, Sarah, north through Connecticut to fulfill a commission granted by wealthy Squire Huggins. On the way, he learns the squire has been murdered, and because he repeated the tale with perhaps some embellishments, our hero has been thrown into jail.
Well, don't you want your dinner either, Mr. Pike?
No, I'm not hungry, Sheriff. Haven't been all day. That cigar you're puffing into my face doesn't improve my appetite.
Well, that's too bad. This is an excellent boiled dinner. My wife makes it herself.
Sheriff, I ask you to listen to reason. I look out this barred window. It's already night. I have been lodged in this uncomfortable cell one entire day. Now, how long do you intend to hold me?
I told you, only until we can verify whether Squire Huggins is alive or murdered, as is your opinion.
But what would his death have to do with me? I haven't even seen the man yet. I started in Parker's Falls and haven't yet reached Kimbleton.
So you say.
But had I done the deed, why in heaven's name would I talk about it?
That's what I aim to find out.
When are you going to send someone along to Kimbleton to check on the squire?
Well, I only got one deputy, and I'm not expecting him back from New London until the day after tomorrow. Besides, Kimbleton is expecting a visit from the governor of Massachusetts tomorrow. And I'm not about to interfere in such a celebration to investigate what may turn out to be a false alarm. And so, until we know for certain whether he is or he isn't, you will remain in this cell.
Where's my wife? What have you done with her?
I haven't seen your wife all day. Just for a few minutes when I come into my office this morning. She hasn't been here? Well, I'm very surprised. I told her she was free to come and go. Visit you any time. Oh, by the way, Pike, congratulations.
What for?
What for, he says. I could see she was expecting.
What?
No doubt about it, Pike. When I got into my office, and she was sitting there waiting for me. Somewhat pregnant, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes, if you say so, Sheriff.
I'm sorry she hasn't been to see you, though.
Yeah. Listen, do you think you could find her and tell her I'd like to have a word? Try the hotel, the Overland?
Sure, I'd be glad to. Goodbye for now, Pike.
Sarah?
The sheriff is in his office. He let me in. He'll be back here in a minute.
Where have you been?
Quick. Grab hold of this end of my rope.
What?
I've got it wound around my waist. See?
Yeah.
I've got yards of it under my shirtwaist.
Tied around and around you?
You keep pulling it, and I'll keep twisting around. And that'll uncoil it.
Yes, but...
Now, go on. The sheriff will be here any time.
All right. It's very stout.
Miss Pike?
Yes, Sheriff. Do you mind if I spend a little time with my husband alone?
No, not at all. I have never been accused of being too strict when it comes to visiting hours.
How many yards of this have you got wrapped around you?
Hope I have enough. There, that's it. That's all. Now, Dominicus, listen. Tie one end of the rope as well as you can around the bars of that little window. And then drop the rest of the rope, the other end, outside.
And then what?
Oh, Dominicus, don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
I'm going to have to lock up soon. It's late.
Goodbye until morning, my darling. Good night.
Good night, my dearest Sarah.
Watch for me right below your window in the street. I'll be there in 2 hours. Dominicus? It's me, Sarah. Bucephalus and I are right outside your window. Out here in the street.
I'm quite ready, darling. This end of the rope is tied very tightly to the iron bars of the cell window. Do you think you can do it?
It's not up to me. It's up to Bucephalus. My end of the rope is twisted right around the entire buggy. Now, Bucephalus, this is your chance to free your master. Are you ready? Are you ready, Dominicus?
Yep, ready.
Well, here we go, then. Get up! Oh, you've done it, Bucephalus. You've done it. You pulled all those bars out of the window. Dominicus, what are you waiting for? Push yourself through the window. Get out of there quickly.
Sarah, you're a wonder. To pull the iron cell window right out of its frame by roping it to the buggy. How did you ever think of that?
Oh, thank Bucephalus.
Bucephalus didn't locate yards of rope in the sheriff's office and hide them under his body.
Oh, that sheriff.
Yeah, you realize, of course, we are now both fugitives from the law.
I had to get you out. I want to know as much as you do who did away with Squire Huggins.
You do believe it now?
Oh, I think it's a mistake for us to go straight to Kimbleton. It's the first place the sheriff would look for us.
Yeah, but the squire?
Later. Maybe tomorrow night. But right now, let's turn around and take the post road south. Nobody will ever think of looking for us heading that way.
Sarah? Are you awake?
Where are we? What time is it?
It's close to midnight, Sarah. There's a man up ahead carrying a bundle on a stick. Perhaps we ought to help him on his journey.
Oh, no, don't stop.
Why not? We got room for the three of us. Now, you move back there with our supplies and our clothes. Draw the curtain if you want to sleep a bit. He can ride in front with me.
You remember the last time we stopped for a stranger? The one who told us about the hanging of the squire? We've been in a peck of trouble ever since.
No, that can't happen again. Now, go ahead, move back in there and pull the curtain, Sarah. I have to stop for him. There is such a thing as being a Samaritan, you know.
All right, I'll move back.
Now, whoa, Bucephalus. Whoa, girl. Whoa.
Don't you talk too much. You let him do the talking. Your mouth always gets you into trouble.
Good evening, sir. Which way are you walking?
South. And then more south.
Well, so are we. Why don't you hop in?
Dankeschön.
Come on now. Giddy up. Giddy up, old girl. Come on, then. My name is Dominicus Pike, and what's yours?
Sure. I'm a blacksmith. I'm going to find me a good town. Work hard. No more foolishness for me.
Well, we are artists, my wife and I. Did you see the sign on the buggy? We are prepared to paint in general.
What does that mean?
Oh, anything, everything, from the side of a house to a tin coffee pot, we paint it. Which town are you headed for?
Well, here they need a blacksmith in Parker's Falls.
No, I come from there. We have 2 blacksmiths.
2? Then I go farther south.
Oh, yeah? How far?
And if my legs will carry me to Baltimore.
Your legs look pretty sturdy.
Thanks to God.
Dominicus.
Mr. Fuhrer, will you hold the reins? My wife is in back. She wants me for something. What is it, Sarah?
An Irishman and a German were supposed to have murdered the squire. He's German.
Yes, I see. Well, maybe I can find out. So, you're going to Baltimore, eh, Mr. Fuhrer? Have you been to Kimballton?
Not far from.
And if you've been there recently, maybe you can tell me the real facts about old Squire Huggins, huh? Was the old fella really murdered 2 or 3 nights ago and hung from his pear tree by an Irishman and a German? That's the rumor.
Nein, it's not true. It was an Irishman who hanged him. At 8 o'clock. I left the town at 7 o'clock. Nobody has found the body yet.
Yeah, but if you left Kimballton at 7, sir, how do you know the squire was done in at 8?
I must walk. Very bad for my health to ride. I need walking. Excuse me.
I knew he had something to do with it. I had a feeling.
Look, that blacksmith. He jumped off the buggy and he's running across the field.
Was I right?
Well, you're right. It's what I've said all along. Sarah, we can't go running home now. I'm going to turn this around and start back for Kimballton. This is too strange not to investigate.
No, Dominicus, it's better I do it.
You, Sarah? Why you?
Well, here we are in a field on the outskirts of Kimballton. Suppose that sheriff sent his deputy out to alarm the town in spite of the big visit from the governor of Massachusetts. And they're looking for you. Now, you stay here, and I'll see what I can find out about the squire.
Yeah, but how can you, or a woman alone, find out anything?
Because I don't open my mouth as you do.
Oh.
I open my ears. But first, I'm going to that farmhouse and ask for some bread and milk so you won't be hungry while I'm gone.
Well, I'll be very nervous while you're away.
Well, you know what to do when you're nervous, don't you?
Yeah.
Paint something.
Sarah, you've given me an idea. I think I will.
Dominicus? I've been to Kimballton. It's me, Sarah. Are you in the wagon?
I'm just doing something, Sarah. No, don't pull the curtain open. I'll be right out. What'd you find out? Is the squire dead or alive?
Well, nobody seems to know. All they're talking about is this afternoon's visit of the governor of Massachusetts. Kimballton is decorated from stem to stern in his honor. It's a sister state, you know.
When's he due to arrive?
About noon.
Aha!
What do you mean? Aha. Will you please come out of there? I can't talk to you while you're behind that curtain.
So nobody knows nothing about the squire, huh?
We're not the only ones who are in the dark. The sheriff can't find him either.
The sheriff's here himself?
I saw him.
Did he see you?
I think he did. He was crossing the street towards me, so I quickly went into the ladies' entrance of the saloon where he couldn't follow me and ducked out the back way and, well, ran back here as fast as I could.
Well, that means we can't use our buggy. Stand back, Sarah. I'm coming out.
Oh!
There now. How do I look?
Oh, why, you've painted on your own face.
So I have. Actors call it makeup. How'd you like the handlebar mustaches and the gray hair?
I'd never recognized you.
Yeah, precisely the idea. And the top hat, waistcoat, all from a wardrobe of portraiture clothes.
Why, you look distinguished, Dominicus.
Madam, let me introduce you to the new governor of Massachusetts.
Sarah, the people of Kimbleton look forward to your presence. A ceremony is planned.
I shall be delighted to attend.
Oh, but the governor's supposed to make a speech.
I'll make it for him.
Supposing the real governor of Massachusetts arrives.
Oh, I'll get there first, make the speech, request some transportation, and disappear. Now, Mrs. Pike, if you'll be so good as to step behind the curtain and permit me to apply a little paint, I shall transform you into the good governor's wife.
The Yankee peddlers of those days never said die. True, some of them sold wooden nutmegs, cheeses made of white oak or basswood. But had Dominicus Pike painted a portrait of one of your ancestors, you'd have something really valuable today. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A Yankee peddler, whatever he peddled, tinware, glassware, brooms, washboards, matches, kettles, pots, or portraits, had to live by his wits. No exception was Dominicus Pike, our pioneer painter who disguises himself as a governor to give himself time to solve the mystery of the hanging of Squire Huggins. We are in the village green as all of Kimbleton stands enthralled as Pike the painter plays a part.
And in conclusion, dear friends, as governor of your sister state of Massachusetts, I cannot tell you how much we appreciate being your guests today. I have heard a great deal about the friendliness of Kimbleton. So if members of the welcoming committee can spare us a buggy and a good horse, and perhaps pack us a little luncheon, we shall make a tour of your beautiful countryside and its fascinating people. I thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Now what?
Now we ride out onto the turnpike and slowly approach the squire's farm.
Oh, and then what?
And then we have ourselves a little picnic, which the citizens of Kimbleton have so graciously packed into that big hamper.
And then?
Well, when the sun sets and darkness falls, then, my dear, we shall carefully and stealthily approach the squire's house.
To find what?
Signs of mourning, but hopefully not.
Well, supposing all is well and he is alive.
Then, Sarah, we can look forward to a week of portrait painting.
This evening, when we visit the squire, he's going to think that the governor of Massachusetts is paying a social call.
He'd laugh himself silly if he saw me in this getup. No, you forget he knows me. You know what we'll do? We'll find ourselves a brook and wash off the war paint.
Dominicus.
What?
There's a cloud of dust on the road way back there.
Where?
On the hill, behind us.
I can't see a soul. No, you stay where you are, Sarah.
Well, Dominicus, maybe he wasn't chasing after us after all.
Wasn't chasing us? Yeah, well, it's possible. But we can't take any chances. Now, wait, Sarah, you wait there. I got a better view from over here. No, that rider's cut out somewhere. Taking a side road, as you say. I'm getting up off of the stomach. The way the leaves and the moss stick to you. You're not angry at me, Sarah, are you?
Thankful is the word, Dominicus.
Yeah, well, at least I found a brook for us. It's a little steep, but we can make it.
You know, it could have been the sheriff on that horse.
No, I don't know. If he was in that crowd when I was making that speech, why didn't he step forward then?
Why should he? He's after a peddler, not a governor.
Yeah, wait. See? The road's all clear. No, duck. Get down. Fall on your face. Yeah, that was the sheriff, all right. Who else would have a cigar stuck in his face like that? That feels good. Nothing like fresh brook water on your face. Hand me that bandana, dear.
Now you're your own handsome self.
You all set, Sarah? We'll have to be careful how we get back across the brook on that log. Well, I've worked up quite an appetite to see what they put in the hamper for the governor's lunch.
Stay right where you are, folks.
Oh, it's him. The sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff.
This gun is pointed right at you, Mr. Pike.
So it is.
I want you both to cross that brook and walk towards me.
Now, I don't really want to do that, Sheriff. I'll take my chances and stay right where I am.
This gun is loaded, and I'm an excellent marksman.
Yeah, I'm sure, but it don't make no sense. Why kill me?
An escaped prisoner? A man held on suspicion of murder?
Yeah, where's the body?
And breaking out of jail?
Cause for embarrassment, maybe, but not murder. No, I am not moving, Sheriff. I'm not running away, neither, so if you want to recapture me, you come down here, cross the brook, and I'll be here when you get here. Sarah.
What?
Get down on your hands and knees, as if you were drinking water from the brook, and find me a nice, flat, heavy stone.
All right. I'll come to you. But mind, you run, and this gun goes off.
Sheriff, I'm not stupid enough to want a bullet in the back.
Here's the stone. Now, don't do anything foolish, please.
You're doing fine, Sheriff. It's not very steep. You can make it.
Don't make a move if you know what's good for you, Pike.
I say, Sheriff, is it all right if I pick up this bandana where I dropped it?
All right. No tricks, though.
Here goes.
Oh, you hit him. He's fallen, went down like Goliath.
Come on, Sarah, let's run for it.
You sure that sheriff wasn't badly hurt?
Oh, there'll be a lump on his brow, but I'd say before we hit the toll gate, he'll be awake.
Aren't we a little touched to chase after this will-o'-the-wisp mystery of the squire?
I can't accept it, Sarah. We meet a man on the road, he gives us one story, and the next day another man another story. Well, we've gone to a lot of trouble so far, risked our necks. We can't turn tail now.
Dominicus, there's another rider on horseback coming up behind us.
Yeah, I see him. It's not the sheriff. Different build. Well, what's his hurry? There's a toll gate up ahead, and he'll have to wait.
But he's not. The tollkeeper just waved him on through.
Yeah. Sarah, I'm going to move back behind you and keep out of sight. Now, here's the toll fare. Ask the man about Squire Huggins. You're good at getting information. Good evening, miss.
Oh, here's your toll, sir.
Thank you. I wasn't going to ask you for it. We don't often get such an attractive driver on the Kimbleton Turnpike.
Thank you. I suppose you haven't seen anything of Squire Huggins in the past few days.
Oh, yes. He passed through here just before you. He's around the bend by now.
Squire Huggins?
He's been to Woolfield, attend the sheriff's sale. Usually stops for a chat, but he has the habit of wanting to be home before 8.
And you're quite sure that was the squire?
Oh, yeah. Charge but toll, he says under his breath. think the edge of the squire's property is a few yards up.
Aren't we driving up to his front door?
No, I want to get to the orchard before 8 o'clock. Now, whoa! We'll tie up here and walk the rest of the way. Come on, jump down, Sarah. We're going to run for it.
Run where? Can you see anything?
I know this place in the dark. Take my hand.
I'm glad there's moonlight. Why are we running?
Yeah, I hope it's not 8 o'clock yet. This way, Sarah. Come on. Cut through here and across that field. It leads right into his orchard.
I hope you know what you're doing.
There we are. That's it. That's 8 o'clock. Where are those trees?
Oh, look. There's someone over there on the grass.
Yeah, there are two of them. 2 men under that pear tree. Come on. Help me, Sarah. Help me pull this man away from... Come on, get him. Yeah, I got him. Now, let the other man go. That's the squire. Yeah, I got this one. Go on, Sarah. Help the squire to his feet.
Oh, you all right, Squire? Can I help you up?
Yeah, that's all right. I got this man's arm twisted behind him now. You make one more move, and I'll reach over and choke the breath out of you.
Oh, Dominicus, look. The squire's got a rope around his throat.
Can you loosen it, Sarah? I got my hands full with this fella.
Oh, there, dear. Is it any better?
Squire? Squire, you're an honest man, and I'll believe whatever you tell me. Have you been hanged or not? Are you dead or alive?
Of course he's alive, silly.
Stop right where you are. Put your hands up high. Not you, Squire.
Sheriff? Do you mean my husband, too?
No, not you, Pike. The man you're holding. You. Whoever you are, hold out your hands. That's it. Now just tie these chains around them. You're under arrest.
Oh, wasn't it nice of Squire Huggins to ask us to stay to dinner?
Yes, I expect we'll be having quite a few dinners here.
Where did he go?
Old Huggins is very proud of his wine cellar. He went down there to pick out a special bottle for our meal. Mr. Pike.
Yeah.
I apologize for all my suspicions.
And I apologize for that lump on your head, Sheriff, but, we had to get away. I had a premonition there'd be another try at the squire's life at 8 o'clock.
I never understood why you kept chasing after us, Sheriff. We hadn't done anything.
Well, I had information that 3 men had plotted to rob and kill Squire Huggins. 2 of them successively lost their courage and run away. You, Mr. Pike, met them on the road. My deputy picked them up not long after you saw them. Until I could be satisfied that you were not the 3rd plotter, I had to keep watch over you. As soon as you left the toll gate, I was right behind you. And you led me to the real culprit.
Isn't this a lovely way to spend a quiet evening? Fire going, candles lit, and our host fetching a fine wine for the dinner. You remember your promise, Dominicus?
Oh, yes, I never forget a promise. After this commission, we'll settle down, maybe buy a general store, and only use Bucephalus to drive us to church on Sundays.
Oh, Dominicus, I love you. I love you very much.
If you folks will excuse me, I think I'll join the squire in the cellar and help him select a vintage. I don't think you'll miss me here.
Nathaniel Hawthorne had a way of actually taking you into a world which today exists no longer, making its people, its mysteries, and problems so very real that I'm sure all of us feel we have traveled through the Connecticut Valley, right along the Kimballton Turnpike. I shall rejoin you shortly. I have often thought that were I not born in this century, I'd have liked to be a strolling player to enable me to move about and see the world of people.
Not wait in one place, a theater or studio, for the audience to come to me. And if not a strolling player, then a strolling preacher or peddler. Some line of work to set my feet upon the road so I could pursue unanswered questions or search after the unknown. For it's the mystery of life that fascinates me. And to explore it, you can't stay at home. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction.
Yes, Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. No denying it, there's a great fascination in one man's ability to outwit another by the mere application of wits. We admire a man who is light-fingered rather than heavy-handed. Such a man is, of course, Bradley Layton. Name's familiar? It ought to be. There isn't a police force anywhere in the world which hasn't his name on their most wanted list.
Inspector Conway, let me report I've met up with Bradley Layton, our master thief. We're going dancing tonight.
Ah, splendid idea.
Well, I thought it might be useful to get him out of the way.
All I shall need is 2 hours to search his stateroom for the necklace. Congratulations, Miss Layton. You're doing a fine job.
Inspector, this is the most pleasurable assignment I've ever had in the cause of law and order.
Mystery drama, The Masterminds, based on a story by Jacques Futrell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Russell Horton. When you're at the top of your profession, the word master is added to your trade, such as master builder, master carpenter, master mariner. It's a long list. So it is even in that dubious profession of thievery. The title Master Thief was bestowed on Bradley Layton by newspapers, Scotland Yard, the Sûreté, and the police departments of Chicago, New York, and Boston. Somewhat in anger, but mostly in admiration.
Inspector, I know you in Scotland Yard have a 24-hour day, so I appreciate you seeing me so late in the evening. At least I can begin to learn here.
Well, you'll forgive me for saying so, Miss Layton.
Oh, please, call me Diana.
Diana. But why your Boston police should send a female operative across the Atlantic to study our methods is beyond me.
Well, you have no female operatives here at the Yard?
Well, not in any position of authority. Well, there are some highly trained women chemists in our laboratory, but in the field, no.
Well, Inspector Conway, we in America have found very often a female detective can succeed where a male would be stymied.
Stymied?
Well, at any rate, I'm here to observe and to learn and not to get in your way. Oh, you still haven't caught up with Bradley Layton,
It's a very sore point with us.
We'd like to see him caught, too. That's quite a record of hauls he's had. The Hemingway jewels, the Cheltenham bracelet. How did he manage to get away with that, by the way? The word we got back at home in Boston was the London police knew about it in advance. Miss Cheltenham had invited him to her coming-out party.
First of all, she shouldn't have been wearing anything so valuable. All we know is that Layton strolled out on the lawn with Miss Cheltenham sometime that evening during the party. She dropped the bracelet, and that was it. It was never found. Well, there's no question he lifted it.
And then broke it up, sold it diamond by diamond.
Don't forget the very large emerald.
Layton may have even found a buyer in America. And then what?
Then he disappeared. Who knows when he'll show up next? He's a rascal. We seek him here, we seek him there.
We seek him nearly everywhere. Is he in heaven or is he in hell? That damned elusive pimpernel.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Ah, here we are.
Hello? Hello? Miss Lake, I don't know if you have the same trouble with these contraptions. They've just installed these American inventions of yours all over London and the yard. Hello? Yes, Hartley. Yes, I hear you. Yes, I hear you. Oh, he is? You sure? Well, do about it. What can I... All right. I shall be in my office the rest of the evening if anything breaks. Well, if you want to be on hand when Leighton's in action, young lady, you just may be.
He's here? In London?
Lady Stanley is giving a fancy ball for the ambassador. Small affair, 300 guests. And have a guest, Diana, who is also invited.
Bradley Leighton.
Himself.
Isn't it possible to have the place guarded?
I'm afraid our police are as recognizable as yours. Over here, nobody likes to give a party and see plainclothesmen standing about.
But how did Leighton get invited?
Oh, he always is. If you didn't know how he made his living, you'd believe him the most charming of eligible men.
I'd like to meet him.
Well, I'd like to catch him.
You know, it seems crazy. There he is at that ball, putting the finger on someone's jewels, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, it's probably too late right this minute. The affair started about an hour ago, and Bradley Leighton doesn't wait long before he strikes.
Lady Stanley, I always enjoy dancing with you.
Oh, where have you been keeping yourself, Bradley, dear? It seems the only way to find you is to invite you to a party.
Actually, I can't even remember where I've been. I spent a couple of weeks this summer at Cetro. I did a bit of skiing at some of weeks.
Oh, you bachelors really have the best of all possible lives. You're better off, I suppose, without a wife to take care of. At least you don't have to be constantly giving out pretty gifts.
I do sometimes.
And receive them, too, I notice. I do believe that's an emerald stick pin you're wearing. Oh, from an admirer?
For my part, Lady Stanley, let me be the admirer of your necklace. But then, you know, I have always admired it. Clusters of the blue, white, and the rubies. They aren't generally so well matched.
Well, it's really all I have to remember, Lord Stanley. But Bradley, catch me! I'm falling.
Are you all right, Lady Stanley?
Dear, no, wasn't that a stupid thing to do? Oh my, to fall on the dance floor at your feet, Bradley. It felt like somebody tripped me.
Let me help you up, Lady Stanley. Hold on to me. There we are.
No, I'm not hurt. No, not in the slightest. Oh my, wasn't that stupid of me?
You're sure you're all right?
No, don't you dare treat me like an old lady. No. What were we talking about? Oh, yes, my necklace.
Lady Stanley, I think you must have dropped it. It's not around your throat.
It's not. Oh, dear.
Shall we look back there where you fell?
Oh, yes, we must. I didn't even feel it come off.
Now, let me clear the space where we were. Yes. I'll have the orchestra start playing till we find it.
It must be here somewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would be so good. Mr. Orchestra Leader, would you please stop playing? Ladies and gentlemen, Lady Stanley has dropped a necklace somewhere on the ballroom floor. Now, if everyone would please stand perfectly still where you are and look down at your feet, we ought to be able to find it.
Bradley, dear boy, I feel quite faint.
Well, that's why I led you to this sitting room, Lady Stanley, so that the ball could continue and you could get a chance to recover.
I cannot understand where the necklace disappeared to. I am distressed.
Do you think it's possible to have all of your guests searched?
Searched? At a ball in honor of the ambassador? But how could we? What would people say?
Then you don't think any of your guests here tonight might have made off with the necklace?
My guests? Of course we can't have anyone searched. I'd be the laughing stock of London.
I was only trying to help.
Well, I know you were, dear boy. Oh, I feel better now.
Perhaps we should inform the police.
The police? And insult 300 of my dearest friends? Well, there's time enough for that tomorrow. Now, take my hand, and you and I shall return to the ballroom.
You really feel up to dancing, Lady Stanley?
I have to make an appearance. It's expected of me.
What? Yes, Hartley. Thank you. Thank you. Well, what did I tell you, Miss Lake? Diana, I knew it would happen. Lady Stanley's necklace was stolen last night at her ball. Serves her right. Wouldn't inform anyone or ask the yard for protection. £500,000 gone. Vanished.
Bradley Layton.
Well, who else? Exactly like the Cheltenham case. The only difference, instead of strolling in the dark with one victim, he's dancing with another. Presto, the valuables are gone.
What we in Boston call his M.O., modus operandi, method of operation.
Oh, yes.
Does he always work alone?
Well, generally, sometimes with a male accomplice, sometimes a female. But not often. And never the same confederate twice.
Of course, we haven't actual proof. Did anyone see him remove the necklace from Lady Stanley's neck?
It could only have been Bradley Layton. My assistant just told me that the servants have all been questioned, the butlers, the caterers, musicians, every flunky in the place.
But you haven't questioned Layton himself.
The damned, elusive Pimpernel is not in London. But we'll do the next best thing. Search his apartment here. Yes? What? Well, say that again, Hartley. Hold on. Diana, Bradley Layton is booked to sail for America on the HMS Romantic. Hartley, when? Day after tomorrow. Ah, yes, good news. Now I think we've got him. And then I'll talk to you later. Diana, I have always said that sooner or later a criminal overplays his hand. Bradley Layton, the day after tomorrow, is sailing for Boston. Your hometown, no less.
That's good news.
Rack your brains, dear girl. Why should a man be sailing to America in midwinter?
He's got the necklace, and he's taking it to America to get rid of it.
Yes, good thinking. And once our masterminded jewel thief is on that boat, we've got him. There's nowhere he can hide the necklace. Diana, how would you like to be in on the kill? Come with me aboard. We'll have 10 days to stalk our prey.
I'd be thrilled, Inspector.
I don't think Layton knows me by sight, and he certainly doesn't know you.
Oh, I'll be glad to introduce myself to him.
He'd never get away with this one, even if we do happen to fail, and I doubt that. In Boston, the American customs officials will find the jewels.
KOH in Reno.
Sound that foghorn?
Sounds like foggy weather. And you know what happened to the Titanic.
The Titanic was 10 years ago in 1912. And it wasn't fog they ran into, it was an iceberg.
And there are no icebergs on this route?
Not a one. Didn't that chap from Scotland Yard I've seen you talking to tell you about ocean voyages by steamship?
Mr. Culpepper is from Scotland Yard? Are you sure?
Am I sure? He thinks he's traveling incognito. That gentleman's name is not Culpepper. It's Conway. Herbert Conway, Chief Inspector of the Yard.
You know him?
I'd say over the years I've made a practice of trying to avoid him. Now, if you'll excuse me, Miss,
Diana Lake.
Miss Lake, I must be off for my morning walk round the deck. I shall look for you after dinner. Perhaps you'll join me in a dance this evening in the lounge.
I love to dance.
So do I.
And the funny part of our conversation, did you happen to overhear Inspector Conway? He never told me what his name was.
He will.
You were right, though.
You mean about the necklace? Did he let on?
No. About how handsome and charming he is. We're going dancing tonight.
You are? Well, fantastic progress. Boston certainly has a very smooth operative in you, Diana.
I thought it might be useful.
While you're keeping him on the dance floor, I shall have myself a good old examination of his cabin.
Well, how much time do you need?
2 hours should do it easily. I'm an old hand at this, and in that time I'd be very surprised if I can't come up with Lady Stanley's necklace.
Inspector Conway, I would say this is going to be the most pleasurable assignment I've ever had in the cause of law and order.
The date of our tale is obviously 1922, when travelers crossed the Atlantic aboard a great ocean liner in an unhurried, leisurely fashion. Today, that has changed. I'm not sure for the better. What has not changed is that perpetual chase after the wrongdoers by the right doers. I shall be back shortly with Act 2 of The Masterminds. For the life of me, I have never been able to understand why people make heroes out of master criminals. Is it because they're doing what we don't dare do? Is it because all of us are basically perverse? Or is it because anyone who tries single-handedly to beat the system has our secret admiration? Perhaps before the final curtain rings down, we shall find out.
Beautiful out here on deck, isn't it? I say, aren't you Leighton? Bradley Leighton?
Inspector Conway. I wondered when you'd be around to introduce yourself.
I don't mind having to travel on the same boat as you, but why are you upsetting my approach to this lovely American girl? If I wish to tell her my name's Culpepper, why do you have to stick your nose in?
When you Scotland Yard boys get on an ocean liner, you behave like the rest of us. Why are you on the HMS Romani?
Well, I've been working pretty hard on the Stanley affair. The old man thought I was due for a vacation. See America, you know?
Yeah, that thing at Lady Stanley. I was there, you know. I happened to be the one who noticed her necklace was gone.
Who were you? Oh, yes, so you were. Anyway, I just thought I'd let you know I've staked a small claim on Miss Diana. So ease off, Leighton, would you please?
Mr. Culpepper. After tonight, I'll do that. Besides, I understand there are a few bridge players on board, so starting tomorrow night, I plan to join them in the smoking room. So, you can have the little American lady all to yourself.
Yes, who is it?
Conway here.
Oh, Inspector, come in. Well, success?
You were going to give me 2 hours. I heard the two of you singing at the top of your voices coming down the companionway after only 1 hour.
Well, it was the only way I had to put you wise.
Well, I just managed to unlock the adjoining cabin door and hide there till the coast was clear.
Oh, I was just as upset as you were. The orchestra suddenly got a little under the weather and stopped playing. So, you didn't find Lady Stanley's necklace,
No. Now we'll have another try tomorrow night.
Bradley didn't ask me to dance with him tomorrow night.
He told me he was joining some men playing bridge in the smoking room. Those games go on until 2 in the morning, at least. That'll be our chance.
You want me there?
You came to learn the yard's techniques. What better way?
If he's got Lady Stanley's necklace with him, I'll certainly help you all I can to get them back. So, this is what his cabin looks like. It's a lot grander than mine.
He spends other people's money in great style.
Well, where do we begin, Inspector? I'll admit I'm a bit nervous.
First of all, Diana, should something go wrong and Leighton happens to return unexpectedly from his bridge game, before we're through, I'll let you into the cabin next door.
Well, supposing someone's there.
Well, just apologize, say you must have gotten into the wrong cabin by mistake, and buzz off out through the front door. Don't give them time to think.
What about you?
Leighton knows who I am. He won't be the slightest surprise to find me here searching his cabin. But I want to keep you out of this. Let him go on believing you're just another American girl on a transatlantic voyage. Understand?
Right you are.
First thing now, let's take the bed apart. Get the blankets and sheets off.
I've got them. Now, let's see. I'll go over the mattress carefully and see if he's cut apart any of the stitching. Just enough to hide the necklace.
Fine. I'll check the pillows, blankets, and so on.
There. I sure could learn how to make hospital bed corners from you, Inspector. What next?
Well, pull out those 3 dresser drawers, check the contents, unroll the socks, unfold each handkerchief, and don't forget to look between the back of each drawer and the cabinet.
No sooner said than done.
While you're doing that, I'll untie the bundle of English newspapers, open each one, and shake out each page.
Smarter than we are.
Maybe not. Persistence is what pays.
Haven't we searched everywhere?
Not quite. I want you to go right around this carpet. Along the door, on the walls, under the bed, wherever. Pull it up wherever it's not nailed down. I'm going around the room, standing on a chair. Look for any cracks or spaces near the ceiling where the necklace could have been hidden.
And if that turns up nothing?
We'll return to my cabin and plan further.
Your cabin has a porthole, Inspector Conway. Mine hasn't.
Seniority. All right. So we haven't found anything yet. I say yet, and yet is what I mean. In my opinion, there are 3 further possibilities. 1. Leighton could have left the necklace in the ship's safe to retrieve when we land.
Oh, I doubt that. Especially now, knowing you're on board and knowing that when we land, you'd be watching him like a hawk.
Check. Well, possibility number 2. The necklace is in one of his trunks, which are right now somewhere in the hold. And we would never get to them until the ship docks.
Oh, it doesn't sound like the kind of hiding place he'd use. He'd know you'd alert the U.S. Customs.
What does that leave us? Possibility 3. The necklace has got to be on his person.
Oh, pretty nervy.
That's what he is. I think I should take me a stroll into the smoking room and examine Bradley Leighton myself from toe to head.
What are you going to do? Undress him?
My approach will be that of a vacationing member of Scotland Yard who is unsuccessful in containing his liquor.
Hello, Inspector.
Oh, hello, Leighton. The seas are awfully rough today.
How is the gentleman from Scotland Yard this morning? Still feeling no pain after last night?
I'm afraid I shouldn't have mixed the grape and the grain. How did you know?
Don't you remember?
You helped me to my cabin, and I seem to remember that.
That's all you remember?
Is there more?
Well, about midnight, Conway, you appeared in the smoking room, a little, shall we say, unsteady on the pin.
Plastered?
To the walls. You came up to where I was playing a hand and put your arms around me. You don't remember any of that? I stood up, excused myself to my bridge partner, but you wouldn't let go of me. So I half carried you to your cabin, old boy.
Oh, dear. What can I say?
I had the devil's time with you, Conway. You kept hugging me in a most embarrassing fashion.
Oh, I am ashamed. What can you think of me?
Shall I tell you? If you were pretending in order to frisk me, you're wasting your time. I know nothing about Lady Stanley's stolen necklace other than I happened to be dancing with her the evening it disappeared. Good day, Inspector Conway, or should I call you Culpepper, for I see that young American lady heading this way. I'd walk that walk with exercise, Inspector. It will help.
Good morning, Mr. Culpepper.
Good morning, Miss Legg.
No luck, I gather.
How did you know?
No knock on my cabin door last night.
He's as smart as they come. I went through my entire tipsy repertoire to no avail.
He didn't have the necklace on him.
No, he didn't. There's one more place in his cabin I haven't searched. I'm going back there tonight.
Inspector Conway, isn't it getting a little dangerous?
In what way?
Well, supposing he's armed, a gun.
Oh, he carries a pistol, I know that. But Leighton never uses a gun when he has the upper hand, only to defend himself.
But if he found you in his cabin...
You don't know the man, Diana. Force offends him. He wouldn't stoop to it. I'll be in his cabin at 9 tonight. Would you care to join me?
I wouldn't miss it.
Look up there. See those ventilation ducts overhead? Now, I'll stand on the bed and pry loose the front part. It's just the kind of hiding place no one would notice.
True, I never think to look there.
Now, remember what I said. If Leighton suddenly comes back... Oh, someone is coming. Better put this chair back. I haven't even begun, so we'll both duck into the cabin next door. Good. Cabin's dark. It's empty. Now, let's wait and see if he goes away.
Inspector Conway, is that you in the cabin next door?
Diana, he's playing games. You better get yourself out the front door of this cabin. Hurry.
I'll tell you what, Inspector. Come join me for a nightcap. I'll ring for a bottle of brandy and we can sit here and talk. Maybe I can help you find what you're looking for.
Hold on, Diana. I'll unlock the front door for you.
But what about you?
Bradley Leighton always serves extremely rare brandy. It makes our relationship a pleasure.
You look depressed this morning, Inspector.
Why shouldn't I be? We're nearing land. I'm annoyed and angry, but not defeated.
Maybe his sailing to America had nothing to do with the necklace. Isn't that possible?
My instinct tells me Lady Stanley's jewels are on this ship. No, he's probably got them in his trunk, or in one of them.
Well, then there's no problem. We'll be in Boston Harbor in 2 hours or so, and I'll go send a radio message to the head of the Customs Service. My boss, Chief O'Rourke, knows him personally. I'll tell him to go through every piece of luggage Leighton's got until he comes up with the necklace. I was so long, but I waited for an answer. The chief said they'd take care of the luggage and Leighton as soon as he gets off the ship.
Good.
But he won't get away with anything.
That's him, forward on the deck below us.
Oh.
Do you see that?
Oh, he's certainly handsome. He's been avoiding me, don't ask me why. I know I wasn't that bad a dancer, but he never asked me a second time.
Diana, look out ahead. There's a motorboat headed this way.
Is that the pilot?
No, not in that thing. That boat's built for speed. The man at the wheel is waving at us.
No, he isn't. He's waving at Leighton. See? Look down there, forward. Leighton's waving back.
Ahoy there! Reggie! Hello, Harry! What brings you here? I heard you were aboard. Came out to meet you. How was the trip? Boring, I'm afraid. Look, I got a package of American newspapers here. I'll throw them up to you. You might enjoy them.
Inspector Conway, something's going on down there. I think we ought to see what it is.
Thanks. I've got them. Now, I've got a bundle here of some English papers for you. Catch! There's something in them that will interest you. Righty-o! I'll be in back for sure. See you on the dock, lady.
Inspector, aren't you going to do something?
By Jove. There goes the necklace. Diana, tell the wireless operator to get you the Coast Guard. Explain the whole thing. That motorboat's got to be intercepted and searched. And to think I'm standing 25 feet from the whole transaction doing nothing. If I were my chief, I'd fire myself.
At
At this point, it appears that the master criminal mind has outwitted pursuit. As always, I ask myself, what will happen when two antagonists on opposite sides of the law are pitted against one another? And then I realize that is precisely what the third act of Mystery Theater is for. In short order, I shall be bringing that act to you. As author Jacques Futrelle describes the scene, Inspector Conway watched the motorboat speeding towards Boston. It spoke to no other craft, passed near none, until it disappeared into Boston Harbor. Shortly thereafter, the HMS Romantic tied up at the dock. Bradley Layton was taken to a special room and searched, as was his baggage.
There's my chief. Inspector Conway, come with me. Patrick!
Diana, got your messages.
Inspector Conway, I'd like you to meet my chief, Patrick O'Rourke, Boston Police.
Scotland Yard, eh?
I'm very pleased to know you, Chief O'Rourke.
I don't often get away from my desk, but Diana's been sending wires from abroad about this Leighton character. We've heard of him, so I thought I'd give the customs people a hand. Have they examined his luggage?
Right down to the toothbrush.
Well, we've had the man stripped, nothing on him. Had to let him go.
The motorboat?
Coast Guard brought her in, hired the pilot, a man called Harry Cheshire. Examined him. We took that little craft apart piece by piece, even raised it out of the water. Nothing.
Those newspapers?
Just English newspapers.
Oh, it can't be.
It was.
I could have sworn.
Wait a minute. Patrick, isn't there a few minutes when she's rounding the breakwaters to get into the harbor that she was out of sight? Maybe that's when they transferred the stuff to another boat.
Right, it's true. There are about 3 minutes when the motorboat was out of sight. But nothing that floats or swims came nearer. I'll tell you what. Let's get your bags together. Yours, Inspector, and Diana, yours. And then both of you come back with me to headquarters. We'll sit down. You give me all the background on this jewel thief. And if I can help, I'll be glad to.
So, he's here in America in the clear, and we are, as you say, stymied.
Inspector, how many stones in that necklace?
77 diamonds and 50 rubies. 127. Very good haul.
Tell me now, that man in the motorboat, was he really English or was he acting?
No, there's no question. Actually, he was a Cockney. That's an accent very hard for anyone to imitate.
English? Cockney?
Well, does it make a difference?
Well, only that Leighton might be more likely to have an English accomplice. We'll check into this Harry Cheshire. My feeling, Inspector, is this Leighton never had the jewels with him, and he's making a fool of you. If it weren't for that bundle of newspapers Leighton threw into that motorboat, I'd say forget it. He didn't bring the stuff with him. So, I must assume he did hide the jewels in his stateroom, and that Harry Cheshire is a Confederate and received the stolen goods in the motorboat and made off with them.
Well, if so, how were they brought ashore?
Harry Cheshire couldn't have swallowed 127 gems. So, I ask you, what have we?
Nothing.
I don't agree with you, Inspector. Instead of nothing, we have the answer. I just may be able to give you the name and address of the man who has the jewels at this moment. Assuming, of course, that Leighton brought them with him. If you'll excuse me, Diana, take care of the Inspector. I'm going to the next office and place a call or two. Be right back.
Miss Lake, Diana, is your chief joking?
No, Inspector. But he's quite a wonder.
Do you mean to say that I've been working to get hard evidence against Bradley Leighton for months, in 3 cases, and all O'Rourke has to do is make a phone call for the name and address of the man who's got the swag?
If Patrick O'Rourke told me he was going into the next room to bring back the Pacific Ocean in a teacup, I'd believe him. I
think I got it for you. I wrote down the name, Inspector. Here. Now, see if you can read my writing.
Henry C.H. Manderling. Scituate. What's a Scituate?
It's a town in Massachusetts. Here, I'll show you on the map.
Henry Manderling has probably got the necklace right now, in whole or in part. Diana, it's your assignment. To go on insisting the inspector and find him somewhere to stay, somewhere near Scituate.
Is that all you're going to tell us, Patrick?
It's the inspector's case.
Well, let's go then.
All the stones will be unset, and you'll probably find them in miniature oilskin bags, about as small as your little finger.
We'll follow it up, Chief. And when we apprehend Leighton and Cheshire and Manderling, we'll call you.
No, don't thank me, Inspector Conway. Hands across the sea. I'm sure the Yard will do the same for us.
Have we much further to walk, Diana? It's getting quite dark.
I'm not really sure, Inspector. I've never been to Scituate before. But when I asked in that store in the village, they said that Henry Manderling's was the last house along the cliffside. Oh, that's the house. I'm sure of it. See, it's smaller than all the other mansions that face the ocean, but it's made of stone, and that's what they told me.
There's a lot of birds about.
Now, let's follow this gravel path around the back door. There's no sign of anyone inside. No lamps lit. Probably no one home. So, let's get in and do the job real fast.
Diana, come here. I'm in the kitchen.
Are you all right? Have you found something?
Shine your torch onto the table where I have mine.
My torch? Oh, yes, my flashlight. No, wait a second. I'll put my gun in my other hand.
Well, how do you like that?
Where did you find them?
Hidden inside the sugar bowl.
Little tiny oilskin bags. Just like the chief said. Oh, open one of them, Conway. Let's make certain. Here, right on the table. Oh.
Beautiful, aren't they?
Oh.
There's no question. Those are the stones from the Stanley necklace.
Oh, it didn't take you long to find them, Inspector.
Well, I felt so awkward in front of your Chief O'Rourke to have come 3,000 miles empty-handed that when he told me where to look, I would have felt the greatest fool in the world if I hadn't found them.
Shh! Someone's coming. Douse your light.
Yeah. After that little walk along the cliffs area, I think a drink is in order. Now, where do you keep it?
Here, in the kitchen. Will I light the oil lamp? Gentlemen, put your hands up. Leighton, I want you.
Leighton's got a gun. Come on.
He's running out the door. I'll get him. You take care of Harry.
I don't know nothing.
Harry, why don't you run out the door like your friend Leighton?
With a bullet in my back? I'm not going nowhere.
So you're going to let him get away, and you'll be hit with the whole rap.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We'll see. Okay. Now move. You heard me. Move. Out the front door.
Wait a minute. Where'd you want me to go?
I want you to take me outside and show me that little house you have next to this one.
What little house?
Where you keep your pigeons, Harry. Come on now. Move.
Homing pigeons, Diana. You hit the nail on the head.
Patrick, you knew that all along.
Conway, don't you think Scotland Yard ought to make our Diana an honorary member?
I saw those pigeons roosting when Inspector Conway and I went up to search the house.
Well, I seem to be the only one who didn't notice the difference between pigeons and seagulls.
Inspector Conway, you found the jewels. And that's, after all, what you came to America for.
Yes, but I lost Bradley Leighton. He disappeared over those cliffs like a ghost.
Now, we phoned the Scituate police. Asked them to put up a roadblock, but no luck.
Well, too late.
Don't feel too badly, Conway. Now, we got Harry Cheshire, so even if Leighton is loose, he'll never have his accomplice.
Who was Henry C. Manderling?
Henry C.H. Manderling. Henry C.H., you see, Harry Cheshire. my long shot. You see, it had to be homing pigeons. What else could have scammed out of that boat without being noticed? You know, birds in the water. People would think seagulls like you did. Easy enough to tie the bags of stones to their feet. Up they went, homeward bound.
That wasn't a long shot?
No. I called the Homing Pigeon Association. What Englishman living around here kept a couple of dozen homing pigeons? And they gave me the name.
How can I thank you, Chief?
You comfortable, Diana?
Very. Are you, Bradley?
Very.
I like being wrapped up in a blanket lying on a steamer chair. Oh, but I don't like the sound of that, though.
Oh, that's foghorn?
I want to get to wherever we're going, safely. You know what happened to the Titanic.
My darling girl, don't you remember my telling you that the Titanic ran into an iceberg, not fall? You know, I've been thinking about Inspector Conway, Diana.
Inspector Conway? I thought he was real sweet.
I've been thinking, what are they going to do to him in London when he gets back to Scotland Yard and plunks down what he thinks are Lady Stanley's rubies and diamonds, and they all turn out to be imitation?
And I've been thinking, what is Chief Patrick O'Rourke going to say when Detective Diana Lake never returns from her vacation?
Fortunately for law-abiding citizens, a Bradley Layton, a mastermind who can conceive and execute a robbery of such magnitude, doesn't appear on the police blotters every day of the week. However, unfortunately, all the cunning ones have not been caught. But at least we know who they are. I'll be back shortly. We were speaking of cunning, but we can comfort ourselves that eventually a cunning person overreaches no one but himself. As Ben Jonson put it, cunning derives its effectiveness from the credulity of others. It really requires no extraordinary talents to lie and deceive. Our cast included Russell Horton, Carol Teitel, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is KOH in Reno.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. All I can give you, I give. Heart of my heart, were it more. Love that should help you to live. A song that should help you to soar. The poet sings of love without limit. But how much can you give for love? Happiness, fulfillment, even life itself. Sometimes the greatest gift can be death.
I told you, Juliet, Lester is not a man to be trusted.
Please. He might as well fall in love with her as with anyone else.
Your husband and your best friend? It doesn't bother you to see them in each other's arms.
I must not be jealous or small-minded. All of this with her is meaningless.
Of course it is, dear. If you say so.
Our mystery drama, Poor Lester, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan. It stars Terry Keane and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It's your way of looking good. You're looking good. Having fun in summer like you should.
Had some beautiful
colorful color to your summer with Avon's exciting new color cream makeup. Moisturizing makeup with color that lasts and lasts through long summer days.
You've got lots of things to do, so we bring Avon right to you. It's Avon summer, and you never look so good.
Tell Ken in Harrisonburg, Virginia, does Quaker State really help cars last?
Well, my car has over 100,000 miles on it, and the oil's been changed regularly with Quaker State, and I really think that's what's helped make my Cutlass last. She's been really good to me and other friends when their cars are broken down. I know it's terrible to say, but I really wish she'd die. I'd like to get a new car.
Quaker State helps cars last. Maybe that's why Quaker State is America's #1 selling motor oil.
My name is Brian Weber.
Don't miss a moment of all the exciting college and high school football action this fall because you're sitting too far from the field. Herber's Camera Shop in Champaign's campus town can take you right to the middle of the action with a pair of Minolta binoculars. Minolta specializes in pocket and compact binoculars to zoom you right onto the field without being saddled with the bulk and weight of conventional binoculars. And since Minolta has been a leader in photographic lenses for many years, you're assured of precision optics. Stop at Herber's and check out the Minolta binoculars. You'll see a world of difference. And while you're at Herber's, be sure to stock up on all the film and supplies you'll need to capture the excitement and color of the coming season forever. Herber's Camera Shop, your hometown camera shop at 608 East Green in Champaign's campus town.
The French have a saying, the one who is absent is always wrong. This has inspired a number of similar aphorisms, including the one that provides the text for our story. The one who survives is always guilty. Lester Keyworth is an agronomist. He sincerely believes that he knows more about scientific farming than anyone in the world. He may even be right. He is driving home from a lecture. That is, he is being driven by his wife, Juliet. And since I just happened to use that word, driven, I see that it has great application as far as Lester Keyworth is concerned. In many ways, he is a driven man.
Darling, you were marvelous.
It was an exercise in futility.
Oh, no, Lester, darling. They listened. They really listened.
No, but once again, I was casting pearls before swine.
How can you say that? Didn't they honor you with the International Award?
Well, I'd rather they'd honored me less and listened to me more.
Darling, they'll see it. One day they'll see it.
Why can't they see it now? Why do millions of people have to die first? Now, I can increase the yield of rice by at least 15% an acre on the same amount of land and cultivation now.
Darling, you're upsetting yourself.
I have been out in the field, and you know what it is?
Yes, dear, I know. Politics.
Don't brush it off so lightly.
I'm only trying... Where's he going?
Who? What?
The truck. Wait, he's crazy. He's going to run us down.
Lady?
What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
All right, okay, now you just take it easy. Take it easy.
Lester, my husband. Where's my husband? He's dead, isn't he? He's dead. What have you done with my husband? Juliet. Oh, I came as soon as I heard there was an accident. I didn't know which one of you was hurt. Louise. How is he? He's going to die. Oh, no. He can't live. The doctor told me there's been too much injury. It's only a matter of hours. Well, but surely there's... No, there's nothing anybody can do, and it's my fault. Oh, no, it isn't. It is. I spoke to the police. They told me the driver of the truck was drunk. He jumped the divider into your lane.
It doesn't matter. It's still my fault. I was behind the wheel. I should have done something.
There was absolutely nothing you could have done.
That truck ran us down, and he's so badly hurt he has to die. And me, look at me. Not even a single scratch. He dies and I live. Why?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense. It isn't right. He's the one who had something to give to the world. Me, who am I? I'm nobody. Had he been spared, he could have saved millions of lives.
There's nothing we can do.
I would be willing to die in his place. I would give my life if it could save his.
Yes, dear.
I really would make that bargain.
Bargain? Well, but you talk as if
what?
Well, I don't know. As if there were actually someone you can make that bargain with. But there isn't. Now, come on. We'll go down to the coffee shop and have something hot.
Alcestis.
Juliet, let's go. Alcestis? What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
No, you did. It was a word. It sounded like Alcestis. Who?
Queen Alcestis.
I've never heard of her.
She was a queen in ancient Greece.
Oh?
Her husband's name was Admetus. And one night he lay dying, just as my husband is dying now. She prayed to the gods, to her ancient gods, to spare him. And they answered her. They said they would.
Oh, but that's all a myth. Juliet, why don't we get that coffee? You'll feel much better.
The gods agreed they would spare him if someone else were willing to take his place in the land of the dead. And she said, take me. Take me. I'm willing.
And did they?
Yes. She died for him. And I would die for Lester. But there's no one I can talk to.
Now, Juliet, get a hold of yourself.
It's how I feel. I want to go out.
Oh, yes, the air will do you good. We'll go for a little walk.
No, I want to go by myself.
It's nighttime.
Please, let me be alone. For just a little while.
All right. But be careful.
Me.
Yeah, well, you're lucky I'm a cop. I could have been somebody who'd do more than just startle you. What are you doing here?
Nothing.
Well, can't you find a safer place to do nothing this hour of night?
I'm just sitting here looking at the river. Is that against the law?
Well, it's against the law of common sense. Now, why don't you go home?
I don't want to go home.
Mm-hmm. It's a free country. What can I tell you? If you hear anything or see anything out of the way, scream as loud as you can. Maybe it'll help.
Alcestis. Oh, who's that?
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
May I join you?
I was just leaving.
Oh, don't go.
But I really have to.
And I was hoping we might have a little chat.
I have to go to the hospital. My husband...
There has been no change. He's still alive. Not by much, but he is still with us.
What are you saying?
Looking at you, you don't resemble her very much at all.
Resemble who?
Alcestis. Oh, no. You are much more beautiful.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you?
You know who I am. Zeus.
Zeus?
King of the ancient gods.
But that That's impossible.
Is anything impossible for a god?
But Zeus and all those gods, they're dead.
No god is dead, if you believe in him.
No, I'm dreaming.
Are you?
Why have you come here?
You called me, and I am happy to oblige.
But why have you come?
Well, frankly, I have little choice. I have a wife, Hera, or perhaps you know her as Juno. We have children, Aphrodite, or you may have called her Venus, and Ares, Hermes. It's a long, long list. I have to support them, and I have practically no work these days.
I still don't understand.
Oh, please, don't embarrass me.
Embarrass you? How?
Compared to what I was at one time, this is quite a come down. Don't force me to speak in a crass and materialistic manner.
What am I forcing you to do?
You are making me state the bald, unadorned truth, which is, we're all pretty much like a political machine. If we want the voters to support us, then we must be prepared to service the voters. Or in other words, do favors. You want to die for Lester Keyworth, just as Alcestis died for Admetus. To show you how truly I hold your interests at heart, I would like to talk you out of it.
Why?
Poor Alcestis. She wasn't really very attractive, and Admetus was a most imposing figure of a man. He married her for her father's money. The silly girl thought he adored her. Actually, she was grateful to him in the way that only a plain girl can be grateful to a handsome lover. She felt he did her a favor, and dying in his stead was her way to repay him. Did Lester Keyworth also do you a favor?
Yes.
But you are beautiful.
He's a man of genius. And he chose me for his wife. Compared to him, what am I?
You were a student in his class. He was twice your age.
I fell madly in love with him.
Were you looking for a father figure?
Certainly not.
In ancient times, people had a father figure. Me. Now that I'm abandoned, your new priests, the psychiatrists, send you on all those fruitless chases. Lester Keyworth did not do you a favor. It was the other way round. You brought him youth and freshness, which he never really took advantage of.
There's more to life than just the physical.
Perhaps, but not very much. He was a stuffy man. You have all the wisdom, the insight.
It isn't true.
Neither of you is aware of it.
I love him. I love him so much. I want to die for him.
You believe this?
I know you must think it's foolish.
Yes, but it is your foolishness, your very precious foolishness. If you desire to endow it with idealism and holiness, why, you are simply behaving like a human being. I shall permit you to die for him.
You permit me?
Yes.
Assuming that it could be done, what am I required to do?
You are required to believe in me.
Believe in you.
You must become mine without doubt, without reservation.
But I don't believe in you.
Then how do you account for me?
You are a clever man, obviously very well educated. I have been sitting here talking to myself, and you must have overheard me. So you're creating this little joke.
Hey, lady, who are you talking to?
Officer, I'm talking to this gentleman here.
This gentleman, which gentleman?
This gentleman who's sitting beside me on this bench.
I asked you if you are all right. You're not.
Mr. Zeus, or whatever your name is, there's something wrong with this policeman's eyesight. Please tell him that...
He cannot see me.
What do you mean?
He can't see me. He can't hear me.
Why not?
Because he hasn't sent for me.
Lady, now you sit right here. There's a call box down the street. I'm going to send for a cab, and he'll take you home whether you like it or not. Now, you just sit there.
Now, do you believe in me?
Yes. Yes, I believe believe in you. I believe in you.
I don't know. If I were sitting out there, I'd probably believe in him too. So it seems she's going to die for her husband. But obviously she's the heroine of our story. Can we afford to lose her so soon? Right at the end of the first act? Be of good cheer. Even if she dies, I can guarantee it won't be the end of her. Act 2, very shortly.
Oh, great master.
Yes?
My daughter and I have traveled far to seek your wisdom.
Is that your daughter with the,
bag over her head?
Bag.
Yes. Say hello, April.
Hi.
Why is
Her
she...
cream rinse gives her hair the greasies.
Oh, Daddy.
Yes, that bag looks like it held a 6-year supply of French fries.
What can we do, sire?
Well, let's see here. Take the root of the embo bush.
I tried that.
The juice of the deagleberry.
Well, nothing works. All impermanent greasies. Oh, no.
Now, look, I'll tell you what my kids use. Agree cream rinse and conditioner.
Agree?
Yes, Agree cream rinse and conditioner is 99% oil-free.
Oh.
So it helps stop the greasies.
No more greasies. I won't have to brown bag it.
Yes, my daughter's hair became so beautiful she was elected homecoming queen at Guru U.
Wow.
How can I thank you for telling me about Agree?
Give me some advice. Should I let my daughter wear pantyhose?
How old is she?
28.
Oh, then I think...
Both legs?
Yes, both.
Fine.
You can search the wide world over and may never find anything that can help stop the greasies better than Agree cream rinse and conditioner. And be sure and try Agree shampoo. It helps stop the greasies too.
What do boating, flying, hunting, nature study, and astronomy all have in common? A pair of quality Nikon binoculars can make all of these activities and others more enjoyable for you. With football season just beginning, a good pair of Nikon binoculars from Rivers Camera Shop can put you in the middle of the action. Professional scouts, sports writers, and broadcasters have known for years that binoculars are an indispensable part of their equipment. At Rivers, you can see many different models of Nikon binoculars, so you can choose the pair that best fills your needs, from compact to wide angle to night viewing. No one knows more about precision optics than Nikon. After all, they've been making quality photographic lenses for years. All of the models come complete with neck strap and zipper pouch or a hard leather case, and eye cup, shoulder straps, and other accessories are available. See the complete line of Nikon binoculars today at your hometown camera shop, Herbers at 608 East Green in Champaign's Campus Town.
Some, it's the beginning. As the Roman poet Virgil said, amor omnia vincit. Love conquers all. And this is exactly what our heroine, Juliet Keyworth, has in mind. To love, she will surrender absolutely everything. She will hold nothing back, not even her life.
Then we agree. I take your life.
What am I required to do?
You've already done it. You believe in me.
Yes.
You will die.
If it means he's going to live.
My dear Juliet, I wish I could talk you out of it.
Please hurry.
Why? You will be dead a long time.
Look down the block. The police officer is making the call.
Don't worry about the police officer.
But he'll be back here in just a minute.
Don't concern yourself with minutes. You have all of eternity.
Could I ask you a favor?
A favor?
I know I'll be dead and everything, but could I be able to see how he is afterward?
Oh.
I suppose that means I'm asking for too much.
Well, that was not in my plan.
But I just have to know.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
In the old days, you wouldn't have had a prayer. But now, like everyone else, I suppose, I have to offer specials.
Oh, the police officer, he's coming back. What are you going to do?
Oh, it's quite simple. We shall restage the accident.
Oh.
The automobile accident.
Do I have to go through that again?
Yes, it's the only way.
Will it hurt?
Oh, my dear, you're going to be killed. You can still change your mind. I wish you would.
No. Go ahead.
Listen. That's your automobile. Look closely. What do you see?
I see myself. I'm sitting in the car.
You're behind the wheel, just as you were.
Lester. I'm sitting next to Lester.
And now, look. See, that truck. He's about to jump the divider. You blow the horn. And you scream.
He's crazy. He's going to hit us.
All right, keep moving. Just keep moving. Keep it moving.
The ambulance attendant is talking to Lester, and Lester says to him,
My wife! What's happened to my wife?
Oh, Lester, poor Lester.
What do you mean, poor Lester? You're the one who just died.
It proves he loves me.
I thought Alcestis was bad enough, but you're in a class by yourself.
Look, we're in the hospital.
And look who's here.
It's Louise. Lester. Oh, Lester, I came as soon as I heard. I didn't know which one of you was hurt.
Oh, Louise.
How is she?
The doctor just told me. She's dead.
Oh, poor Lester.
Again, poor Lester. You're the one who just died.
What's the point in feeling sorry for the dead? It's Lester who needs her sympathy now.
You know something? I believe he's going to get it.
How did it happen?
We were hit by a truck.
Oh, who was driving?
He was.
Oh, poor girl. She paid very dearly for her carelessness.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now listen to that.
Louise never thought I was a good driver, and truthfully with some justice.
But why does he agree with her? He knows the other fellow jumped the divider.
He's obviously in a state of shock.
You can see she's not wasting any time.
What do you mean?
Now, Juliet, you know what I mean.
Oh, no. Louise is my dearest friend.
The dead have no friends. Listen.
Poor Lester. What are you going to do now?
I don't know.
Let me take you back to the house.
Isn't she sweet?
Well, he's obviously in no condition to take care of himself.
Well, have you seen enough?
You promised me.
Oh, you want to see more?
You agreed.
But I can tell you exactly what's going to happen.
Please.
Very well, if you insist.
Now, are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you, Louise. The soup was delicious.
You know why it was delicious, my dear Juliet. She put salt in it.
Well, she doesn't know he's supposed to be on a low-sodium diet.
Oh, she doesn't?
Now you just relax, Lester, and I'll get the kitchen cleaned up. I don't know where to begin. It's a mess. Poor Juliet. She was a lovely girl, but she certainly wasn't a neat housekeeper.
Oh, listen to your friend.
Well, it's true. I was too busy doing a great deal of work for Lester. Now, Lester, dear, you must let me set this place to rights. Oh, you look so tired. Why don't you go to bed? Rest, forget, and I'll be back here first thing in the morning to make you breakfast.
Well, one thing you have to say in her favor. At least she didn't spend the night. Not the very first night you're gone. But don't wager on the second.
Oh, Louise. Well, you're still here since this morning?
Well, there is so much to do. Well, how does the place look?
Huh? Oh, it looks different.
Yes, do you like it this way?
Yes, I believe so.
Don't you think it looks a little more neat and orderly?
Yes, it seems to.
While Juliet was here, the decor seemed to express her personality, which was undisciplined, cluttered. Now it should reflect yours, which is orderly, precise. Does it give you that feeling?
Yes. Yes, I think it does.
And I've also tried to put a little suggestion of style into it. Do you sense it?
Yes.
Juliet was a lovely girl, but she had absolutely no concept of style. But I couldn't help it. I was colorblind. You know that, Louise.
Oh, don't shout at her. She can't hear you.
But it's true, and she knows it. He knows it, too.
Remember, you wanted to be a witness to this. Have you seen enough?
No.
It isn't going to get any better.
Lester, I've gone through your wardrobe. Oh, I hope you don't mind. But may I speak frankly?
Yes, of course.
I think you need a new one.
But most of my clothes are new.
Well, I'd better not say anything. It would only reflect on Juliet.
How?
Well, didn't she choose your wardrobe?
Yes.
Then that must be the end of it.
No, but Louise...
No, forget it, Lester. It's simply something I cannot discuss. You see, I told you she was my good friend.
Darling, she believes in one task at a time. The first night, she destroys your cooking. The second, your housekeeping. Wait, the campaign is young yet.
Hello, Lester.
Louise.
Oh, may I come in?
Yes, but I was just leaving. I'm giving a lecture.
I know. That's why I'm here. How do you propose to get there?
How? Why, Julia...
Yes?
Oh, I've forgotten.
Oh, I knew you would.
Well, it's just that she always made the arrangements. And I am really lost without her.
I have my car outside.
Oh, Louise, this is so good of you.
Do you have your notes?
No, oh, yes.
Lester, are you going to wear that tweed jacket?
Well, I always wear it.
Oh.
Is there something wrong with it?
It's 7:30, Lester. We can just about make it.
Well, how did it go?
Fine.
Oh, do you really think so?
What do you want me to say, Lester?
The truth.
Watch her, dear Juliet. The woman is absolutely tops in her class. See how she manages that troubled look. How she protests. How she lets him draw it out of her.
You say you want the truth. I wonder. But I'll take the chance. Let us begin, Lester, with what your audience saw tonight. They saw a man dressed in ill-fitting, seedy-looking clothes.
But these clothes, my entire wardrobe...
Was chosen by Juliet.
Yes, and they are of excellent quality.
But they don't project the proper image.
What do you mean by image?
Oh, Lester, your image is that of an eccentric, unworldly college professor, but you're talking to businessmen. And you want them to invest money in your schemes.
They are not schemes. They are carefully researched, fully documented, scientific...
Anytime a businessman is asked to invest money, he considers it a scheme. Not only do you present an image he doesn't approve of, you speak a jargon he cannot understand.
Well, as Juliet used to say, I am just throwing pearls at swine.
Then why didn't she tell you to stop? As an expert in scientific farming, you know that swine derive no nourishment from pearls. Why don't you feed them what they can eat?
What? I just don't understand.
It's quite simple, darling. I know this may sound as if I'm being disloyal to my friend Juliet, but you insist on the truth. Juliet loved you, but she wanted you all to herself. She didn't want to share you with the rest of the world. She was afraid she would lose you if you became famous.
Now there is a true and loyal friend. What do you say to that, Juliet? Juliet?
It may have been true. Subconsciously, I may have been frightened.
Why are you present-day people so obsessed with the subconscious? When you worshipped us, we took care of it. But, oh, yes, Louise has reloaded and is ready for another salvo.
Juliet, without meaning to, perhaps, impeded your progress. She wrote speeches for you that were long, dry, statistical treatises. Well, tonight's fiasco is an example. She dressed you in a dull, drab, colorless costume. Lester, you need someone to take you in hand.
Have you heard enough, Juliet?
I must have been doing something wrong.
She's going to marry him.
He's not a man who can live alone. He needs a woman.
Your best friend?
The important thing is for him to succeed in his work to feed the hungry. That's why I gave my life for him. If she can help him more than I could, then I'll bless her. And I shall not have died in vain.
My poor girl, one day you'll realize that in the end, everyone dies in vain.
And on that somber philosophical note, we leave you for a brief intermission. You must admit, we are seeing selflessness on a level that is scarcely, if ever, met with here below, or even up above, for that matter. How wonderful to be loved like that. How wonderful and how terrifying. Act 3 will shortly be upon us.
I'm Susan Anton for Serta Perfect Sleeper. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Serta. Be a perfect sleeper by a perfect sleeper by Serta. I love my Serta Perfect Sleeper because it gives me the top comfort I want and the deep support I need for a great night's sleep. Top comfort comes from plush layers of Certifoam puff quilted to quality fabrics and fine upholstery materials. Inside, Serta's famous construction gives you the deep support you need. Underneath it all is the patented Certalock foundation that perfectly complements your mattress. Top comfort, deep support. You get both from every Serta Perfect Sleeper. That's firmness that feels good. So, be a perfect sleeper.
Don't miss a moment of all the exciting college and high school football action this fall because you're sitting too far from the field. Herber's Camera Shop in Champaign's campus town can take you right to the middle of the action with a pair of Minolta binoculars. Minolta specializes in pocket and compact binoculars to zoom you right onto the field without being saddled with the bulk and weight of conventional binoculars. And since Minolta has been a leader in photographic lenses for many years, you're assured of precision optics. Stop at Herber's and check out the Minolta binoculars. You'll see a world of difference. And while you're at Herber's, be sure to stock up on all the film and supplies you'll need to capture the excitement and color of the coming season forever. Herber's Camera Shop, your hometown camera shop at 608 East Green in Champaign's campus town.
I love thee, asks the celebrated poem of Mrs. Browning, and it lists an impressive catalog of ways, ending with, and I shall but love thee better after death. This seems to be the situation with our Juliet Keyworth, who has given her life so that her husband Lester might live on. One thing the late Mrs. Keyworth is finding out: widows may pine away in loneliness, but widowers rarely go to waste.
Let me help you, Lester. Let me take you in hand. You need someone like me.
I feel so confused, so lost.
You're a man of brilliance, a man of genius.
Well, that's what Juliet used to say.
But Juliet didn't know what to do about it.
Do about it?
Oh, you and Juliet, you were such children.
Oh, now, hold on a minute, Louise.
Well, I thought you liked frank conversations. Juliet humored you. I will not. Lester, don't you see why some men of ability succeed while others fail?
Well, I suppose it's luck.
It's packaging, merchandising.
But you speak as if I were a bowl of breakfast cereal.
Oh, Lester, darling, give me a chance.
A chance?
For years, I've watched Juliet ruin every opportunity. What could I say? She was my friend. Let me do you over.
You'd think he was an apartment. Well, my dear Juliet, you've been remarkably quiet through all this.
What is there to say? I couldn't do anything for him.
Why couldn't he do anything for himself?
He's very unworldly.
Is that true? Or was it perhaps the way you wanted him?
I don't know.
Well, dear, that's what we're about to discover, isn't it?
Lester, let's look at you. Here, in the mirror. See? Your hair stylishly full.
Well, maybe I should have cut off my beard.
No. Properly trimmed, it's permissible. And the suit, neat, subdued. Oh, you'll look just like any of those people you'll be talking to tonight. Have you gone over the speech?
Yes, but I'm really not sure of it.
Well, let me hear you.
Gentlemen, this evening...
No. The authoritative voice of a man who is in full command.
Gentlemen, yes. This evening I intend to talk to you not about primitive people who have to be helped, but of a market.
Good.
An opportunity waiting to be created.
Oh, that's good.
Well, I really don't believe a word of it.
Why not?
Well, what I'm saying is that if these people can raise enough food to keep from starving, they'll present us with a market for our manufactured goods.
Isn't that true?
Yes, but that's far off in the future, and, well, it isn't the reason that we should be helping them.
Why should we help them?
Because it is the right thing to do.
That was Juliet's opinion.
Well, she was right.
And where did it get you? Try it my way, Lester. What have you got to lose? Oh, darling, I told you. Didn't I tell you?
Did you hear how they applauded?
They wouldn't stop.
I never had a reception like that before.
Oh, and this is just the beginning.
You speak our language, Professor. Yes, that's what they kept saying.
Oh, you're going to get offers.
Offers?
Yes, from foundations, from the government, from industry. Oh, Lester, you have ideas. Fresh new approaches. You'll see.
I just feel so different. Something has come over me.
My, you look different. Oh, 20 years younger.
Oh, well, do I?
You're a very attractive man.
Louise?
Yes, Lester.
Juliet, my dear, do you want to hear this?
He might as well fall in love with her as with anyone else.
It doesn't bother you to see them in each other's arms?
I mustn't be petty or jealous. I wanted to save him so that his great work could continue. And all this with her is meaningless. Froth on the wave.
Of course it is, dear. If you say so.
Lester, I have wonderful news. You've heard of Yum Yummies.
Yum Yummies?
Yes, it's part of a gigantic food conglomerate.
Oh, yes. Well, yes, I believe so, yes.
Well, they want you.
Whatever for?
To head a distinguished board of food experts. Don't do it, Lester. They only want to trade on your name.
Juliet, how many times must I tell you? They can't hear you.
What am I required to do?
Act in an advisory capacity.
Well, my basic advice to them would be to junk the product and produce a food with genuine nutritional value.
You know, that's what Juliet would have said.
And Juliet would have been right.
She would have been wrong. You don't get your way by fighting people. You must gain their confidence and influence them.
But Yum Yummies are utterly worthless.
As a trusted, respected advisor, you could convince them to upgrade their product. Show them how it would be to their advantage.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, go back to what you were then, to being Don Quixote, a ludicrous figure tilting at windmills. Oh, darling, this could be the beginning.
The beginning?
Of Keyworth Associates, nutritional planners. A multi-million-dollar establishment.
But I don't want to become a mammoth corporation.
Would you rather be a small voice in the wilderness? That's what you've been all these years. Only size and stature command respect. You must create an imposing presence.
But I don't
be frightened. Lester, you must have an office. No, an imposing set of offices. In New York, on Park Avenue. An English receptionist, banks of computers, all the glamour, the glitter. Your name must become a household word.
No, wait. I don't know.
Oh, it can happen, Lester. It can happen. We can make it happen. Keyworth Associates, good morning. Keyworth Associates, I'll connect you. Keyworth Associates. Keyworth Associates.
There he is, Lester Keyworth, a man of importance.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it.
So far, he hasn't been feeding the hungry.
So far, he's been solidifying his power base.
My, how quickly you pick up the jargon.
I know Lester. He's an idealist at heart. You think his head has been turned by all this.
I have been here before.
He will use it for the good cause.
He is about to get that opportunity right now. Watch this.
Who are you?
Oh, sir. Please, excuse this intrusion.
How did you get in here?
I have for days been trying to see the sublime Lester Keyworth.
Now, what is this all
but
about?
The sentinel said he is not to be disturbed.
What sentinels?
Those who occupy the outer offices to keep intruders away. I know this, for I am a queen. And so, when they were not looking...
You're a queen?
I am Queen Vasanthrigati of the Belan. Oh, sir, we are a tiny, tiny country to the north of India. We are a poor country, and the people starve.
Oh.
But we have the television box, and we see the magnificent Lester Keyworth speak of how he could make the food grow in the land that is dry, the land that is poor, the land that is filled with rocks.
Yes, Madam, Your Majesty...
I ask you, please, to come to our land which is poor and dry and covered with rocks. Touch it with your magic.
Oh, Lester. Lester, this is what you always dreamed of. An invitation. A chance to go to the people.
Will the magnificent one come?
It would require a great deal of money for expenses.
Oh, but we have no money.
Oh, well, why don't you go to Washington? See if you can raise several $1 million, come back here, and then perhaps we can have a practical discussion.
What are you telling her? What are you saying to this woman? Her people are starving.
My dear, all your passion is for nothing.
Look at him sitting there. I can't believe it.
Your Majesty, I am quite sure you can receive funding from the Foreign Aid Committee. Certainly you have a most worthy cause.
Is this why I died for him? So he could get rich and sleep with my best friend?
I would say that's the unkindest cut of all.
Oh, I see it all now. Lester is a phony. He fooled me. I mistook his affectations, his arrogance for genius. He's not going to get away with this.
I'm afraid he already has.
I learned my lesson.
But like most human beings, you learned it too late. And now, my dear, you must go.
Go where?
Where you belong. To the kingdom of the dead.
Oh, no.
You must. Since you're no longer alive, I shall escort you to the realm of my brother, Pluto.
Oh, please, you can't.
We made a bargain.
But I was cheated.
By whom? By yourself. By your own mistaken visions. Come. It's been so long since I've seen Brother Pluto.
No, I don't want to die.
But you are already dead.
Listen, you say it's been so long since you've seen Pluto.
Yes. Unfortunately, we have so little activity these days.
That's because you have so few believers out there, isn't it?
Obviously.
But I believe in you. You know that. What good am I to you? Dead.
Juliet, don't try to get around me.
Can you afford to lose a single believer? Maybe I'm the only one you have left.
No, Juliet.
Remember you said, why don't the people rebuild my temples and sacrifice at my altars? Let me go back and I'll rebuild them.
You?
There's no one else.
You all by yourself?
One on God's side is a majority. Let me build the temples of Zeus.
Alone?
You have to begin somewhere. Oh, picture it. The gleaming marble temples of Zeus, once again crowded with the faithful.
Oh, please don't do this to me. Don't fill me with false hopes.
Are you afraid to come back? Do you think you can no longer run the world? Do you want to remain a has-been for all of eternity?
No.
Then send me back. Restage the accident.
Oh, Juliet.
Put me back in the car with Lester. You can do it. Do it. Oh, I hear the car.
Juliet.
Put me inside, please, not just for me, but for you, too.
Oh, very well. Goodbye, Juliet.
It's not goodbye. It's hello, Juliet.
That truck!
He's crazy. He'll hit us.
Juliet, dear, I came as soon as I heard.
I'll bet you did.
I didn't know which one of you was...
Are you disappointed, Louise?
Oh, Juliet, darling, what are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
But...
Lester is dead.
Oh, poor Lester.
Yes, poor Lester. But I'm alive.
Oh, yes, and for that we should all give thanks.
I plan to hold a special service.
Oh, I'm sure our minister will want...
No, not in the church.
No? Where?
We'll have to begin modestly. In the backyard.
In the back?
I'll build an altar. I'll get some of the choicest cuts from the butcher for sacrifices.
Juliet! Oh, what are you talking about?
And afterward, you give the meat away to the needy. It makes a great deal of sense.
Oh, Juliet, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes, dear friend. Now I'm all right. I'm just fine.
Her friends don't think so. What with all the sacrifices to Zeus that are going on in her backyard and her fundraising activities to build a temple, they think perhaps the shock of the accident may have affected her sanity. But I must say, not everyone thinks she's crazy. Not everyone laughs at her. How many people does a religion need to be born or reborn? I shall return shortly.
Where is that clerk?
Can I help you? We have to see the hotel manager.
Right away.
I'll get him.
And hurry. Oh, John.
It's okay.
Our vacation's ruined.
Don't worry, honey. Please, maybe we can find someone who...
Hi, I'm the hotel manager.
Oh, listen, we've lost our traveler's checks.
All of them. What should we do?
Well, what kind were they?
American Express. Right.
American Express. Come on, I've got their number right here.
You can call for help anytime from anywhere in the country with American Express traveler's checks. Ask for them by name.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. You can call Best Western any day or night. We'll get you a room that will be just right. Round the world, lodging for you when you want Best Western. Here's all you do. Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800.
I can't wait to meet your daughter, sir.
Well, I'll call her. Evie!
What?
Come here, would you?
This better be good.
She's got a lot of spunk.
Yes.
What is it?
Evie, I'd like you to meet a nice young man.
Oh, no, my hair looks dirty. Daddy, how could you do this to me? I want to die.
I'm afraid her cream rinse makes her hair a little greasy.
May I suggest agree?
Of course you'd agree. All you have to do is look at her.
No, agree cream rinse and conditioner. It helps stop the greasies.
Really?
Sure, after I shampoo, I use agree cream rinse and conditioner,
And it helps stop the greasies.
Right.
Gee, it sounds like I would like agree, too.
Well, agree cream rinse and conditioner is 99% oil-free.
Evie, stop crying. I'll go get some agree.
And after you use it, I'll drive you to the movies, okay, Evie?
No.
Why not?
Because you got a creepy car.
What?
It's a brown station wagon. I hate station
Some conditioners contain oils that can cause the greasies, but Agree Cream Rinse and Conditioner is 99% oil-free. And try Agree Shampoo. It helps stop the greasies, too.
I'm glad you decided to come to the movie. Your hair looks great.
Thank you. And I love your station wagon.
God created man in his image, but man also creates God in man's image. And as man's image of himself changes, so must his image of God. It's an old and difficult problem, and it's never solved to everybody's satisfaction. However, does it really matter how the image changes, just so long as the spirit remains constant? Our cast included Terry Keane, Norman Rose, Joyce Gordon, and Earl Hammond
The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Herber's, your hometown camera shop at 608 Green in Champaign's Campus Town, has presented the WDWS CBS Radio Mystery Theater. Join us again soon as Herber's again presents our voyage into some of life's great mysteries. Good night.
One minute in front of 12 o'clock here at WDWS in Champaign-Urbana, 66 degrees in the Twin Cities right now. Winds out of the southeast at 10 miles an hour. Humidity has climbed to 89%. Looks like the weather forecast may be right. We may get some of those showers and thunderstorms a little earlier than tomorrow after all. The weather forecast officially is calling for fair and warm conditions tonight with lows in the mid or upper 60s. Tomorrow mostly sunny in the morning. Then in the afternoon, chance of thunderstorms, highs in the upper 80s or low 90s. Tomorrow night, cloudy and cooler, chance of showers and thunderstorms, lows in the lower 60s. And Wednesday, variable cloudiness and cooler, high in the upper 70s or the low 80s. For those of you who missed the St. Louis Cardinals game here on 1400 Radio, you may be happy or nonplussed, whatever the case may be, to know that the Cards beat Houston 3-1 tonight. We'll get another chance against Houston as Houston plays at St. Louis, and we'll have all the action right here on your leader for news, information, and sports. Starting tomorrow at 7:20 with Jack Buck and the Dugout. Game time starts at 7:30. Here are some other scores from the ballparks. Cleveland 4, Minnesota 3. Texas trouncing Toronto 5-1. Kansas City over Milwaukee 4-3. In the National League, Montreal edged San Francisco 3-1. Los Angeles twice as good as Philadelphia tonight with a final score of 8-4. Atlanta over Pittsburgh 8-6, and Cincinnati over the Chicago Cubs 2-0.
CBS News. The United States is said to be planning to use a remote airfield in Egypt as a possible staging area in case of a crisis in the Persian Gulf. This is John Bohannon reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Pentagon sources say the Egyptian site could also be used as a staging area to send American military forces to the Middle East. According to the Washington Post Tuesday editions, the U.S. base in Egypt would cost up to $400 million. The Pentagon sources say the site in Egypt is just one of several under consideration. On Monday, Tehran Radio broadcast a report that the militants holding the American hostages were on full alert, warning against any possible military moves by the United States. And the militants say they've again moved some of the hostages to other areas of Iran in case the U.S. tries another rescue attempt. More CBS News in a minute.
If you're serious about business, have a pencil ready for an important offer from the Wall Street Journal. Recent articles in the Journal reported on corporate profits for the second quarter of 1980 and what to expect the rest of the year, why banks are strengthening their balance sheets, and the hottest personnel topic since affirmative action, employee rights. Other Journal stories revealed why economists expect the high cost of living to maintain a fast pace through 1981, the negative and positive effects of this summer's drought, the pros and cons of legal clinics, and the progress executive women are making in the business world. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 52 weeks of the Journal. That's 260 issues, one for every business day of the year, for just $63. A real money-saving offer. So if you're serious about business in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-528-6050. That's 800-528-6050. Except in Arizona, you'll be billed later.
Several hundred people crowded around a police station Monday night in a mostly black neighborhood of North Philadelphia and began throwing rocks and bottles. It's now quiet, but officials say at least 10 police officers and one fireman were hurt during the disturbance. We have more from Joe Young of CBS station WCAU.
One officer described the police district building as being under siege as a crowd of 500 gathered there, some throwing rocks and bottles, breaking dozens of windows in the building. 6 policemen and 1 fireman who received acid burns on his face were rushed to one hospital. At least 4 other officers were rushed to another. All have been treated and released for lacerations and head injuries, except 1 officer who's been admitted in good condition with a head injury. The disturbance grew from a meeting of concerned citizens at an Episcopal church. They wanted to know more about the shooting death of 17-year-old William Johnson, who was killed Sunday by a police officer after the officer pursued the boy in a high-speed chase for allegedly driving a stolen car. After the chase, police say the officer struck Johnson on the head with a revolver while trying to arrest him, and the gun went off, striking Johnson in the stomach. He died shortly afterwards at a nearby hospital. At least 1 witness at the scene, however, reported that Johnson was handcuffed while the officer beat him on the head with a gun. Joe Young for CBS News in Philadelphia.
Some inmates at a maximum security prison in Montreal are holding as many as 11 hostages following an escape attempt. Prison spokesman Guy Verreau has the latest.
New requests from the inmates have been made for food and beverages. Of course, we told them that if they turned over to us 3 of the hostages that are sick individuals that need medication, that we would give them the food and beverages, and they've refused. They did not refuse to take the medication to the individuals, but they've refused to turn them over to us.
When the trouble broke out Monday at the prison, a guard reportedly shot and killed 1 inmate. No other casualties have been reported. One of America's most talented choreographers and directors, Gower Champion, died Monday in New York just hours before the opening of his new Broadway musical, 42nd Street. Champion spent more than 30 years in movies, TV, and on Broadway. Gower Champion was 61. He had been treated for cancer of the lymphatic system. President Carter is expected to release his new economic package on Thursday, but some details are already public. Congressional sources say the plan would cost about $30 billion, calling for 450,000 jobs next year and a total of 950,000 new jobs by the end of 1982. Sources say the plan is divided roughly between individuals and businesses and includes a call for tax credits to encourage business investment and increase productivity. Now this.
Marilyn Cavila, Carlsbad, New Mexico. Do you think Quaker State really helps cars last?
Yes, we definitely do. My husband and I just really believe in Quaker State. He does the maintenance on his pickup. It's a 1970 Ford with over 100,000 miles on it. My neighbors think it's just terrific. They've gone through a couple different automobiles while we've had the same ones, and they say, what do you do to them all? You must talk nice to them.
Quaker State helps cars last. Maybe that's why Quaker State is America's #1 selling motor oil.
Where is that clerk?
Can I help you? We have to see the hotel manager.
Right away.
I'll get him.
And hurry. Oh, John.
It's okay.
Our vacation's ruined.
Don't worry, honey. Please, maybe we can find someone who'll...
Hi, I'm the hotel manager.
Oh, listen, we've lost our traveler's checks.
All of them. What should we do?
Well, what kind were they?
American Express. Right.
American Express. Come on, I've got their number right here.
You can call for help anytime from anywhere in the country with American Express traveler's checks. Ask for them by name.
Robert Lynn O'Connor of Orlando, Florida, keeps getting arrested on charges ranging from writing bad checks to grand larceny. He says it began when someone stole his wallet 11 years ago, and he says he's innocent. Some law enforcement authorities have an understanding, but the National Crime Information Center computer won't buy it. Someone advised O'Connor to change his name, but then he learned that a request for a name change goes through the National Crime Information Center computer to see if the person is wanted for outstanding crimes. John Bohannon, CBS News.
Everybody, Ron Weber with Sports Time. Ted Turner, the best-known yachtsman on the continent, has lost his chance to defend the American... With a thank you very much. The New York Yacht Club has eliminated him from contention, leaving the overwhelming favorite Dennis Conner with just one competitor, young Russell Long. Turner said, we gave it our best shot, but that produced only 6 wins in 26 tries this summer. So there will be one less breeze in the final round next month. By the way, the foreign challengers took the day off. Baseball in half a minute.
Tonight, on the CBS Late Movie, David Jansen stars as Harry O. He's Harry...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story you're about to hear has its origins in historical fact. The bare essentials are on public record. But in the audacious way of dramatists, we have taken the liberty of embellishing, transposing, adding to, and subtracting from the strict truth as handed down to us. We beg your indulgence on the grounds that our prime and only purpose is, as always, to entertain you.
But he is my dearest friend.
He is the love of my life.
My only friend.
The one man in the world for me.
I'd give my life for him.
So would I.
I wish he were dead.
I, too.
Our mystery drama, A Feast of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It's your way of looking good. You're looking good. Having fun in summer like you should.
Avon took light florals, lush wood notes, and a refreshing touch of citrus and put it into one terrific new fragrance, Country Breeze. It's everything you love about summer.
You've got lots of things to do, so we bring Avon right to you. It's Avon summer, and you never look so good. Come on, it's coming. Oh, I can't believe we lost our traveler's check. Me neither. Come on, we've got to find the tour guide. Oh, there he is. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee.
What's wrong?
Mr. Lee, we lost all our traveler's checks. All of them.
What kind were they?
American Express.
No problem. American Express has an office right here in Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong and in hundreds around the world, you can find help with American Express traveler's checks. Ask for them by name.
Don't miss a moment of all the exciting college and high school football action this fall because you're sitting too far from the field. Herber's Camera Shop in Champagne's campus town can take you right to the middle of the action with a pair of Minolta binoculars. Minolta specializes in pocket and compact binoculars to zoom you right onto the field without being saddled with the bulk and weight of conventional binoculars. And since Minolta has been a leader in photographic lenses for many years, you are assured of precision optics. Stop at Herber's and check out the Minolta binoculars. You'll see a world of difference. And while you're at Herber's, be sure to stock up on all the film and supplies you'll need to capture the excitement and color of the coming season forever. Herber's Camera Shop, your hometown camera shop at 608 East Green in Champagne's campus town.
The date of our story is further back than most of us are likely to remember, at least with any clarity. It is 1917, and the First World War is in progress. The place where our story occurs is more familiar. It is Paris. The names of the people involved have been changed to protect the innocent and the guilty. Listen now to the story called A Feast of Death.
Go away. Andre?
May I come in?
If you want to.
The concierge told me you were home. That's why I kept trying.
What else did the old hag tell you?
Well, nothing. Only that you seem distressed. Are you distressed, Yvette?
Distressed? Yes, I think one might say I am distressed. I am desolated. Andre, my life is over. I want nothing but to die.
You are unhappy, Yvette?
I tell you I want to die, and you ask me, am I unhappy? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, my dear Andre. I am unhappy. And I shall never be happy again.
Do you want to tell me why?
I suppose I might as well.
It might make you feel better.
I best tell you everything. From the beginning. If you want to listen.
Oh, do you, Yvette? Always do you.
I must look frightful.
I've been crying for hours.
You look beautiful. Beautiful. You never look anything but beautiful to me.
What a good friend you are, André.
I try to be.
A friend to me. And a friend to him.
Oh, where is he, by the way?
They've taken him away. The police came this morning and took him away.
Police? What would the police want with Jacques?
Oh, André, it's such a long and sorry story. I'm not sure you want to hear it.
Oh, but I do.
If you insist. He and I met that time I was in the hospital. You remember?
Oh, oui. You were ill with pneumonia, I remember.
Oh, Jacques used to come to my room every day. At first I thought he was a doctor. He never said he was, but I thought, why else would he be coming to my room every day? He never asked me how I felt, or anything like that, the way doctors do. And after a while I began to wonder, why all these visits? Why all the concern for the welfare of someone he did not know? You are so good to me, so kind to me. Why?
But why not? You're a lovely young girl.
Paris is full of young girls. Young girls who are not ill, not helpless, not penniless like myself. Is it goodness? Simple charity?
Well, I could say that it began as an act of charity. You see, that I make a practice of visiting hospitals. In particular, the wards where the more indigent patients are forced to lie. I've been visiting this hospital for, at least 15 years.
How wonderful of you. How extremely kind. I've never been ill before. I never knew such things went on.
I imagine there are many things in this shabby world you know nothing about.
Well, I'm only 17.
I know. 17 and a seamstress.
How did you know that?
You work 12 hours a day for a couturier near the Étoile. And they pay you very badly. You live in a tiny garret room in Montmartre. It has no heat, no running water. You pay a franc once every 2 weeks for the privilege of taking a bath. You have no proper winter coat, no warm gloves.
How do you know these things?
I've talked to various people. It was not hard.
But why? Why would you take so much trouble for one you scarcely know? A poor seamstress.
Because I love you.
You love me? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. That you should love me. A splendid gentleman like you.
I want to take you home with me, Yvette.
Home? You want me?
I have a large apartment in Auteuil. I think you will like it. I think in time you might come to love me. Oh, yes, I'm older than you, of course, more than 20 years older. Still, I am not an old man.
Oh, no, not old at all.
I try to keep in shape. I once belonged to the 10th Hussars, you know, long before you were born. I was only 22 at that time, but I've tried to keep in trim.
Oh, you have? Oh, yes.
Is it possible that you might learn to love me a little?
But I do love you.
You do?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Then, when the doctors say you may leave the hospital, you will come home with me? Is it settled?
Settled? All settled. My dear. Why, I don't even know your name.
Jacques. Call me Jacques.
Jacques. It was so beautiful, André. It was every dream come true. I loved every inch of his beautiful body, which could not have changed much since he was with the 10th Hussars. And his lovely mustache. Always perfectly trimmed and waxed.
Oh, yes. Jacques always looked the perfect man about town. Oh, I envy him. I always have. I could never hope to present an appearance even remotely like that. Or afford an apartment like this.
Oh, Andre, when he brought me back here to this place in a limousine, Andre, a limousine.
Oh, my sweet Yvette.
Before I could do or say anything, Jacques took my arm and led me inside. The foyer. Even before I laid eyes on this apartment, the foyer downstairs, I had only seen one to compare with it, and that had been when I delivered a dress to a duchess. All marble and polished brass and beautiful plants.
I know. Oh, I know.
I was living in a dream, moving like a sleepwalker. Jacques led me to the lift with its beautiful iron grillwork, and I felt it rise as though I were being carried to paradise. And when it stopped and the door opened, he led me, still dreaming, to this apartment.
Enter, mademoiselle. Well, you like it? You approve? Yvette, you think you can be happy here? With me?
Oh, Jacques. Jacques.
Now, no tears, my little one.
How can I tell you? How can I thank you?
Here, take my handkerchief.
That you should do all this for me.
Dry your eyes.
I don't deserve such kindness, such luxury.
You deserve much more, and you shall have it. Now, let me show you your new home. Through that window, you can see the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, it's too much, too much.
All the furniture is Louis XVI, all genuine. If you should want to change anything...
Oh, no, it's all too perfect.
Through there, you can see the dining room, the butler's pantry is beyond, and, of course, the kitchen. Now, let me show you your bedroom.
Oh, wait, what's that over the mantel?
That? Oh, that's my old sword from the time I spent in the 10th Hussars. I keep it for sentimental reasons. Memento of my youth. Come, I want you to see the bedroom down the hall. Here we are.
Oh, how lovely.
You like it?
It's all white. Everything is white. The walls, the rug, the beds, the chairs.
French provincial.
The curtains. Swiss embroidery.
Tambour, I believe it's called.
All done by hand, all this embroidery. Oh, look here. A pull thread. I'll fix that.
No need to bother.
Oh, but I want to. After all, I'm a seamstress. I want to do something. You're doing so much for me. I'll buy the finest thread.
Later, much later, when you're settled in. Now I must show you the kitchen. It has a warming oven. Come and see.
I can't believe what's happening to me.
This way. Yvette. This way. Come.
Is that another room at the end of the hall?
Oh, yes. But you wouldn't be interested.
Of course I'd be interested. May I see it?
If you insist. It's my laboratory.
Your laboratory?
I'm only an amateur toxicologist. There. Look if you like.
Oh, my. It's scary, isn't it?
Not at all. At least not if you know what you're doing.
What are you doing, Jacques? Oh, those test tubes and things, what are they for?
Shall I tell you, my darling? Shall I tell you my profound secret?
If you want to?
If we are to live together, you should know.
Then tell me.
You must promise never to breathe a word to anyone.
I promise.
If I succeed, and I firmly believe I shall succeed, it will make me famous. As a scientist and as a patriot.
Tell me, Jacques. Tell me.
I am on the very brink, Yvette, of a great discovery. Poison gas.
A new and deadly poison gas. One against which the filthy Boche have no defense. One which will end the war within a week, a day, an hour.
And it was all lies, all of it, start to finish, all lies. He had no intention of inventing a poison gas. He was no scientist. He was no patriot. He was a greedy, selfish, egotistical maniac. He did not love his country. He did not love his friends, not even you, André, though you may have thought he did.
Well, he often told me so.
Lies. He loved no one but his own vicious, conniving self. He was incapable of truth. He lied to live. He lived to lie.
Oh, it's hard to believe.
You'll believe it when I've told you the rest.
Though there's one thing that could almost persuade me.
Wait till I tell
is
you.
That Jacques was with the 10 Hussars. That's true enough. But he was no hero. To speak candidly, he was discharged from the 10 Hussars. Dishonorably discharged. Among other things, for cowardice.
Thus far, we have learned that Jacques is a liar, or to phrase it more genteelly, a prevaricator. But hasn't each one of us been guilty of this minor sin at one time or another? It seems a very tiny transgression, hardly one to send his sweetheart into such transports of grief and despair. But she has promised to tell more, and in Act 2, she will.
Oh, great master.
Yes?
My daughter and I have traveled far to seek your wisdom.
Is that your daughter with the,
bag over her head?
Bag.
Yes. Say hello, April.
Hi.
Why is she...
Her cream rinse gives her hair the greasies.
Oh, Daddy.
Yes, that bag looks like it held a 6-year supply of French fries.
Thanks.
What can we do, sire?
Well, let's see here. Take the root of the embo bush.
I tried that.
The juice of the beagleberry.
Look, nothing works. I'll have permanent greasies. Oh, no.
Now, look, I'll tell you what my kids use. Agree cream rinse and conditioner.
Agree?
Yes, Agree cream rinse and conditioner is 99% oil-free.
Oh.
So it helps stop the greasies.
No more greasies. I won't have to brown bag it.
Yes, my daughter's hair became so beautiful she was elected homecoming queen at Guru U.
Wow.
How can I thank you for telling me about Agree?
Give me some advice. Should I let my daughter wear pantyhose?
How old is she?
28.
Oh, then I think...
Both legs?
Yes, both.
Fine.
You can search the wide world over and may never find anything that can help stop the greasies better than Agree cream rinse and conditioner. And be sure and try Agree shampoo. It helps stop the greasies too.
What in the world happened in August? Brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. 194 years ago this month, in 1786, the silver dollar and the decimal system of money were adopted by an act of Congress. 134 years ago this month, in 1846, the Smithsonian Institution, named for English scientist James Smithson, was chartered. 80 years ago this month, the first international lawn tennis competition for the Davis Cup was held at Longwood, Massachusetts. The U.S. won 3-1. 45 years ago this month, in 1935, American cowboy philosopher Will Rogers was killed along with his pilot, Wiley Post, when their plane crashed near Point Barrow, Alaska. 21 years ago this month, Project Teepee was announced to the public. The system was developed by Dr. William Thaler of the Office of Naval Research to monitor 95% of the Earth's atmosphere for missile launchings or nuclear explosions. To find out what's happening in the Navy today, call toll-free 800-841-8000. In Georgia, 800-342-5855. Navy, it's not just a job, it's an adventure. We know by now that the mysterious boulevardier who has seduced our lovely young heroine did not always tell the truth. We know that he has been hauled off by the police. We know that his close friend of many years is attempting, however clumsily, to comfort the bereft girl. What we do not know is the entire reason for his solicitude and her agonized grief.
Lies, lies, nothing but lies. You have not heard the worst. His schemes, his intrigue, his deviltry. You have not heard about Danielle.
You know about Danielle?
Know about her. She was my friend. My good, close friend. The older woman I could confide in, get advice from. Almost like a mother to me.
You know that Danielle was once Jacques' mistress?
That was difficult at first. I had great pangs of jealousy. But, after all, Jacques was 42 when our liaison began. I was 17. How could I hope or expect that I might be the first woman in his life? No, that would be too much. Still, we were happy together for a year. And then...
Yvette, my darling, there is something I must talk to you about.
Yes, my love.
You know, since I've started my little business with Monsieur Grandet...
The bicycle shop?
Yes, a toy, a plaything. I shall never get rich from it, but...
But we already have enough money. Haven't we?
Oh, enough. But the bicycle shop amuses me. I enjoy it. And Grandet does a good job. Oh, good enough, anyway.
Could I meet him sometime?
Meet Grandet? Oh, my dear child, the man is a great oaf, a boor.
But if he's your partner...
A business arrangement purely. No need to meet him socially. But there is someone I should like you to meet socially. Someone you should come to know. I think you and she will get along. And since the bicycle shop is taking up more and more of my time, she'll be company for you. I don't want you to become bored with your life. You might leave me and break my heart.
Who is this woman, Jacques, that you have selected to be my friend?
Her name is Danielle. She's older than you are, younger than I am. A woman of the world.
Will she like me?
She will adore you, even as I do. You'll see. I expect her any minute.
Here? She's coming here?
Where else would you meet?
Oh, we never have guests of any kind. Oh, do I look all right? Is my dress all right? Should I...
Ah, there she is. Yes, my dear, your dress is quite perfect, and you look like an angel.
Jacques.
Danielle, you look ravishing, my dear. Come in, come in. Danielle, this is my adorable Yvette. Yvette, this is my dear friend, Danielle.
Cherie, you are every bit as pretty as Jacques said.
He's told you about me?
But of course, he talks of nothing but you.
I didn't know.
Now, you two are to become close friends. I've set my heart on it. I'm going to absent myself while you get acquainted. If you need me, I shall be in my laboratory. But I fancy I will not be needed.
Does he still have that smelly old laboratory?
You know about it?
Oh, sweet child. I was once the mistress of this house.
Of course. I wasn't thinking.
Have I upset you? My dear, it was years ago. He hasn't given me a thought except in the most casual way since we parted. Now he has this idea that you and I should meet and talk and come to know each other. Like each other.
And be friends. I'd like that. I don't have a woman friend. I think I need one.
Then you must let me fill that need. Oh, we will have great times together. We will shop for clothes, and we'll gossip and exchange recipes, and perhaps...
Yes, perhaps.
I think Jacques has other plans for us. Ambitious ones. If we find we are compatible. So, let us talk, shall we? You must begin. Tell me everything about you.
I liked her. Oh, I liked her so much, André.
Splendid woman, very sympathetic.
She must have liked me, because she called me the very next day and asked me to lunch with her. André, no one had ever called me. No one had ever asked to see me, to lunch with me. No one had ever wanted my company.
Oh, dear Yvette.
That anyone should wish to spend time with me. To talk to me. Me alone without Jacques. Just me.
Over here, Yvette.
Oh, Danielle, am I late?
No, not at all. I came early to be sure we got a quiet table.
I brought you something.
Oh? Chocolates. My favorites. How did you know?
I didn't. It was Jacques' idea.
He remembered. Oh. I haven't hurt you, have I? It was all so long ago.
It's all right. Really, it's quite all right. I must learn to be more a woman of the world. Like you. Jacques says so.
Take my advice. Stay as innocent as you are. Together, we shall make quite a pair.
Is it really possible that we'll be friends?
But we are friends. Do you not feel it? I do.
I think I do too.
And soon, we shall be not only friends, but partners.
Partners? You and I, partners?
The boutique. Well, as Jacques not told you, he left it up to me.
Oh, I don't know anything about a boutique.
But I do. Now, you are a seamstress, am I right?
I was a seamstress
until you met Jacques. I quite understand. But you haven't forgotten how to sew, have you?
Oh, no. Once you know how, you never forget.
Exactly. It's Jacques' idea that you and I should set up a little boutique. Very chic, very sophisticated. I will run the front of the shop, and you will take care of the back. Oh, we will have a few exquisite gowns, peignoirs, and such fine underthings of batiste with real lace.
Oh, it sounds beautiful.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? It will give you something to do with your spare time, and well, I'll confess to you, I can use a little spare cash. So, what do you say? Shall we become partners?
It was unbelievable. I was moving out into the world, a little way at least. Now and then, Danielle let me serve a customer in the front of the shop, and I learned a little how to talk to people, how to be at ease with them. I, who had been a stranger on this earth, I was becoming a part of it.
If things go on like this, you will be independently wealthy, Yvette. You will have a comfortable income.
Oh, I'm not interested in the money.
You will have enough to be independent of me.
Now you're teasing.
Very well. I'll be serious. I think you should take out insurance.
Insurance? What sort of insurance? What do I need with insurance?
Suppose something were to happen to Danielle.
What could possibly happen to Danielle?
Who knows? Life is full of uncertainty. Were Danielle to, say, become incapacitated, have an accident, suppose she were to die.
Jacques, how can you think of such things?
Oh, you're such a child, Yvette. You know so little of life.
I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
The nasty little tricks life can play on us. Now, if Danielle were to be taken away, what would happen to the boutique?
Nothing will happen to Danielle.
You could hardly conduct the business by yourself.
Nothing will happen to her.
How wonderful. The eternal optimism of the very young. So touching, so very touching. But, my love, consider what happened to poor Grandet.
Grandet? From the bicycle shop. Your partner. What happened to him?
Didn't I tell you? He died. Quite suddenly.
You didn't tell me. How? How did he die?
An embolism, I believe Dr. Sorel said, following an attack of typhoid fever.
How could you have forgotten to tell me, the poor man?
No, he was a person of no account, but very valuable to me since he had all the mechanical knowledge I lack.
I shall have to give up the bicycle shop. There will never be another Grandet.
Did he have a wife? Children?
Oh, you know, I never thought to ask. I must try to find out and do what I can for them. Fortunately, I am able to give them a tiny little sum of money. And all my suite because I was foresighted enough to insure poor Grandet's life for a substantial sum.
You had insurance on Grandet's life?
Of course. It's customary when one's financial security depends on another person. It's always done.
I never knew.
And that is why you must insure the life of Danielle. Tomorrow you call André. He's a dealer in insurance, among other things. He'll do it for you.
Oh, Jacques, I can't.
Yvette, you must. Make yourself the beneficiary and insure her for a good, substantial sum.
Oh, Jacques, I can't.
Yvette, you must.
I couldn't do it, André.
Of course you couldn't.
Danielle was like a mother to me. The business arrangement we had, it was lovely. Next to Jacques, Danielle was the most important person in my life.
Was? You said she was the most important?
Don't you know? Haven't you heard?
Heard what?
Danielle is dead.
Danielle? Dead? But why didn't I know? Why didn't anyone tell me?
I thought Jacques would...
But how did it happen?
The epidemic. The influenza. She died of it.
Oh, Yvette. Perhaps this is not the time to mention it, but I don't know how you will take it. Perhaps I should not tell you.
Oh, for heaven's sake, André.
Danielle's life was insured. And you, Yvette, are a very wealthy woman.
And so the mundane motif of insurance has worked its way into our simple story of love. Some form of insurance was known as early as 4000 B.C. to the merchants of Babylon. It was practiced by the Hindus 2,400 years later and by the Greeks 200 years after that. But these contracts were to insure property, not lives. Quite a different matter. I'll be back shortly with our final act.
You can call Best Western any day or night. We'll get you a room that will be just right. Round the world, lodging for you when you want Best Western. Here's all you do. Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800.
Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit, won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Your lung association says smoke's not just your affair. That smoke screen that you puff around pollutes non-smokers' air. It's bad for kids and older folks with lungs not up to par. It's damaging for you, of course, but your smoke travels far. Your lung association says please keep this thought in mind. It's double damage all around and doubly unkind. So try to kick the habit and give everyone a break. Please do it for your life and breath and everybody's sake.
Your lung association and you know that cigarettes are a breathing hazard. Smokers, please don't add that extra offense. Give us a break for life and breath.
practice of insuring lives is less than 300 years old. Companies sprang up like flowers in spring and faded with the first frost. The first fumbling attempt to bring order into chaos was in 1762, and it started in England. But to this day, practices vary from country to country. The locale of our story is France, the time early in our own century. Now, the final act of A Feast of Death.
I, a wealthy woman.
Danielle's life was insured for a large sum, Yvette, and you are the beneficiary.
But I never did it. I never insured Danielle's life.
But Jacques did.
Jacques? Oh, I can't believe it, Jacques. Why did he never tell me?
For fear that you might think it too mercenary.
No. It was because he never told me the truth about anything.
But it was the prudent thing to do, after all.
Wait, André, I have not told you what happened this morning. When the police arrived, Jacques and I were having breakfast when this gendarme entered. He identified himself and then... Oh, then...
I shall have to ask you to come with me to headquarters, monsieur. We have a few questions to ask you.
About what, in heaven's name?
Louis Grandet was your business partner, I believe.
A small enterprise, insignificant, a bicycle shop.
Not quite so. The police would like to question you. If you will be so kind as to come with me.
Yes, but I am not dressed. I will have to change my clothes.
I will wait.
Darling, it's all a stupid mistake. Don't worry for an instant. I'll be back before you have time to miss me.
Monsieur Grandet died of typhoid fever.
An embolism following an attack of typhoid, yes. So the doctor's certificate indicated. You have a charming apartment here, madame. Could I look around? Have I your permission?
Why?
Thank you. Oh, there's a dining room, I see.
The butler's pantry is beyond, then the kitchen. But why are you...
Down the soil, the bedroom, I suppose?
Jacques is dressing. We shouldn't...
And the door at the end of the wall, another bedroom?
No, that's my...
Yes. You started to say...
Nothing.
Well, surely you are about to say something. You were going to tell me about the room at the end of the hall, no? Am I right? Madame, I am waiting.
It's a secret.
A secret? But you cannot keep secrets from the authorities, madame. We always find them out. Come now. Tell me about the room at the end of the hall.
It's his laboratory?
His laboratory. And what is the purpose of this laboratory?
He is working on a great discovery for the winning of the war. Jacques is a great patriot, monsieur.
Oh. And what is this great discovery?
I can't tell you. I promised I would never tell anyone.
Well, forgive me if I insist. We shall find out sooner or later, madame. So tell me now, what is it?
Poison gas.
Poison gas, huh?
A deadly gas. The Germans will have no defense against it. The war will end in a day, in an hour.
You won't object if I have a look around this laboratory?
Oh, I don't think Jacques would have minded.
Never mind about Jacques.
Well, I should tell him that...
You will tell him nothing? So, this is his laboratory.
He wouldn't approve of my letting you crawl around in here.
I'm not interested in his approval or disapproval.
He'll be angry.
Let him...
You don't know how he can be when he's angry.
What a lot of stuff he has here.
He's been working for years.
Oh, has he? On his great discovery?
Oh, other things too, I suppose.
Like what? What sort of things?
He never said. Various things.
Various things, huh?
He's an amateur toxicologist, you know.
No, I did not know.
That's what he told me when we first met. You see, I was ill in the hospital.
Hospital, huh?
Jacques was a volunteer there. He came every day to cheer up the patients, comfort them.
Interesting.
That's where we fell in love, Jacques and I.
Madame, I'm going to take some of these flasks with me.
Oh, you mustn't.
But I must.
Jacques would be terribly upset.
I'm afraid we must risk that.
But you could be ruining his entire experiment.
I don't think so.
His great discovery, the poison gas.
It can't be.
To end the war.
Madame, listen to me. Now listen carefully. There is nothing in this laboratory that could conceivably end the war, or even shorten it.
You don't know that?
I assure you, what has been taking place in this laboratory has had nothing to do with that deadly gas to be used against the Boche.
But he told me...
He told you a lie, madame. He is not a man to be trusted.
He wouldn't.
But he did. Now, shall we go and see if he is finished dressing?
Now you see, Andre, why I've been crying. If he had lied to me about the great discovery, he could have lied to me about anything. Everything. Even about loving me.
Oh, my poor darling.
What's that?
Oh, someone's at the door.
Jacques? Could it be Jacques?
Possibly. Shall I go and see?
Oh, would you, Andre? Oh, I need to fix my face and comb my hair. If it's Jacques...
I'll go to the door while you make yourself beautiful for him.
Oh, everything's all right. Oh, Jacques said he'd come back. If he only wanted to ask him a few questions about Grandet. He told me he'd be back shortly, and now he is. Oh, and everything will be as it was before. How terrible of me to have doubted him. I'm so ashamed. Jacques would never do it.
It's not Jacques.
Not Jacques?
It's the police.
Not Jacques?
Just a member of the police.
Oh. Well, ask him to come in, please, Andre.
Sir, Madame will receive you.
Extremely sorry to disturb you again, madame.
Oh. You were here this morning?
Yes, madame.
Where is... I thought he might be with you. He said he'd return. I was hoping.
I'm afraid it will be some time before he returns, madame.
But why? A little lie, a little misunderstanding.
I'm afraid the matter is a bit more serious than that. We've had our suspicions of him for quite some time, madame. A period of years. He has been engaged in a number of enterprises. One 20 years ago with a man named Houghton, who died suddenly of diphtheria. He had been heavily insured by his associate.
Jacques?
The same. We had nothing definite to go on until the death of Monsieur Grandet.
Grandet died of typhoid fever, an embolism.
He seemed on the way to recovery, the doctor tells us, when suddenly he died. His family asked for an autopsy, which our examiner performed, and he found a tiny injection in Grandet's thigh, which the doctor vehemently disclaimed. And further examination revealed enough typhus germs in the poor man's body to kill 10 people.
Do you mean that Jacques administered the injection?
We have the doctor's word that he visited Grandet at the hospital, just at the time when the poor man seemed to be recovering.
You don't need to tell me. I know Jacques had insurance on Grandet. He told me so when he urged me to...
Yes, madame, he urged you to what?
To insure Daniel's life for a large sum. Last week, Daniel died of influenza.
Madame, when I intruded so rudely on the laboratory and confiscated as many flasks as I could carry, among them we found cultures of the typhoid bacilli, cultures of the diphtheria germ. Now it seems we must continue the search to find cultures of the influenza virus.
It is too awful and too hideous to believe.
Are you able to come to headquarters to tell us what you know? Or Would you rather wait till tomorrow, perhaps?
Let her wait. She is in no condition.
I quite understand. I'll leave and let your friend take care of you. Till tomorrow, then. Or the day after.
Oh, Andre. Andre. My life is in ruins.
Oh, you are so pale.
I feel ill.
Do you have pain?
A little. But it will pass.
Yvette. Your legs, look at them. They are swollen.
Oh, yes. Painful, too. Andre, what does it mean? Am I ill?
Yvette, I must tell you something. Jacques insured your life.
Jacques insured my life. How? Why?
He told me it was against the loss of your love and affection, and I believed him.
You think he's poisoned me?
You are wealthy now, since Danielle's death. I am calling the doctor.
Dr. Sorel, his number is right by the telephone.
Don't worry, my dear. We'll soon know.
Your number, please?
034848.
One moment, please. I will try to reach your number.
She's ringing the doctor. Don't worry, my love. How are you feeling now?
Not well. Not well at all.
Yvette, you know what has just occurred to me? Jacques may have taken out insurance on my life.
Oh, no, Andre.
Why not? It was his whole career. Living off the lives of others. Collecting on their deaths.
Dr. Sorel here.
Doctor, this is an emergency. A young woman is very ill. We have reason to think she's been poisoned. And a man, too. Myself. I am beginning to feel not at all well. Doctor, can you come at once?
And that, with some additions, is the true story of a villain who lived in the first quarter of our century. Inquiries resulted in his arrest on August 21st, 1918. His trial was set for May of 1921. Yes, there were delays in those times, too, even as now. I'll be back shortly to fill you in on what happened at his trial.
I can't wait to meet your daughter, sir.
Well, I'll call her. Evie!
What?
Come here, would you?
This better be good.
She's got a lot of spunk.
Yes.
What is it?
Evie, I'd like you to meet a nice young man.
Oh, no, my hair looks dirty. Daddy, how could you do this to me? I want to die.
I'm afraid her cream rinse makes her hair a little greasy.
May I suggest Agree?
Of course you'd agree. All you have to do is look at her.
No, Agree cream rinse and conditioner. It helps stop the greasies.
Really?
Sure, after I shampoo, I use Agree cream rinse and conditioner,
And it helps stop the greasies.
Right.
Gee, it sounds like I would like Agree, too.
Well, Agree cream rinse and conditioner is 99% oil-free.
Evie, stop crying. I'll go get some Agree.
And after you use it, I'll drive you to the movies, okay, Evie?
No.
Why not?
Because you got a creepy car.
What?
It's a brown station wagon. I hate station
Some conditioners contain oils that can cause the greasies, but Agree Cream Rinse and Conditioner is 99% oil-free. And try Agree Shampoo. It helps stop the greasies, too.
I'm glad you decided to come to the movie. Your hair looks great.
Thank you. And I love your station wagon.
Don't miss a moment of all the exciting college and high school football action this fall because you're sitting too far from the field. Herber's Camera Shop in Champaign's campus town can take you right to the middle of the action with a pair of Minolta binoculars. Minolta specializes in pocket and compact binoculars to zoom you right onto the field without being saddled with the bulk and weight of conventional binoculars. And since Minolta has been a leader in photographic lenses for many years, you are assured of precision optics. Stop at Herber's and check out the Minolta binoculars. You'll see a world of difference. And while you're at Herber's, be sure to stock up on all the film and supplies you'll need to capture the excitement and color of the coming season forever. Herber's Camera Shop, your hometown camera shop at 608 East Green in Champaign's campus town.
Susan Anton. It's a good feeling to sleep the night away on a perfect sleeper by Pillow Soft is the ultimate in sleep. Unique extra thick cushioning for heavenly comfort on top. Ultra firm support inside. Perfect sleeper Pillow Soft. Firmness that feels good. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper by
Jim Brown, Seaford, Delaware. Does Quaker State really help cars last?
You bet I think Quaker State helps cars last. I have over 100,000 miles on my Beetle. I give it regular maintenance, and I got my whole family using it. And they said, Jim, tell me, what's the secret? How come you got so many miles on that Volkswagen? They said, what you do? I said, well, I use Quaker State.
Quaker State helps cars last. Maybe that's why Quaker State is America's #1 selling motor oil.
I told my wife, when you go to the service station, don't let nobody put any oil in there but Quaker State. I said, if they don't have any, just wait and come on back home.
A brief footnote to our story. There is little doubt that Jacques would have been found guilty, but we shall never know. In prison, he managed to procure a culture of germs and swallowed them. You might say he died in a way that was most appropriate when you consider the way he lived. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Bob Dryden, Joan Lovejoy, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Herber's, your hometown camera shop at 608 Green in Champaign's Campustown, has presented the WDWS CBS Radio Mystery Theater. Join us again soon as Herber's again presents our voyage into some of life's great mysteries. Good night.
I'm Norm Crosby, and I love kids. I'm enraptured by them. But kids don't last very long. Before you know it, they turn into adults or comedians. Now, this is such a brief interlusion in their lives. Kids should be able to enjoy their childishness. They shouldn't have to worry about hunger or poverty or disease. So I'm asking you to support Save the Children. Their work brings smiles to tiny faces all over the world. And you don't have to be rich or a philanthropoid to help. Just write Save the Children, Department R, Westport, Connecticut, 06880.
You are listening to WDWS in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. CBS News coming your way next.
CBS News. Some fellow Republicans are advising Ronald Reagan to stick to domestic issues and stop talking about things like China. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Reagan stirred the anger of the mainland Chinese by his statements about wanting official ties with Taiwan. 5 GOP governors met with Reagan in Columbus, Ohio Wednesday night and urged him to concentrate on domestic matters. One of those governors, Lee Dreyfus of Wisconsin, later told reporters, people don't care if there's one China, 2 Chinas, or 3 Chinas. The Democrats continue to try to capitalize on the China issue. Vice President Mondale mentioned it Wednesday night during a speech in St. Paul, Minnesota.
In the last 2 weeks, we've caught a glimpse of another man's judgment, as Ronald Reagan has stumbled into a public argument with the Chinese. He has proposed a change in our relations with Taiwan, which is unnecessary, undesirable, and which carries with it potentially disastrous consequences to our national security. In his first foray into the international arena since becoming his party's candidate, Mr. Reagan has repudiated the policies of the last 3 American presidents, 2 from his own party.
Reagan's people on Wednesday rejected a proposed debate with President Carter, turning down an invitation from the National Press Club. They said they would agree to it only if independent presidential candidate John Anderson is also allowed to take part. More news in a moment.
If you're serious about business, have a pencil ready for an important offer from the Wall Street Journal. Recent articles in the Journal reported on corporate profits for the second quarter of 1980 and what to expect the rest of the year, why banks are strengthening their balance sheets, and the hottest personnel topic since affirmative action, employee rights. Other Journal stories revealed why economists expect the high cost of living to maintain a fast pace through 1981, the negative and positive effects of this summer's drought, the pros and cons of legal clinics, and the progress executive women are making in the business world. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 52 weeks of the journal. That's 260 issues, one for every business day of the year, for just $63. A real money-saving offer. So if you're serious about business in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-528-6050. That's 800-528-6050. Except in Arizona, you'll be billed later.
In State Line, Nevada, Wednesday, authorities exploded that bomb planted inside Harvey's Hotel Casino by extortionists. A report from Bruce Robinson of station KRLT in Lake Tahoe.
34 hours after it began, a long standoff precipitated by the presence of a mysterious explosive device in a State Line casino ended when the bomb was detonated shortly before 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. 2 hours later, Douglas County Sheriff Jerry Maple explained the decision to detonate the device. We were attempting to render the device safe. We had a procedure that we felt would work. There was some error factor in that procedure. We knew of the errors that could be made. The management and the owner of the property was involved in the final decision, and it was a decision made that we had to take a chance. We did, and the device went off. Maple described the damage caused by the blast as moderate. Virtually all the windows of the 12-story hotel tower were shattered and the parking area surrounding Harvey strewn with debris. But the building does not appear to have been structurally damaged by the explosion. Because of the extensive security precautions taken by local officials, the entire incident was ended without a single injury. Bruce Robinson for CBS News, Lake Tahoe.
Well-known humorist and writer Sam Levinson died in New York City Wednesday night. He was 68. Levinson suffered a cardiac arrest and died 3 hours after being hospitalized. He wrote several books, but probably will be best remembered for his own TV show on CBS in the early 1950s. A leader of the strikers in Poland says a preliminary agreement has been reached with the government to end the walkouts. A government negotiator says everything is settled except the workers' demands for free trade unions. Now this.
Say, how'd you like some free gasoline when you fill up?
I'd like it a lot.
Then change to Quaker State Sterling Motor Oil.
Are you telling me an oil change will get me better gas mileage?
You betcha. Quaker State Sterling's a different kind of oil blended to lubricate better than regular oils, with less friction so your engine works less hard.
And uses less gasoline.
So change to Quaker State Sterling. It's like getting free gas with every tank full.
Change to Quaker State. Quaker State helps cars last.
I can't believe we lost our traveler's check. Me neither. Come on, we've got to find the tour guide. Oh, there he is. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee.
Well, what's wrong?
Mr. Lee, we lost all our traveler's checks. All of them.
What kind were they?
American Express.
No problem. American Express has an office right here in Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong and in hundreds of cities around the world, you can find help with American Express traveler's checks. Ask for them by name.
A good chance of showers and a few thunderstorms tonight and tomorrow, becoming partly cloudy with showers decreasing this afternoon through Wednesday. Cool tomorrow night, warmer on Wednesday. Low tonight and tomorrow night about 50. The high tomorrow 60 to 65. The high Wednesday 70 to 75. The temperature's 58 degrees at the airport, 58 degrees in Boulder, and at the KOA weather station 62 degrees. This has been the Night Report. This is Dick McDaniel, KOA News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Tales beyond logic appeal to something in our primitive senses. Thus, the other dimensional territory of the psychic realm, the supernatural, is one of the favorite domains of the storyteller. Now, a question. Is there a supernatural force outside the normal knowledge of man, a force he cannot control when it seeks to enter and alter his life? sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. Does the supernatural exist? There are those of you who will answer yes, others no. It may be that the case history, the enigma we are about to examine, will revise your opinion.
How can you believe such hogwash, Dan? You, a doctor, a man of science. How can you forget the law of cause and effect? Every effect has a discernible cause. The cause of what's happened to you cannot be some non-existent supernatural hocus-pocus.
Our suspense drama, Hand in Glove, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In University Hospital in a certain city, a strangler was loose. In that place meant to save lives, 5 lives have been horribly lost. Not on the operating table, but at the hands of a madman lurking in the corridors, stalking his prey. 1 murder each week for 5 weeks. The strangler's victims followed an unvarying pattern. They were always nurses, always young, always pretty, and blonde. The hospital was gripped with fear. Let Dr. Stuart Courtney, Chief of Staff, take up the story.
As the end of another week approached, we doubled security to prevent Murder 6. Police, disguised as doctors and orderlies, were stationed on every floor. Now another precaution was about to be taken. Dr. Daniel Crane, one of my young talented surgeons, had come up with the idea, and we were in the process of carrying it out. One by one, hospital personnel were being called into my office.
Who's next on the list, Stuart?
Laurel. Your girl is late.
Do you realize Laurie exactly fits the description of the 5 victims? Young, blonde, pretty.
And a nurse.
Yeah. I have nightmares about it. I see that killer with his hands around Laurie's throat.
Does Laurel have nightmares, Dan?
Yeah, she does. She won't admit it.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Jed. We were expecting Nurse Blair.
She said to tell you she'd come as soon as she could.
Jed, you know why you're here.
Oh, something about protection's all I know. Been short-handed, got to do twice my own work.
We're trying to hire more help, but no one wants to come here. Thanks for not being one of the orderlies who quit.
Oh, not me. I don't run, Doc.
And we're grateful. Now, take a look at this. It's a siren. Small, but efficient.
Everyone in the hospital will have one, Jed. The idea is this. If you see anyone or anything suspicious, 1 blast from that siren will bring help on the double.
Well, it's a swell idea. Let's hear it.
Doctor, don't blow it till I close the door. Every cop on the floor will swarm in here.
Right.
Oh, and you better not blow it full blast either. It's built to be heard through doors.
I won't. All right. Test run, Jed.
Oh, say now, real police siren, huh?
And that's only a fraction of how loud it can sound.
So here you are, Jed. It's on a chain. I'll wear it around your neck so you can get to it fast. Come in.
Nurse Blair reporting. Hello, doctors.
Hi, sweetheart.
Come in, Laurel. All right, Jed, that's all. You better get back on the floor.
Sure hope I never have to use this whistle.
Amen.
Would you close the door, please?
Oh, yes, sir.
I heard about the sirens. They're a wonderful idea. The strangler will hear about them and won't think they're wonderful. Oh, don't look so bleak, you two. It's been terrible and awful, but I have a feeling it's over. There won't be a number 6.
Oh, hi, Miss Blair. I see you got your siren.
Yes, I keep fingering it. Will it be someone's lifeline?
Sounds like you don't much like it.
I love it. What I don't love is I have to go to the supply room. It's so far away from everything, and I'm... Oh, don't tell Dr. Dan I said this, Jed. But I'm scared.
Oh, sure you are. Blonde hair and all that. In your shoes, who wouldn't be?
But I don't want Dan to know that. He's worried enough for both of us. Have you got time to go to supply with me?
Oh, sure thing. Wouldn't let you go alone. Like you say, it's real far away from everything.
I'm so jittery, I even think one of the patients might be the strangler.
Well, gets out of bed and chokes people out now.
No, an ambulatory patient. Someone in a wheelchair. Someone who can really walk, but we don't know it. He pretends he can't. Then when no one's around, he gets... See, I told you it's crazy.
Well, it's not too crazy. Could be. Could be anyone. Maybe even a doctor, huh?
Yeah, I guess that's possible. Does he hate women? Is that it?
Hates nurses. Likely some little blonde chick in a starched cap treated him like dirt.
Kill 5 nurses because one nurse just... But... Oh, look, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, here we are anyhow. Oh, no, never mind. I got the keys.
Oh, thank heaven you came with me. So quiet. Not a soul around.
No.
Oh, I can't thank you enough, Jed.
I better close the door. We wouldn't want the strangler to corner us in here.
Good. Now, let's see. I need bandages, towels, and 3 black... Why are you staring at me?
Blonde. Little. Young and tender.
Jed.
The strangler ain't a patient, honey. Ain't a doctor neither. Guess who?
You! Oh, don't touch me.
Won't do you no good to back away.
Don't you come near.
Oh, no, you don't. Give me that. Yes. Damn you! Damn you!
Go ahead. Run! They'll hear you! They'll catch you!
Jed ran, Laurel's siren screeching behind him. He raced in the opposite direction from 4 men responding to the siren. 2 police, Dan and myself. Jed raced straight into the corridor's dead end. Trapped. He turned, at bay, pistol in hand, firing wildly. He missed. Or I thought he had. A single shot from a police gun brought him down. He lay spread eagle, a bullet in the region of his heart. I was a doctor. I knelt beside him, felt for his pulse. It was weak, erratic. I heard Laurel cry out.
Dr. Courtney, look at Dan.
I'm all right. Is that animal dying?
I give him 5 minutes at the most.
No. I'll kill a lot of you.
Dan's not all right. His hand.
Then I saw it. Dan's right hand, his operating hand, was shattered, nearly severed from his arm. I heard a voice saying incredible words, my own voice. Dan, the instant this killer dies, I will amputate his hand and replant it at your wrist.
What? That can't be done, Courtney.
You mean it's never been done? We've got to try.
My hand on him. My curse on him.
Attendant, stretcher, get this man to OR3. Dan, go there yourself. Get moving. Get Jed Gant to surgery.
I'll curse Dan Crane from hell. I'll curse him forever.
Reimplantation by microsurgery technique is not uncommon today. Severed limbs reattached. Arteries, veins, nerves, bones, tendons reconnected, but always on the same person. The limb of one person had never been transplanted to that of another. Now, maybe it would be. With my surgical skills, BX7 and the good Lord willing, this would be a first. The operation took 7 hours. After the implantation, blood circulation had to be restored in no later than 6 hours or the tissues would die. The operation a failure. 5 hours later, circulation began.
A miracle, Stuart. You've made medical history, Doctor.
But will there be movement in your hand, Dan? That's the question now. Under that bandage, every finger has to begin slight movement within a day or two, or it's a flawed miracle. Just pray your fingers move.
My fingers? Jed Gant's fingers.
No. Your fingers now.
Darling, Dr. Courtney says you have to keep trying.
What do you think I've been doing for 2 days and 3 nights? I lie here and... I tell you, it's no use, Laurel. The fingers won't move.
Danny, try. For me.
Laurie, honey, it's a dead hand. Gant's dead hand. What was it he said? I'll curse you from hell. Well, he's done it.
Now stop this kind of talk and try to move one finger at a time.
All right, sweetheart, all right. Thumb. Nothing. First finger. Zilch. Middle Laurie.
It moved. I saw the bandage move.
Look. The fourth. The fifth. All of them. Jed Gant burn in hell. They move. They're my fingers now.
Came the great day when the bandage would be cut away. Dan sat in the chair smiling, all his cynicism forgotten. Beside him, Laurel, there to celebrate.
The unveiling.
All right, let's begin.
Oh, Danny, I'm so happy for you.
Hold still, Dan.
I can't wait. I felt like a prisoner.
Excuse the pun, but the prisoner will soon be out of bandage.
Oh.
Almost finished now. Just one last snip. There we are. Okay, it's off. There's your new hand, Doctor.
Good
Daddy.
Lord. It's huge. It's red. I'm supposed to go through life with this? I can't even look at it. The hand of a killer, and it's grafted to me.
Just calm down now. Dan, you must have known that Jed's great paw wouldn't look like your own aristocratic hand.
Well, I knew, but my mind didn't go this far.
You'll wear a glove, that's all. How it looks underneath doesn't matter. No one will see what the glove covers.
Yes, of course. The way it looks won't matter at all. Not a bit.
It matters. Maybe more than we know. Under the glove, Jed Gant.
Dan finally left the hospital with Laurel to finish recuperating at home. The gloved hand was functioning remarkably well, and he drove Laurel's car himself. No problem, till he neared his apartment. At an intersection, the car suddenly went out of control, swerved toward a pedestrian, and nearly ran the man down. Dan braked just in time and pulled to the curb. He sat in stunned silence, his head on the wheel.
Darling, don't be so upset. Nothing happened. A close call, but nothing. Danny?
I can't drive the rest of the way.
All right, I'll drive.
Laurel?
Yes? Honey, what is it? You act as if you hit the man. You didn't.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, of course you didn't.
I'm not sure if I tried to hit him. If I wanted to.
Oh, Danny, that's crazy talk.
No. I think this hand jerked the wheel on purpose. I wouldn't want to run a man down, but the killer, this hand belongs to would. Honey, I think it acted separately from me.
Oh, don't say that.
Jed Gant, I'll curse you from hell, he said. What if he's doing that, Laurie? What if Jed is still alive in his hand.
I repeat my original question. Is there a supernatural force man cannot control when that force seeks to enter and alter his life? Dr. Daniel Crane is confronted by the same question when he asks one of his own, what if Jed Gant still lives in the transplanted hand? I, for one, would answer no. At least at this juncture I would. After what is about to happen. But that is for Act 2, shortly. During Dr. Dan's recuperation at home, no other alarming episode occurred. His gloved right hand was as obedient as normal as his ungloved left. Laurel happily assumed that the car incident was forgotten and Dan's foolish fears put to rest. She was wrong. In her absence, he would remove the glove, staring at the rough, crude hand attached to his own wrist. He felt, or imagined he felt, its hate crawling up his arm, spreading through his body. The hate of Jed Gant. Over and over, he asked the question.
What do you want of me? What do you plan?
Dan finally returned to the hospital. Not as a patient, as a doctor, but not yet a surgeon. As his superior, I felt it better to wait for that. He seemed subdued, detached, not himself. After some 10 days, I sent for him.
Yes, Dr. Courtney?
Dan, I think it's time for you to resume your surgical duties.
No.
No? I was sure that you'd be eager to.
No.
I presume this reluctance has something to do with your substitute hand?
You presume? You know. How could this freak thing have the skill of my own hand? It's a monstrosity. How could it handle delicate operating instruments?
Dan, your training hasn't changed. Your brain and talent haven't changed. Your own blood courses through that hand. Now, you've got to test yourself. Test your hand. I'll assign you to a minor operation, an appendectomy, say, and I'll be there assisting. If all doesn't go well, I will take over and there'll be no harm done. Now, what do you say? With obvious reluctance, he said yes. I scheduled the appendectomy. In the operating room, the personnel watched, fascinated, and in spite of themselves, apprehensive. The incision had been skillfully accomplished when suddenly, horribly, an animal sound tore through Dan's surgical mask. The delicately held scalpel now was gripped like a dagger. Dan raised it high to plunge it into the patient. Dan! Kill her! Not Dan's voice. Whose? I rejected the name that stabbed my mind. We grappled with Dan. He was led from the room. I completed the operation, then went to find him. He sat in his office, a beaten man.
Jed Gant. His curse, it's come to pass.
Dan, that's impossible, and you know it.
What I know is that this hand has a fiendish life of its own. Jed's life. Now, I suspected it that day in the car. Now it's proved.
All that's proved is that mentally you're not recovered from the physical and emotional trauma of losing a hand and its replacement by another.
That accounts for what I did in OR?
You're a physician. You're a man of science. You know every effect has a discernible cause. The cause of what happened in there is not some non-existent supernatural hocus-pocus. The cause was nerve.
My nerves had nothing to do with it. This hand acts apart from me. I've no control over it whatsoever. Doctor, I can't and I won't live with it. Now, you attached it. Now, you unattach it.
What?
Amputate. Cut it off. It's the only way to break the curse.
You can't believe in anything so unscientific as a curse. Or ask me to destroy a healthy, functioning hand. No.
Then I'll find a doctor who will.
No reputable doctor would be party to such an unethical procedure. Now listen to me, Dan. Now, what you need is a longer leave of absence. More time to rest, to see a psychiatrist. Now, I suggest Dr. Wexler. Now, will you promise me to do that? Dan?
All right. Now leave me be.
He did take the leave of absence. He did see Wexler. But Dan Crane certainly did not rest. Far from it. Defying every effort of his will, the capricious behavior of his hand increased. Mind you, it was never out of control in my presence or anyone else's. My information was secondhand. I had the report from Dan.
The fingers flex, jerk. Not all the time, and at odd intervals. I can't stop them. Or that they tighten into a fist, curl like a claw. I can't eat with the hand. It flings the fork across the room, grabs the food, crams it into my mouth. I have to use my left hand or starve. Shave with the left for fear I'll cut my throat.
But why none of this in front of me or in front of Laurel?
How do I know? How do I know anything anymore?
Dan became more and more a recluse. Refused to leave his apartment, allowed no one entrance there except Laurel and me. Then, on a bleak afternoon...
Laurie, forgive me. But after today, you're not to come here anymore.
Oh, Danny, don't say that.
You think I want to say it? Sweetheart, I can't take the chance any longer of what I might do to you. No, not me. This thing that's no part of me.
I know you believe it will hurt me. I know that's why you stay across the room from me. Well, I don't believe it. Oh, please put it to the test. Take me in your arms.
Don't ask that. No.
Then I'll take you in mine.
No. Don't come here. Stay away, Laurie.
No.
I'm warning you. Don't come any nearer.
You love me. I love you. I'm not afraid. Look, I'm close. Nothing is wrong. Your hand is quiet. Now look. It's reaching out to me. So gently. Palm up. There's no harm in it.
All right, woman. You're here. Good Lord. What have I done? Now will you believe me? Lying there on the floor, are you convinced?
Oh, Danny.
That voice. Did you hear it? It wasn't mine.
Yes, I heard it.
Jed's voice. His. I don't even dare pick you up.
I'm all right. I'm not hurt.
Yes, you are. Do you see now why you can't come here again? I'm lost. We're lost. You go from this place, Laurie, and don't ever come back.
Laurel was now half convinced of what she had never believed before, that Dan was possessed. She left the apartment. But 2 days later, she came back.
I heard of a psychic, a seer, a woman they say can break spells. Oh, please go to see her.
A sorcerer? Have I come to this?
Oh, you've got to fight fire with fire. You believe you're in the grip of something supernatural. Or maybe you are. This woman deals in the supernatural. Please go to her now, please.
Shall I tell you why I'll go? Because last night, I tried to cut off this hand.
Oh.
And I couldn't. Was I afraid of pain? No. Jed's hand struck the knife from my own hand. Where is this woman?
The gypsy woman called herself Zorina. In the traditional fortune teller's lair, she wore the prescribed turban and jewels. Dan was told to sit opposite her at a small draped table and on it a crystal ball. To my surprise, he told me in detail what happened.
I'd made up my mind not to tell her why I came. She said, put my hands on the table. The right hand was gloved, of course. She asked no questions and ordered me not to speak. She spoke in a phony foreign accent, claiming she would see all she needed to know in her ridiculous crystal ball.
It begins. Not clear, not yet. Clouded with mist. Now I see a claw. A claw. I cannot tell if a hand. The hand of I see now. I see the hand of an assassin.
Doctor, the instant she said assassin, Jed's hand grabbed her crystal ball, raised it to hurl at Zorina. That same instant, her hands thrust forward, fingers spread, and she was shouting some kind of abracadabra. Crazy or not, it worked. Jed's hand was immobilized, frozen in the very act of murder. She pried my fingers from the ball, set it back on the table, staring at it. At last, she turned to me.
A curse is upon you. You are under a spell for a very long time, you know.
I know. Can you end this hell?
Not I. You can end it. You.
You think I haven't tried?
You will end it with water.
What?
Go from this place, this country. Put water of the sea betwixt you and the soil where the cursing fell upon you. A ship. You must stay upon this ship until the curse loses its power. Until the evil goes from the hand you wear.
I know what you'll say, Stewart. I don't care. I am going. I'll try anything.
Except what you should try, Dan. Go back to your psychiatrist. You never should have stopped.
I was with Wexler long enough to know my mental state doesn't explain my condition.
Rubbish. Your mind is off track, or you wouldn't have consulted a fortune teller and then believed all her claptrap. They're fakes, every one of them.
What about the way she hypnotized the hand, stopped it from killing her?
Dan Crane is not a killer. Dan Crane stopped that hand.
All right, what about Jed's voice coming out of me when I grabbed the crystal ball? Now, you heard his voice yourself that day in the operating room. What about that?
This about that. You have so identified with Jed that under extreme stress, you use his voice. Exactly the way an actor assumes a voice other than his own. It means nothing. Dan, listen to me.
Wait. Now, just answer this. Will it do any harm for me to take a ship somewhere?
Yes. You could go deeper into mental deterioration. Dan, go back to Wexler. Give psychiatry some time. Give yourself time.
Thank you for your advice, Dr. Courtney. I will consider it.
Dr. Crane did not consider Dr. Courtney's advice. He had given way completely to primeval fear, if that explains his condition. Or was he indeed the victim of a curse? In any case, he booked passage on the ship to the Orient. Laurel pleaded to go with him. He refused. In Act 3, we will learn where that voyage takes him, to sanity or insanity. I remarked earlier that the supernatural is a favored subject of storytellers. No less provocative to them is the exploration of the labyrinths of the mind. We do not yet know which we have encountered here. Is Dan Crane demon-possessed, or has his overwrought imagination ventured too far into hidden dark corridors where even angels fear to tread? The answer is forthcoming soon. I promise.
After boarding the ship, Dan went directly to his cabin. The ship put to sea, but he continued to sit alone, fingering of all things the small police siren he had worn on that catastrophic day when he lost his own hand and became heir to the hand of Jed Gant.
Who is it? Oh, Laurie.
I had to come, Dan. I couldn't let you do this all alone. Please don't be angry with me.
Oh, I'm not. I thought I didn't want you with me. Seeing you now, I know I do. Thanks for knowing it yourself.
So long since I've seen you smile.
Because something good is already happening to me. Look, for some reason, I brought this siren along. If I sat holding it in Jed's hand, I thought it would be enraged because a siren, yours, is what got him caught and killed. Now, I've held it like this for nearly an hour. No reaction from his hand at all.
What do you think it means?
Water. The ocean. What Zorina predicted. Maybe already it's coming true.
Days at sea, and the hand appeared to be tamed, bereft of its fancied powers. To avoid any embarrassing incident, Dan had taken all meals, with and without Laurel, in his cabin. Always, even when alone, he could eat with his right hand, shave with it, write with it. But he still refused to jeopardize Laurel. Physically, they were as separate as chance acquaintances. Every day, Dan's spirits lifted, yet he continued to wear the siren, thinking of it as a kind of amulet to ward off the evil spirit of Jed. Then, on the 5th day...
Laurie, what do you say we brave dinner in the dining room tonight?
They sat at a side table for two. In celebration, they ordered champagne, toasting Dan's recovery. Toasting their future.
Waiter, more champagne.
Yes, sir. Right here, sir.
Danny! What are you doing? Stop that! Stop it! Dan!
I can't stop!
Dan had seized the waiter by the throat. He was dragged off by another waiter. Back in his cabin, despondent, Dan insisted that Laurel leave. She did. But he was not alone. Staring at the now ungloved hand, he spoke to its owner.
Jed Gant, you've won. Finish it. Finish me. Kill me. Kill me.
Yes. I want my hand. I will kill you.
Jed's hand crept in slow motion to Dan's throat, touched it, circled it, tightened. But Dan's other hand, his own hand, grasped hold of the siren.
Help him! Help him!
Laurel had sensed danger, had fetched a cabin steward. They were waiting outside the door. The self-murder was stopped easily enough. Jed's hand went limp. Dan allowed Laurel to stay.
Against my better judgment, Laurie.
Dearest, you haven't any better judgment. Not anymore. You've let Jed's hand take your judgment, your will, your very self.
Let it?
Before I came aboard, I had a long talk with Dr. Wexler. I told him all the things you didn't tell him. Then he understood and made me understand that from the beginning, you yourself have made all these terrible things happen. Your own mind has been controlling a hand you thought was out of control. There's nothing supernatural about it.
But... Now, this is a switch. You sent me to Zorina yourself.
Well, I was wrong. Terribly wrong. Now, listen. Please listen to me. Subconsciously, you believed that curse.
Not until that day in your car when his hand took over.
Your subconscious believed before that. That's why it could take over.
No, Jed's bargain was his hand for my life. I know now what I have to do. I have to die.
Oh, he hasn't won unless you keep on letting him. Dr. Wexler told me what you really have to do. Accept the hand. You've never done that. Accept it. And count yourself lucky instead of cursed that you have it.
You had a big talk with Courtney, too.
Yes?
2 doctors brainwashing you. So why haven't you said all this before?
Well, Dr. Wexler said to wait a little. He thought it was possible that what Zorina told you might have the psychological effect of freeing you from the delusions. Until tonight, that seemed to be happening. But it isn't. Oh, Danny, please, will you try acceptance?
The cure, the answer. It can't be as simple as that.
It can. Don't you see? If you accept the hand as your own, you take away the power you've given it. Dan? Are you listening?
I have to listen. I have nowhere else to turn. All right. How do I begin?
Tonight, waiting to fall asleep, repeat over and over, I accept this hand. It is mine. It has no power other than what I give it. And be thankful for it. Will you do that? Promise me?
I'll do it. But I promise something else. If it fails, I'm going to go over the rail of this ship.
Later, Dan lay in the dark, wrestling with the hobgoblins of his mind. The mesmerizing repetition of his words, as the psychiatrist well knew, would carry over into sleep, into dreaming.
I accept this hand. It is mine, no one else's. I accept it now. It is mine, not Gant's. He cannot control it. The power it has is for me. My hand. I'm mine.
Daniel Crane.
Hello, Jed.
My hand. Give it back to me.
It's mine now. Not yours.
Never yours. Never.
And I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
Give it back.
Don't you understand? I've accepted it.
Accept it. And to rob me of my power. You can't.
I can. I have. There's nothing more you can do to me. Or to it. Go back where you belong. Go, Jed Gant. You're nothing. No one. Get out. Go back to hell. Jed. Jed. Gone. Gone. Laurie. Laurie.
I'm here, Danny. I came back after you fell asleep.
I had this dream. Jed. He was in it. I was in it. My old self. He said what Wexler said. Accept the hand, And I rob his power. I told him to go back to hell, and he went. Does that mean that... No, only a dream.
Dreams do have meanings. You know they have. What you kept repeating before you slept took hold of your subconscious. Dr. Wexler said it would.
He said accepting this hand would unblock my mind. Has that happened? Has it begun?
Yes.
In the dream, rejecting Jed, a signal I can be free of him in my conscious mind.
Do you believe that? Really believe it?
Yes, I believe it.
Prove it, Danny.
Well, I can't prove it.
You can. Cross the room to me and take me in your arms.
Oh, no, not that again, Lori.
Are you afraid?
Strange. I'm not afraid. Look, I can do this. Walk toward you without fear. Hello, Lori.
Hello, Danny.
So long since I've stood near you like this.
Hold me now.
My love. I thought this could never be again. I'm back from hell, Lori. I've come home.
Dan's submission to the hand, his sharp repudiation of Jed in the dream, had begun the healing process. Disturbing resonances were bound to occur, each to be conquered. But by the end of the long voyage, this man, beset by demons of the mind, not demons of the netherworld, was once again totally Dr. Daniel Crane.
Are there those of my listeners who do not accept self-delusion as the explanation of Dan's mental instability? Yes, no doubt some of you still cling to the belief that he was invaded by the supernatural, and the woman Zarina solely responsible for the exorcism of his demons. Never mind. What's important here is that by one means or another, Dan Crane was healed. I'll be back shortly. Remarkable present-day techniques of microsurgery point to even greater future miracles in that incredible field. At this time, prediction of what those miracles will be lies inevitably within the realm of the storyteller, as we have just experienced in the account of one person's hand replaced by another's. Today, fiction. Tomorrow, fact. Our cast included Russell Horton, Diana Kirkwood, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What are you staring at? What are you thinking about? There's something going on in that head of yours.
Yes, Casey. There's something. What I was thinking is, maybe we could drive somebody crazy with twin apartments.
You're talking about your aunt, aren't you?
I mean, they'd think they were crazy, wouldn't they, if they thought they were in one place, but they were really in another.
Are you talking about your Aunt Louise?
If we rented both apartments under different names so nobody knew about it, if we fixed them up exactly the same, I mean exactly.
Yeah, but what for? I mean, why would that drive her crazy?
I don't want to just drive her crazy. I want her driven right back to Maple Grove Sanitarium.
But it'll cost a fortune to furnish both places.
I'll spend my own money on it. It'll be worth it. And maybe I can get bargain rates if I buy two of a kind.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Cloudiness through Friday with a chance of showers and afternoon and evening thunderstorms through tomorrow. A slight chance of thunder showers Friday afternoon. Warmer tomorrow. The low tonight and tomorrow night, 50 to 55. The high tomorrow and Friday, 75 to 80. The chance of rain, 30% tonight and tomorrow, 20% tomorrow night. The temperature at the airport, 61 degrees. In Boulder, 62 degrees. And at the KOA weather station in downtown Denver, it's 65 degrees. This has been the Night Report for Wednesday, September the 10th. This is Dick McDaniel saying goodnight for the Night Report news team and inviting you to stay tuned for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We read in the morning paper that the sun will explode in another 10 billion years. An incredibly long way off. But there are those who are concerned about the survival of mankind before those 10 billion years come to pass. They're sure that we will blow ourselves or poison ourselves out of existence long before that big blast comes. If we are to survive, if we can survive, they tell us we will be forced to migrate beyond our own tiny solar system to worlds as yet unknown, to forms of life that go beyond our present wildest imaginations.
Look down at your feet, Ned. Right under the guidance system. What is that?
Looks like a little pool of... Do you smell ammonia?
Yes, I do. How did it get there?
I have no idea.
And there's another little pool. And another.
Spreading out, wider and wider. Could it be that from some distant star out here in space, we're being invaded by a new form of life?
Our mystery drama, Ocean of Emptiness, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Paul Hecht and Terry Keane. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Knowledge is the basis from which man makes his leaps into the unknown. Incredible knowledge. In his attempts to discover the nature of the universe, man keeps making the kind of advances which sometimes simplify, sometimes complicate the process we call life. The time is a distant day in the future, 1995 to be exact. Two young Americans are tearing through space in the spaceship Hyperion. The first married couple to investigate some of the profoundest mysteries of the universe. They have tuned their radio receiver to ground control back on Earth.
Ned and Chloe Miller gave their lives, trying to reveal what exists beyond the distant limits of our tiny, insignificant universe. Today, we memorialize the courage and the boldness of these two dedicated Americans, husband and wife, who set out into the darknesses of space, never to return. This happened exactly 100 years ago today, back in the year 1995. Ned and Chloe Miller were pioneers in the most daring adventure ever conceived by man up until
Turn it
that
off,
time.
Ned.
It's crazy, Chloe. I mean, what kind of joke are they pulling?
He was talking about us, whoever he was.
Yeah, as if we were dead.
Dead for 100 years.
As if this were the year 2095.
100 years from now. Gag or no gag, it is a little scary.
Yeah, it's got to be that idiot Charlie Abbott down at ground control. His crazy sense of humor.
Some joke.
Yeah, wait till we get back. I'll pin that monkey's ears right into the ground.
If we get back.
What are you talking about?
We've been out now for more than 36 hours. In a little over a day and a half, we've covered nearly 400 million miles. Right, Captain?
Right, Lieutenant. The reading says 389,986,000 miles from Earth. Well, what's your point, Chloe?
Here we are, almost in orbit with the planet Jupiter. When we left the launching pad, we were traveling at 50,000 miles an hour. In almost no time, we're approaching the speed of light itself.
Oh, it's one of the reasons we're here.
175,000 miles per second.
Yeah, nearly 11 million miles an hour. So what?
10, 15 years ago, only a writer with a mad imagination would have thought this was possible.
So?
So, I'm terrified. That's what. Absolutely terrified. And that's why I want us to turn back.
You know as well as I do we can't do that.
Why can't we?
For the first time in history, two people have been shot out into space where they're completely on their own. Except for our periodic reports back to ground control, we can go where we please, how we please, when we please.
Big deal.
I don't understand you. We are about to change the whole concept of the universe, maybe. Oh, Chloe, what's wrong with you?
Not a thing.
Look, we're piling up firsts, one right after the other. The first man and wife in space. The first humans to travel in the gravitational pull of other planets. The first manned flight to the last outposts of the solar system.
I know, Ned. I can recite them all backwards. I am still afraid.
Of what?
I'm afraid for you and me. I'm just afraid for us.
Oh, I don't get it.
We know that as an object like this ship approaches the speed of light, the energy that's needed to move that object
increases. Head of the class, Chloe. High school physics, Einstein's theory, E equals mc squared.
Then you tell me the rest.
What's there to tell? As the energy increases, so does the mass of the moving object.
And? Go on, finish it. If the speed of light were to be achieved, and we're getting about as close to that speed as we ever will, then what happens? What happens, Ned? High school physics.
Nothing happens.
Nothing.
Well, the mass.
The mass. The moving object, in our case, this ship. What happens?
The mass becomes infinite. Immeasurable.
Which we both know is impossible. Right?
Which is why we can never actually reach the speed of light, no matter how close to it we may come.
But the closer we do get to it, the closer the possibility of destroying ourselves, of blowing ourselves into tiny little atoms of dust. And that's why I want to go back.
You knew all that before we ever started out. Nobody forced you, you know. Now, if we turned back, we'd be thoroughly disgraced.
But we'd be alive.
Oh, Chloe, take a look at all those stars out there. Billions and billions of them, like so many tiny snowdrops or fireflies twinkling their little lights against a background of velvety black darkness. And just think, the light they're giving off, the light we are looking at, left those billions of stars millions and millions of years ago, and no human being has ever been closer to them than we are at this very moment. Breathtaking.
The mystery of what we're looking at takes my breath away, too, but I want to look at them not from up here in space, but from the Earth once again, with my feet firmly planted on the ground. Oh, Captain, what do you say?
What's that?
We're on alert. What's gone wrong?
Nothing on the scanner. I don't see anything.
Wait a minute, Ned. Look there, in the lower half of the third quadrant. That tiny speck.
You're right. How far away is it? How does it read?
It's directly on our course, headed straight for us. Unless we alter course, we'll collide smack into it. 0.5 minutes.
In 30 seconds. What the devil can it be?
I don't know. I'm taking evasive action. I'm veering us over to 0.15 degrees to port. Hold tight. It's coming right at us.
Whatever it is, I've never seen it on any of the charts. Take a look at those huge tongues of blue and yellow flames lapping the sides of it.
Like a huge fiery rock of some kind turning over and over on itself.
I'll bet it's 20 miles across if it's an inch. Are we all right?
I think so.
Here it comes. That was close.
Much too close. What do you make of it?
I'm not sure. Hand me those color photos of Jupiter that Voyagers 1 and 2 sent back in 1979. You know, the ones where they discovered Jupiter's 14th moon?
Here you are. There are the star maps, too.
Well, as I see it, there are two possibilities. Either way, I think we've really got something. Look at this. On the photos.
That little dot?
That's no little dot, Chloe. That could be the thing that nearly blew us into eternity. And if I'm right...
If you're right?
We'll have discovered what we've been looking for years. The fastest moving natural satellite of a planet on the whole solar system.
You mean...
I mean the 15th moon of the planet Jupiter. The findings back in 79 always held out the promise of an additional moon, and that alone would make this project something pretty wonderful. Yeah, we could call it Chloe. After you, dear.
But you just said either way we've got something. What did you mean by either way?
If by some chance I'm wrong, and it's not another moon...
Then
we could be in for some trouble. Real trouble.
What are you thinking?
That there's the possibility of it being an interloper. A barbarian power of some kind from some other galaxy trying to invade the solar system. An alien force that for some reason is bent on destroying us. It's almost time for us to make our report to ground control, Chloe. We've got to tell them what's happened.
What have you got to report?
The passage, the appearance of that thing, how it nearly crashed into us, nearly destroyed us, and the whole mission with it.
Oh, great. And the first question you'll be asked is, what do you think it was? What are you going to tell them? That it was a thing?
No, of course not.
That it was a moon? The 15th moon of Jupiter?
No, but that it might be.
They're going to ask you for proof. Got to find out more, much more than we know now.
Oh, I've got to report something.
Go ahead, then. Tell them your other theory. Tell them that it could be a weird ship of some kind from some crazy galactic system. Tell them it was probably propelled by some odd, misshapen little monsters looking desperately to immigrate from their tiny star 1 billion miles from Earth onto one of our sad little planets. Tell ground control that, Ned. They'll think you've gone completely mad.
You may be right, Chloe.
Well, you're the commander of the Hyperion, not I, Ned. It's your party. And it's your pretty neck. I vote to turn back to Earth immediately.
Wait. Just 1 minute, Chloe. What's the composition of Jupiter's atmosphere? Do you remember?
Of course. Hydrogen, helium, methane, ammonia, water.
And so forth. Don't you see?
See what?
Almost the same components that were on Earth when life first emerged back there.
You mean the thing that nearly jammed us could have taken off directly from the surface of Jupiter itself?
Why not?
That there might be some kind of life form on Jupiter?
Exactly.
But that's crazy. Nobody could breathe. Nothing could live in that kind of atmosphere.
You couldn't. I couldn't. But isn't it conceivable that some other kind of being, a new and completely different form of life, could?
A great English poet, 200 years ago, had high praise for the man who, through vast immensity, can observe what other planets circle round the suns, what varied being peoples every star. Ned Miller suspects that he may be such a man on the brink of throwing light on the age-old question, does some form of life exist outside the Earth itself? More when we return shortly with Act 2. It's been said that the universe is full of magical things patiently waiting for our wits to grow sharp enough to discover them. Ned Miller is almost certain that he and his wife, Chloe, are on the sharp brink of human history, at the birth of a gigantic, mysterious adventure more important almost than anything the human mind has ever been capable of grasping.
Don't do it, Ned. It could be dangerous.
Don't try to stop me, Chloe. At this moment, we're orbiting Jupiter at a distance of less than 2 million miles. At our present speed, we could alter course and reach its surface in 10 minutes.
Then what? Land on Jupiter?
Not yet. First, I'm going to probe a direct radio signal to its surface. See what response I get, if any.
Pretty big target. Where do you direct the beam? What part of Jupiter's surface?
Right onto the great red spot.
Ned, no, you can't do that. Jupiter gives off a higher magnetic energy than anything in space we know of. As for the great red spot, we know almost nothing at all about it. What you're about to do could very well blast us to bits.
Yeah, well, it's the chance we'll have to take.
Don't take that chance, Ned, please.
We've gone this far, we're not stopping now.
And heaven help us both.
Here we go.
Ned, are you all right?
I think so. You?
A little shook up. You stopped transmitting just in time.
Yeah, I guess it was more than we could take.
That was the biggest electrical storm I've ever seen in my life. The bolts of lightning, the balls of orange flame.
Yeah, we could never get through that circle of energy. Even when I changed frequencies, we came close to overloading every one of our circuits.
Ned, look at me. No, please, don't turn away. Look at me.
What's wrong now?
I don't know. Something funny is happening to you. Something I don't understand.
Like what?
Like those gray streaks in your hair, the ones I'm so fond of.
The streaks you say make me look so handsome, so distinguished, so mature?
Ned, they're not there. They're gone.
What are you talking about?
Here, look in the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
And the scar on your cheek?
From the accident years ago.
It's not there either. It's gone too. And you look 5 years younger than you did a few minutes ago. Hand me the mirror. Those lines under my eyes. They're gone. I look the way I did a couple of years back, too. What is happening?
I'm not sure.
Could it be that... No, that would be insane.
What?
When we travel as close to the speed of light as we are now, we're into a whole new concept of time, of space, in which common sense has almost no experience. Right?
Well, we both know that.
It just could be that... Ned, look at your wristwatch. What time do you have?
Well, back on Earth, the time should be...
The second hand of your watch. Look at it. It's moving counterclockwise. Now look at the atomic clock over your head. Same thing. It's going backwards, too. Slowly, but backwards. Don't you see? As our ship gains speed, time is slowing down. We're being forced to go backward in time. Just like your watch and the clock.
But, Chloe...
That would mean that all our biological processes are starting to work in reverse. Which would explain how we look. Ned, first we've got to slow down, and then you've got to turn this ship back to Earth right now, this very minute.
Chloe, for the last time, I have no intention of turning back, no matter what the risk.
What makes you so absolutely pig-headed?
Because I know that the chemistry on Jupiter existed almost identically on our own planet long before the emergence of life.
So what?
I know, too, that millions of years ago, the Earth's first atmosphere, when it was exposed to the action of sunlight, produced more complex molecules, organic molecules of a very crude but elementary form of life.
And?
The possibility of that having happened, of happening on Jupiter, may be remote. As remote as our being out here in space, traveling at this speed, would have been only 10 years ago.
Your point is...
Even if there's only one chance in a million that there is a form of life on Jupiter, we cannot turn our backs on that possibility.
Is that it, Ned?
That's it.
Then get out of my way.
What do you think you're doing?
Don't try to stop me. I'm taking us back to Earth.
Put down that laser gun, Chloe.
Don't come near me, Ned. Because I will use this gun if you make me. You stay where you are.
Drop that gun.
Ned, you hit me.
Don't you try anything like that again. Now, the first thing we do is report to ground control on Earth. Tell them what we've seen, what's been happening, and what we plan to do.
And then?
And then we're going to try to get through to Jupiter.
We just tried, and you couldn't. We nearly got killed.
The radio signal couldn't get through. That's not to say that the ship, couldn't.
You mean you're going to stop circling Jupiter and try to get the ship past that fantastic magnetic field? We'll be vaporized into cinders.
Remember that line in Shakespeare's Macbeth? I dare do all that may become a man who dares do more is none. Get ground control on the sensor.
Hyperion to ground control. Earth. Hyperion to ground control. Earth. Come in, please. I'm having trouble contacting them.
I'll keep trying.
Hyperion orbiting the planet Jupiter to ground control. Earth. Any station. Any station. Earth. Come in, please. Nothing, Ned.
You've made allowance for the time lapse?
Of course. Wait, there's something coming through. It's very faint, but I think I may have something.
What do you make of that?
Quiet, Ned. I want to hear this.
Try another wavelength.
I already have. Here it comes again.
What is it?
I haven't the slightest idea.
It's certainly not ground control. That couldn't possibly be Earth. Wait a minute. Those lights out there. Like the 4th of July. Where are they coming from?
Shining right into our eyes. They're trying to blind us.
What in heaven's name is causing that?
Take a look out of the starboard portal.
I don't believe it.
You were right. Those sounds, they were not coming from Earth. There's where they were coming from.
It's that thing. It's come back again.
That big flaming rock. Whatever it is, it's still after us. Spitting its flames all over the place.
Veer over to port, Chloe.
Okay. Ned, the rock's doing the same thing.
Give it more, Chloe. Further to port.
No, it doesn't seem to make any difference.
And take it to starboard.
You see, here's the same number of degrees that we do, in the same direction.
Put us into reverse. Back off from it, and whatever you do, maintain speed.
We're in reverse. But the distance between us remains the same. No. I'm wrong. It's coming closer. We're acting like a magnet, drawing it to us.
Chloe, that's no rock. That's a vessel. A ship of some kind.
But from where?
There's that signal again. I have an idea.
What?
Look, if it were out to destroy us, it would have done so by this time. Instead, it keeps following every move we make.
What are you getting at?
Whatever it is, I think it may not be out to destroy us at all.
You think maybe they're trying to communicate with us?
That's my guess.
There they go again. Same signal.
Turn on the decoding system, Chloe. It should decode whatever it is they're trying to say to us. Translate it into something we can understand. What's happening?
The decoder doesn't seem to work. All it does is make their signal even stronger than it was.
Nothing?
Nothing at all. What do we do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is to maintain course. See what happens.
Ned?
Yeah?
The rock. Oh, thank heavens it's going away.
Yeah, so it is.
Do you smell anything like ammonia in here?
Ammonia?
I smell ammonia.
So do I. Where would it be coming from?
Look, down at your feet, Ned, right under the guidance system. What is that?
Well, it looks like a little... It's a pool of liquid. It's growing larger.
Well, how did it get there?
I have no idea.
There's another little pool near the transmitter. Do we have any ammonia on board?
Not that I know of.
Do you suppose...
Hey, there's another one behind you, over there, near the grid, spreading out wider and wider, all by itself.
Ammonia is one of the ingredients of Jupiter's atmosphere. Could it be some sort of life form from Jupiter? The life form you've been suspecting, Ned?
I don't know.
And if these liquid pools should be that, how did they get in here into the cabin?
I have no idea.
Something just occurred to me. That message we picked up from Earth. The one where we heard that man speaking about us, what great heroes we were.
Yeah, what about it?
Could it in some way tie up with all this?
Could it be there has been some kind of permanent twisting of time? Something we don't understand? Maybe it is, just as the man said, the year 2095. 100 years from the time we lifted off.
Now, take it easy,
And
Flo.
if it is, what are we doing here? With that thing outside breathing down our necks. And the growing pools of ammonia on board ship coming from nowhere. Maybe we are dead. Maybe we've been dead for a long time. Maybe we're a couple of corpses whirling around in an endless ocean of emptiness.
Where do ideas originate? Do they come from hard reasoning? Or do ideas come from those natural instincts we call intuition? And if they do come from intuition, is it true that the insight, the intuition of a woman is a lot more sensitive, more reliable than that of a man? If that's true, then Chloe Miller's fears that she and Ned may both indeed be dead, floating through endless space, should give us more than a moment's pause.
Give to the college of your choice. A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
There are people who are convinced that we children of the earth may be about ready to reach maturity in the great universe that lies beyond the tiny worlds we know of. And when this happens, they say, it's altogether probable that a new species of life will break out of its present physical bonds and become free and independent in the universe. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We just heard Chloe Miller say to her husband as they hurtled through space,
Maybe we are dead. Maybe we've been dead for a long time. Maybe we're a couple of corpses whirling around in an endless ocean of emptiness, just behaving as if we were alive.
Chloe, I've changed my mind. We are turning back. Back to Earth.
Oh, Ned, thank you. Oh, thank you. You don't know how happy that makes me.
Oh, would you like to know why?
The only thing that matters is that we're going back.
It's because, well, now I'm afraid.
Ned, you know I wasn't really serious about that laser gun. I would never have used it.
Yeah. It's a little more than that.
I don't follow.
For the past few hours, your fears have been building one right after the other. The fear of being vaporized in space because of our speed. The enormous fear of that thing that's still out there somewhere. The fear of my wanting to try to make an actual encounter to land on Jupiter. And then...
Yes?
Now look at me, Chloe. The silver streaks in my hair. The scar on my cheek, they're where they've always been.
But they did disappear. We both saw it.
Yeah, they went away only for a minute or two. And I think I know why. Look at the atomic clock over your head. Which way is the second hand moving?
The way it should, but... It wasn't before, Ned. I swear to you it was moving backwards.
And suppose it was.
What are you trying to tell me? That I'm not responsible for what I see or do?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Then what are you talking about? Because only one of us can be right.
No, we're both right. We must have penetrated some kind of weird time pocket, like an air pocket in which time and our life processes were, in fact, working in reverse. But we're out of that now. And things are normal once again.
Normal? Are there pools of liquid down there at your feet, or aren't there? Is that smell of ammonia normal? Or is all this something that will be gone in a minute or two?
No, the pools are there. The pools are real.
Then maybe I'm not quite as irresponsible as you make me seem.
We're going back. Once we leave Jupiter's orbit, we should be back on Earth in, 38 hours.
Roughly.
Yeah. What's our course?
According to the grid reading, it looks as if... Wait a minute.
What is it?
The reading on the Omicron activator, it should be 108. Instead, it's at 0. It's gone dead. And the grid is blank.
Yeah, what's gone wrong?
Ned, do you think that the pools of ammonia, or whatever they are, do you think they might have done something to the ship's mechanism? Otherwise, there's no reason for this malfunction.
What could they have done?
Shh, keep your voice down. They may hear us.
What?
They may understand.
What are you doing with that fire extinguisher?
The liquid carbon dioxide in the extinguisher. Maybe it'll work on them.
What in heaven's name?
This carbon dioxide may at least neutralize those things that are spreading all over the cabin floor. There. Look at it, Ned.
It's shrinking. Look, it's getting smaller and smaller.
Now, this one over here. And there.
Whoa. Hey, they're just about gone.
Look, Ned. The grid is working again. And the Omicron activator is where it should be.
Then they were causing the mechanism's malfunction. But how?
The thing is, they're gone. Now, let's get this ship moving to where we want. To where we really belong. While we still can.
Chloe, take a look at the scanner.
Oh, you can actually begin to see Mother Earth. Everything's just as it should be.
Except for one thing.
Which is?
Are we 100% sure that is Earth?
Well, that's a silly question. What else could it be?
I'm not sure. I have the oddest feeling.
It's still far off. Double the intensity on your scope and take another look.
Uh-huh. Yeah, there's just the one moon. More than half the surface appears to be water. Plenty of oxygen in the atmosphere, and yet...
What are you worried about?
I can't say. There's something strange and unfamiliar about it. I mean, look at that thick, orange-colored smog sitting on top of everything.
Ned, you're tired. The strain's been a little too much.
Yeah, for both of us.
We'll be arriving in no time at all. What are your plans, Captain?
Well, before we head in for actual re-entry, we activate the helicopter system. Then we can hover over it for a bit, take a careful look to see what we're getting on to when we land. Ground speed, Flo?
72 miles an hour.
Chopper system?
Everything A-okay. Where are we headed?
I'm not sure yet. Just looking. If we could only make contact with ground control.
Our re-entry was programmed for South Dakota.
Yeah, that's what's puzzling me. This is certainly not South Dakota. I mean, look at it. Mile after mile of nothing but yellow sand and desert. Not one tree. Not even a single bit of shrubbery. All of it flat as the palm of my hand.
Where are we?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, then keep going. After all, we have made it back to Earth. Ned? Look, up ahead. Those are mountains, aren't they? Rising out of the flatland?
Yeah, so they are.
Let's head toward them. Meantime, I'll go over the ground charts again. Try to find some sort of a clue. Wait a minute. What's that? Down there, over to the right.
I've never seen anything like it.
Like a tremendous plastic bubble.
Yeah.
An enormous sheet of film covering the mountains. As if it were protecting them in some way.
It stretches out almost to the horizon. Let's go down, take a look, see what it is. There's got to be some way of getting inside this bubble. Wherever we go, it's sealed tight. No hint of an opening.
Are we so sure that we want to get inside?
Well, why not? Hey, how did that happen? It opened by itself.
A panel of some kind. It just slid open. Do we go in?
Follow me.
The panel. It slid closed behind us. Ned! I don't believe it. Look. Look at all that lush green vegetation. And the flowers. Varieties and colors I've never seen before. Such fantastic shapes.
Chloe, look up there. At the top. of the mountain.
Where?
Straight up.
How could I have missed them? That's Mount Rushmore.
Hey, that's the head of George Washington carved into the rock. Isn't that Lincoln and Jefferson?
And Teddy Roosevelt. The features are all worn away. We're in South Dakota, all right. No doubt of that.
But how did Mount Rushmore? In fact, what are we doing under this plastic canopy that's over everything? Oh, there's something weird going on here.
Oh, no. No, not that.
That same signal.
Ned, turn around.
Hey, are those people coming down that path from those caves up there?
There are 6 of them.
What are they?
They look like human beings, but they're all bald and their skin is like parchment. They all look alike. And they're so old. So terribly, terribly ancient. They walk as if they were asleep or dead.
They've stopped.
That one, do you see? He's coming from behind the others. He's coming closer to us.
He's the only one who looks different from the rest of them. He has a big shock of white, uncombed hair.
Be quiet. I think he's trying to say something to us. His lips are moving.
Who are you? I'm Ned Miller. This is my wife, Chloe.
How do you do?
You look familiar. Have we ever met before?
I think not. I hope you were not too alarmed by your journey here. You know where you are?
Our point of re-entry was programmed for South Dakota.
I am so sorry. This is not, how do you say it, South Dakota? You are welcome, my young friends, but you are strangers to us.
Sir, exactly where are we and who are you?
We are of a world you never knew, people you never dreamed of.
May I ask, sir, who you are?
The oldest of us all.
How old are you?
I cannot remember exactly. 1 year has become so little different from any other.
Yes, well, that's not so for us. This year is especially important for my wife and me.
Yes, 1995 is a year we're not apt to forget.
1995? Well, you are mistaken. This is not 1995.
Oh, it has to be. We left the Earth only a couple of days ago.
The present year, reckoned by the primitive calendar your people used more than 5,000 years ago, is 6998. 6,998.
But how could that be?
Oh, it is so simple. Your space vehicle, the one that brought you here, was traveling quite close to the speed of light. Not so?
You know about that?
You could travel between any 2 places, from that Earth of yours, for example, to some very far-off star, in a conveniently short period of time as measured on your vehicle.
From the time of our takeoff, we've only been gone a little more than 2 days.
Ah, but you forget. As time slowed down for you as a result of your fantastic speed, it kept going on for us. It kept going on Earth. What was 2 days for you was over 5,000 years for the rest of us. Exactly 5,003 Earth's years have gone by since you left the Earth.
Chloe, if that's so, then that would explain the voice we heard minutes after our takeoff, where they spoke of the 100th anniversary of our leaving the Earth. They said it was 2095, remember?
And spoke of us as if we'd been dead for 100 years.
That was 2095. A long time ago, I know. I once visited your Earth for a moment or two in eternity.
You keep saying your Earth, that Earth of yours. If that isn't Mount Rushmore up there, what are those 4 heads carved into the rocks?
Well, they are the heads of the 4 scientists who are supposed to have made the greatest contributions to the universe in the past 5 millennia. The features are almost worn away by the ravages of time.
Then I ask again, who are you? And how did we get here?
You are here because we wanted you here. You thought you were returning to your own little planet, but it was quite a simple matter for us to alter your course in space.
You mean all those things that were happening to us out there?
We made them happen.
But why?
Because we were curious to investigate an unusual species of life that has become almost totally extinct in the universe. A species called the human race.
You're talking about the 2 of us.
Exactly.
Sir, you must permit us to return to Earth.
Return? There is no longer any Earth. Your people destroyed it. You fouled the world with air you could not breathe, with water you could not drink, with food that poisoned you. Some of you had the good sense to emigrate here. But then the same thing began to happen. So we built this bubble, as you call it, as our protection against you.
And you, sir?
I have lived in many places, in different universes, at many, many different times. You see, I have almost learned the great secret of immortality, of life without ends. Now, you must excuse me, please. I have grown a little tired. Make yourselves comfortable. My friends will take care of all your wants.
Sir, one last question.
Yes.
Just who are you? Your name?
A simple mathematician and an amateur violinist. My name? Albert Einstein.
Albert
Einstein.
Mr. Miller, Mrs. Miller, Ned, Chloe, I bid you both a very pleasant welcome.
A well-known poet has written, I dipped into the future far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world and all the wonder that could be. We have done more than a little dipping into the future with our story, but who is to say that it could not happen? I'll return shortly.
Danielle Steele. Millions of women like you and me have loved her bestsellers, From To Love Again to The Promise, because no one knows more about loving.
I thought loving would never be part of my life again after 2 men broke my heart. That was before Oliver, before I learned how little I know about myself. And loving.
Loving. Danielle Steele's new novel captures all the joys and risks that are part of every woman's passion. Loving, a new Dell paperback bestseller.
Here's an important energy announcement from Amana. An announcement that can save you money. According to figures just published by the United States government, Amana refrigerators have the lowest estimated yearly operating costs in 5 out of 8 different size categories, from 12 cubic feet to 25 cubic feet. So if you're looking for a refrigerator, big or small, see your Amana retailer right away. Amana, first again with energy savers.
Interesting footnote. Albert Einstein was not, is not, if you please, an extraterrestrial living on some far-off star who designed to spend a minute or 2 of his time, on Earth. That, of course, is no more than a figment of our writer's imagination. But the element of an incredibly huge time warp, the tremendous difference between the time of an object traveling close to the speed of light and the time back on Earth, is not the product of a writer's fantasies, but absolute, proven, scientific fact. A fact which we owe to Dr. Albert Einstein. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Terry Keane, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I want you to sponsor me.
Sponsor you? Why?
I am carrying your work forward.
You are denying everything I ever held to be true.
But I'm building on your foundation.
You'll discredit me.
Your place is secure. But now you must yield to men who have gone beyond you. It happens to all great discoverers. Darwin, Freud, Einstein.
Yes, but not yet. Not now. Not this year. Wait till I'm dead.
Professor!
This dagger destroys me. This bronze-bladed dagger destroys me. Why did you have to find it?
Because it was there.
Why did you have to bring it here and show it to me?
Because I wanted you to be the first to know.
The first to know that I'm disgraced?
Professor, that isn't true.
I could kill you.
What are you saying?
I could kill you with this dagger. I could kill you.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember, says Mr. Ruskin, that the most beautiful things in the world are the most useless. Peacocks and lilies, for instance. Of course. Is there any living animal more beautiful than the peacock? Probably not. And in this connection, it might be well to consider that the beautiful member of the peacock family is the male.
How much money do you want to let me and my company get back on our trucks and go back to the city?
I don't want money.
Well, I don't understand. If you don't want money, what do you want?
I want your wife.
My wife?
Yes. Your wife must agree to spend one night with me.
Our mystery drama, Number 1, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It's always better to be handsome than it is to be homely. Attractive people have an impressive head start in the race for success. Indeed, it can be said of many that their face is their fortune. But beauty, alas, is only skin deep. And those who own it should handle it with extreme care, since like a bubble or a balloon, it is so easily punctured and deflated. Suddenly the sky is filled with puffs of smoke and flashes of fire. In the distance, a menacing armored column approaches. Crouched in a dugout behind a machine gun, a solitary soldier fires desperately at the oncoming enemy. He shouts into a small portable radio.
Prentice White. Grandson calling Prentice White. Enemy tanks at map coordinate 16 by 37. 16 by 37. Request artillery barrage. Prentice White, this is grandson. Need artillery. Prentice White, I gotta have artillery. Oh, darn it. Cut!
What's the matter, Bart?
Well, isn't it obvious? Hey, listen, Frank.
What do you want from Frank?
His camera's in the wrong place. Frank.
Hold it, Bart. Listen, you have a beef about the photography, you talk to me first.
Well, he's shooting the wrong side of my face.
Bart, I'm directing this picture.
Well, I thought it was understood. You don't shoot me from the left.
Frank set up to shoot your right side. Now, you were the one who turned around.
Well, I had to lean over to pull the bolt on that stupid machine gun. All right, let's do the scene over.
Okay, Bart. Okay, it's your money.
But I'll have to plant new dynamite charges and get all those vehicles to move back and then come forward again. Look, I don't know if we're going to have enough sunlight left.
All right, fix the position of that dumb machine gun so when I lean over, I don't have to turn my face.
All right side, left side. You're like some aging ingenue.
Terry, my face is my fortune.
Ooh, all right.
So we'll shoot it again.
Come in. Oh, hello, Terry.
Hello, Ruth. Bart around? Want to go over some notes with him.
Oh, I think he's down at the bar.
The bar?
Mm-hmm.
There isn't any decent booze to be had around here for love or money.
Some hotel, huh?
Sub-country. Why did Bart insist on shooting this epic down here?
And it won't be a bad picture, you know.
I know. I'll save it. But why couldn't we do locations in Colorado or Utah or the Dakotas like civilized people? Why do we have to come to this place? Guess you could call it the land that time forgot.
I think you get values out of it. There's a kind of ominous feeling to the landscape. It works well for the picture.
Yeah, sure. What are you doing here, Ruth?
He likes to have me around when he's shooting.
Yeah.
I'm the only one whose judgment he trusts. You shouldn't complain, Terry. What would your life be like if I weren't here?
I'll tell you what really bothers me. The fact that he cast Betty Whalen.
She doesn't mean anything to him.
Okay, Ruth. Once again, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have brought it up.
I'm sorry it bothers you.
Doesn't it bother you?
Yes.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
Well, what can I do? I'm not an attractive woman. Who and what would I be if I weren't Mrs. Bart Wallace?
Well, you're right, Ruth. And I have no right to start a row between a man and his wife.
Thanks, Terry. Well, I notice you didn't contradict me.
Well, what could you say that would make me want to contradict you?
Oh, when I said I'm not attractive.
Oh, now that just isn't true. Believe me, Ruth.
I'd find it easier to believe you if you'd said it without prompting.
I have to find Bart. And really, you are very attractive.
Sure.
No, I mean it. Terry. Hey, I was just up to your room. I have some scene changes for tomorrow.
Yeah, later, huh?
When's later? It's almost 10 o'clock now.
Well,
Oh, never mind.
Now, it's not what you think.
You want to have a little fling with Betty Whalen, it's your affair.
It's nothing like that.
No?
I do know Betty's been a singer and dancer all her life. It's a brand new kind of role.
Well, I am not the one who cast her for this picture.
But she has a kind of a glow.
In the dark?
Terry, she needs reassurance, extra rehearsal. That's one thing about making a film. We really don't rehearse enough.
Uh-huh.
She's used to the Broadway musical situation where they spend weeks and weeks perfecting their routines.
Well, what about Ruth?
What about her?
You think Ruth doesn't know about Betty Whalen? You think she didn't know about all of them?
All of them? You make me sound like Don Juan.
Now, you still didn't answer the question. What about Ruth? Actually, you're not required to answer. You're not accountable to me.
Terry, you're the best friend I've got in the business. I would never lie to you.
You just...
About anything important. Ruthie is happy.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, I mean it. Here she is, a plain dame, married to a guy like me.
Chick, do you realize what you're saying? Do you know what it sounds like?
Yeah. I know that heavy thinkers like you write me off as a lightweight, but I'm not altogether dumb. I did put together my own picture company, so I'm more than just a handsome face.
Oh, so modest.
But what I was just saying is the truth, Terry. You don't like it, but I'm sorry. That's how it is. She is very happy that I married her. She had kind of given up on marrying. She had reconciled herself to becoming an old maid.
Oh, and you saved her from a fate worse than death.
You're fighting it, Terry. You refuse to accept reality. She knew. She knows. I'm not a one-woman guy. But she has something none of the rest of them get.
What's that?
My name. My name.
She is the lady of my house. She is the one I come home to.
Oh, you have got to be the greatest living, walking ad for women's lib on this entire sorry planet.
Terry, that is one field where I'm the master, the doctor. And that is women. I know what a dame really wants.
Oh, well, then you are one up on a fellow doctor, Sigmund Freud. He said that after a lifetime of study, he simply couldn't figure it out.
Well, with all due respect, maybe he wasn't such a hot expert. I could have set him straight. Is that everything from yesterday's shooting? How does it look?
We'll get by with it.
Terry, this is going to be one of the greatest pictures of all time. We ready for tomorrow?
Bart, I was talking to the governor of this place. Now, the location that has the cleft in the mountain range, well, he tells me it's considered unsecured territory.
Unsecured? From what?
Well, it's not under government control.
Well, under whose control is it?
Whichever bandit or guerrilla leader happens to be prowling around at the time.
Terry, we were over there in the helicopter. The place is deserted.
Look, I am just telling you the facts of life.
Well, why is it any worse there than it is here in so-called civilization?
Oh, Bart, be reasonable.
The governor of the province. What was he last year? He was a bandit or a guerrilla leader himself.
It isn't wise to take the company up there.
It's only for one day's shooting.
Oh, yeah, Bart, there are times...
You know, I have a fantastic idea. Suppose a couple of these guerrillas do come around. We'll put them in the picture.
Are you crazy?
Well, you just refuse to give me credit for sensational ideas, Terry. All those guys, what do they want? Publicity. We can work them into the picture as partisans fighting for freedom.
Oh,
huh?
Oh, Bart, you don't have a brain in your handsome head. But the good Lord made up for it. You have something that's worth infinitely more.
Luck. That's what I keep telling you, kid. You stick with me. Some of it is sure to rub off.
Right here. Driver, stop here. Alto.
Terry?
Is this where you want to set up?
Did you ever see anything like it?
Well, I got to admit, it's perfect.
You thought I was crazy to come out for one sequence. I can make the whole picture. It captures the essence of the land. You feel instinctively this is why these people are willing to die for it.
Yeah, well, with a break, we can set it up and shoot it before lunch and then be out of here.
I don't think I have ever seen such a beautiful morning.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Ruth. It's gorgeous.
Okay, Bart, everything is set up just about ready?
Terry's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Well, that's the secret of success in this business. Surround yourself with people who can help you.
And take the credit for yourself.
Well, everybody makes his own deal in this life.
I suppose so.
Ruth, I want to ask you something. Are you happy?
Yes, Bart. I'm happy.
Okay, everybody on set.
This is the big scene, baby. This is the one for all the marbles. This is the Academy Award.
All right. Quiet down, huh? Let's hold it. Betty?
Yes, Terry?
Now, you have got to be tired. Not tired. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, Terry.
Good. Now, you haven't had anything to eat in 3 days. I don't want to see you smile.
Oh, yes, Terry.
How am I doing, Terry?
Bart, you're an art form unto yourself.
Always kidding, huh?
You're the one who has to have the smile, Bart. As you lay there, mortally wounded, dying in her arms, that small smile on your handsome face, well, it tells us that one day the people shall rise again. Okay, let's do it. Just as you were. Make this a take, and we can break and go home. Roll 'em.
There is no death. Scene 4 too late. Take 16.
Action.
Even though I die, my darling, you must know there is no death. We live on in the hearts of those we love. We live on.
Oh, God! God, what's this all about? Was that supposed to be any firing?
Terry, look.
Hey, Hey, who are those guys?
Who do you think? They're bandits. They're gorillas.
All right, don't worry. Now, listen, everybody, don't worry. Just keep calm.
Buenos dias. Good morning. Welcome to my country.
Well, thank you, sir. My name is Bart Wallace.
Bart Wallace. I am a partisan, how do you say, a fan of yours.
Would you like my autograph?
Well, it would be an honor. But later. I see you are busy.
Yes, we're shooting a picture.
My name is Numero Uno. I am number one. I am number one here. Soon, I shall be number one in the province, then in the country. And then, quien sabe, amigo? Who knows? My men and I, have we your permission to watch?
Well, certainly.
Well, then please, continue.
Terry, you want to pick it up? You see, I told you if any of these guys showed up, I'd have a meeting right out of my hand.
It looks that way, doesn't it? But it can't be this easy. One small caveat here. When you have someone eating out of your hand, there is always a lurking possibility that you can get it bitten off. This will be something more to explore in Act 2. We left our friends in the midst of shooting their motion picture deep in the wilderness of a rather untamed country. The proceedings are now being witnessed by a local bandit. Or is he a guerrilla, possibly a revolutionist, named modestly enough Numero Uno? Whatever else one chooses to say about this Numero Uno, one thing is sure. The man is a thoroughgoing movie fan.
There is no death. We live on. We live on in the hearts of those we love. We live on forever.
Cut! That is a tape! Bravo. Bravissimo. Never have I been so moved.
Well, thank you, Numero Uno. Oh, I should like to have you meet the company.
I shall treasure this moment to my dying day.
Terry Miller, our director. Betty Whalen, my leading lady.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, yes, Miss Whalen. How many times, in how many pictures, have you danced your way into my heart?
Frank Chen Lee, our head cameraman.
Of course.
Joe Gordon, our art director. Billy Youngman, Phil Downs, Herb Goldstein, Sam Riley.
Oh, these names, always have they been just letters across the screen. But they are people, live, living people.
Yes, of course. Now, we're about to break up.
And who is that most charming lady?
Which charming lady?
Standing over there.
You know, you just gave me the feed for the oldest gag in the world. That's no charming lady. That's my wife.
Your wife? Oh, come. You must introduce me.
Ruth, dear. Ruth. This is, Numero Uno. My wife, Ruth Wallace.
I am completely charmed.
How do you do?
How fortunate you are, Mr. Wallace.
Just call me Lucky.
What do you think of our country, Mrs. Wallace?
Would you excuse me, please? I have to check out the sound tapes.
Have you been married for a long time to Mr. Bart Wallace?
10 years.
Almost a lifetime.
Are you married?
Oh, yes. It was one of those things that was planned by our parents when we were children. But I do not pay very much attention to it.
Then you're not in love with your wife?
Oh, we are fond of each other.
You asked me what I thought of your country. I'm sorry, I haven't seen very much of it.
Well, I should like to show it to you. Our deep rivers, high mountains, lovely valleys. You would like it.
I'm sure. But I'm sorry I won't have the chance. We'll be heading back soon.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, my husband and Terry and myself should be going right after lunch. You'll join us, I hope.
I should be delighted. Yes, an excellent meal. Most splendid.
Well, that's the one thing I always do on location, make sure of the food. Oh, by the way, I never did give you my autograph, did I?
I was hoping you would remember.
I'll be prepared. I always carry pen and paper for the purpose. And here we are. With sincere good wishes, Bart Wallace.
I am in your debt.
Yeah, I really got a thrill out of meeting you, numero uno. But I'm afraid now we have to go back.
Bart, our cars are gone. Our cars are gone.
What do you mean? Everything was parked just around the bend in the road.
They're gone, I tell you.
Well, where are the drivers?
Permit me. We need your vehicles.
Oh, I see.
Yes, to be used for the benefit of the people, of course.
Of course. And, our film equipment?
This is a negotiable matter.
Ah. Well. Okay, let's negotiate. Tell me what you want.
You have no delicacy.
Oh, now, what's the difference for our film, our equipment, ourselves, and transportation back? That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
You have summed it up neatly.
All right, name your price. We're men of business.
Are we?
I can write this off to necessary expenses. So let's be reasonable, that's all.
You see this as a matter of business?
Well, isn't it? Now, give me your price. How much money do you want?
Money?
Well, money, yes. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
No.
We're not talking about money?
I do not wish to have any of your money.
Well, if it isn't money, what else can it be?
You have no concept of what I am talking about.
No, you've got me. What do you want?
I want your wife.
You want my wife?
Yes.
Oh, you've got to be kidding. Now, why would you... Oh, no, wait a minute. I don't know how it's done in your country, but in our country, a man doesn't give or sell his wife.
Do not patronize me, please. I am not one of your unlettered barbarians. If I were, I would take her by force.
Now, wait a second.
And what is to prevent me? Pedro, Vicente, shoot the first one who moves. You see? See how easily it could be done? But this is not my way with women. I always ask the lady. She must always come to me willingly.
But she's my wife.
And your wife she shall remain. I only ask her to spend one night with me.
You're not serious.
The decision is hers, and hers alone. And until she makes it, we shall all remain exactly where we are.
You can't get away with this.
Why don't we listen to what the lady says?
Assuming that I can believe what I hear.
Yes, you can.
May I speak with you privately for just a minute?
Oh, certainly.
Well, not too privately. Just right over here.
Naturalmente.
Why are you doing this to me? Is this your idea of a joke?
A joke? Why do you say that?
Well, what do you want with me?
I find you irresistible.
Oh, please.
It's true.
If you're serious about this kind of thing, why don't you pick her? Betty Whalen. She's beautiful. Now, I don't want to sound catty, but the truth is she'd be willing. I mean, I don't know anyone she ever really turned down. Oh, I'm sorry I said that, but I think I'm going crazy.
Why?
Why? Well, good Lord, look at me.
I have done nothing but looked at you since I first set eyes on you.
No, please, don't say any more.
Why?
I can't believe it.
Do you think you are incapable of inciting a man's passion?
You're talking to the wrong person.
I have this feeling for you.
Please. I took a vow to be faithful to my husband.
He took a vow to be faithful to you. Has he kept his?
Well, that doesn't matter.
Why not?
Oh, please.
You should have sufficient time to think this over. Reflect. Surely you do not find me unattractive, do you? Truthfully?
No.
There. Bravo. We are making progress. Hey, this guy isn't kidding.
I don't get it. Ruth? Why Ruth? What does he see in Ruth?
We'll have to spend the night out here.
You know, it's crazy.
We don't have any shelter or any blankets. We'll be out in the open. What do we do if it rains?
Does he know something I don't know?
Bart, I don't know what's going to happen.
I better talk to Ruth.
What are you going to tell her? What do you mean? There's only one thing you can say to her. You do it or don't do it.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Anything else is conversation.
Where is she?
She's just up there sitting on a rock. Well, what are you waiting for?
I don't know what to say to her.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Betty. Join the party.
Listen, you want me to talk to Ruthie?
About what?
Well, about the situation.
Why would you tell her?
I would tell her this guy is serious.
Oh, I don't think Ruth would... What am I saying? I know she'd never. Besides, it's a joke.
No, not anymore. It may have started that way, but his men think he's serious. He can't back down now, even if he wanted to. He can't lose face. Oh, I have to tell her that. She has to think of more than just herself. I know I would.
Well, she wouldn't take that from you.
Okay, but somebody has to tell her. How about you, Terry? You can always talk to her.
Oh, no. It can't be me.
Why not?
Because you're her husband. It has to be you.
Well, how can I tell her something?
You better. They don't intend to give us any shelter. Now, suppose tomorrow we're still here and they don't give us any food.
All right. I'll talk to her.
Well, now how about right now?
Now, don't rush me. I have to get my thoughts together somehow. Ruthie?
Oh, he startled me.
How do you feel?
You know something I don't know?
Now, we have a lot to talk about.
All married couples always have a lot to talk about.
Well, this unusual situation, Ruth.
Oh, yes, it is unusual, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is. How many film companies get themselves captured by bandits?
For just once in our married lives, the situation is one where I'm to be unfaithful.
Now, Ruth, I know things haven't, things could be better.
Oh, yes, indeed.
But hang it all, we're in bad trouble out here.
Yes, we're all in trouble. But not all of us are in the same kind of trouble.
Ruth, about this guy, this numero uno.
Yes? What about him?
Well, he is serious.
Oh, I'm aware of that.
And, what are you thinking about, Ruth?
What am I thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, what do you, want to do?
Right now, Bart, at this very moment, I don't know what I want to do.
It isn't open and shut. There's a doubt, a question. What should she do? You realize that here we are posing a fundamental moral problem. The answer should be obvious. Or should it? What happens to the ice of morality when it's subjected to the heat of reality? More soul-searching is scheduled for Act 3. The rules of the game. All human activity is determined by a body of statutes. The law is clear. Thou shalt not. But the clear voice of morality is always blurred and distorted by the static of daily life. And accommodation bends the rules for all of us at one time or another. Deplore it if you will, but how else could we manage to lead happy lives? Or any sort of lives?
What do you want to do, Ruth?
I shouldn't think twice about it.
Think twice about what?
Having an affair.
Ruth.
You never do?
I'm sorry about everything.
Are you?
Yes, it's all part of my image.
Oh, is that what it is?
Please try to understand, Ruth. I have to be true to my public.
Even if it means being false to your wife?
Okay, I asked for that. But it's true.
Why is it true?
Because I radiate... Okay. I radiate sex.
Uh-huh.
And for that reason, those millions of women cannot accept me as a happily married man.
Oh, they can't?
They have to believe that I'm not happy with my wife, that she isn't enough for me.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, so that vicariously...
That's a very good word.
Vicariously, each of those millions of women can feel that I am being unfaithful with her.
Oh.
And that's true. That's true, Ruth. You can ask any psychiatrist.
Yes, I'll make a note of it. But why did you marry me?
Well, every guy, deep down, wants to be married.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, take it from me. He wants to have a nice little wife to come home to, a home.
So, you picked the mousiest little woman you could find, didn't you?
Ruth.
You had to let all the mousy little women know that they also had a chance. Vicariously.
Now, Ruth.
To be your unimportant wife.
Ruth, you're very important to me.
But I'm not supposed to have any feelings.
You're hitting a guy when he's down.
It's all right for you to flaunt Betty Whalen and all the Betty Whalens of the world in my face, isn't it?
Now, don't get mad.
You want me to go and spend the night with that man, don't you?
I never said that you should go.
Why not? Why is it such a big deal? You do things like that all the time.
Not all the time, Ruth. As a matter of fact, not even as often as you might be led to think. Actually, I'm getting older.
Please go away from me, Bart. I just want to be by myself for a while.
Terry, I don't know what we're going to do. Just look at everybody. We've got the whole company sprawled out on the ground.
Isn't there some way we can get out of here?
How? He's got guys with guns surrounding the place. Even if we could sneak past, it's 100 miles to civilization, or what passes for it out there.
Well, we have got to do something soon.
All right. I'm going to have a talk with that clown.
Hey, don't sell him short.
I'm going to talk with him right now.
Yes, amigo. How can I help you?
I have a deal for you.
A deal?
Yes, I'll make a feature film, and you'll be the hero.
I have already stated my terms.
Sure. However, let me counsel you.
Counsel.
Now, we're both men of the world.
Yes.
In the sense that we, obviously both like a good joke, a good time, good whiskey. Although I do have to be careful, otherwise it could blotch my face.
Which would be a pity.
Yes, now, what was I saying?
You had mentioned good jokes, good times, good whiskey.
And good women.
Yes, of course. The quartet without which life is dull.
Now, talking about good women, I can tell you that you have picked the wrong one.
Oh? Did I?
Yes, you should have chosen my leading lady.
Yes, Betty Whalen.
Yes, indeed, Betty Whalen, Miss Betty Whalen. Yeah, you just take it from one who knows. She is by far the better choice.
Oh, I want to thank you most sincerely.
Don't mention it.
My original condition still stands.
Now, look, man to man, what can you possibly see in her compared to Betty Whalen?
Compared to Miss Whalen, who is the moon, your wife is the sun.
You're putting me on.
I feel sorry for you. You are so blind, so deaf, so dumb.
What do you see in my wife, a fellow like you? You can get practically any woman you want.
Yes, practically is correct. I'm having trouble getting your wife.
But you haven't told me. What do you see in her?
Beauty.
Beauty?
Not the empty, the vapid, petty prettiness of a Betty Whalen. No, the radiant beauty of a goddess Athena. The shining beauty that touches the soul.
You see that in my wife?
And you don't? I pity you.
You see all that?
See it, feel it. How few women there are in the world.
What are you talking about? There's millions of women.
Millions of females. But women, full-blooded, full-souled women. No, she is my first, and I mean to have her.
But I'm trying to
You have nothing to say about it, my friend. The decision is hers, and hers alone.
Bart? Did you talk to Ruth last night?
She wouldn't tell me anything.
Did you talk to the maniac? Yeah, that's what he is, you know.
Well, nothing's changed.
Then I have to talk to Ruth myself, alone.
What are you going to tell her?
What do you think?
I don't know what to think anymore.
Ruth?
Oh, hello, Terry.
Oh, still sitting out here?
Yes?
I hope you take this in the proper spirit. You see, the company has approached me.
The company?
Yeah, individually and as a group, practically. Everybody agrees.
To what?
Well, it's a deplorable thing, you know, but...
But?
Well, sometimes a person has to think of the welfare of the group. Ruth, we can all die out here.
Doesn't anyone want to take the opportunity to die a hero's death?
I don't think so.
So? That's the way it is.
You must hate us.
No, not really. I'm not even disappointed.
Well, that's the part that really hurts me.
Oh, now, don't you do that, Terry. Don't you start feeling injured. You don't deserve it.
You're absolutely right. And, I want you to know this. Everybody in the company, and I spoke to everybody with no exceptions, they all took an oath to keep this secret.
Oh, no, never. I won't have it. Terry, call the company together. You are all aware of our present situation and what must be done to alleviate it. I will announce my decision. I intend to spend a highly agreeable, even pleasurable evening with numero uno.
Ruth!
But I do not wish this matter to be kept secret. I am not doing it for any of you. I'm doing it for myself.
Well, I won't allow it.
I am doing it because numero uno has completely swept me off my feet. And indeed, what other woman has ever had such an opportunity to help her fellow man and have such a good time doing it? Far from keeping it quiet, I intend to brag about this for the rest of my life.
Are you crazy?
Oh, yes. Well, I was for 10 years. I have come to my senses, finally. I am beautiful. I am desirable. A man wants me. He wants me for myself. He wants me so badly he would destroy all 19 members of this company for my sake.
Brava, bravissima. Such fashion.
You keep your promise to my friends.
My word is my bond.
But that's only incidental.
I understand. My passionate one. You won't do this, Ruth.
You can't stop me, Bart.
Now, don't do it because you want to teach me a lesson.
On the contrary, darling. I want to teach myself a lesson.
Well, I won't allow it. You are powerless to prevent it. Oh, yeah? Well, I challenge you to a duel. You... what?
Oh, don't be silly, Bart.
Well, what do you say, numero uno? You can't refuse me.
You'll be killed.
Are you afraid of me?
You never held a gun in your life except a prop on a movie set.
You wish to die, my friend? Are you scared? Have it your way. As the challenge party, I have the choice of weapons, but I shall defer to you. Are you more adept with the sword or the pistol?
Oh, he wouldn't know what to do with either one.
The pistol,
No!
Jose, por favor, su pistola.
Bart, are you crazy?
You're my wife. You belong to me and to nobody else. Oh, gracias. Here, my friend. All you do is just point and pull the trigger. Now, I shall walk to that tree, and you shall stand by this rock.
He'll kill you.
We shall fire at each other until our guns are empty, or one of us falls dead, whichever occurs sooner. Now, I shall walk. When I arrive at the tree, I shall turn, and we may commence. Now, I begin to walk.
Bart, don't!
You may open fire. Well, why don't you shoot? The stupid thing won't go off. Are you pulling the trigger? Nothing happens. The safety catch must still be on. Push it off. Where is it? It's that little thing just below the hammer. Where? Oh, I see it. No, don't hold the gun near your face. Away from your face.
Bart, darling.
Ruth.
Oh, Bart.
Ruthie, before I die, I want you to know I love you.
Oh, Bart.
I always loved you. And I'm not afraid to play older parts anymore.
He's dead.
No, my goddess. He lives. He has frightened himself unconscious. And the powder blast is painful, but he lives.
I suppose I have to go through with my part of the bargain.
Do you want to? Freely?
I don't know. I truly don't know.
Jose, see that these people are safely transported back to the city.
Thank you.
It's nada. As we say, it's nothing.
For the first time in 10 years, I feel married.
Goodbye, goddess.
Goodbye. Perhaps not goodbye. Perhaps au revoir.
Au revoir.
I think I need time to decide who is numero uno.
Numero uno. And is it also numera una? Do we always marry numero one, the first choice, the top candidate? Do we? Each must answer this question privately. And suppose we find we have been mistaken. Do we change horses in midstream? I realize it's a mixed metaphor, but that's what life is. A mixed-up business. I'll be back shortly. Differences of opinion. That's the story of horse racing. It's also the story of life and love, especially love.
What does he see in her? What does she see in him? Those are the constant questions. The ugly duckling doesn't really change into a swan. She has been a swan all along. It's our perception that changes. A girl you wouldn't look at twice in the street suddenly becomes a vision of beauty and delight when her face is up there on that great silver screen. Perception. The name of the game of life. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every once and so often, I run across an account in a newspaper which is so inexplicably odd, I feel that if I could get to the bottom of it, it would make for great telling to my Mystery Theater friends. And this story fits that premise, fills that bill, and concerns a doorway between dimensions, a passageway I call the threshold.
Mr. Tanner, we in our dimension, looking at you in yours, could never understand why you gave up a promising career as an atomic scientist to run a hardware store.
A question of conscience, Mr. Fairley.
Conscience? What is that?
A very human characteristic that helps you know right from wrong. It warns us as a friend before it punishes us as a judge.
Remarkable. We have no such characteristic as conscience in our world.
Our mystery drama, The Threshold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Fred Gwynne. I shall return shortly with Act One. Piece in the paper I told you about? Here it is. Mercury, Montana. In a deserted mountain town near here, there are signs of life, but no signs of the living. It is reported that roads, homes, and stores are being built in the village of Dry Lake, yet no one has ever seen a human being near the place. County officials are puzzled, but pleased that after 40 years as a ghost town, someone appears to be investing heavily in the area. Unquote. Mysterious? Intriguing? I thought so, too.
Morning, Shane. What do you got there? Broken pickaxe?
Morning, Jeff. Yeah, need a new handle.
Yeah, well, put it on the counter and we'll give her a look. Yeah, I don't think I have a handle that would fit that. You need it right away?
No, I think I'll wait for cooler weather before I take that hike to Granite Mountain. I don't go up the mountain just along the riverbed.
Shane Boggs, are you still prospecting for gold?
Let's say I'm still hoping.
You think there's any gold left in the 1980s around here? They cleaned us out 100 years ago.
You're positive? Jeff, you've been over to Dry Lake recently?
I'm not aiming to catch something you can't cure.
You know why anyone would want to live there?
I wouldn't sell acreage in Dry Lake to my worst enemy.
Who do you suppose owns that old town?
We do. Our town does. Mercury. It was deeded back to us 20 years ago.
Well, I heard somebody just bought some land there. A man and a woman come into the post office and talked to old Morgan, and he rented them a box for their mail, and they were living there.
Why would anyone want to live in Dry Lake? It's a tombstone of a town.
I figured they must be strangers, and nobody's told them about how everybody died there 40 years ago.
Everybody didn't die, Shane. Only the ones who refused to move ended up dead. Are you positive people have bought land to live there?
Old man Morgan told me himself. He ought to know. He's a postmaster.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a talk with him. He ought to have known better than that. Why didn't he say something? If some idiots are planning to live in Dry Lake, and we let them do it, that's nothing short of murder. Say, Morgan, where's the June issue of my science fiction magazine?
Don't ask me. I don't print it. I just put it in people's boxes.
Well, it gets later every month. What's this about a couple who gave you their address in Dry Lake?
That's so, just the other day.
And you said nothing about that atomic experiment 40 years ago? And how the people who crawled into the woods hoping to go back were all found dead?
Nope. Why should I?
Well, the area may still be contaminated.
And they got a house right there in Main Street.
A house? The whole town's nothing but broken bricks and boards. What house?
55 Main Street, they said.
What are they talking about? Even snakes don't live there. There's no street. The rains have washed everything away.
55 Main Street is what they told me.
What are these people's names?
Mr. and Mrs. Fairley.
Fairley? Well, they're not from around here. That's not a family name in the Bitterroot Range. They don't have any children, do they, Morgan?
Nope. Just Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
Well, at least that's something. I wouldn't want children to live in Dry Lake. Duke, I've closed my store for the rest of the day because I'm very disturbed about something, and you're the mayor of Mercury, and I aim to get this off my chest.
Well, sure, Jeff. Speak out.
I heard today about a man and his wife who bought themselves a couple of lots over in Dry Lake. Now, I figure they must be strangers, and someone sold them a pig in a poke.
Now, hold on, Jeff.
You can't close your eyes to what the town was used for in 1940 and the tragedy that resulted from that.
Jeff, I've got to tell you something.
I have not finished yet, Duke. Our postmaster tells me their name is Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, and they're going to live at 55 Main Street. And you and I know there's no 55, and there's no Main Street. It's a ghost town. It's worse than that. It's a dead town, and living people should not be living there.
You finished now, Jeff?
Yes, for the moment.
I know all that. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley. They haven't just bought one plot in Dry Lake. They're aiming to buy the whole town. In fact, they've optioned it.
What?
Yeah. We own the deed to Dry Lake. I mean, the town of Mercury does. They made us a fair offer, and pretty much everything was signed and sealed this morning at the town hall. The town of Dry Lake, lock, stock, and barrel. They didn't even want a mortgage. Cash deal. Every penny. Not bad.
Well, I'll be.
Think of it this way, Jeff. Maybe after 40 years, someone's got a right to live in Dry Lake again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Tell that to the stunted trees and the yellow grass and the animals who died there. Tell them it's a safe place to live. Doesn't it bother you any, Duke, to know that you've sold innocent people land in hell?
Now, Jeff, you hold on there.
I am not going to sit back quietly and see honest people taken advantage of just because they don't come from around here. I'm ashamed of you, Duke. And I'm ashamed to have been born and brought up here in Mercury. I never thought I'd see the day when the almighty dollar had more value than human life.
Jeff, I don't understand what's come over you.
I'm mad. I'm mad because I'm ashamed.
And that's why we're riding over to Dry Lake?
I'm disgusted with the mayor of our town, selling off ruined land. May even have a residue of atomic waste on it.
You don't think the Fairleys knew that?
How could they? Of course not.
Well, what you aim to do?
I'm going to find them and tell them. They've been robbed, and I'm going to help them get their money back.
Well, if Dry Lake is all fire dangerous, should we be going there?
Well, we're just visiting. We're not drinking the water, not eating anything grown there.
Do you know what the Fairleys look like?
Well, if we see a man and a woman, who else is it going to be? Say, what did I do wrong? Did I miss that turn into Lake Road?
No, I wasn't looking. No, this looks okay to me. I sort of remember this road.
Wait a minute. How did I wind up here? That's the second time we've passed Old Indian Rock. I know I passed it half an hour ago. How come we're right back where we were?
Well, it is Old Indian Rock. Son of a gun.
You distracted me, that's why. I don't know how I missed that turnoff into Lake Road. I was so sure I took it.
Jeff, this is weird. I mean, downright weird.
You're telling me.
We've been around this road 4 times. And no matter which way we go, we end up here at Old Indian Rock.
I can't explain it. And I have a funny feeling even if I could, I wouldn't want to know.
Let's hoof it. It's not too far from here.
Yeah, okay. If the moon had come out, it'd be easier. Let's leave the pickup here.
If we climb that ridge, Dry Lake ought to be straight ahead across the valley.
Yeah.
You okay, Jeff?
4 times around in a circle. It's as if Dry Lake doesn't want anybody to find it.
I'm following you, Jeff. Right behind you.
Yeah. Funny how it all comes back to you. Moon or no moon. This is the way my father and I would hike over here. What the devil's going on down there? Can you make out if it's in Dry Lake?
I don't see a thing, Jeff. But there sure is plenty of action. Sounds like they're tearing the town up with bulldozers and tractors.
Yeah, jackhammers. There's a great, big, solid concrete platform the scientists left there. Used it as a base for the atomic experiments. Big as half a football field. I'll bet that's what those jackhammers are digging into. Oh, if only these clouds had passed so the moon had come out. You see any lights down there?
No, not a candle. But the dark doesn't seem to stop them.
Shane, look out!
Which way is it coming first?
It's coming from our left. The bulldozer's to my left. Jump for it, Shane.
Which way?
It's turning. It's heading right for us.
I'm climbing up this tree.
No. I can see it now. It's tearing all the trees down in front of it.
Jeff, you okay?
That's the scariest thing that ever happened to me.
I didn't see it. Even when it was right on top of us. How come you saw it?
I didn't. I thought I did because I saw all the trees being mowed down as it came this way. Gee, to hear that monster bulldozer and not see it, I don't know what's happening.
Let's go home.
Looking back, you Shane.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at these tracks? Like some big diesel locomotive.
Looks like they're building a road.
Yeah. With invisible machinery and nobody in the driver's seat. let's call it a night and get out of here.
No, wait. If we get closer, we'll see better.
No, this is as close as I want to get.
Yeah. All this equipment, the tractors, the dozers, the trucks to carry away what they dig up.
Equipment we can't even see.
Where'd they come from? The only road from Billings and Butte runs right by my store. It'd take a dozen tractor trailers to haul all that equipment up here.
Look, can we please get out of here before I'm really ready for the loony bin?
There you have it. Once I had dug behind that little story in the newspapers about the deserted town coming to life, what you just heard is what I learned. All of which can be very disturbing if it has never happened to you before. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Of June came and went, and Jeff Tanner and his friend Shane Boggs kept mum about what they'd seen from the hill overlooking the town of Dry Lake. The more each of them thought about it, the more they suspected they had been victims of some kind of hypnosis or hysteria, and neither of them could afford to be laughed at. The town plumber and the town hardware merchant wouldn't get much business if people thought they were seeing things. So it became their unspoken secret until the night of the fireworks display on the 4th of July.
I always have a good time on these 4th of July picnics.
Yeah. How about another beer, Jeff?
Shane, I'm ashamed to say... I'm ashamed to say we're fresh out of beer.
No.
Yeah, I brought 2 six-packs and we started in at 3 this afternoon, but we just had the last one.
No kidding. No more beer?
I can let you have an egg salad sandwich. You got one of those left.
Say, there's a beautiful rocket. Look at the way she spins. I wonder if they celebrate the 4th like we do.
Who?
That Mr. and Mrs. Fairley. You know, those foreigners who moved into Dry Lake.
I thought we'd agreed to forget about all that.
I was just wondering. Probably if they have firecrackers, you can hear them, but you can't see them. Am I right?
I don't know, Shane. I try not to think about them.
Why not?
Well, I guess because I feel guilty. I never did get to warn them away.
Well, heck, they set their bulldozer on us. Funny thing, I haven't heard anybody in Mercury even mention their names. Nobody. They must know something's going on over at Dry Lake. They must.
Yeah, I wonder about that, too. I mean, don't they hear it?
I hear it. Some nights, all kinds of building sounds coming clean across the range.
Shane, I've had enough fireworks and beer. What do you say we go over there?
Where?
Dry Lake.
I thought we weren't going near the place anymore.
Well, we'll go as far as we can in the truck, then walk the rest of the way.
You sure? Ain't scared?
Yeah, sure, I'm scared. But that don't stop me from being curious. We found it.
Yeah, somebody's put up a sign. Dry Lake, town limits. Well, you look at this place. Everything's brand spanking new. Those antique cars in the driveways, they look like they're new. Where is everybody? The town's all built for people, I guess. They just haven't arrived yet. Oh, here's a school. Want to go into the playground? Look around? They got swings and everything. Here, let's open the gate. Jeff.
What is it?
You feel something funny? Like a prickling on your skin?
It was always cold when the sun went down. Even in summer.
Oh, it's not cold. More like a tingling sensation. Like a hand sort of crawling up my throat.
Hey, do you see what I see?
Them?
Uh-huh. Every one of the doors to the playground have children standing in front of them.
They're just standing there, watching us. Don't turn around now, Jeff. There's one of them right behind you.
Oh. Well, hello, young fella. Is this your school?
Well, I think he's scared. That's why he isn't saying anything.
How would you like me to give you a push on the swing? Or maybe let's get on the seesaw. He just keeps looking at me.
Hey, that's nice red hair you got. I used to have red hair. When I had hair.
Shane, here comes the rest of them. There must be at least, one after the other coming out of the school doors.
Jeff, those doors are closed. They're walking right through them.
What?
They're not coming very close. Think they're afraid. Say, any of you kids speak English?
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't speak English. Maybe they're boat people or refugees.
Oh, they sure look American. Especially this little red-headed one. Yeah, see what he's got in his hand. An American flag.
Hey, you should have come to our 4th of July picnic over at Mercury. That's the next town. You like fireworks? Shane, I don't think they understand me. Maybe it's what I was afraid of. Kids in this town. See, they're affected first. Little ones particularly.
Well, hey, don't go away. We're not going to hurt you.
Come back. We want to be friends.
I think the little boy with the red hair, I think he understood us.
You mean the one with the American flag?
He's gone, too. Jeff, if it's all the same to you, I think I've done all the looking I want to for one day. Every one of those children who are here didn't say a word.
Hey, look. One of them dropped the flag here.
The redhead. That's his. The way they suddenly disappear. Out of nowhere, into nowhere.
And not making a sound. Not a footfall.
Explain that, if you can, Jeff.
I can't. It's beyond me. Why, Miss Dora Humphreys, what great occasion brings you to my store?
My sink's stopped up.
My dear lady, you take all the romance out of the hardware business. I'll have Shane Boggs stop by at your place. He'll fix your sink for you.
Well, I can't afford plumber's prices. Not on a retired teacher's pension. Oh, where did you get that little American flag you have tacked up behind the counter?
A little boy dropped it, and I picked it up.
Oh, well, would you mind taking it off the wall and letting me look at it more closely?
Of course not. It's just thumbtacked in.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. It's all yours, Dora.
Oh.
Excuse me, Dora. I got a customer.
Jeff, did you get that pickaxe handle for me yet?
Not yet, but you'll have it.
Say, isn't that Miss Humphreys? My old school teacher?
Don't tell me you use a pickaxe when you repair pipes.
Shane, you arrived just in the nick. Dora's got a stopped-up sink.
Jefferson persuaded me you'd do it for nothing.
Oh, of course I will, Miss H. That's the least I could do. I still remember how pleased my ma was when you gave me a B+.
Jefferson, this little flag, I haven't seen it in 40 years.
You know that flag?
And I say a dozen others, just like this one. You notice this flag has only 48 stars, so it's not a modern flag. Hawaii, Alaska bring the total of 50 states today.
Dora, you said you recognized it. How is that possible?
Well, when I was teaching third grade part-time in Dry Lake, I got the whole class to make their own American flag for the 4th of July. I gave them the material. The red and white stripes are part of the dress I had. I cut out the stars, and each child sewed their own. Now, how a little boy dropped it when it was made back in 1940, I can't even guess.
Dora, could you be mistaken? I mean, after all this time.
Well, I was a very young girl. My first teaching job. Part-time here in Mercury and part-time in Dry Lake. You don't forget those things. Now, tell me, Jefferson, where was it this child dropped this flag?
Well, we can't tell you that. It's not important.
Oh, well, I knew those children, every one of them. I've probably taught thousands since 1940, but I always remember my first class. I can still see them parading into my class, holding their homemade flags in the air.
And their faces, do you see them?
Oh, very clearly. Especially little Tommy, a red-headed boy. He was always losing his flag, dropping it somewhere. Here, you can have this back, Jefferson. Tack it up. I must be off. Shane, come as soon as you can to fix my sink, will you?
It's just not possible, Shane.
Well, you heard what Miss H said. Does it fit the description of the child we saw in the playground? Red hair, always dropping his flag?
But it doesn't add up. Her little Tommy's been dead for 40 years.
Does any of it add up, Jeff? A town rebuilt to look like it did when we were children? Empty? No one except those children anywhere? No way to get there except on foot? Roads seem to be scrambled and one goes round in circles? Does any of that make sense?
Well, there's only one way we're ever going to get an explanation of what this is all about.
What way? There is no way.
Find the Fairleys. They own Dry Lake. They must know the answers.
Got any extra large pipe wrenches, Jeff?
Take a look in the cellar.
Okay, I will. I have an idea Miss H's drain will need looking at. I'll be back up in a few minutes.
Is this, Mr. Tanner's Hardware Emporium?
Good afternoon. Something I can do for you?
No, Mr. Tanner, but there is something my wife and I can do for you.
You are Jefferson Tanner.
Yes, ma'am.
And the man who just went down into your cellar, that would be Mr. Shane Boggs?
Yes, he is. I didn't catch your names.
I didn't tell you. We are Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
When I began to investigate that little news account, I had no idea the path of discovery would be so tortuous or would lead this far. Remember the mythological bird, the phoenix, which died in its own fire and was reincarnated? Is that what we're witnessing in the town of Dry Lake? I shall return shortly with Act 3. is abandoned 40 years ago to enable scientists to conduct atomic experiments. Of course, in those days, it was all top secret. Nobody fully realized the dangers. Nobody was frightened, which explains why so many families didn't relocate, but hid nearby, planning to return. Later, all of the bodies were finally found. Now, today, this town is reborn at the instigation of the very couple who have just entered Jeff Tanner's hardware store.
Did you say Fairley? Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley,
who have bought the town of Dry Lake. Yes, that is us.
I'm very glad to meet you. Perhaps you can clear up for me the mystery of what's going on at Dry Lake.
Oh, I think we can, don't you, Mrs. Fairley?
I think Mr. Tanner is just the man who would understand.
And perhaps even help us.
I think he could.
Mr. Tanner, we'd like it very much if you could drive over to Dry Lake tonight, say at 10 o'clock your time.
I have tried to drive there, Mr. Fairley, but somehow I never get there. I always seem to go around in a circle.
Well, come tonight and you can drive right past the town limits down Main Street. Come to the railroad station. 10 o'clock, your time. We shall await you.
I'll be there with Shane. Shane Boggs.
We'd rather you came alone, Mr. Tanner. Isn't that so, dear?
Yes, we would.
At 10 o'clock, then, your time.
Boy, that sure beats all.
Got just the wrench. Yeah. What is it, Jeff? You look awful.
You didn't hear or see anyone come in just now.
Well, I was down in the cellar.
Mm-hmm. I thought maybe when you came upstairs. Shane, maybe it was a mistake for the two of us to have gone down to Dry Lake. It still could be contaminated.
Honest? After all these years? How can you tell?
I suppose I could walk over it with a Geiger counter.
You sound like a real scientist. I thought science fiction was your beat.
It is now. But I'll tell you something, Shane, which I've never told anybody else. Once I was a real scientist. At least the makings of one. I was 20 years old. My professors and research associates would say to me, if I worked hard at it someday, I might even be awarded the Nobel Prize.
You're kidding me. What were you working in?
Splitting the atom. Shane, I want you to forget everything we saw at Dry Lake. And don't go back. It's for the best. There are some things we're better off not knowing. That's a very unscientific point of view, I know. But it's mine.
I can never forget it, Jeff.
I would rather you remembered all the good times we've had together. If you ever get around to thinking about me in the future. The good things.
Good evening, Mr. Tanner.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Fairley.
Oh, you're very prompt.
I've been here for half an hour enjoying myself.
You have? How?
Sitting on the same baggage wagon I used to sit on when I was younger, waiting for the trains to come in.
Any train in particular?
Well, I can think of one when I was about 20. Some friends of mine from Washington and New York and Boston, they were coming to Dry Lake for a meeting. We all had a job to do together.
It was you who suggested Dry Lake would be the ideal spot to conduct the atomic experiments, wasn't it?
Yes. Don't remind me.
So every accidental death is on your conscience.
I said don't remind me. Everything is different now. Even this little railroad station. I hear the trains pull in, but they're not really there. I can even smell the coal and steam. When I open my eyes and look down the tracks, I see nothing on the rails. No cars, no engines, no nothing.
Only because you are not equipped to see reality.
Well, then why do I hear the trains?
Because we permit you to.
Why did you want to meet with me?
Because we were instructed to contact you.
By who?
Mr. Tanner, Mrs. Fairley, and I are emissaries. You were born in another dimension and belong there. 40 years ago, you and a number of other scientists, relatively inexperienced in the outcome of an atomic test, purchased this town to test your amateurish bomb. Unfortunately, a great many good people found themselves extinguished by gamma and digamma rays and entered our dimension. Mrs. Fairley and I have been detailed to find a way to return them to your dimension and to make certain it cannot happen again.
You mean if a human being suffers death by exposure to gamma rays, he's automatically transported to your dimension?
And we must put a stop to it. Every time this happens, a human dies of radiation, we have another visitor. It's getting to be an invasion.
We don't die completely?
No, you don't. And remember, Mr. Tanner, no matter which plane people occupy, there is only so much space.
And that is the purpose of transforming Dry Lake back to what it looked like 40 years ago. To attract those who died here to return.
You would call it a pilot project. If we can get them all back across the threshold, why... Well, I shan't bore you with the details.
I am not going to permit this.
How can you not? What can you do?
You want all those thousands who have perished from radioactivity to return here and continue their lives? Oh, no, it can't be. If I had a hand 40 years ago in the deaths of those who refused to leave Dry Lake, I am certainly not going to have a hand in bringing them back to life.
Jeff? Jeff, where are you?
Out in the back. Be right out.
Well, where you been the past week? Every day I gone by here and there's your sign in the window. Closed, gone for a vacation. When did you get back?
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Shane, but something came up all of a sudden and I just had to get away.
Jeff, you're a liar. You never left this building. Night after night, I'd peek in the back windows where you'd drawn the shades, and I'd see you turning something on the lathe. Now, I don't want to know what you're doing, but I hate being lied to.
You're right. I have been putting together something which I'm going to give to you. Open this box.
What, for me?
It won't explode. Here, let me take it out of the box. You happen to have any gold nuggets on you?
Sure.
Okay. Lay them on the counter.
In today's market, this hobby is going to pay for itself.
Hold on. Watch me. Now, I hold this invention over the gold, and you listen.
The only thing wrong with that gadget is if I can see the gold, I don't need the gadget.
You hold it. I'll put the nuggets under the counter. Now, go ahead. Point it.
Say, that's not bad. 3 feet away.
Now, I'll take them down in the cellar near where the counter is. You aim the machine and try to locate them.
Mr. Tanner, welcome back to Dry Lake.
We're delighted you returned.
You've decided to help us get those who are in our dimension across the threshold.
I'll do what I can to solve the problem for everyone. Why did you wait 40 years for this?
We have no time spans like you. For us, time is all one. When we live forever. When we die forever.
You probably wondered what's in this box that I brought. I call it the Tanner counter. I made one for a friend who used it to find gold. I made this one to reveal the unseen spirits in your dimension, who I shall be dealing with. I remove it from its box, and can you hear that? Right here with us are one or more souls in your dimension. Mrs. Fairley, Would you like to hold this counter?
Oh, no. I'll stand next to the two of you and listen.
Why don't you try it, Mr. Fairley? That's right. Now point it upwards. Hold it steady. Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, we shall meet in another place.
I've never ridden in a truck before, Shane.
Glad you said you would, Miss H. The whole thing is mysterious as anything. I saw Jeff a week ago, went back the next day. His store was for sale. He'd disappeared.
Is it because you think he's at Dry Lake that we're going there?
No, I thought I'd have a look around and see for myself. Now, we're coming into the main street in a minute, Miss H. I want to warn you, you're in for a surprise. A lot of improvements have been made.
I know this place, and what a shambles it is. Tragedy, really. What is it? What's the matter? Why did you stop like that?
What's happened? The paved street, the lawns, those beautiful cars in the driveways.
What on earth are you talking about? This is Dry Lake, the ghost town it's always been.
Believe me, Miss H., this isn't the way it looked last time I was here.
You mean when you were a child, 45 years ago?
No, just the other day, after the 4th of July picnic. I wish Jeff was here right now. I'm sure he could explain all this. It's beyond me.
Did you say Jefferson? Where did you say he was?
I don't know. He's just left town. I haven't seen him.
Oh, what's that? Did you hear something?
Yes. Did I leave the radio on in the truck where we parked it? Oh, no, it doesn't work.
Oh, it's not music. I hear voices, don't you? People laughing and talking. It's as though a whole town were waking up.
And it's right here, in this abandoned playground. All around us.
So strange. As if there were people right here, right now, living a life which we can hear but can't see. Do you suppose it's this town? That it somehow affected us? Could it be our imagination?
No, Miss H. I don't think it is.
What's that you just picked up?
I think we've both seen this before. A small, handmade American flag with thumbtack holes in each corner.
The conclusion I came to was inescapable. Our atomic scientist turned hardware store owner knew enough science to build a small device that sent the Fairleys and himself out of the orbit of earthly dimensions. One can be fairly certain that none of the three who disappeared would ever return from that trip, for it was indeed a final one across the threshold. I shall return shortly. Ever cross the threshold into other dimensions? Are they there? Do they exist? Because today we cannot discover them does not mean they don't exist. Because we cannot see does not mean we never shall. Ultimately, man will know much more about himself and his universe. Almost 2,000 years ago, Mark Antony said, "Nothing is now left remarkable beneath the visiting moon." I think we'll still be saying that 2,000 years from now. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lang is too busy breathing. But his acid-throwing boy is going to be very, very upset when he hears that I'll soon be able to make visual identification.
But, Joe, you won't be.
He won't know that. Nobody will. Not even my own family. Only you and me, Rick.
Now, look, Joe.
I'm going to send the news out to all the papers and the TV reporters. And how I'm looking forward to the opportunity of seeing a mug book and identifying the guy who threw that stuff at me and my wife.
And you know what he'll do, don't you, Joe? He'll try to knock you over before the operation.
Yeah, he probably will.
You think you can trap this guy by setting yourself up as a target, huh? A game of blind man's bluff, huh?
That's the game, Rick. And I don't intend to lose.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Conan Doyle is one of the giant figures of English literature. His Sherlock Holmes is immortal. But some of Doyle's lesser-known stories should also be rated as classics. Interestingly, even Doyle's stories which do not feature his great detective show the same preoccupation with the solving of seemingly insoluble problems. And today's Case of the Lost Special is one of his best.
My name is Clément Roger. I am one of France's foremost attorneys. I hear you say, then, what are you doing in this dismal prison in Marseille in the year 1901? Well, I am here because of a most urgent and curious request from the most famous criminal in all of France, the notorious Herbert Lernac.
Monsieur Roger, I appreciate your coming here.
Lernac, before we start, like most of the French public, I have been following your case, and I must be honest, I see no hope. Hiring me as your defense attorney would just be a waste of money.
I could not agree with you more. It's inconceivable how a man of my experience could have been so stupid as to kill a greengrocer in front of 3 reputable witnesses. Well, they say who the gods would destroy, they first make mad. That imbecile of a greengrocer made me very angry. But enough of that. Let me tell you the real reason I require your services.
Oh, you don't want me to represent you?
Oh, on the contrary, you are the only lawyer in all France who can perform the service I have in mind.
And that is?
I have a message which I want you to take to 3 most important men in the French government. You know them very well, and they will understand.
Hold on, Lernac. What makes you believe these men will listen to whatever message I bring them?
Oh, it's an excellent question. Tell me, Monsieur Roger, what would you label the greatest unsolved mystery of the last decade?
I would need some time to think.
It may save time if I suggest the disappearance of the Rochdale special.
Yes, but of course. But what has the Rochdale disappearance to do with your case?
In order for you to see the connection, I must tell you a story. A story that began 8 years ago in Liverpool, in the office of the traffic manager of the London and West Coast Railway.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Potter. May I help you, gentlemen?
I am Monsieur Caratal. I would introduce my companion, but unfortunately, he is a mute. We must be in London by 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is imperative.
Oh, dear. It's a pity you just missed the express. It left less than half an hour ago, and the next train isn't scheduled until 1 p.m.
We were booked on the express, but that devilish storm off the coast delayed us. I have come all the way from Central America, and my business in London brooks no delay. I was given to understand you were the gentleman to see about furnishing us with a special train. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. But we require a payment in cash immediately of £150.
That presents no problem at all. Here is the cash. Yes. If you can assure me that the special will get us to London before 3.
Monsieur Caratal, you will arrive in London well before 3 p.m.
Excellent. When can we board?
Almost immediately. But your train won't leave for 3/4 of an hour, since we'll require that time to telegraph down the line to clear the tracks.
We'll board as soon as we can. I prefer to wait in our carriage.
And so, Monsieur Roger, although I was not personally present at that meeting, as my story unfolds, you will come to understand that is substantially the way it must have gone. And now we come to what was considered by Traffic Superintendent, the good Mr. Potter, an amazing coincidence.
An amazing coincidence, Major Moore. A most amazing coincidence.
Oh, how so?
This is the first time in my 20 years' experience that we've had 2 requests on the same day for special trains to London.
Does that mean I shall not get my special and my poor wife will have to go to the hospital without me by her side?
Oh, no. Not at all, Major. Quite the contrary. We have a gentleman from Central America who's already ordered a special, which should be made up by now. I see no reason why he shouldn't be willing to share his accommodations with a military man like yourself. After all, there's plenty of space. I shall go and ask him now.
Absolutely not. I have hired this special train, Monsieur Potter, and I intend to share it with no one. No one.
It's your train, sir, yes, but I thought inasmuch as Major Moore will share the cost.
Monsieur Potter, I am a man who likes my privacy. This is my train, mine alone, and I do not care to discuss this any further.
Bear with me, Monsieur Roger. For your information, Major Moore was none other than myself. And therefore I was able to ascertain that the special departed on time with the track clear.
Here now, Hoskins. Here's something strange. Manchester reports that the special hasn't arrived.
Hey, I wouldn't worry, sir. She's only 10 minutes late.
Well, it'll be devil to pay if she's broken down. Send off messages to the stations down the line asking if they know anything.
Well, Kenyon Junction has already reported she passed there on time. There's only one station between Kenyon Junction and Manchester. That's Barton's Moss. I'm calling them now to ask what they know.
What about the local from Kenyon Junction? If there's trouble on the line, she should be reporting in.
That'd be Barton Moss now, sir. They report no sign of the special.
Order up an engine, 2 cars and a work crew. We'll have them stand by, just in case we have a wreck on our hands.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Hoskins, what is it now?
Manchester reports that the local from Kenyon Junction just arrived, and there was no sign of the special.
Well, it must have gone through.
Yes, sir.
An engine, a tender, 2 railway cars, and 5 human beings cannot have vanished into thin air on a straight stretch of track.
No, sir.
Maybe that's our answer. What are they sending?
Hey, bad news, I'm afraid, sir. I'll have it all in a minute. They want you about 1.5 miles out of Kenyon Junction. You're to meet with an Inspector Collins of Scotland Yard.
Superintendent Potter, I assume. I want to thank you for coming so promptly. I'm Inspector Collins from the yard. I'm sure we can use all the help we can get, Inspector. But how did the yard get into this? Step this way, please. You recognize this man? Good Lord. It's James Slater, the engineer on the Rochdale Special. He's dead. As far as we can determine, he died of a fractured neck sustained in a fall. Now, I ask you, Superintendent, is it possible for an engineer to fall out of his cab? Well, it's possible, Inspector, but highly unlikely in this case. How so? Well, the very few times we've had anything like that happen, it was because the engineer was either drunk or ill, or he was leaning too far out of his cab on a bad curve. But Slater was a sober, hard-working, experienced engineer. And as you can see, this is a perfectly straight stretch of track. But could it have happened? Could he have fallen? Well, in the absence of any other explanation, yes, Inspector, if it is possible.
What is there, Knock? Are you claiming responsibility for the vanishing of the Rochdale Special?
I would rather say, Monsieur Roger, I am taking credit for a masterpiece. I must convince you that it was I indeed who carried that disappearance through. Because you, in turn, must convince the people you talk with that I am truly the man. And that they stand in grave danger of exposure if they do not come to my assistance in the present matter. But to continue. Scotland Yard is now involved, and the worthy Inspector Collins returned to the office of the Superintendent Potter in Liverpool.
Superintendent Potter, let's marshal the facts and see what we have. One, we have a special train en route to London. Last reported as passing through Kenyon Junction on time, and then disappearing somewhere between Kenyon Junction and Barton's Moss. Correct. It would seem to be. In all the history of railroading, no man has ever lost a train. Yes, I appreciate your feelings. Fact number two. The body of John Slater, the engineer of said train, was found lying alongside the tracks about 1.5 miles from Kenyon Junction, but there was no sign of the train or any twisting of the rails that would indicate an accident. Correct. Yes. I now take it as fact that the train vanished somewhere between Kenyon Junction and Barton's Moss, along with the people in it. Which brings us to the people. First, the guard. How long had he been employed by London and West Coast? James McPherson? He joined us more than 12 years ago. He has a spotless record. And the stoker? William Smith. Well, he just hired 3 weeks ago, but he seemed to be an experienced, willing worker. Which leaves the passengers. What can you tell me about the gentleman, Monsieur Caratal, who hired the special? Well, maybe it's hindsight, but I've been thinking about those two, and they were a strange couple. Caratal was so small and fragile-looking, he was almost a dwarf. And this mute giant he had with him seemed like a bodyguard. And wait, one other thing comes to mind. Yes? The bodyguard was carrying a leather dispatch case, but it was chained to his wrist, which seemed most unusual. There are too many unusual aspects of this whole case to suit me. For instance, this Major Moore you told me about. The man who wanted to share the special with this Caratal. Well, nothing unusual about that. It was just a coincidence. The Major was a fine man, every inch a soldier. He had a sick wife in London, and he was naturally anxious to... Would you think it unusual if I tell you that there is no record of any Major Moore in all the military? Nor any record of a Mrs. Moore in the London hospital at that time. Like your train, Major Moore seems to have vanished. It's beyond me. What's to be done? Tedious detective work, Superintendent. I want an engine, and I want your company. when we ride over every inch of track where the special was lost. We'd be better off in a handcar. I'll get a crew. You know that sideline we just passed leads to the Cornstalk Ironworks. We've already checked it. The day that the special disappeared, there were 16 cars loaded with hematite blocking the entire track. I say, there's a signal flag. And the red is down at the next semaphore. Stop here, engineer, stop here. What's this all about? Well, I'll find out in a minute. There's one of those newfangled telephone things on this semaphore. I've a good mind to send in my resignation. Well, what is it? What did they say to you on the telephone? It almost doesn't bear repeating. But they've got some kind of spiritualist at the yard who claims he had a vision. He insists your little man, Monsieur Caratal, wasn't a man at all, but the devil himself. And he spirited the train away.
Preposterous notion, the idea about the devil, and yet it showed the desperation that reigned in Scotland Yard and how hard put they were to explain this incredible disappearance of an entire train. We'll be back shortly with the explanation, which is so ingeniously simple that it baffled the police for more than 8 years. Impossible Dream might well have served as the theme song for the life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Ultimately, it led him into the spirit world in an impossible quest for answers to the riddle of life after death. We can be grateful for his absorption with this theme because he left us a treasure trove of mysteries. One of his lesser-known gems is The Lost Special, to which we now return as the arch-criminal Herbert Lernack continues spinning his incredible tale.
Monsieur Roger, as France's greatest criminal lawyer, it must seem almost ridiculous to sit in the prison cell of a man indicted for a stupid, clumsy murder of a greengrocer and listen to him claim to have been the mastermind of one of the great crimes of the century.
Oh, don't concern yourself with my feelings.
But your feelings are crucial, monsieur. The gentleman to whom you carry my message must know that they are hearing the truth.
I believe you, Lernack. And I confess I am curious. Go ahead.
Very well. Let us go back then. As you recall, all England was in an uproar. Inspector Collins was besieged on all sides by criticisms and suggestions.
Inspector Collins, your visit is a great surprise. Last I heard, you'd handed in your resignation. Yes, I did. It wasn't accepted. I finally got something solid. What do you know about the guard in the van? I have his name down as James McPherson. McPherson? Well, he's been with us for 12 years. Record clean as a whistle. Surely you don't suspect. We'll talk about suspicions after you give me all the information you have on him. Certainly, Inspector. Let me see. Yes, here we are. He moved here from Scotland with his folks, got a job in a colliery, and then came to us as a switchman. Yeah, that's how he started. Worked his way up. Never late, rarely ill, married, and has one daughter. That information checks with this letter. But do you have anything on his friends or associates? Oh, that wouldn't be in the file, unless there was some particular reason, and in this case there obviously isn't. What about this letter? Do you know his handwriting? I have samples on applications and other things, but should I have a look? Yes, of course. Here you are. You mean you actually have a letter from McPherson? It looks like it. Yes, it's his handwriting. He wrote you? What's he say? It's a letter to his wife, and it reads, "I've been thinking a great deal, and I find it very hard to live without you. The same goes for Bert, our darling daughter. How is she? And you? I long so much to see you, but things are very difficult with me here. Here? Where is he? America. Oh, let me finish. I'm enclosing some money, which should come when you change it to about £50. This should be enough to get you both over here. I suggest you try the Hamburg boats, which stop at Southampton. They're very good ships and cheaper than Liverpool. So please come and stop at the Woods Hotel. I will get you there. Your ever-loving husband, James McPherson. I'd be blessed. What a strange letter.
Of course, Monsieur Rocher, we had known all along that McPherson was the weak link, and he was under constant surveillance.
Just one moment, Leonard. You're asking me to go to the 3 most important men in France with a request. They are not fools, neither am I. There was no way you could have known what was in that letter.
Of course not. We knew he'd mailed a letter. Now remember, I had a confederate in England. The only way we could check was to see how Scotland Yard reacted, or if they reacted at all. Naturally, his wife was watched, and when she went to the yard and Collins returned to Liverpool, we knew. And so? We acted. I had to go to America. McPherson was my responsibility since I had recruited him.
Then he knew what had happened to the train.
Oh, but of course.
Well, what happened to McPherson?
What happened to the train?
No one knows.
Exactly. But you should have an inkling. I have revealed everything. No, not quite everything. Let me continue and take you back to England and the hard-working Inspector Collins and Superintendent Potter.
Good of you to come all the way to London, Superintendent. I'd go to the ends of the earth if I could find out what happened to the special. You have some news? Just that. News. Mrs. McPherson and her daughter are back from America. They stayed at the Woods Hotel for 2 weeks, and McPherson never contacted them. Just another dead end. I must confess I was expecting more when I got your wire. I have more. An entirely new line of investigation has opened up. Who would want to steal a train? I went back and started from that. Oh, I've thought and thought about that, but I've come up with an absolute zero. It wasn't the train, obviously. It must have been Caratal, a man who needed a bodyguard, a man who insisted on absolute privacy, and whose bodyguard was carrying a leather satchel chained to his wrist. That was strange, and I said so at the time, but so I put all the facilities of the yard to work on the background of Caratal. It turns out that he was a great traveler, been around the world several times, had friends and acquaintances all over, even in the Orient, from which he'd recently returned. I don't see where all this is leading. Caratal dealt with some rather shady figures, and his dealings weren't always above board. In fact, just after his visit to China, there was a theft of a valuable inkstone from one of the museums. Oh, what in the world is an inkstone? That was my question also. These are ancient stones used by the old Chinese calligraphers. They were extremely smooth and took the ink and held it so that the scholar could use it for his writing brushes. I still can't see. They're rare and becoming rarer. Some collectors would kill for them. Now, that leather satchel, it wasn't very large, was it? No, it wasn't. Oh, I see. You think that it contained an inkstone? It's a possibility. But one thing is a certainty. No one wanted the train. They wanted what was on it. And the only thing I can think of that fits is whatever was in that leather satchel of Caratal's bodyguard. Well, I cannot dispute the logic, but that still doesn't even begin to explain what happened to the train. How could it vanish off the face of the earth? Perhaps it didn't. What? How many men do you have at Barton's Moss? It's a small station. There's one man in the signal tower who also operates the telegraph, and a station agent. They were both on duty that day.
Well, I like their names. Then I want you to check them out with me.
Yes, of course. What are you trying to say?
That maybe we've been on the wrong track all along. Led down the garden path, so to speak. Maybe the train did pass through Barton's Moss after all.
Your theory is way off, Inspector. Jameson, the signal tower man, has been with the road for 21 years. He's looking forward to retirement. He's absolutely 100% honest.
That checks with what I've been able to turn up. And the ticket agent also cleared all our checks.
Oh, absolutely. So there goes another theory down the drain.
No, not necessarily. Not if my surmise about the inkstone is correct.
What difference does that make?
How much do you know about the Oriental religions and philosophies?
Nothing at all.
Well, I've been studying up on them. You know that many of them preach the control of mind over senses. And also some of them claim that in certain circumstances, illusions can be created.
What are you trying to say?
Is there a switch-off between Barton's Moss and the next station? One that is usable?
One? There are at least 3 switch-offs.
Then I'll stay with my theory that the special did pass Barton's Moss, and your 2 men never saw it.
Mass hypnosis? We've recently heard and seen some incredible things that people will do under hypnosis. Familiar with the magician's catchphrase, now you see it, now you don't. But the Vanishing Act in the early 1900s, which had all England buzzing with speculation, was the frighteningly inexplicable disappearance of a steam engine, a tender, 2 railway cars, and a van on a straight stretch of track in broad daylight. How such a thing could happen baffled the shrewdest detectives and the most experienced railroad men in the United Kingdom. Nevertheless, Inspector Collins of Scotland Yard and Superintendent Potter pursued their frustrating investigation.
Well, that's the last switch-off between Barton's Moss and Lurstone. We've come up empty again, Inspector. What now?
You go back to Liverpool, and I'll head for London.
And then?
Unless we can come up with something solid. Some piece of evidence that will take us somewhere other than to a dead end. The case will go into the unsolved file.
Now, Monsieur Roger, you have all the facts before you, just as Inspector Collins and Superintendent Potter had. You recall, of course, the rumors that were in all the papers some 8 years ago about the breaking of an impending scandal involving some of the greatest political and financial figures in France.
So if you are referring to the Martinique et Paris conglomerate, I am.
Exactly. And you will also recall that it blew over. It was a 2-week sensation, and then nothing.
Oh, yes, but what...
The honor and careers of many of the greatest figures in France would have been at stake. Now, monsieur, you are a very skilled bowler. So just imagine a group of 9 pins standing so rigid, prim, and correct. And then comes a bowling ball. And plop, plop, plop. There are your 9 pins on the floor.
Dear Mac, you are exasperating. You speak in simile, but facts seem to be lacking.
Cartel was your bowling ball, monsieur. The most important men in France were your 9 pins. And they knew that cartel was coming. Oh, yes, they knew. And thus they took steps. They formed a syndicate, a group to finance the stopping of this bowling ball. And I was chosen as agent to see that Caratel should never set foot in London.
Very well, very well. I understand the premise. They hired you as an assassin.
Oh, no, monsieur. Assassins come cheaply. They needed two things. One, that Caratel be stopped. Two, that the papers he was carrying, the damning documents, which prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that they were all guilty, these had to be destroyed. Thus, I was given unlimited funds. Unlimited, you understand?
But would it not have been cheaper to buy off Caratel?
Undoubtedly, but Caratel was not only carrying these proofs, he was also carrying a grudge against some of the men involved. In this matter, he could not be bought.
Vermac, I think we could proceed more rapidly if you would allow me to do a sort of cross-examination.
But certainly.
Where was Caratel when you received this commission?
In Central America.
Then why did you wait until he actually arrived in Liverpool before you...
I did not. I immediately dispatched an agent to take the boat with him and report to me. But unfortunately, by the time my agent arrived, Caratel had already sailed.
And so you decided to wait until he arrived?
No, monsieur. I fitted out a small armed brig, which was sent to intercept Caratel's ship.
But would that not have been piracy?
Certainly. But that is just a word. We would have accomplished our purpose except for the same storm that made Caratel miss the express. The brig was blown, of course. We missed him.
And what would have happened if Caratel had arrived in Liverpool in time for the express to London?
Every first-class compartment on the express was booked by 3 of my men. They left only 2 vacancies in each compartment. Whichever compartment Caratel was assigned would have been covered, and the extra men served as backups.
It seems a most elaborate conspiracy. You mean to tell me that Caratel was unaware of all this activity, completely unsuspicious?
On the contrary, he was extremely wary. One of the reasons why I felt the matter had to be disposed of before he reached London was because we knew that he had arranged for a substantial amount of protection in that city.
But why would he wait until London?
It's not easy to obtain absolutely trustworthy bodyguards in Central America. As it was, the man Gomez, the mute, was a rare find for him.
All right. You have him arriving in Liverpool and missing the express. Now, if you had succeeded in getting the superintendent to persuade Caratel to share his special with you, what then?
Oh, things would have been much simpler for everyone. It would no longer have been necessary to make an entire train vanish. The affair with the engineer Slater would not have been bungled. Oh, yes, I admit that was bungled, a major flaw.
Very well. Please, let us get to the special.
You know by now that I am not a particularly modest man, but I must give credit to my English ally, one of the acutest brains in England. It was he who arranged that 2 of the 3 employees of the railroad on the special were our men, at a price that would make them independent for life. I won't go so far as to say that the English are more honest than any other nation, but I have found them more expensive to buy.
Vermac, I could do with less of your philosophy.
All right, very well. Picture, if you will, that day on which Caratel hired the special. As soon as I knew I couldn't get aboard as Major Moore, my English confederates picked me up in his horse and carriage.
Our bird was too cagey to let anyone aboard his special, eh?
He has his storm signal set, that is for sure.
It doesn't matter. My men are waiting.
Out of sight, I trust.
And in a culvert alongside the tracks. How much time do we have?
The special isn't scheduled to leave for another half hour or so, and then it will have to get to Barton's Moors.
Not to worry. The wooden ties leading to the Heartsease mine had never been removed, even though the tracks had been. When I heard that our pigeon had missed the express, I got the crews to working almost immediately, with breaks in their schedule when trains were supposed to pass. No one saw them.
How much work has to be done?
We took all the rails, fish plates, and rivets from the abandoned sidings. There were plenty to lay tracks.
And the switching?
Well, I'll be at the points myself, and I've got a perfect location for you. Atop the culvert, where you can see the train approaching and also oversee the siding and the tracks leading to the mine.
Then let us whip up the horses and get there and see to it that everything is going according to plan.
All right, you men. Step lively now.
When is the next train scheduled through here?
Nothing except the special. How far into the mine do you want those tracks laid?
All the way to the mouth of the pit.
How fast has she got to go?
What were your instructions to the stoker?
Well, after he's clawed it home, the engineer, he's to slow the train to give him and McPherson time to jump off. And just before he jumps, he's going to give it full speed throttle.
Very good.
If she's going too fast, she may jump the gap and finish up on the other side.
I do not think that is likely.
Let's hope not, because that'd leave us with quite a mess.
And so, with half an hour to spare, our preparations were completed. The track led to the mouth of the mine pit, but I still had to plan for other eventualities.
Just a moment. I don't quite understand about the mess you spoke of. If the train or part of it were to jump the pit.
I was hired to dispose of Caratel and his documents. If there was to be any shadow of doubt about his death or the papers, then I would not have done my job.
Well, very well, but...
And a steam engine lying wrecked can be dangerous. There's always the chance of explosion. But there was still another factor to be considered. And so picture, if you will, a lovely day in the English countryside. My English ally and myself standing beside some miles of straight, shining track, with him at the switch which would send the special off to the siding.
As you can see, Lermac, the switch has been well lubricated, should work perfectly. And you better get up on top of the culvert now. She's due along here very shortly. If the stoker's at the throttle and everything's under control, he'll signal us as he approaches the switch with 3 blasts on the whistle.
Prearranged, the engine came into view moving slowly. My perch commanded a view of everything, the switch, the siding, and the entrance to the mine. The special drew closer and closer. I saw my English confederate throw the switch. The special rolled onto the siding so smoothly that the passengers, Caratel and his bodyguard, never realized they were no longer on the main line. I saw a man leap from the cab of the engine. At the same time, McPherson jumped from the van, and I stood riveted as the engine started to pick up speed. The wheels began to scream as they raced over the rustic track. And then I saw at the window the first-class compartment the faces of Caratel and his henchman Gomez. They realized what was happening, and they were screaming. Although the mute could make no sound, and suddenly I saw the bodyguard jerk at his wrist, point to the leather satchel, fling it out the window, as if to say, here are the documents. Take them, but spare my life. There's nothing I could do now. The train rushed on, ran off the track, and for a moment I feared that it indeed would jump the gap. But it hit the far edge, shuddered for a moment, and then plunged into the open shaft. With a tremendous roar, the boiler exploded. And that, Monsieur Roger, was the final resting place of the Rochdale special.
Monsieur Lernac, your account was most impressive and highly dramatic. But I do not see how it would change the opinion of the gentleman in question.
With all due respect, Monsieur Roger, you lack my experience in dealing with the rogues. You remember that I said the leather satchel was thrown out the window of the train before it went into the shaft?
Yes.
Knowing the people with whom I was dealing, I took the precaution to extract very few pertinent pages, and kept them. And as an honorable man, I have never used them. But tell those rogues that I have them, and I will use them mercilessly if they leave me here to face trial.
That is the story told me by Herbert Lernac. I never saw the documents. He would trust them with no one. Enfin, I have no way of judging the truth of his fantastic tale, but I did deliver his message, and somehow a mistrial was declared and Lernac went free. Oh, I leave you to draw your own conclusion, as I have mine.
Now that this little-known story of A. Conan Doyle has been aired, it may very well be that a number of sightseers will find their way along the old-time tracks of the London and West Coast Railway, looking down mine shafts for a broken and rusted steam engine and 5 railway cars. Who knows? Perhaps their search will someday be successful. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The question before us is simply this. Is murder ever justified? Has it ever been proven that assassination improved the lot of those in whose name the shot was fired or the dagger plunged? If the man be great, his spirit is not vanquished by death. The king is dead, yet his kingdom is still with us. Or as Cicero put it, the tyrant is dead, but tyranny lives on. Calpurnia, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, Caesar. Caesar, I had such a dream. Wounds everywhere on you. You were bleeding to death. Caesar promised me tomorrow morning he will not attend the Senate. Wait until next month, April.
But there are many with petitions, Calpurnia.
Caesar, I beg you. I have seen what can happen tomorrow. On the Ides of March.
Our drama, The Murder of Caesar, based on the contemporary accounts of Plutarch, Cicero, and Suetonius, was prepared for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Earl Hammond. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
The boy next door's a doctor, and he's single. My daughter, what a girl. She's single, too. I'll invite him for some donuts and my coffee. Maxwell House, I'm leaving it up to you. Maxwell House, good moment. Maxwell House, good coffee. Maxwell House.
Get together with the great taste of Maxwell House coffee. Coffee you can count on.
Maxwell House.
Hi, I'm Nick, the supermarket manager. Well, now I'm a big TV star. Have you caught me on the tube yet? This customer's asking what she should buy to clean her bathroom. Fantastic, I tell her. And she says...
But Fantastic is my kitchen cleaner. What about my bath?
So I say, look, as fast and easy as Fantastic cleans your kitchen, it'll clean your bath. A couple of days later, she's back all smiles.
Nick, Fantastic is super in the bath.
Fantastic. What it does for your kitchen, it'll do for your bath.
Dear Mom, I'm ready to tell you that the surprise I was anticipating happened last night. I cried. Bill gave me a York fur. Can you believe it? Mink for me. We could afford it during the preseason fur sale now going on at York Furrier. It's just wonderful. I couldn't help but tell you the first thing. Well, predictions are for more cold weather this coming winter. Sure glad I've got my York fur to keep me warm. How's Uncle Frank? He said he might be able
Fur
to...
for you, too. And you can afford it during the fabulous preseason fur sale at York Furrier. Master craftsmen doing what they do best. 107 North York Road in Elmhurst. The finest courier in the world.
Love, Jones.
York Courier.
Yes, I love my fur.
Save hundreds, even thousands of dollars during York Courier's preseason fur sale.
How does one go about killing the most beloved and powerful man of his time? Invincible in war, feared and obeyed from Spain to Britain. That was the problem that faced 60 senators of Rome 20 centuries ago. This man is long dead now, but let us imagine his presence today at our microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaius Julius Caesar.
I speak to you on the 7th month of the year named July. In my honor, Julius, July. In my lifetime, I have had many honors bestowed on me. Too many, in fact. For you, on the edge of the 21st century, I shall set down the truth of my last days of life. To speak it is a warning. To counsel those within the range of my voice to beware of tyranny. Was I a tyrant or a benevolent dictator? Let the story be told. Portia, I must leave now.
Is Caesar already entering the gate?
Oh, can't you hear?
Oh, I wish I could go with you, Brutus.
I told you yesterday, dear wife. Disguise yourself as a boy, and I could bring you along with me to Cicero's balcony to watch the parade.
Cicero would see through my disguise instantly. He knows me too well.
I'll return as soon as I've waved to Caesar when he passes. I want him to know there are those here in Rome who still love him.
What on earth are you talking about? Why, there isn't a Roman who doesn't think of Caesar as a god.
There are many who would have his head if they could. Politicians, aristocrats.
You'll see how the Romans scream with joy. So don't tell me Caesar is hated.
Dear wife, this triumphal entry after winning a war in Spain is only a show for the people. I'm aware that hundreds of thousands adore Caesar, yet there are many of great influence who don't. Far from it, they hate him.
And is your friend Cicero one of the haters?
You wouldn't ask that if you didn't suspect it.
These antiquated customs about the place of women in our society are so frustrating. Why can't I see Caesar as he marches his legions to the temple of Venus? Because I'm a woman. Oh, it's so unfair.
You should have married the baker, Portia. You wouldn't have had these problems. I must go. Try not to miss me.
Miss you? It's Caesar I shall miss.
We'll visit him within a week.
Brutus, remember everything. How many banners, standards, the color of the flag, how many elephants, and are there any baby elephants? And most of all, look closely if you can at Caesar's face. I worry about him.
I hate the man, Cicero. I have always hated him, and I shall always hate Caesar. So long as he lives.
Cassius, why so vehement today?
Because today he returns from another brutal victory. He is a tyrant masquerading as a liberator. Ask if you could. The dead citizens of hundreds of villages slaughtered at his conquest. Civilians he has put to the sword in Egypt, Africa, and Britain. No wonder we are called Roman barbarians. Oh, I hate the man.
Is that why you came to my house, Cassius? To curse Caesar?
No, Cicero. I came to enlist your aid. Those of us who love Rome must act. The time has come.
When is it?
April.
But there are many with petitions, Calpurnia.
Caesar, I beg you. I have seen what can happen tomorrow.
Be made king.
Do you believe he would accept that? At heart, he is a humble man.
Cicero, he will accept the crown. I am certain of it. And there are enough grateful senators to make it possible.
I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't heard it from you, Cassius. Of course it must be stopped. Who else can we count on?
Cicero, I am not talking of voting. I am talking of killing.
I know that. Who else will help? Tell me.
There is one person who, if he will join us,
His name would lend a just and honorable reason to our act. Marcus Brutus. Is not the death of a tyrant an honorable act? Honor and justice are in the eye of the beholder. Now, if any Roman suspects anger, jealousy, or mere hatred grips our daggers, then we are lost. We can never form a government upon Caesar's death. If they believe we acted from a sense of justice, then there is honor in it. And justice and Brutus have come to mean the same thing in Rome. Brutus is visiting me within the hour to watch Caesar's triumphant entry from my balcony. I shall sound him out. Will you look at that crowd down there, Brutus?
I barely made it through the streets to your house, Cicero.
It's a good spot up on this balcony to see the whole parade. The legions will pass right below us.
Is it true that Caesar took 14,000 prisoners at Cordoba?
And Marcellus. But I think he'll pardon me.
Yes, Caesar was always magnanimous in victory.
Not always.
Well, at least Spain is no longer a battlefield.
Many of our brothers in the Senate, Brutus, will not be too happy to welcome Caesar.
I know. They fear his honorable intentions.
They have no reason to?
I'll be honest with you, Cicero. I am not sure.
Can Rome really afford another 10 years of a dictator who would rather sleep on the ground than in a bed?
I thought Rome was a republic, Cicero. Equality for all.
Would you lower your intelligence to be equal? Give away wealth to be equal?
I might. To some extent.
I have no quarrel with that if every senator had an equal voice in decisions. Julius Caesar is so bloated with military success, he won't stop until he has sole rule. Do you imagine the entire Roman Senate will be satisfied to sit at the feet of the conqueror and nod their heads and affix their seals like so many deaf, dumb, and blind?
You're defending fraudulent elections, stolen votes, courts of law which are an insult to justice. How can you be blind to all that? You and those nodding senators. Thank the gods Caesar isn't blind. His eyes are open. And he sees Rome as it really is.
Oh, we've missed it.
Missed it?
Yes, while we were talking, Caesar and his legions passed right by the balcony. Perhaps that is a good omen. All that remains are the elephants. See them bringing up the rear?
Well, at least I can tell Portia there were 2 baby elephants. Hail, Caesar.
Hail, Caesar.
I beg of you both, Brutus and you, Portia. No ceremony for Caesar.
We are happy the gods have returned you safely to Rome.
I love this garden, Caesar. All these flowers, the fountains, and below us the Tiber winding slowly.
Sweet Portia, you and Brutus must always come here when I am no more.
What a strange thing to say. Why, then?
In my will, I've left this garden and all the others on the property to the people of Rome for their enjoyment.
What is all this about wills and death? Fine talk from the man who besieged and laid waste to Asia Minor, and who wrote to me from Zela, I came, I saw, I conquered.
My days of weeny-weedy-wiki are over, Brutus. Now, where did Portia disappear to?
Oh, she loves gardens. She's probably wandered off to gather up some flowers. Portia doesn't like to hear you talk so sadly. She's very fond of you, Caesar.
Well, I'm tired, Brutus. I come home and I am met with lean, pale faces and shifty eyes. The truth is, I am only at ease with my legions on the field of battle.
Caesar, what is it? You're staggering.
It is nothing. Here, let me hold on to your arm. It will pass.
You have tired yourself beyond endurance, as you always do.
I wish it were only that. See, before the campaign, I saw Sabinus, the surgeon. He told me I had the falling sickness.
Is it dangerous?
Well, it can be. No one knows. All I ask the gods is that when the end comes, that it comes swiftly and unexpectedly. I am prepared.
Caesar, in all the years I have known you, never have I heard you talk like this. And at a time when the world honors you. Medals are being struck, a new statue is to be raised in the hall of Pompey.
They wish to catch me out, hoping that I will accept honors deserved only by the gods. Their praise mocks me. I see through it all.
Oh, doesn't Calpurnia feel you need a rest, a long rest? She must be very concerned about this falling sickness.
I haven't told her. And Brutus, you won't either.
Even so.
Calpurnia believes in auguries and omens like any proper Roman woman. She thinks the future is controlled by the gods. And until the eagles fly right, I should stay quietly at home.
I agree. The future of Rome can wait.
Future. I want none of it, Brutus. I am weary of it. Only the army is loyal to Caesar.
Not so, dear friend.
And a few old friends like you, Brutus. And tomorrow, I shall be in the hall of Pompey. Sit by me, Marcus Brutus. Be there. Listen to them, Trebonius, Casca, Ligorius, Decimus, yes, even Cicero. You hear them, their mouths filled with pretty words and adulation, longing to drive their daggers into my heart. If they let me live, I shall live. But I am disheartened that I have become the most despised man in Rome.
If you believe that, Caesar, then you must be on your guard.
Against what? No, Brutus. What will be, will be.
Caesar, I have brought you a crown to wear.
Oh, sweet Portia, the crown of flowers.
Cyclamens and lilies. I would have put in roses, but the thorns would have hurt your head.
Thank you, my dear. Ah, Brutus, were Rome filled with citizens such as your dear wife. Hey, Portia, if you'll place it on my head, the scent of it will lighten my heart. I shall need your love tomorrow.
Why tomorrow?
Caesar is attending a full meeting of the Senate tomorrow.
Yes, I have convinced the Senate to grant a full pardon to Marcellus and all those who raised the sword against me in the Spanish campaign. The Senate, overcome with my generosity, will delegate one of their members to present me with new awards and windy speeches. But I shall wear your garland of flowers, Portia, to keep from catching cold and possibly my death.
Men of genius like Julius Caesar are governed by their intuition. They follow where it leads them. And the life of a nation is but the reflection of the lives of statesmen and conquerors. If that is so, then one can ascribe the final fall of Rome to the events related here. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Feeling fit, feel so good, burning up the way. You know you should. Fitness by day that feels so right. Need firmness that feels good every night. Be a perfect sleeper, buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. Buy I'm Susan Anton. For the ultimate in a great night's sleep, get a perfect sleeper pillow soft with Serta's unique top cushioning. Thick layers of luxurious comfort plus Serta's patented inner construction. Pillow comfort on top, ultra-firm support inside. You get both with every perfect sleeper pillow soft. So remember, fitness by day that feels so right. Need firmness that feels good every night. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. Buy Serta. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
My name is Brian Weber. I'm a national track star from Champaign, Illinois. Maybe you've never heard of me because wheelchair games don't get that much publicity. Neither does the kind of motorcycle accident that left me paralyzed just 3 years ago. I was on spring break from the University of Illinois. I was riding my motorcycle, going only 35 miles an hour, and just 3 blocks from my house, when a gust of wind forced me into a ditch. I wasn't wearing a helmet. Why should I? I was an experienced rider, riding motorcycles for years. Now I'll never walk again. Don't let it happen to you.
In 1978, there were 4,530 fatalities involving motorcycles, and another estimated 500,000 people were injured. If you ride a motorcycle, observe the speed limits, wear a helmet, stay off drugs, and don't drink. A reminder from the National Safety Council and the Rehabilitation Institute of Chicago.
One man's life and death accelerated the civil wars that ended the Republican government of Rome. One man, But it is not history that concerns us here, but why he was killed, by whom, and how. As we did in Act 1, let us place our microphones at the disposal of that man himself, Gaius Julius Caesar.
As I predicted, and I required no oracle to see into the future, the full Senate gathered the following day to heap dignities upon me, all of which I regarded as indignities. I had done much service to Rome, but I knew, nevertheless, the Senate and Roman aristocrats had plotted from Spain to Britain against me.
Friends, Romans, the full Senate has bid me, Cicero, to welcome on its behalf the great Caesar. No general has ever in the history of man performed such exploits.
I wouldn't believe it if I didn't hear it. How easy it is to applaud with your hands.
Caesar's wars ended with the last battle. The sword is now sheathed, and righteousness and peace will rule our land. The full Senate sits here today in admiration and gratitude. And in conclusion, a word of warning. I have heard that Caesar has expressed a fear of assassination. By whom could such an attempt be made? Not by his comrades, who owe Caesar everything they possess. Not by his enemies, for he has no enemies. But if there is such a danger, great Caesar, be you watchful, for if Caesar were to fall, Rome will fall with him.
Calpurnia, I want you to know that I have climbed this seventh hill of Rome up to the temple of augurs and oracles only to please you.
Really, Caesar? You're not interested in what these good augurs have to say?
Well, I'm interested, but I take with a pinch of salt what they foresee and foretell.
Dearest husband, we have made this ascent on foot so that you will listen and learn and lengthen your life.
Well, we are here, aren't we?
Much against your will. Oh, you are so stubborn, Caesar. No matter what I say, my dreams, my auguries, they count for nothing.
Your Majesty, King Julius Caesar.
A high priest. I may be majestic, but I am not a king. Nor would I be.
Madam Calpurnia, I received your message.
What message?
I sent word yesterday to this high priest that all other supplicants be barred from the temple today so that the good high priest could devote all his energies to reading the signs for you, Caesar.
I haven't been up here since I was a boy.
We wish to know, what is Caesar's future now that he has returned from the wars? Do the fates augur well or ill?
Quite so. Storm lightning, the sign of lightning. Lightning from left to right, favorable. Right to left, unfavorable. The mere appearance of any lightning, all public assemblies to be suspended for a day.
Well, we'll have to change that. Too many high officials are saying they saw lightning because they want to go fishing on a day of a meeting.
Yes. Signs from the birds. Eagle and vulture, a good sign. Owl, crow, and raven, a bad sign.
Have you seen any birds today?
Not a one, not a single bird.
I don't like to spoil your act, but there's been a crow following us halfway up the mountain.
Yes, I see him, but he's a black crow. They're all right. It's the gray crows that are a bad sign.
Calpurnia, I think we've had enough of this fine language. High Priest, I thank you. We are going.
Caesar, please. High Priest, did you slaughter a sheep?
Yes, we did. It was done as we saw you ascending the hill. The moment we saw you, I gave the word. If you like, I shall fetch the entrails.
Yes, you may do so.
I take my leave of you, great Caesar.
I'm Susan Anton. For the ultimate in a great night's sleep, get a perfect sleeper pillow soft with Serta's unique top cushioning. Thick layers of luxurious comfort plus Serta's patented inner construction. Pillow comfort on top, ultra firm support inside. You get both with every perfect sleeper pillow soft. So remember, fitness by day, that feels so right. Need firmness that feels good every night. Be a perfect sleeper, buy a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. By Serta. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
My name is Brian Weber. I'm a national track star from Champaign, Illinois. Maybe you've never heard of me because wheelchair games don't get that much publicity. Neither do the kind of motorcycle accidents.
Not his life. Caesar, your work is not finished. You have defeated all our enemies. Now the Roman Constitution must be rebuilt.
I tell you, Calpurnia, whatever the omens for my future, good or bad, I am very tired.
May I rejoin you, Great Caesar?
Yes, you may come forward.
I have in this bowl the entrails of the sheep that was put to the knife in the temple's altar.
Oh, yes. What does it foretell?
Great Caesar, the sheep had no heart.
No heart? Well, how could it have lived?
We could find no heart in it.
Jupiter and Apollo, what does it mean?
I'm afraid it must be interpreted as a warning.
A warning? You're certain about that?
Great Caesar, I don't wish you to think I had any hand in this. I'm merely reporting what was told to me.
I see. By the sheep butcher. Well, it's a warning. Be specific, High Priest. What does it mean?
No heart means no life for Caesar.
I know it. I was sure. Danger. Death.
Oh, I've had enough of this. High Priest, of your Temple of Auguries, the entrails of this beast will be more favorable when I, Caesar, so decide. Now, I don't accept it as an augury of good or bad if a dumb animal has no heart. I have. Now, that is what is important to Rome. Calpurnia, come. I've wasted enough time here. The day grows short.
Caesar, we salute you.
Cicero, and my friends. Good afternoon. What brings so many of you senators to our gardens today?
Caesar, the Senate wishes to confer upon you a golden wreath. A wreath suitable for a king. May I place it as a crown upon your head?
Senators, you make us very angry. You may remain standing. We shall be seated. Now, we have said this before. We are no king, and we will not be a king. It is enough we are Caesar.
Caesar, the senators will regard it as a great insult if you remain seated while they are standing.
Cicero has just informed us you object to our remaining seated while you stand. Senators, our answer to that is, this is our home. You are our guests, visitors. In our home, we do as we please. You may leave the wreath here. Yes, the laurel leaves are excellently fashioned of pure gold. Senators, you may go. Cicero, remain.
But Caesar, since you refused the office this gold laurel wreath represents, why not return it to them?
Why should I?
What earthly use is it to you? You made your point. You rejected becoming a monarch. Why keep the symbol?
No. Let me show you. I put it on. Fits nicely, doesn't it?
It's very becoming.
Yes, exactly. I shall wear it without the title.
But why, Caesar?
Because it covers my head where I am getting bald. I may not wish to be king, but I am vain enough to wish to conceal my baldness. Now, what did you wish?
It was not I who asked to remain, Caesar. It was you who ordered me to.
Huh? Oh, yes. Take this message back to those surly senators. Tell them that no disrespect was meant to the Senate by my sitting down while they remain standing here in my garden. I had to sit down. I had no choice. No disrespect, believe me.
Of course.
I have the falling sickness. And when I feel it coming on, rather than faint in public, I must sit. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, Caesar.
Be my mirror. Tell me how the wreath looks on my head. It looks well, doesn't it?
Very well indeed.
King Caesar. No, not king. The world is full of kings, but only one Caesar. I shall wear it from now on.
Brutus, I know you're very close to Caesar.
I heard the Senate conferred a gold laurel wreath upon him this afternoon.
They did. I was going to say, our great general bears watching. He accepted the wreath only because he said it would cover his bald spot.
Yes, he's rather vain about that.
And he has these strange, sudden tempers which make me wonder. Does Caesar have full command of himself? His breath often comes in gasps. He looks wildly. Brutus, I fear for his sanity.
You know about his falling sickness?
Yes, he told me.
And I don't think Caesar is mad. I mean, the greatest general the world has ever known comes home to rule against the wishes of Roman society and politicians. At the age of 56, he's worn out, used up. What does Caesar really want? Rest, peace, not speeches and gold laurel wreaths. Cicero, I'll tell you this in strictest confidence. Caesar has told me that what he desires most of all is to die.
Cicero, from whom we have just heard, has written, "That which is to be most chiefly desired by all good persons is leisure with honor." Leisure with honor. Caesar would have settled for that, but it was not to be. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Denture wearers agree.
Snug cushions hold loose dentures so comfortably tight, I feel confident again.
Soft adhesive Snug brand denture cushions ease sore gums from loose-fitting plates. No messy fixing like powders or pastes. Snug is easy to shape and fit, won't wash off. Get temporary relief from loose-fitting dentures until you see a dentist with Snug. Now in the new 4-cushion economy package. Snug, another fine product from Mentholatum.
Start your mornings with CBS Television. First, you'll laugh with the Jeffersons.
Well, Miss Jones, I just wanted to remind you that my gospel singing group is coming over to practice. Over my dead body. I hope they get here soon.
Then Alice and the gang serve up the laugh.
Hey, you're fired!
Alice, followed by the excitement of The Price is Right. Join host Bob Barker for an hour packed with fun and incredible prizes. Your mornings always start out better when you watch The Jeffersons, Alice, and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS Television.
Hello, this is Henry Fonda. I want to talk to you about something that's been going on in this country for 15 years. It's VISTA, Volunteers in Service to America. Born 15 years ago, VISTA has grown up to become a working part of America. For a lot of people, it's been the first real opportunity to have a voice in making decisions that affect their lives. Today, 5,000 volunteers are working on 1,000 projects all across America. From inner-city development to rural cooperatives to projects to promote energy conservation, VISTA volunteers are helping to find innovative solutions to problems that face America's poor. You may not need VISTA, but VISTA may need you. Call toll-free 800-424-8580. Happy birthday, VISTA. For 15 years, you've been helping to make a good place better.
A public service of this station and the Ad Council.
Smile at what we call superstitions, the signs and portents that guided the lives of the early Romans. However, omens of one kind or another are still here. In my part of the world, farmers will tell you, roosters crowing on the fence, all the storms will travel hence. Roosters crowing on the grass, all the storms are bound to pass. And you had better believe it. It is night. Caesar's wife, Calpurnia, is in bed, her sleep troubled by one nightmare after another. Calpurnia.
What is it, Caesar?
Calpurnia. Do you hear that?
I do, Caesar. Yes. Something's happening outside our house.
It sounds like some heavy object is being lifted onto the roof. I'll go to the balcony and have a look.
You there!
What are you doing by torchlight?
We are raising a statue of Caesar to the roof of his house.
I ordered no such work to be done.
It is by order of the Senate.
What are they doing, Caesar?
Some misguided souls are honoring me with a large marble statue of myself. Can you see it dangling over the street? They're holding it to be set on our roof.
Great Jupiter! The statue has fallen into the street.
Into 1,000 marble chips.
Caesar, come away from the balcony. Caesar, please don't look. It is an ill omen. Can't you see that?
It is a broken statue. I can see that.
It means the fall of Caesar.
Calpurnia, can you hear me?
Caesar, what is it? I got up the moment I heard you call. Oh, you're bleeding. Caesar, there's blood on your left arm. I must bind it up. What happened? Didn't you hear anyone go? Oh, Caesar, look! Your right arm. It too is bleeding. Wounds on your chest. Help! Help! Someone help! Oh, my beloved, we must stop it. Your neck, too. My darling, let me hold you to myself. I push myself against you to stop the blood.
Calpurnia, wake up.
Oh, it was a dream. Oh, Caesar, it was many dreams. Wounds on your neck, your arms, your chest, and then... Oh, horrible, I can't bear to think about it.
I had strange dreams also, Calpurnia.
Caesar, is there a broken statue in the street below us?
No, I have been standing on the balcony waiting for the sun to rise. There is nothing on the street.
Oh, that was a dream, too. The fall of Caesar. Oh, come closer, my dear heart. In a few hours, it will be morning. You must not attend the Senate. Promise me you won't.
But there will be so many with petitions.
I don't trust the senators. Caesar, in 1 week, most of them must return to their own towns. Then the danger will be past.
What danger, Calpurnia?
My dream spoke of it. Blood all over your body. It is a sign. Many wounds. Many will have a hand in your death. They are too cowardly to attack you singly. Oh, Caesar, don't go to the Senate when it is morning. Wait. Then call another session. In the month of April, you will be safer.
Calpurnia, it's hard for me to believe that because you dreamt of many wounds, I have to fear many daggers.
Do you believe nothing? Caesar, to disregard the omens of this night is to ask to die. Oh, my darling, do you wish to die?
If dying is the only way to peace, yes, I do.
Brutus, Cassius, we're well met at this early hour. You, Cassius, said you would report to us on your plan of action.
Yes, today is the 15th, the Ides of March. The Senate meets at 11. I have enlisted the aid of 17 senators, and with ourselves, that is 20.
And you, Brutus, where do you stand?
First for Rome, then for friendship. I have decided I'll do my part if this is the only way.
It is the only way. Do you wish to live under the rule of one man? That is the issue, the rule of one man.
No, I don't.
A hand clasp, then. The three of us, together. Done.
Done.
Done. Next point. Will Caesar be armed? Will he have guard?
You don't know Caesar, Cicero. He has dismissed his Spanish bodyguard. He will walk alone to the hall of Pompey this morning.
Yes, fearless as in battle. He thinks no one will touch him.
You don't know him either, Cassius. I've spent many hours with Caesar since his return from Spain. He won't try to escape, run, or turn away from death.
Has his bravery turned to cowardice?
He will be brave even unto the last stab. But Caesar no longer wishes to live among us. He is sacrificing himself that we may someday understand our weaknesses.
Minutes count. This is no time for philosophy. In a week we return to our provinces. Everything is made ready for today. It's our last chance. Brutus, are you listening?
Yes.
Caesar is due to arrive at 11.
We must all be in our places, all 20 of us, when Caesar arrives.
We must each have armed ourselves with a dagger. 20 daggers.
The man who would be king?
He has denied it, Cicero, privately, publicly.
As would any politician.
It's poor. You may be helping to make a good place better.
Political trick. We have created a monster. A dictator who thinks he knows better than any Roman what is good for Rome. Go, stand apart from us, Brutus, if you are offended by practical matters. But I shall expect your dagger to be sharp.
Dear husband, don't go to the Senate today. Listen to your wife. I'm afraid. So afraid. You said you had petitions to hear. Hear them tomorrow, the day after, next week. For my sake, Caesar, I beg you.
Well, I suppose the petitions could wait.
Oh, my darling husband, you stay with me all day. We shall spend the Ides of March reading Homer together.
Well, I must send for Antony to dismiss the Senate. It would be an insult past repairing if they gather and I simply do not appear.
I'll speak to Antony. I'll tell him the truth, that you are unwell and wish quiet and rest. I'll answer the door. The servants aren't up yet. What is it? What do you wish?
Well, a messenger from the Senate, is it?
A beggar. I can't think how he got to the inner court through this door. I think he's blind, Caesar.
What is it, old man? What do you wish?
Caesar, don't talk to him. Shut the door. I'm afraid.
He is a poor man. He's motioning to me to come closer. No, I know him. He's one of those soothsayers that sits all day outside the Senate.
Caesar, don't. Please. Shut the door.
He wants to whisper something in my ear. Yes? Yes, old fellow, what is it?
Caesar? What did he say? He's going away.
Let us go back inside, Calpurnia.
What is it, Caesar? What did he say?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Your wife is a ghost. I want to know what he told you.
He said, Great Caesar, beware the Ides of March.
He is not coming, Caesar. He sent word with Mark Antony. He asks to be excused. He feels poorly, and he will convene the Senate next week. Next week will be too late. You suppose he's learned something? No, it's possible. But who would tell him? Not his sworn enemies. Is there a traitor amongst us? Not one that I can think of. Unless... Brutus. Brutus? We need him to lend honor to our deed. But I wouldn't say he is overjoyed at freeing Rome from Caesar. But why should Brutus inform Caesar? What does he have to gain? No, I cannot believe that he would. I sent for him. We'll ask him point blank. Yeah, you're right. We need Brutus. He makes our actions legitimate. He would be next in line, majority leader of the Senate. Everyone would approve of him, as he's known as an honest and wise and thinking man. Ah, Brutus, you came quickly. We have a problem. Yes, Caesar refused to be at the Senate at 11 this morning.
Refused? Why?
He doesn't give a reason.
Caesar will not come. It's all for the best.
What did you say?
For us to slay Caesar was not meant to be. It's a sign, don't you see, Cassius?
Yes, I see. I see Rome in chains. There will be no republic. Brutus, be honest with me. Tell me to my face. You had no hand in dissuading Caesar from coming to the Senate today.
I swear not.
We look to you, Brutus, to remember the tyrant we are dealing with. Caesar trusts you, Brutus. Go to him instantly. Tell him the Senate is prepared to vote unanimously that he should be declared king of all the provinces outside of Italy.
Not Rome.
He's too intelligent to be taken in by that again. Not Rome. Tell him he can wear the crown in any other place but Italy, by sea or land. Cicero, do you think he'll agree? Will he bite the bait? I do. Ambition is so powerful a vice that no matter how high we climb, we still need to climb further. Now go, Brutus. Hurry. We have 1 hour. This occasion will never come again.
Brutus, I tell you it's all Calpurnia's doing. She is not, by nature, superstitious. But in the past days and nights, a series of omens and warnings have persuaded her that violence awaits me in the Senate.
Caesar, we once spoke of death. You said if it came suddenly, it would be welcome.
Well, And there is death in the halls of the Senate.
No, I was merely reminding you that this morning the Senate is prepared to place a crown upon your head for all the provinces you have conquered. If you do not come with me, Caesar, your enemies are bound to say, what kind of a man is this Caesar? The Senate must wait until his wife has better dreams? How can we, your friends, defend you when they say you are capricious? Your rule is arbitrary and tyrannical.
I won't give them the occasion to say that.
It would stop if you were there. Caesar, if in your heart you feel today, the 15th of March, the Ides is not to your liking, then come with me now directly to the Senate. Face those who have gathered and adjourn the meeting yourself in person. Do I have to tell you, a strong man stands up and faces danger?
Brutus, I will come. Now. I went to the Senate. When I arrived, all stood as one in my honor, out of respect. Brutus and Cassius and a dozen or more crowded about me, some with petitions, some with light talk of the weather. A hand reached out and tore at my robe, and death was upon me. How many times I was stabbed is history. I spoke only once. I heard my voice say, "Oh, Brutus, not you too." I tried to defend myself. Why? I don't know. I had no desire to live, and they knew that. I pulled my robe about my face and sank to the ground.
There is a strange resemblance between the founder of a Roman Empire and the founder of a land not of this world. Each was accused of desiring to be king, each betrayed by those he loved, and each was put to death. In those Roman days, it was also believed that Caesar rose from his tomb and became a divine being. I shall return shortly.
Wherever the big news is made this fall, Sports Illustrated will be there to capture it. We'll be there as the pennant races heat up and baseball heads for another World Series. We'll be there for the college and pro football battles on gridirons from Pasadena to Pittsburgh. And we'll be there as hockey and basketball's reigning kings begin to defend their crowns. There'll be big news this fall. Sports Illustrated will capture it each week for 16 million readers. That's what makes Sports Illustrated a great place to advertise. Sports Illustrated, America's sports news weekly.
If you use a long-lasting nasal spray, you ought to check the package. If it has a big 12 on it, you're getting the longest-lasting relief you can get. You're using Duration nasal spray. Duration is different because Duration has the longest-lasting nasal decongestant, so Duration gives you up to 12 hours of relief. That's up to 2 to 4 hours longer relief than most other long-lasting nasal sprays. Look for the nasal spray with the big 12 on it, Duration. The proof is on the package. The package with the big 12 on it. For occasional use only as directed.
It's been our privilege to arrange for you the written records of the passions and ambitions of the age of Caesar. To have the actors of this great drama speak their own thoughts in their own words, and to hear enemies plot and friends praise. May I, on behalf of the Mystery Theater, suggest we view the turmoil of ancient Rome as a beacon and as a warning against any form of tyranny. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Pearl Hammond, Joan Shea, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
To come to the point of why I'm here, Dave, I want you to lock me up.
You want me to what? I don't think I quite caught that.
I want you to lock me up.
Lock you up?
Here, in the cell. You can do it, Dave. You're the chief of police. That's why I came here, to ask you this favor. Just shove me in a cell and keep me there.
Emmett, why would I do that? Why would you want me to?
Because if you don't, I'm going to do something terrible.
Well, like what? I mean, what would you do?
Murder? Theft? I don't know, something. Beat up somebody and take everything he's got.
Beat up who? Take what?
I don't know. Anybody, anything. I'm going to do it if somebody doesn't stop me.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. William James, renowned and honored psychologist and philosopher, called it wonder sickness. Man's restless, unceasing research into the arcane mysteries of psychic experience. He thought it soft-headed and idiotically credulous. Well, he may have been right, but the world has never wholly submitted to his judgment, and the search goes on.
It's nonsense, Matt. Utter nonsense.
It's been done before.
I don't believe it.
Oh, but it has. More than once.
Well, there must have been some trick to it.
Would you be willing to try it? Or are you afraid?
Our mystery drama, The Ruby Lamp, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
It's 11:20.
Mr. William James may have pooh-poohed psychical research, as indeed he did, but in his famous book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, he wrote this: "The whole drift of my education persuades me that the world of our present consciousness is only one out of many worlds of consciousness that exist." Listen now to the story called The Ruby Lamp.
Good dinner, Edith.
Glad you liked it.
Anything for dessert?
Apple pie, if you want it.
Did I ever pass up your apple pie?
I didn't make it, Paul. I bought it.
Oh. Well, in that case...
I just wasn't up to any baking.
Are you depressed again?
I guess you could call it that.
Well, what would you call it?
I don't know. Let's not talk about it, okay, Paul?
No. No, it's not okay.
Well, so it's not okay. I'm going to clear the table. If that's all right with you?
It is not all right with me.
Oh, well, pardon me.
I want to know why you're depressed. I'm your husband. We live together in the same house. You think it's any fun for me to watch you dragging around like this?
No, I don't suppose it is much fun. It's not much fun for me either.
Then tell me about it. I have a right to know.
You already know.
I don't.
You do.
Edith, I swear
Paul,
to you...
we did all our talking a long time ago. There's nothing more to be said. It's all been said. It's finished, over, done with.
I give you my word, I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I will tell you once more and for the very last time. Where are they?
Oh.
Where did you put them? What have you done with them? Where are they?
Edith, I have told you...
I know what you've told me. I heard it all. And I still want to know, where are they? Show me where they are. Show me the spot. What have you done with them?
Edith, please.
I have a right to know, and you've got to tell me.
This is getting to be absurd.
Where are you going? Are you walking out again?
I'm going to make a phone call.
To whom? Who are you calling?
Matt Horner. If he's in, I'm going to stop over there.
I thought you wanted to talk to me.
Not about that.
Oh, I see. You'll talk to me about anything in the world except the one thing I want to know. The one thing I can't stop thinking about. The one thing I've got on my mind all day, all night, that you won't talk about. Is that it?
keep quiet.
Is that it? Tell me.
I said keep quiet.
Hello?
Hello, Professor. Paul Morrison.
Oh, yes, Paul.
You going to be home this evening?
I'm always home.
Is it okay if I come over?
Well, certainly.
Play a little backgammon, maybe?
Delighted.
Be there in a few minutes.
Right.
Edith? Edith?
I'm in the kitchen.
Listen, I'm going over to Matt Horner's house.
Wait a minute. Just 1 minute.
We're going to play a little backgammon.
Before you go out that door, answer me one thing.
Edith.
Tell me where they are.
Edith, please.
Tell me.
I'll be home early.
Tell me where they are, what you did with them.
What difference does it make? They're dead. Both of them dead.
Aha, 666.
I think you're going to gammon me.
I think I'm going to backgammon you, my friend. You haven't borne off one man. You still have one on the bar.
I know. Well, here it goes. 3 and 2. Well, that's not much help. Okay, your throw.
4.
All right, I give up.
You don't want to play it out?
I can't concentrate.
Something got you down?
Edith's been at me again to tell her about the children.
Oh.
What I did with their bodies.
Why don't you tell her?
Matt, they were born dead. Never even had a chance to breathe or to cry. Never lived at all. Wasn't anybody's fault. Just one of those accidents that happen. Uncommon, but it does happen. I mean, there's no way of foretelling it, no way to prevent it. It just happens.
Still, they were her children. Doesn't she have the right to know where they are? Where their bodies are?
Oh, Matt, you know Edith.
Not as well as you do.
Well, I know her very well. Been married 10 years.
You can be married for 50 years and still not know the woman you're married to?
Yeah. Well, if I told Edith what I did with those little bodies... They were both boys, by the way.
You told her that, I hope.
Yeah, she dragged that out of me.
Why not tell her, then, where they're buried?
Matt, I had the bodies cremated.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I thought... I just had to put it out of our minds, dismiss it, forget it.
Forget 2 children?
2 children who never lived, Matt. 2 children we never knew.
Edith knew them, both times. You never did, but she did.
Yeah, well, maybe.
No, maybe. She did.
Look, let's talk about something else. You mind?
No, I don't mind. You want to play another game?
No, I can't concentrate, Matt. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself lately?
Oh, not much. The old arthritis keeps me from doing much.
It's still bad, huh?
Well, I'm afraid I've got it for life. What's left of it. Still, I manage a little work in my rose garden.
Edith has a rose garden. She loves it. Sometimes I get jealous of it.
Uh-huh. And then, of course, there's my photography. That takes up most of my time.
How's it coming along?
Well, lately I've been doing some experimenting.
Oh? New techniques?
Oh, very new. Well, not completely original with me, but a largely untried field, and lately much neglected.
Well, you're going to tell me what it is, or are you just going to hint around indefinitely?
I'm not sure you'll be sympathetic.
Well, tell me, for Pete's sake. I'll listen to anything. I don't much feel like going home right now.
Well, in 1932, they performed the first experiment in Los Angeles.
What experiment? Experiment in what?
Thought photography.
What? You said...
I said thought photography. Photographing thoughts.
You're kidding me, aren't you, man?
I told you might not be sympathetic.
I told you I'd listen to anything, so tell me. About photographing thoughts. You mean you have a special thought camera? Thought film? What?
No camera at all. Only a package of sensitized photographic paper. And a ruby lamp.
Ruby lamp?
In the darkroom. A ruby lamp doesn't affect this particular sort of sensitized paper.
Well, what do you do with this particular paper if you don't have a camera?
You open a fresh package of the paper in the darkroom under a ruby lamp. Then you cut it into strips.
Sounds crazy.
Then each person in the room The original experiment, there were 4 of them, distinguished scientific gentlemen. Each person holds a strip of the sensitized paper close to his forehead. Not touching it, just close to it. Holds it by the edges and thinks of some particular thing. Holds it there for precisely 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, the strips are developed in fresh fixing baths and then processed.
And then what? What's the point?
In this particular experiment, photographic images appeared on the paper, identical to, or very similar, to the objects the men were thinking of. Their thoughts had been photographed.
That's crazy.
There were 2 more experiments within weeks. Same results. The Los Angeles papers carried an account of them, with pictures.
I still say it sounds crazy.
And the same experiments were conducted later in Japan and in France.
Same results?
The same.
It's crazy.
Care to try it?
Here?
In my darkroom.
Now?
If you have the time.
I have the time, all right. Why not?
Why not, indeed? Follow me. 3 seconds to go.
I still think this is crazy.
2 seconds.
I feel like a fool doing this. I mean, standing here with this...
All right. The bath is ready. Let's have the strip.
Here, take it. Glad to be rid of it. The whole thing is so absurd.
We'll soon see how absurd it is.
You want to know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about Edith. Of course, that's perfectly logical. I just had a row with her, so naturally she'd be on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I was dreading going back home and seeing her. But that didn't keep me from thinking about her.
Of course not. We're getting something. Yes. There's an image here, all right? Yes, look here. It's a woman. Look for yourself, Paul.
I can't believe it. It is a woman. You're right. The image of a woman.
Now do you believe? The thoughts can be photographed?
But, Matt, this isn't an image of Edith. This is a very young girl. Young girl with long blonde hair hanging down to her waist. And she's wearing a cape, a long plaid cape. It isn't Edith at all. It's nobody I've ever seen before. This girl's a stranger.
Orthodox scientists may shake their heads in disbelief at experiments like the one you've just listened to. But the mysteries of this world are still so obscure that the sternest, most rigid academician must succumb occasionally to wonder sickness. We'll return shortly for Act 2. Are we not all of us afflicted in some way with wonder sickness? A blind belief in our own immortality, a secret conviction that we can influence our fortunes, an inner faith that in some as yet undiscovered way, all things will work for the best. All illusion, perhaps, but without such wonder sickness, how could we go on living?
Professor, you home? It's Paul. Matt, it's Paul. I need to see you.
Coming.
It's urgent, Matt. I have something to tell you.
Oh, heavens, what a racket.
I'm sorry.
Come on in. Sorry it took me so long to answer the door, but my arthritis...
I didn't stop to think. I'm very sorry.
It's all right. Why, are you wrought up?
Yeah, I am.
Well, come on, sit down. I take it you're not here to play backgammon.
Hardly, Professor.
Well, sit down. Catch your breath.
Matt, I saw the girl.
You did?
Yes, the young girl in the photograph, or whatever you call it.
The image on the sensitized paper?
Yes, that one. I saw the girl. And she was wearing the plaid cape. She had long blonde hair parted in the middle. It was the same girl. I recognized her right away from that image. It's incredible.
Who is she?
I don't know who she is. I never saw her before.
Well, didn't you try to find out?
Of course I did. I followed her all the way to the bus stop. And I waited with her. When she got on the bus, I got on. I rode with her all the way to where she got off, Elmwood Avenue, and I got off when she did, and I followed her all the way to her house, and I watched her go inside. Look, here, look. Wait, here. I wrote down the address, you see? Here, 210 Elmwood.
Wait a minute now. Didn't you speak to her?
Speak to her?
You mean you followed her down the street, got on the bus with her, got off the bus with her, trailed her to her house, and waited while she went in, and you did all that and never spoke to her?
Well, should I have?
Well, mere curiosity, one would think.
Well, what would I have said to her? I mean, that I held a piece of sensitized photographic paper close to my forehead for 3 minutes, and when it was put in a fixing bath, there was her image? I mean, do you think I could say that to a complete stranger? She should have called a cop. They'd have put me away.
You're absolutely sure that you've never seen this girl before?
Absolutely.
Well, you may have passed her on the street.
Well, I never paid any attention if I did.
Oh, there's such a thing as deja vu, you know. Meaning already seen.
Yes, I know. Something in the past. Something seen in the past that suddenly recurs.
Or some detail recurs and makes it seem as though the whole experience were happening again.
Matt, I swear to you, I never saw this girl before. Now, on the bus, I had a good look at her face. I never saw her before in my life. Never spoke to her. Never had anything to do with her. Why did she turn up on that strip of paper?
I have to tell you, Paul, I don't know.
It was Edith I was thinking of. I was thinking about my wife. Not some strange young girl that I had no interest in.
Fascinating.
Well, to you, maybe. Not to me. I've had enough of your experiments.
Oh? I wonder if you have.
I have, believe me. Now I better get home. Edith will be expecting me. I'm already late, but I just had to stop off and tell you.
Are you going to tell Edith?
About what?
About the young girl.
Good Lord, no. I haven't even told her about the experiment.
Why not?
How could I? How can I? She'd want me to explain it. And I can't explain what I don't even understand myself. Edith, I'm home. Sorry I'm late. Edith? Where are you?
In here.
Oh. I stopped off to see Matt Horner.
Oh. Well, how is the professor?
He's fine.
Oh, that's good.
Edith, you all right?
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Well, isn't that what everybody says when you ask them, how are you? They say, I'm fine. How are you? And you say, I'm fine. And that's that. Oh, I forgot to ask you. How are you?
I'm all right.
Well, at least you didn't say fine.
Edith, it's you I'm worried about.
But I'm fine. Fine. Perfectly fine.
Honey, have you been drinking?
Not much.
Because you hardly ever drink at all.
It doesn't seem to do much for me. I don't know what it does for people who do drink, but whatever it does, it doesn't do it for me.
Edith, is it still the same thing?
What thing?
About the babies?
Oh, that.
I mean, you know I haven't told you because I think it's better if you don't know.
You're probably right.
Glad you understand that, honey.
I didn't say I understood it.
Well, you have to trust me.
Yes, I have to trust you. I can see that.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go for a walk, clear my head.
Well, honey, if I thought it would make you feel better, I would tell you. But I don't think so. I think it would just make you feel worse. Honey, believe me, I have given this a lot of thought.
I won't be gone long. You can get your own dinner, can't you? Or you want to wait?
What's that thing you've got on?
What thing?
That cape.
Oh, this old thing. I've had it for years and years. You know how I am. I never throw anything out.
It's plaid, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I got it out of the closet in the attic. Thought I'd wear it for change. Heavens. I bought this when I was in college. Now, about dinner.
Edith, When you were in college, did you have long hair?
What? Did I have long hair?
And was it blonde?
What's the matter with you?
Please tell me, when you were in college, did you have long hair and was it blonde? And did you part it in the middle?
How could you know that?
Edith, tell me, please, tell me.
I didn't even know you in college. You were 3 years ahead of me.
Tell me, it's important to me. Tell me.
Are you sure you haven't been drinking, tossed off a few with Matt Horner?
Edith, tell me.
Well, okay. Yes, in college I had long blonde hair, and I parted it in the middle. Satisfied? Now, I'm going for a walk.
Matt, open the door. It's Paul Morrison.
Yes, Paul, yes.
I need to talk to you, Matt. Right now. Do you hear me?
I hear. Oh, come in, Paul. Come in. Now, what's the trouble?
I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Nothing that won't wait. Sit down. Want a drink?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Coffee? Tea?
No, nothing. Matt, when I left you, I went home, and Edith was there. She was sitting in the living room. She was not doing anything. She was just sitting there with a bottle of wine on the table beside her. Matt, I don't think Edith takes 6 drinks a year.
Was she drunk?
No, she wasn't drunk. I'm positive she wasn't drunk or anywhere near it. At first, I thought maybe she was because she just seemed so strange.
Strange? In what way?
She was very calm. Very, very calm.
Well, that doesn't sound alarming.
I know, but it was a weird kind of calm. It was just not natural, you know? Not natural for her, anyway. Now, I asked her, was she drinking because of the babies, me not telling her what I'd done with their bodies. Matt, she was even calm about that. The one thing she has never been calm about. And just about the only thing that we've had fights about. But this time, she said, in that deadly calm way, she could see that my way was the best way, that she trusted me, and so on and so forth. And then she said that she was going for a walk.
I don't quite see what you're so alarmed about, Paul.
Well, just wait. She went out in the hall, where the coat closet is.
Yeah.
And when she came back into the living room to ask me, could I get my own dinner, Matt, she was wearing a cape.
Oh?
A plaid cape, Matt. Like the one in the thought photograph. A plaid cape like the girl I saw on the street was wearing.
Well, lots of women wear capes.
She said she hadn't worn it for years. That she bought it when she was in college and she'd stored it up in the attic. She just brought it down from the attic and decided to wear it for a change.
Well, some women do save things. Pack rats, I think they call themselves.
Matt, I had never seen that cape before in my life.
Not when you were both in college?
I never knew Edith when I was in college. I was a senior. She was a freshman. Look, I know what you're going to say, that I could have seen her around the campus. So I swear to you, we never met or spoke to each other or knew each other's names or anything. Still, I may have seen her on campus, and maybe it registered somewhere in the back of my mind, though where, I couldn't tell you. The same as the young girl on the street. I mean, I may have passed her and the cape registered somehow, and that's what made it come out in the thought photograph.
Because it reminded you of Edith. Edith in college.
A second cape I didn't remember? Reminding me of a first cape I didn't remember? Are such things possible?
Yes, they are. Now, if I were you...
Oh, wait, there's more. I asked Edith if she'd ever had long blonde hair parted in the middle. Her hair's brown, she keeps it short. And she said yes. That in college it was long and blonde and parted in the middle. But, Matt, I never saw her like that. Never. Unless, what you just said. I did see her, even if I didn't pay any attention, and the thought photograph was, would you call it, already seen?
Deja vu.
Yeah, whatever. Already seen. Well, you can imagine how I felt. The thought photograph, the girl on the street that I followed, and then seeing Edith in the same plaid cape. And having her tell me that she used to have long blonde hair parted in the middle when she was in college?
About the age of the girl on the street, huh?
That, it can't all be coincidence.
No, I don't think it can.
I had to drag it out of her. The cape and the hair and all that. I mean, she started to think that I'd been drinking. And you know that I hadn't been. I mean, I was here with you. Not that I think she cared very much whether I had or hadn't. She just pulled her cape around her and went out. I came running over here praying that you'd be home. Thank the good Lord, here you are.
Paul, when Edith comes back, may I make a suggestion? You don't have to follow it, of course.
What is it?
Well, ask her if she'll come over here and make the same experiment you did in the dark room. The ruby lamp, the sensitized paper, everything just as before.
Oh, I don't know, Matt. I don't know that Edith would want to lend herself to a thing like that.
It didn't hurt you, did it? Quite the contrary. And if Edith hesitates about it, tell her I'll make the same experiment myself, with her, at the same time.
Edith? Edith? You back home? I just went over to see Matt Horner for a few minutes. Edith? Edith, you upstairs? Edith, where are you? Hey, now, better simmer down. She's just not back yet, that's all. She went for a walk. Told you she was going for a walk, so it's not so surprising that she isn't back yet. Just calm down. Go make yourself some dinner. That's what she said to do anyway. Just wish I was hungry, that's all. Well, maybe there's some ham in the refrigerator. Edith. Edith, what is it, honey? Wake up. Wake up, honey. It's Paul. Come on, baby. Good Lord. It's all right, sweetheart. It's going to be all right. You're just exhausted or something, but it'll be all right. Believe me.
Hello?
Oh, Matt, it's Paul. Listen, I just got home, and Edith is sort of slumped in a chair here in the kitchen. She isn't moving, and I can't wake her up.
She been drinking anything?
Oh, I never thought of... Yes, there's an empty sherry bottle on the table and a glass.
Well, it seems to me she's simply passed out. If you want to, you can call the doctor, but I don't think you need to.
No, you're right. You're probably right. Matt, could you come over here? Not so much because of Edith, but because of me. So much has happened. So much I don't understand.
So much has happened. A strip of sensitized paper held close to a man's forehead. An image of a girl with long blonde hair wearing a plaid cape appears on it. The man's wife resurrects a plaid cape from the attic and reveals that she once had long blonde hair. Now she has been discovered slumped over in a kitchen chair unconscious. Yes, so much has happened, and much more will happen when we return with the concluding act of The Ruby Lamp. A very young child exploring the mysteries of the world around him, into which he has so precipitously been flung, is one of the great joys in life. The curiosity, the concentration, the thrill of discovery, and over it all, the sheer wonder that there is so much to see, hear, smell, touch, and taste. Perhaps this is the beginning of the wonder sickness that clings to us throughout life. And who would want to live without the capacity to experience wonder?
Edith? Darling? Honey, open your eyes. Can you do that? It's me. It's Paul.
Paul?
Yes, darling. It's Paul. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. I came home. You weren't here.
I know. I went over to see Matt Horner for a minute.
I started to get dinner. And then I thought... I don't know what I thought. I was going to make chicken livers, I think. So I got out the cooking sherry
and you drank it.
I guess I did. Well, look at that. The bottle's empty.
You never could drink very much. You passed out.
I guess I did. Well, imagine that.
That's what Matt said had happened.
Matt Horner?
Mm-hmm.
Was he here? Did he see me like this?
No. Darling, I phoned him. I was just so scared, I didn't know what... And so many strange things have been happening.
Well, nothing strange has been happening, unless you mean me getting drunk.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Oh, somebody's at the door.
That's just Matt. Matt, come in. The door's open. We're in the kitchen.
Why is he here? He hardly ever goes anywhere.
I asked him to come over. I was so worried, with everything that's been going on.
I really don't understand what you mean.
Well.
She's okay. She's okay, Matt.
Hello, Professor Horner.
Hello, Edith. Glad to see you're all right.
Well, it seems I passed out.
Cooking sherry.
Oh, you got a headache?
Yes. Well, I guess I earned it.
Matt, I'm sorry I dragged you over here, but it's just that I was in such a state.
Why don't you make Edith a cup of tea, Paul? Would you like that, you think?
I think so.
And maybe a slice of dry toast.
All right. It won't take me but a minute or two.
I really feel ashamed of myself, Professor Horner.
No need for that. How's your rose garden?
Oh, I haven't been paying too much attention to it lately. I haven't felt much like it. How's yours?
Well, my Zephyrine Drewer are coming along.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He'll be ready in a minute.
No hurry. We're talking about our rose gardens. I don't know. Paul's been so jumpy the last day or so. He's been talking about the things that have been happening. Do you know what he means?
Yes, I do.
Things that have been happening that I don't know about?
Well, things I think you should know about.
Well, for goodness sake, tell me.
Edith, I've been making some photographic experiments. Photography's my hobby, you know.
Well, I thought your hobby was raising roses.
Well, that too. But my indoor hobby is photography. And recently I read about an experiment conducted a long time ago by some doctors in Los Angeles under test conditions. In a dark room, by the light of a ruby lamp, they held strips of fresh sensitized paper close to their foreheads for 3 minutes, simultaneously thinking of some specific thing. At the end of the 3 minutes, each of them announced what he had been concentrating on.
All right, I finally got it. Here you are, honey. Here's your tea. There's milk if you want it. I don't think we have any lemon.
Just put it down, Paul.
Okay.
Professor Horner was in the middle of telling me something interesting.
The experiment, Paul.
Oh. Gee, I don't know if you should, Matt.
Please. I want to hear it.
Well, when the strips of paper were developed and processed, they showed an image, or one very like, of the object each man had been thinking of.
Why don't you drink your tea, honey?
I will. Professor, go on. All this with no camera?
No camera at all. I must tell you that no one has ever found an adequate explanation for the phenomenon, though it's been successfully repeated elsewhere by other scientists. So, I thought I'd try it.
And did you?
Yes, I did. A few nights ago, with Paul.
Matt, do we have to go into all this?
Paul, please. Let him.
Paul came to my house for some backgammon.
I remember when he did that.
I talked him into undergoing the experiment in the darkroom. And what appeared on the strip of paper was the image of a young girl with long blonde hair parted in the middle, wearing a plaid cape.
My hair, my cape. Is that why you were asking about them?
That's why.
But you never saw me with long blonde hair wearing my plaid cape.
Well, he did see a young girl on the street. The same hair, same cape. And he took no more notice of her than he did of you in college. But both of you registered an image somewhere in the back of his mind. And the sensitized paper under the ruby lamp brought it out.
That's amazing.
So now you know. Now go ahead, drink your tea.
Edith, I want to ask you to do something.
Matt, leave her alone.
I want you to make the same experiment.
Matt, no, I won't hear of it.
Why not? Can't possibly do her any harm.
Not now, Matt. She's in no fit condition.
I think she is.
Well, I say she's not.
Well, let her decide, all right? Edith?
You say it can't hurt me?
Not possibly.
Then I'll do it.
Feeling all right, Edith?
I think so.
You ready to go into the dark room?
In a minute. Do you mind? I'm not used to all that sherry. My mind isn't too clear, and my head aches.
Take all the time you want.
Or you can call the whole thing off.
No, I don't want to do that. I'll just walk around the living room, if you don't mind, and get my nerves settled.
Whatever you like.
Oh, is that your Zephyrin Drouin rose you were telling me about?
Yes, that's one of them. I have two more further back.
Lovely.
I'll take you outside and show them all to you later, after the experiment.
You don't have to go through with the experiment, Edith.
But I want to. I'm breeding a new rose. You know, Professor, I've been at it for several years now.
Oh, that's interesting.
The bloom is small and white and very fragrant.
You must show it to me sometime.
I'd love to. It's quite sweet. I'm about to register it with the American Rose magazine. When I'm sure it's perfect.
Have you given it a name?
I thought I'd call it Midlothian. Just because I loved the book so much when I was in school.
Midlothian. Oh, that's nice.
Well, I'm feeling much better.
Good. Feeling well enough for the experiment?
I think so.
I'll tell you what, Edith. To reassure you completely, I'll take the experiment with you. You and I will hold the strips close to our foreheads, and Paul can hold the stopwatch. How's that?
3 seconds to go.
Feel all right, Edith?
Fine.
2 seconds.
You all right, Professor?
Never better.
All right, let's have them.
Here's mine.
Here's mine. I'm really quite excited. What were you thinking about, Professor?
My dog.
But you don't have a dog, do you?
Not anymore, but I used to. Good old Barney. He always slept at the foot of my bed.
What happened to him?
He died about 5 years ago, at the ripe old age of 18. Good old Barney. Died in his sleep.
Your strip is developing nicely, Matt. Want to take a look?
Of course I do.
We all do.
Well, what do you know?
What? A dog. It really is. It's the image of a dog.
Good old Barney.
Now, what were you thinking of, Edith?
I can't tell you.
Well, you have to, or the experiment's no good.
Well, I can't. I'm not even sure myself what I was thinking of.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry.
Look, let's not squabble about it. Let's look at the paper.
All right, here it is. Look. Well, it looks like flowers.
Roses.
Oh, of course. You and Matt were talking about roses.
You saw my Zephyrin Drouin out of the window.
So naturally...
No, wait a minute. This isn't the Zephyrin Drouin.
Sure it is.
The Zephyrin Drouin has no thorns. The roses in the photo image have thorns.
Let me see. You're right. She's right, Paul.
These roses in the photo image are small, and I think they must be white. And they have thorns. These roses are mine, my new breed, my Midlothian.
Well, of course. You just told me about them.
I've neglected them lately, but they have been on my mind without my even knowing it. I wonder why.
I know why.
You know why?
You know.
Our 2 children, our boys, are buried beneath the Midlothian roses.
Right here? This is the spot?
They were cremated, Edith. For a long time, I had the urns kept at the crematorium. Till I could make up my mind what to do with them.
Oh, Paul, you could have talked to me about it.
I know. And I guess I should have, but you'd been through so much. 2 babies in 2 years, and never to have seen either of them. There were little silver plates on each of the urns. Both of them just said Baby Morrison and the date.
When did you decide to do this?
A few months ago. I got to thinking that they might be lonely. I don't suppose I thought they were lonely. I guess what I really thought is that we were lonely. Anyway, I was. And I wanted them near me. Near us.
Oh, Paul. You should have told me. We could have done it together.
I thought I ought to do it alone. Because you see, Edith, I didn't leave the ashes in the urns. I opened the urns, and I scattered the ashes around your rose bushes.
Darling, don't cry, please. Please, don't cry.
I haven't cried since that night, the night I put them here. I'd never want you to cry like that, Edith.
I've cried.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Forgive me.
But we should have cried together. Not separately.
I know now, but then...
Darling, I'm only 35. Don't you think we could... Couldn't we?
Of course we could. And we should, and we will.
Oh, Paul, you've taken a big load off my heart.
Edith? Paul?
Oh, it's Matt.
I wonder what he wants.
It must be important.
Paul? Edith? I want to ask you a favor.
Anything?
Anything at all, Professor.
May I stay with you for a day or two?
Of course you may.
Stay as long as you like.
No, just a day or two will be fine. You see, I had a fire in my house.
A fire?
Yes, in the middle of the night. Not a bad one. I woke up in time to put it out.
Well, that was lucky.
Yes, wasn't it? Usually I sleep like a log. But last night, something wakened me in the nick of time. It was the frantic barking of a dog at the foot of my bed. Good old Barney.
Perhaps it's a human weakness to want everything explained, to have it made clear, made logical, sensible, to have it brought within our comprehension. Only then, the poor human feels, will he be rid of his heaviest burden, his anxiety. This is why the child is forever asking, why? Even when he is grown, even when he is elderly, even at the point where he is ready to die, probably he will still be asking, why? I'll be back shortly. How many whys are answered? I think very few. Yet, man persists. The answers that he finds turn out to be, at best, only partial and lead only to more questions. Why doesn't he give up and simply take things as they are? I think it is that peculiar beast known as man, and he is afflicted with wonder sickness. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Terry Keane, and John Beal. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I want you to open that bureau drawer. The middle one.
Why?
Just do it.
All right.
Do it. You'll see a brown sweater on the left-hand side.
Yes.
Now lift up the sweater and you'll see what's underneath it.
It's a revolver.
Yes.
Hey, Dottie, we won't need this.
Yes, we will.
But I told you by the time he gets here...
We have to kill him.
Oh. What?
What are you saying?
Know what I'm saying. Don't pretend to be dull or stupid. We have to kill him.
Why?
You know why. Because he's alive.
Dottie!
He has to be dead. Otherwise, this whole thing, this entire enterprise we have here just crumbles away.
But even if he's alive, he's still a hero.
No, he's just another brave guy.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What is paradise? According to Mr. Edward Fitzgerald, it's a book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me in the wilderness. Poetry, wine, women, and song. Certainly a most happy combination. But with all due respect to the poet, are they really enough?
We have to kill him.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. Don't pretend to be dull or slow or stupid. We have to kill him.
Wait, let's consider...
Don't try to stall for time. We have none. I know what you want. A day, a week, a month to consider the pros and cons, but it doesn't matter. We'd reach the same decision anyhow.
The same decision?
The only decision. We have to kill him.
Our mystery drama, Heroes Welcome, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Dave, people face all sorts of tests. Driver's tests, tests at school, and every day, tests on life.
Oh, Mr. Cadwell, you're next.
Mr. Cadwell, please take a seat.
Right, thanks.
Are you ready to take your test on life?
I guess so.
Well, don't worry. It's only for practice. This time, that is. First question. If your son broke your favorite fishing rod, would you A, be understanding, or B, yell at him?
Was it really my favorite fishing rod?
What would you do if your wife told you she was leaving? Mr. Cadwell?
I wish I knew the answer to that one.
Well, you can find it and answers to other problems at your local house of worship. That's where you and your family can learn about handling the everyday problems we all face. Religion in American life, Mr. Cadwell. We need it.
A message from Religion in American Life, the Ad Council, and this station. Yeah. Well, thanks, and see you later.
You can count on it.
We'll build a little nest somewhere in the West and let the rest of the world go by. That was a popular song our grandparents used to sing, and it remains a popular sentiment to this very day. The idea of a safe and lovely little haven away from the fire and smoke of civilization. A dream come true. No?
My lord?
What? Oh, yes, yes. What is it, Malaya?
What does my lord think about?
Oh, I don't know exactly if I'm thinking about anything.
Oh, my lord is displeased with me.
No. Nothing of the sort.
It is true. Of late, there has been a look, a faraway look in my lord's eyes, as if he is trying to see something which is not here.
Yeah. So?
And so it must be that I no longer please my lord.
No. You're fine, Malaya. You're all right.
in every way.
It has been almost 6 years.
6 years.
It is a long time for a man and a woman to be married to each other.
Is it?
Oh, yes. And I am no longer young. Soon I shall be 22 years old.
None of this has anything to do with you.
Oh, please do not leave our house, my lord.
Who said anything about leaving?
You could marry my sister Dahlia. She is beautiful. You have seen her. And she is 15. And you could also marry my cousin, Sandara. And my cousin, Rizala.
No, Malaya, no. It's all right. I don't need any more wives.
But you are thinking of someone else. Who is she?
I don't know.
Was she your wife?
Yes.
And my lord does not know who she was?
When your people found me in the water, I wore this gold ring. I know among my people it's a sign that one is married. Therefore, I must have had a wife.
And therefore, you must have loved her.
Yes.
More than you love me? What was she like?
I don't know. I don't even know what I was like.
My lord is troubled.
It's all right, Malaya. It's all right.
Aritawa.
Oh, it's you, Chief.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was watching the waves.
A good thing to do. One acquires much wisdom.
Aritawa. After all this time, I'm still not used to the name. Aritawa. One who came from the water.
But it describes you.
I suppose so.
I would speak with you. My daughter, Malaya, tells me you are unhappy.
Oh.
You are a man who should be happy. You are tall. You are strong. You are clever. You know so many things. You are so good for my people. Why are you so sad? I know, but the other world is gone.
Why can't I remember it?
Perhaps you...
Yes? Perhaps what?
Nothing.
No? You were going to say something.
Perhaps you do not remember the other world because you do not choose to remember it.
What are you saying?
I have seen it among the people. Sometimes a man, a woman, has done something. Or perhaps sometimes the world becomes too heavy.
Heavy?
Yes, for many reasons. Or even for no reason. The world becomes too heavy to bear. So one wishes to forget. One wishes so hard for forgetfulness that the gods say, yes, let him forget.
Doesn't matter where you are. You can even be shipwrecked on an unknown island in the South Seas. Everybody is a psychiatrist.
Be troubled no longer, my son. Look about you. You have everything a man could ever ask for. Or is that the trouble?
My lord, awake.
Huh? What?
Awake.
Wake? What for?
Look.
At what?
At the sky, my lord.
Well, what's the matter with it?
See? It glows red.
Hey. What is that?
It is Zaraman.
What?
Zaraman, the volcano. Oh, listen, the drums.
What's happening?
Hurry, we must go to the water's edge.
Aritawa, come. Zaraman will soon speak with words of flame and burning rock. We must take to the canoes. All the people, to the canoes! Maybe far enough.
Look how the fire burns.
Yes, but it is still within the mountain. Soon it will speak, and then great bursts of flame shall light up the entire sky.
What will happen to the village?
Oh, it will be destroyed.
Destroyed?
Yes, there will be nothing left.
You take it so calmly.
And why not? Everything that is of any value is out here, in the canoes. All the people, our few pigs, our goats. As for the rest, in a week, we can rebuild the village.
Father, listen.
It begins.
What?
Zaraman is clearing his throat. In a moment, his speech will begin.
The waves, they're getting higher.
It is nothing. Nothing, my son. Help hold the canoe steady. Now, hear him. Hear Zaraman.
And the flames. See the flames.
No. We are safe. No. Not again. Haritawa. Not again.
My lord.
Haritawa, there is no danger.
No. Father, he has fainted.
Haritawa.
He tries to speak, Father. What is he saying?
Frank. What's happening?
What is he saying, Father?
Frank. What is it, my son? What is it?
Frank, the ship. What's happening to the ship?
My lord.
Silence, my daughter.
Frank.
He is living another life. In another world. Do not awaken him.
Frank, what happened? I don't know, Russ. We must have hit something. Frank, the ship. It's on fire.
Attention! There has been an accident in the engine room. Now there's no need for panic. Report to your lifeboat station.
Frank, the ship's gonna go down. Well, let's do what he says. Let's get to the lifeboats.
Follow the instruction of your boat crew. There's enough time to get off safely. We have already sent an SOS. Help is on the way. Now board the boats in an orderly manner.
Frank, everything is back in the stateroom.
It doesn't matter.
All the papers, all the data. There's nothing we can do.
Or maybe there's nothing you can do.
Russ, don't be crazy.
Oh, I'm going back to get it.
You can't. The fire is in the way. Frank, we'll be ruined. Well, at least we'll save our lives. What good are our lives?
Boatswain, get those people on boat number 4. Let's go!
All the plans, the diagrams, they're gone, Frank.
We're lucky to be alive.
What are we going to do now?
Start all over again, I guess.
Say goodbye to all that work. All that blood and sweat.
Russ, everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, maybe for you, but I'm the one who broke his back getting this whole business set up.
Each of us did what he was supposed to.
Hey, listen.
Someone's in the water.
I see her. She's going to drown. Hold on, lady.
Russ, wait!
Okay. I've got you.
Hold on!
Hey, you'll be okay, lady. You'll be okay.
That's good. Try to lift her just a little bit. Fine. Grab her. Boatswain. Good. Now, get the man.
Hey, where did Russ go? He's disappeared. Russ, where are you? Russ, hold up your hand.
We have to be around this very spot. Circle it slowly.
Russ, where are you? I'm here, Frank. I'm here.
My lord.
I'm here.
Oh, Haritawa. You had gone into another world for a moment.
Yes. The other world.
Do you know that world?
Yes. It's my world.
My lord, no.
You know now who you are?
Yes. Now I remember. Suddenly, it was the explosion and the flames of the volcano.
It brought back the memory of another explosion. Another fire.
My lord.
We had taken a ship from Australia to New Guinea. We had a project, and the ship had some sort of accident and sunk. I was in one of the lifeboats. I tried to help someone. I was about to get back into the boat when a wave came along. I swallowed a mouthful of water, and I just sank beneath the surface. When I was able to come up again, the lifeboat had moved away. I could hear them calling. I called back, but they couldn't hear me, and they just sailed away.
Yes, that is why you were in the water.
I was about to drown, but a spar from the ship floated by. I managed to get a hold of it. I tied myself to it with my belt. I don't know how long I was in the water. It may have been days. And after a while, I forgot everything. Even who I was. I lost all consciousness. And then I seemed awake, and I found myself on your island.
Yes. We saw you floating in the sea.
My lord, you know now of your other world?
Yes, Malaya. I know now of my other world.
And you will go back to that other world?
Yes, Malaya. I must.
Oh, no, please, my lord, do not leave me.
But I must.
No.
Be silent, my daughter. Why do you wish to go back?
Why? I must.
Again, I ask, why? Think, Aritawa, before you answer. Why must you go back?
I would think the answer is obvious. Or is it? After all, just because he remembers who he is in that other world, does that mean he should rush to get back there? The answer, my friends, depends on what it is he would be coming back to. We will be coming back to Act 2 shortly. If you were around during World War II, you may remember a very popular song that went, "A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island." It was a big hit because everyone was thinking about those tropical island paradises. However, perhaps the desire may be overwhelmed by the reality. Our present-day hero has found one, and it seems he intends to give it up.
My lord is leaving.
Yes, Malaya.
Oh, please, take me with you.
I can't do that.
My lord does not wish to do it. You have a wife.
Yes.
What is her name?
Dorothea.
Oh, take me with you.
But I told you it's impossible.
Because of Dorothea?
Yes.
But why? She should welcome me. I would help her make you happy.
Now, Malaya.
If my lord brought her here, I would welcome her.
In my country, a man is permitted only one wife.
Oh, my lord is joking. Please, not now. My heart is heavy with sorrow.
It's the truth.
How long has she been your wife?
By now, it must be 15 years.
15 years? How old is this Dorothea?
Well, she's almost 40.
40? Oh, what does a woman of 40 know of love? She must be old, fat. Oh, please, my lord, do not leave me. You will never find anyone who loves you as much as I do.
Malaya, be silent.
But, Father, my lord is leaving me.
He is your lord. He may do what pleases him.
But I...
Malaya.
Yes, Father.
Leave us. We must talk. Your husband and I.
Yes, Father.
So, you are leaving?
Yes, Chief.
I am sorry, Aritawa.
My name is Russell Thomas Anderson.
To me, you shall always be Aritawa, one who has come from the water. Have you thought about the things I spoke of?
Yes.
And still you decide to go.
I have no choice.
In my youth, I have been to your world. To a place called Australia. A place called Papiti. I have worked there for money.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. For money. And then I saw how the people of your world live. It was not to my liking. Now, I must help.
I don't know what you can do.
You will need a large canoe to take you across the wide open water to Luri, where the big boats come.
Thank you, Chief. I've been so busy just thinking of going home that I hadn't stopped to plan the mechanics of it.
Here is this box. You will need what is inside.
What is it? Oh, it's money.
Yes. It is all the money that our young men rush off to make. And then when they bring it home, they discover we have no use for it. We already have everything of value that it can buy.
I understand.
So take it. I know that in your world, these pieces of paper are the magical talismans that bring food and clothing and shelter. Indeed, these pieces of paper can buy anything and anyone.
Thank you, Chief. But it's so much money.
It is of no value to us here.
But it's a fortune.
You are Aritawa, the adopted son of a royal chief. It is altogether proper that you travel as a prince of the blood.
Okay, Louie, you can pack it in for the night. See you tomorrow. Wow, what do you know? A customer. What'll it be?
I'll just have a beer.
A late-night beer drinker. Well, why not? You got 5 minutes till lights out. Hey, you know, you look familiar.
Do I?
Yeah, you remind me of somebody.
Who?
It'll come to me in a minute. Let me tell you why. Next week, we're going to dedicate a monument.
Really? What sort of a monument?
Oh, a couple of years ago. Oh, gee, must be close to 6 or 7. We had a guy who got drowned.
Where?
Oh, in the South Sea someplace. The guy was shipwrecked, and he jumped out of the lifeboat to save some woman. But he got lost in the water.
Oh.
Yeah, he's the closest thing to a hero this place ever had. So we're giving him a monument. Can you imagine?
I suppose so.
Yeah, they already named a street after him. Anderson Boulevard. And a new school, Russell Thomas Anderson High. Hey, yeah, that's who you remind me of, Russ.
Oh?
Yeah, Russ. Good old Russ. Oh, many's the night he'd help me close this joint. Yeah, but he's gone now, and for good. I do mean good.
You mean you're glad he's gone?
Oh, no. We were pals, yeah. But you see, he did something when he died that he couldn't do while he was alive.
What's that?
He brought an industry into the town.
What industry?
The Russell Thomas Anderson Foundation.
And what's that?
Hey, you know, you do look a lot like Russ. Kind of bigger, heavier, and you got a good sunburn. Well, anyhow, he did a terrific thing. He was a hero, and he died. It was all in the media, you know. So everybody sent his wife money. His wife, Dorothea. You know what she did with it?
How would I know?
Well, I figure it's known all over the U.S.
I've been away.
You must have been. Well, she and his ex-partner, Frank Evans, they organized the Russell Thomas Anderson Foundation. I told you about it.
What does this foundation do?
Well, it's got this slogan, greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friend. Except I think old Russ went and done one better. He gave up his life for a stranger.
About the foundation.
Yeah, Dorothy and Frank, they send money and give scholarships to the kids of people who die trying to help others.
I see.
I want to tell you, that thing grew. At first, Dottie ran it out of her living room, and then she had to take an office. And now they got a whole building. Well, one way or another, counting part-timers, they must have 50 people on the payroll.
50?
Yeah, it's the biggest employer in town. They get contributions from all over the world. And how did it all begin? Just because Russ jumped out of a lifeboat to save some dame and got himself drowned. Yeah, you know what I think? He must have been drunk.
And this, Dorothea, this Mrs. Anderson, she, never remarried?
She can't afford it. She has to be the brave widow. Hey.
What is it? Are you all right?
I better pour myself a shot.
You sure you're okay?
I see you still draw those figure eights on the bar with the bottom of your glass, don't you, Russ? Russ?
Yeah, Charlie. It's Russ.
You ain't a ghost?
No.
You're alive.
Yeah.
Well, what happened, Russ?
After a while, I got fished out of the water by some natives.
Oh.
But for a long time, I didn't know who I was. I just found out. It was about a week ago.
Yeah.
I got to Hawaii, and I was going to phone Dottie, but I thought it would be too great a shock.
You can say that again.
So I thought I'd come into town quietly, you know, sort of break the news gradually.
You decided to come back home, huh?
Well, sure.
Russ, you and I, we've been pals since high school.
Of course, Charlie.
I don't know how good an idea it is.
How good an idea what is?
You're coming back here.
But, Charlie, I'm alive.
Yeah, but for a lot of people, that might not be too good an idea.
But Dottie, can you imagine how happy she'll be to see me? Well?
It's been 6 years.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Look, Russ, you have to do what you think is best.
I've been so anxious to see her, Charlie.
So why didn't you?
The mechanics of the thing. What can I do? Just ring her bell and say, hello, here I am?
There's no other way to do it.
I guess not. I should have phoned her. I was just too what? Too scared. I don't know.
You either have to barge in on her or give her a ring first.
Yeah, the shock of seeing me on the doorstep might be too much. On the phone, I can break it to her gently. That's the only way to do it.
There is another way. Leave town. Don't let her know you're alive.
Well, why should I do that? She's my wife.
You look great, Russ. I never saw you looking so terrific. You must have had a good idea wherever it is you were. Why don't you just go back there, huh?
Are you trying to tell me something, Charlie?
No.
Okay to use the phone?
Yeah, sure.
Still remember the number. It's funny how there are some numbers you never forget.
Hello?
Don't she answer, Russ?
Hello? Hello?
That's some trick to play on a person at 2 a.m.
Hello?
Russ, what's the matter?
That was Frank. Frank.
Yeah, I guess it was.
Frank. What's he doing in my house at 2 a.m.? What am I asking you for? What else would he be doing at my house at 2 a.m.? How long has this been going on, Charlie?
I don't know, a couple of years.
Yeah, what's a couple of years? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, about that.
They didn't waste any time. Either of them. Did they?
Russ, you were dead.
I was alive.
But they didn't know that.
Still
what, Russ?
They couldn't wait to get together, could they? I'm going over there right now.
No, don't.
What do you mean, don't?
I know you've got a temper. Now, cool down first, Russ. Please don't go now.
Home the conquering hero comes. Except it would seem that this is a conquering hero who would be more appreciated if he remained an absent hero. Come to think of it, the best liked heroes seem to be the ones who are no longer around. Somehow the flesh produces problems that the memory need never put up with. But all this must be reconciled somehow in Act 3.
Wherever the big news is made this fall, Sports Illustrated will be there to capture it. We'll be there as the pennant races heat up and baseball heads for another World Series. We'll be there for the college and pro football battles on gridirons from Pasadena to Pittsburgh. And we'll be there as hockey and basketball's reigning kings begin to defend their crowns. There'll be big news this fall. Sports Illustrated will capture it each week for 16 million readers. That's what makes Sports Illustrated a great place to advertise. Sports Illustrated, America's sports news weekly.
What do they say? When the cat's away, the mice will play. To this we might add that when the cat is away for good, the mice will play for keeps. Of course, nothing is as clean and as neat and as clear-cut as it is in these deft little proverbs, but they do serve as a general indication of human nature. Sometimes.
Listen to me, Russ.
It's probably been going on for a long time, hasn't it, Charlie? Even before I left home. And he's supposed to be my best friend.
These things, well, sometimes people just can't help themselves.
All the time I was away, I thought about her every minute.
Russ, let me tell you something.
There's nothing you or anybody else can tell me. I'm going to take care of this myself.
Russ, wait.
In my own way.
Russ, come back. Don't go there. Oh, boy. Maybe I ought to call the sheriff. No. We don't need that kind of scandal.
Hello?
Hello, Dottie?
Whoever you are, do you know what time it is?
It's me, Charlie.
Charlie?
It's Charlie. Over at Charlie's Bar and Grill.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Just get a grip on yourself.
What are you talking about?
Just get braced for this, will you? Take a deep breath. He's back.
Who's back?
Who do you think?
What?
Russ!
Oh, no. No, it's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Because...
Because you want it to be impossible.
He drowned.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Somehow he made it to an island, and the natives took care of him.
But why didn't he?
He must have had amnesia. Wake up, Frank, and get...
You insinuate that Frank...
Come on, there's no time for games. Get out of there.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he knows about you and Frank, and he's ripping mad. You know his temper. I never seen him in a worse mood. Now get out of there. Hide someplace till he cools down.
Who knows he's back?
Just you and me. And I guess you have to tell Frank. So it's just the three of us. Now get out of there. You don't have more time than 5 minutes.
Dottie, who was on the phone? Was it that same crank who rang before?
It was Charlie. You know, the bartender.
Oh, why would he call at this hour?
Frank, sit down. Try to understand this. Russ is back.
What'd you say?
I said Russ is back.
Russ is back from the dead?
It seems he wasn't dead to begin with.
Oh, no. Hey, I was there. I was in that lifeboat. I saw him in the water. I saw him go under.
Now, I'll just state the facts. According to Charlie, who just spoke with him, he survived somehow. Made his way to an island, but he suffered from amnesia until recently.
Dottie...
Let me finish. He knows about you and me.
Oh.
He's furious. He's on his way here.
Ooh, that's no good at all.
He's probably coming here to kill us both.
Yeah, that would be his initial reaction. But look, it has to take him between 5 and 10 minutes to get here from Charlie's. By that time, he'll have cooled down.
Frank, I want you to open that bureau drawer. The middle one.
Why?
Just do it.
All right.
Do it. You'll see a brown sweater on the left-hand side.
Yes?
Now lift up the sweater and you'll see what's underneath it.
It's a revolver.
Yes.
Hey, Dottie, we won't need this.
Yes, we will.
But I told you by the time he gets here...
We have to kill him.
What are you saying?
Know what I'm saying. Don't pretend to be dull or stupid. We have to kill him.
Why?
You know why. Because he's alive.
Well, what does that mean?
Don't pretend to misunderstand.
Dottie!
He has to be dead. Otherwise, this whole thing, this entire enterprise we have here just crumbles away.
But even if he's alive, he's still a hero.
No, he's just another brave guy. What makes him different is the fact that he gave his life.
Well, how can we just...
You're just making objections to stall for time, Frank, but we have none. I know what you want. A month or two to weigh the pros and the cons. But what does it matter? In the end, you'd only come to the same decision. We have to kill him.
But how can we...
Good. You agree with me. We've made progress.
Hey, wait. I never said
You no longer object in principle. You have now reduced it to what Russ would call the mechanics of the problem. Now, it's really simple. You have the revolver. You shoot him when he comes in. The house is set far enough away so that no one will hear the shot.
But later...
We'll put him in the station wagon and drive out to some desolate, deserted, woodsy area and bury him.
Look, Dottie, the police have ways of finding...
That's only if the police are looking. Russ died 6 years ago, remember? Why would anyone...
Dottie...
Frank, darling, I know this sounds callous, cold-blooded, brutal. Yes. But that's only because we must do it so quickly. Believe me, even if we had weeks, even months to get used to it, we would be convinced by the logical necessity. It has to be done, Frank. The revolver's loaded.
Yes. I know.
Then let's not talk about it anymore. Let's just do it.
Wait.
Why?
Charlie, the bartender, he knows.
What does he know?
He knows Russ is back.
Does he?
Well, he called you up to tell you.
Did he?
Yes, he knows Russ is on his way over here right now.
Oh, we don't know anything about that. Our point is that Russ never arrived here. How could he? He drowned. He died a hero 6 years ago.
But Charlie will say that...
I don't think Charlie will say anything. How can he? Does he want everyone to think he's crazy? Who'd believe a story like that? Well, I think if Charlie insisted on it, he'd be put away. Besides, I don't think Charlie is so anxious for us to come back.
Charlie was his friend.
So were you. Do you want us to come back? Neither does Charlie. You see, darling, nobody needs Russ.
Yes.
Russ is bad for business, and Charlie is first and foremost a businessman.
Who's that?
You know who it is.
Open up in there!
It's Russ.
Yes, darling, we know it's Russ. Now I'm going to open the door.
No, please.
Just stand back here against the wall, and when he comes in, shoot him.
Dottie.
Don't think about it. Just shoot him. I'm coming. Oh, it's Russ.
Yes, it's Russ. And I'm coming in.
Russ, darling.
Never mind that. I'll take care of you later.
Russ.
Hello, Frank, old buddy.
Russ,
I'm warning you.
What are you pointing that gun at me for? You think you're going to shoot me?
Frank, what are you waiting for?
Huh? What do you think he's waiting for? He doesn't have the guts.
Show him, Frank, show him.
You double-crossed me, Frank. You and Dottie.
I made a mistake, Russ. I chose you instead of him.
So why didn't you tell me? Instead of sneaking around.
Would you have listened? You're right, Dottie. There's only one way. We have to kill him.
No, don't.
But you were the one who said
I don't know anymore.
Lower the gun, Frank. Careful. It just might go off.
Charlie. Look, you keep out of this.
I just thought I'd come by in case the party got rough.
Charlie. What am I going to do?
Hey, wait. The three of you. Now, what do all of you want, huh? Russ, are you in love with your wife?
I thought I was. All of a sudden I realized, I don't know. I'm in love with somebody else.
Then you can't object to Dottie and Frank being together anymore, can you?
No. No, when you put it like that, I guess I can't.
Well, then, what's the beef? Do you want to come back here to live?
We could find a job for you, Russ.
A job? What do I need a job for? To make money?
Well, yes.
But I got no use for money. I already have everything of value that it can buy.
Russ,
Look. You see? These pieces of paper. What are they? Magic talismans that bring food, clothing. Indeed, these pieces of paper can buy anything.
What's your point, Russ?
My point? I'm leaving. Why not? I was born in this very sleepy town. All my life I tried to bring an industry here, and I did. Now, the town doesn't need me anymore. Doesn't have any use for me. I should have realized that earlier.
Oh, Russ, please, something crazy got into us. For a minute, we lost our heads.
But we wouldn't have done it. I mean, you know we wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I know. Goodbye.
Russ.
No, you don't want me to stay, do you, Dottie? Frank? Charlie? Well, then. Goodbye.
Were we all dreaming?
No. Russ was here.
My lord?
Yes, Malaya.
Is my lord truly happy?
Honey, your lord doesn't have a care in the world.
Does that mean my lord will never go away again?
Go away? Why would your lord even think of leaving a place like this?
But my lord did leave for a little while.
Who left? Who went away? It was just your imagination. You dreamed I went away. And so did I. It was a bad dream.
My lord will never dream that dream again.
Malaya, dearest, this is the Garden of Eden. And there isn't a snake in sight. Come here.
Paradise is what you make it. And also, paradise depends on your being able to keep it. The record doesn't show what happened to Russell Thomas Anderson, but I think he's still there. I mean, why not? I shall return shortly.
Feeling fit, feel so good, firming up the way you know you should. Fitness by day that feels so right, need firmness that feels good every night. Be a perfect sleeper, buy a perfect sleeper by Third Eye.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton.
When you buy a Serta Perfect Sleeper, you get a mattress and foundation that provides the top comfort you want and deep support you need night after night. Plush layers of comfort cover Serta's famous patented construction. That's top comfort with deep support. You get both with every Perfect Sleeper. So remember, fitness by day that feels so right needs firmness that feels good every night. Be a perfect sleeper. Buy a perfect sleeper. Perfect sleeper. Buy Serta. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
That lush, lovely, luxuriant tropical island filled with beautiful, alluring, pliant ladies whose only mission is to please. I'm afraid that there are some of you who might look upon this as an exercise in flagrant male chauvinist piggery. Well, we can only deal with those dreams that have become a part of our literature. I'm sure that, in time, the distaff side will have publicized fantasies of its own, at which time we shall be delighted to record them for posterity on our adventures. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joyce Gordon, Bob Caliban, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It sounded as though someone cried out. Darling, no one will harm you. It's coming from the attic. It's her. The woman in the mirror. Oh, the poor thing. We've got to help her. We will help her, won't we? My big man. We shouldn't have locked her away, Christopher. We shouldn't. She's trying to tell us something. I can't turn away. She's asking for help.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. We are told there are none so blind as those that will not see. However, there are times when none can see as clearly as some of those who are blind. After all, isn't it true that most of what we see is not received through the eye, but interpreted by the mind? Of course it is. Consider, when you see somebody's point of view, just exactly what are you looking at?
I came as soon as I could.
You shouldn't have come at all.
Oh, darling.
Don't call me darling where people can hear. PJ was killed last night, and in this kind of situation, they always suspect the man's wife.
But, darling, you didn't kill him.
Are you crazy? Don't call me darling.
Or did you?
Mystery drama, Second Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's always a pleasure to watch a professional at work. Arthur Dixon is a professional who is superb at what he does, and what he does best is done in absolute privacy. You see, Arthur's nickname is Fingers, and he opens safes, which belonged to other people, who did not invite him to exhibit his marvelous dexterity. Arthur is, even now, busily at work. He has just opened the wall safe in the home of a wealthy gentleman named P.J. Ginastera. He is about to extract the contents. He is unaware that Mr. Ginastera is also in the room, and unfortunately, with a loaded revolver.
Hold it. Huh? Freeze. Hey, pal. You wouldn't want to shoot a guy, would you? Stand still. Sure. Just don't get nervous. You thought you could open my safe, did you? I didn't think. I knew. It's just a tin can. I mean, a guy with your kind of dough, you should have done better for yourself. Don't move. I got my eye on you. I'm backing up toward my desk. I'm going to lift up the phone and call the police. Hey, don't do that, pal. Don't call the cops. And why not? Give me a break, huh? I said don't move. I'm just an honest criminal. A what? I'm just doing a day's work. Now, come on, let me go. Absolutely not. There's no harm done. I said don't move. You wouldn't shoot me, pal. Keep away from those doors. You wouldn't shoot me. Don't force me. You're a stiff. You're not a real hard guy. I warned you. I should have. I really should have.
PJ? What was that noise? The French doors. What happened to the French doors? The glasses... That gun. Please, put it down. You'll kill somebody.
I better.
Now, will you tell me what happened?
First thing I'd better do before he gets away is to call the police.
Before who gets away?
The burglar. Don't you see? The safe is open. I surprised him.
Oh.
He can't get very far. Well, what's the difference? He wasn't a bad sort of fellow.
Who wasn't?
For crying out loud, who are we talking about? How dumb can you get? The burglar.
There was a burglar. He got in here. He had opened the safe.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then he just broke through the French doors out onto the patio, and he got away.
I see it finally sunk in. Let's go to bed. Zelda?
He broke through those doors, and he got away.
Look, don't touch that gun. You better give it to me. Hey, that's not how you hand a gun to someone. You'd never point it at him. Honestly, you are so dumb sometimes. You hand it to him by the... Zelda, what are you doing?
I'm going to kill you, PJ.
You're going to what?
Yes, me. Stupid Zelda. You will never laugh at me again. You will never call me dumb again.
Zelda.
You want to know how smart I am, huh? Well, I can kill you and get away with it. How do you like this dumb little showgirl you married now, huh? How do you like her? Now, I better wipe the fingerprints off the gun and just throw it on the floor. And, call the police. Operator, I need help. There's been a murder.
I'm sorry we have to ask you these questions, Mrs. Ginastera.
Oh, it's all right, Lieutenant. I'm not at all sure I can tell you anything.
Whatever you can tell us.
Well, we had just retired. We were in our bedroom, and he said to me, I think I hear a noise downstairs. And I said it must be one of the servants. And he said, no, it was their night off. I'd better go see.
Yes?
Well, PJ he had a revolver. You see, he kept it in the drawer of his night table, and he said, I'm going downstairs.
The revolver is the same one that's lying there on the floor?
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
And?
Well, I thought I would call the police myself, but I was so sure that the noise was in his imagination. I should have believed him. And then I heard a shot, and another one. I sprang out of bed. I ran downstairs, and He was lying right there on the floor, and the French doors had been broken open.
You didn't see anyone?
No.
Hear anyone?
No.
Well, I don't want to bother you with anything more tonight. Please, get some rest. Yeah, that's him. He's coming down the steps. And he's got a valise. Must be ready to take off. Joe, you and Dick cover us. Phil and I are going to take him. Let's go. Hold it, Artie.
Huh?
Freeze. Police officers.
Hey, what do you guys want? I'm clean.
Artie, you gotta come downtown with us.
What for?
First, we're gonna read you your rights, and then we're gonna talk about some of your most recent activities.
You guys are crazy.
Artie, you might as well have left a card. That job had your name all over it.
But I got an alibi.
Sure. Artie, nobody can drill the holes in a safe as small as you do. I'm sorry. A craftsman like you has to be penalized for being so great.
Hey, Lieutenant.
When you busted out of there, you ran onto the patio and then on some soft ground. You know something? We've got an impression taken of your shoe. Fits like a glove. And it's got traces of the same mud on it, too.
That's just circumstantial evidence.
The bad part is you blew open the safe, and he caught you. You grabbed the gun from him. In the fight, it went off, and you killed him.
Oh, no, I didn't kill him.
The man's dead, Artie.
I admit it. I was in the house.
Now, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, and I admit that I opened the safe. But I didn't kill him.
You didn't.
He caught me, and he held a gun on me. But I could see he wasn't the type of guy who'd shoot.
You could see that, huh?
Yeah.
You were willing to bet your life on it?
I could see he wasn't the type of guy who was used to shooting people, you know. He would have to think. Yes, no. All I needed were those couple of extra seconds to be out of there. I took the chance. That's all I know.
What happened was you grabbed him.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You got the gun away from him.
No.
And you shot him. Then you wiped your prints off and dropped it on the floor. Artie, do you want to make a statement?
I already made my statement. I didn't kill him.
If that's your statement, Artie, I'm afraid you're going to be stuck with it.
Hello, Ben.
Jim, come on in.
Okay.
You get along all right, Jim?
My pal here takes first-rate care of me.
He's a terrific-looking dog, Jim.
And he's smarter than I am, too. I heard you were trying to reach me.
Well, I would have come over to see you, Jim. I didn't mean to put you to all the trouble.
Hey, I was glad of an excuse to get down to the old place again. See everybody. You know what I mean.
You're looking good, Jim.
And you're sounding good, Ben.
I know you're retired, but do you think you could give us a hand?
Sure. What can I do?
You remember Arthur Dixon? What a question. I guess you'll remember him the rest of your life.
Yeah, Arthur Fingers Dixon. Yeah, how can I forget? On account of him,
He's in a jam.
Yeah, he sure is. I read about it in the papers. That is, my nephew comes over every afternoon and reads them to me. He got him for murder.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
He wants to see you, Jim.
Yeah? What for?
He says you're the only cop he can talk to.
Yeah, but I'm not a cop anymore. Thanks to him.
Jim, we need his confession to wrap it all up in a neat little package. Do you think you could go visit him in his cell?
Ben, I'd rather not.
Okay. It isn't like the old days when I could just give an order.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, too, Jim. I really should have thought it out before I asked you to do something that would be so painful.
Yeah, you should have.
Well, Jim, just because you're retired, you shouldn't be a stranger. Drop around.
All right, Ben, all right. You want me to see him? I'll go see him. I'll call you, Bob, when I want to leave, okay?
Hey, that's a great-looking dog. I mean, he's,
Get to it, Fingers.
Yeah, well, I got a lot of nerve asking you to help me.
You sure do. Let's get on with the show, huh?
I never had a chance to tell you how sorry I was.
Yeah.
I mean, I was crazy to try to get away, but I saw the car parked outside the station house, and the motor was running.
We know what happened.
I shouldn't have done it, but I didn't want to go to jail.
I don't have all day, Fingers.
See, I thought I could get away clean, but when you got into your own car, I just couldn't shake it.
I don't want to go through this again.
And when I seen you crashing into that lamppost, I was going to come back and help you, but I was scared. Besides, I thought you was killed, that you lost your life.
No, all I lost was my eyesight. Now, let's get down to business.
Sergeant, you're the only cop I can talk to.
I'm not a sergeant anymore, and I'm not a cop either. But go ahead. I'll listen. Tell me how you killed him.
No, I didn't kill him.
Fingers, don't waste my time. If you don't want me to come here...
I want you to help me.
Are you out of your mind?
I know you saw at me.
What kind of a chump do you take me for?
Well, look, I'm sorry about the accident, but just know I didn't mean it. And besides, you and me, well, we used to like each other.
What are you talking about?
Look, I was the best safe cracker in the city, and you was the smartest detective on the force. You was out to get me, and I was out to beat you. But there was nothing personal in it, huh? Each one of us was only doing his thing. Hey, man, that's why you gotta get me out of this.
Why should I?
Because I didn't kill him.
I don't know anything of the kind.
Oh, look me in... I was going to say, look me in the eye and say that, but I can't because you can't. I'm not a killer, and you know that I didn't kill him.
Yes? How does Sergeant Greenwood know? We know, but that's because we were there. But how would former Detective Sergeant James Greenwood know? And even if somehow he does know, would he be inclined to save Arthur? We have some problems to overcome in Act 2. Very often, those who don't like us are in a greater position to influence our lives than those who do. Here we have poor Arthur Fingers Dixon, a safecracker, and his only hope seems to rest with former Detective Sergeant James Greenwood, who has every just cause to wish him ill.
You know I didn't kill him, Sergeant.
How do I know?
You know.
I don't care if you confess or not. They got you nailed to the wall. You were there.
Yeah, well, I admit it.
The guy surprised you, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, you pulled a gun and killed him?
No, it was his gun. I don't carry a gun. You know that.
I don't know anything of the sort.
But it was his gun.
So it was his gun. You didn't want to get sent up. That's why you grabbed it out of his hand.
No.
You had to kill him.
That ain't what happened.
Well, let me give you the benefit of the doubt. It went off while you were struggling for it.
Twice?
Like I say, Fingers, I wasn't there.
Oh, you didn't have to be there. You know how I operate. Who knows better than you? No gun, no knife, no violence. Now, look, if I'm caught, I'm caught. But by the time we plea bargain, I wind up with 3 to 5. And with good behavior, well, I'm back in the street in maybe a year and a half. That's because, and only because, I don't lift a finger.
Yeah, well, there's a first time for everything.
Sarge, please, help me.
Why?
Because it's the right thing to do.
The right thing to do.
Yeah, look, I understand your angle, and I don't blame you. Yeah, this is the best revenge you could hope to get.
Revenge?
Yeah. Well, what else is it? You know that I didn't kill him. You know I couldn't. I want to tell you something, and you don't have to believe it. But you've got your revenge anyhow. Let's say, by a miracle, I licked this rap, huh? Okay? I'm finished. I've been finished ever since you lost... Well, anyhow, it did something to me. I lost my edge. I'm not as good as I used to be.
The lieutenant says the job was as sweet and as neat as ever.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I can still do it. Yeah, but with this difference. You see, now I make some noise. Now, when did I ever make a sound before, huh? Why did the guy come downstairs? Because he heard me. When did anybody ever hear me when I was working, huh?
Yours is a very sad story. But this is a world that's full of heartbreak. See you around, fingers.
Yes, I came as soon as I heard.
You shouldn't have come at all.
Why not, Zelda?
Because, look, let's step out into the library. That policewoman is out in the hall.
But, darling...
Don't call me darling where people can hear. No, please, don't kiss me.
Why not?
Someone might be watching outside near the window.
Zelda, why are you so...
PJ was killed just last night. And in that kind of situation, the police always suspect a man's wife.
But they already have the murderer. It was a remarkable piece of police work.
Well, still, we better be careful.
Darling, I know that death is a shock to everyone, but it isn't as if you were in love with him.
No.
Or were you?
I hated him. Oh, how I hated him. That's why.
That's why what?
That's why well, just without even thinking, I saw the chance to
Zelda, what are you trying to say?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
He's gone now.
Yes, he's gone. It's scary how you can get an urge all of a sudden. You can't control it.
Darling, you are not well.
Oh, but I am. I feel great. Now we're free. We're free to do anything we like.
Yes, darling, we are free.
Don't leave me.
Why should I ever want to leave you?
You mustn't. You can't. I won't let you. I did it for you, too.
What did you do for me? Zelda, are you all right?
Oh, yes. Now I'm all right. Right now, I don't have a care in the world.
Back so soon, Jim?
Yeah.
That was quick. Is he willing to make a statement?
Ben, I want to ask you something. Let's say Fingers didn't kill P.J. Ginastera.
What do you mean, let's say he didn't kill him? He was there.
Yeah, but for the sake of argument, let's say he didn't do it. Where are we?
Where are we? We're at ground zero, square one.
Let's say Arthur's clean as far as the killing is concerned.
No, Jim, we've got him nailed. I'm happy, the chief inspector's happy, the DA's happy.
Yeah, but I'm not happy. Yeah, I know. I'm just a broken-down old detective and blind into the bargain. And my happiness doesn't mean a thing to anybody.
Don't say that, Jim.
But you started it. You called me into this thing. And so this morning, in effect, I was back in the department doing a detective's job. And if you send me out to do a job, I have to do it all the way.
All right, Jim.
See, I know Fingers like I know myself. He doesn't fight.
But he was caught red-handed.
So what? How long would he sit in jail? He's combat-wise. He knows how to pick a lawyer. No, he didn't do it. A man can't go against the habits of a lifetime.
All right, maybe he had a partner. The partner gets away. But we still have Fingers as an accomplice. But now we can give him a chance to make a deal for himself.
No good. Fingers never used a partner in his life.
Jim, so where do we go from here?
Well, we got the man and his wife upstairs in bed. They hear a noise. He says, I'll go down and look. He takes his gun. All right?
Yeah.
A little bit later, she hears the shots. She runs down to the library. There he is, dead on the floor. The gun is laying there beside him. That's what happened, right?
Okay.
The gun is clean. No prints on it.
That makes sense. Fingers didn't want to be caught with it, so he cleaned it off and left it.
Big question. He goes downstairs to look. She hears the shots. What is the time interval? In other words, how long is he gone?
According to my notes when I questioned her, she couldn't be sure exactly.
Yeah, but she had to give you a ballpark figure.
Yeah, just about a couple of minutes. That, Jim, is why I insist, regardless of how you figure it, Fingers had to do it.
Why?
Well, if he didn't, we'd have to be talking about the greatest coincidence in the world. Somebody who wants to kill P.J. Ginastera just happens along after Fingers runs away and plugs him.
How about Mrs. Ginastera?
Are you crazy?
Well, nobody else was around.
Jim, I want to go along, but I just can't.
Let's say P.J. was found shot. The safe wasn't open, and the French doors weren't smashed. There was no sign of a break in entry.
Oh, but you're talking about another case.
Probe into Mrs. Ginastera's background. See if maybe there wasn't anything doing there on the side. You haven't done that yet, have you?
Jim, there's absolutely no need for that. We've got our man.
I don't think so.
Are you saying she killed her husband? Why? How?
Well, say Fingers is telling the truth. He breaks away. She comes down, just like she says. She sees the whole thing. She takes his gun and shoots him because she knows she's in the clear. She's got a fall guy.
But, Jim, why should she want to kill her husband?
Isn't that why we're here?
I don't know if I can get the inspector to buy it.
Do you buy it, Ben?
You know, Jim, I'm sorry I ever called you into this.
No, you're not. All we have to do is wrap this up neatly, and the chief will grab it. Listen, tell me something. When you got there, where was she?
In the library.
Uh-huh. Did you ask her if she'd left the room at any time after she found the body?
She said she hadn't.
What was she wearing?
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean?
Well, she was wearing a nightgown.
Uh-huh. And what else?
Well, she had a kind of a robe over it and slippers.
Uh-huh. So she hears the shots and she runs downstairs. But first, she puts on her robe and slippers.
Well, those could be reflex actions, Jim.
Sure. What color was the robe?
It was kind of a light red. Why?
What color was the nightgown?
Oh, come on, Jim. A lightish blue. Now, what do you know that we didn't know before?
Ben, let's do a background on her. Check out her friends. See if there might be an angle.
Jim, our investigation is officially closed. I'd have to justify the assignment of manpower to the inspector.
Play along with me, huh?
Oh, I want to, Jim, but I have to have something.
Isn't it enough that we know Fingers isn't a killer? Now that I say it, I can see that it isn't enough.
If only there was something, just one little angle to go on.
Well, maybe it is there. Listen. Could I go out and look? Meanwhile, let's get a head start. Who's the cop that's been stationed out there?
A policewoman named Wilcox.
Well, could you arrange to ask her if Zelda Ginestera has had any interesting visitors? Is this exactly the way it was, Ben?
Nothing in the room has been touched.
Would you just describe the place for me?
Well, let's see, it's about 15 feet by 20, oak paneled or some other good wood. You've got a big bay window. You have those French doors. You got a sofa, a small table, an easy chair, a desk.
On the desk, is there any cloth?
Cloth?
Or maybe a box of tissues?
No, I don't see any.
Inside any of the drawers?
I'll see. No, they're locked.
So we can assume he locked his desk at night. And the key would be upstairs. Drapes?
Well, there aren't any, just blinds.
What you're telling me, then, is that there's not a piece of soft material anywhere in the room, right?
Right. But what does it mean?
Yeah, and she was wearing a nightgown and a negligee when you came in here.
A negligee. Yeah, that's exactly it. But, Jim, where does it all get us?
And you're sure the negligee was light red and the robe was light blue?
You know, you could really get a guy all twisted up. One was red and one was blue.
I want them.
Her negligee and her nightgown? What for?
We may as well just pause here and ask that question ourselves. What does he want with her negligee and nightgown? Especially since he isn't able to see them. Actually, for the veteran puzzle solvers among you, the clue may be apparent. At any rate, you have a couple of minutes to think about it. Then we shall resolve all these matters in Act 3. It is a characteristic of wisdom not to do desperate things, said Mr. Thoreau. And yet our entire society is constantly being buffeted by acts of desperation, which proves that wisdom must surely be in short supply among us. However, we're about to witness an act of wisdom by a former detective sergeant who has been placed in a position where he must see things differently.
Lieutenant Cates. Yeah, Officer Wilcox, I wanted to be in touch with you. Tell me, while you were on duty, did Mrs. Ginestera have any visitors? Uh-huh. And what would his name be? Oh, okay. That's fine. Thank you. It was Officer Wilcox. The answer to your interesting visitor question is yes.
Who?
A guy by the name of Gordon Slater. Good looking, 30-ish.
Whereas her husband was 60.
The interesting bit of conversation Officer Wilcox overheard is this. He called her darling, and she said, "Don't call me darling where people can hear."
Does that call for a closer look at Mr. Gordon Slater?
Why not?
Now, there's a housekeeper, you say? Could I talk to her?
I told you already she wasn't here. She has nothing to say to us.
Well, let's have a little chat anyhow.
Okay. Mrs. Conroy, could you come in here for a minute, please? Thank you. Mrs. Conroy, this is Detective Sergeant Greenwood.
He is.
Mrs. Conroy, would you say Mr. and Mrs. Ginestera were a happy married couple?
Well, what does it matter one way or the other? The burglar is the guilty one.
Could you answer my question?
Well, personally, I could never see the logic of it.
Yes?
Well, she was half his age. He was a gentleman of, a more or less culture, you know. She was a dancer in the chorus line. He met her because he happened to invest in a show she was in.
Mm-hmm. Did they quarrel?
Well, it was one of those things that just didn't work out. They had nothing in common. I mean, he was always calling her stupid, and she was always sulking about it.
I see. Now, the other night, when it happened, she was wearing a blue nightgown and a red negligee.
Yes, sir.
What happened to them?
Well, I've taken them down to be laundered, sir.
Mm-hmm. Have they been done yet?
No, sir. Ordinarily they would have, but there's been all this trouble in the house.
Do you suppose you could bring them here before you do them?
Well, yes, sir.
Come in.
These are the things you requested, sir.
Good. Mrs. Conroy, examine them for me closely.
Well, for what, sir?
For dirt.
Well, they're never really dirty. I do them every day.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Conroy. Down at the bottom of the nightgown, there are some very dark smudges.
Ben, are you sure?
Well, look, yes.
Well, now, how did they get there? Well, I can't imagine. Well, what could it possibly be?
It's just on the nightgown, Ben?
I don't see any on the negligee.
I know it.
What did you know, Ben?
Mrs. Conroy, I'm afraid we'll have to borrow this nightgown for a few hours. Ben, you suppose you could take it down to the lab while I chat with Mrs. Conroy about Mr. Gordon Slater? Come in.
Lieutenant Cates?
He's been called away for a couple of minutes.
Well, my name is Gordon Slater. I was told he wanted me to come down to police headquarters.
I'm Sergeant Greenwood, his associate. You can talk to me.
About what?
Well, for starters, tell me, how long have you and Zelda Ginestera been having an affair?
Now, just hold on.
Are you going to deny it?
What kind of...
Let's save your time and the taxpayers' money. You know we can investigate and come up with a barrel full of solid evidence.
That housekeeper, she shut her mouth off.
What did you want her to do? We told her this was murder.
Murder?
Murder. And that it would be kind of serious for her not to open up. And, I'm now saying the same thing to you.
Murder? But there was this burglar. He was the one who shot PJ.
Yeah, that's what Zelda says.
Well, how can there be any doubt? The thing is open and shut.
How long has this affair been going on?
Well, maybe 2 years or more.
Was her husband giving her a bad time?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
Why? Well, I guess he was too old for her. That's what it all started from. Everything else, her being dumb and all that was...
What about her being dumb?
Well, okay. She's dumb. But in a kind of cute way. See, I never minded it, but he did.
How did she feel toward him?
She was his wife.
Mm-hmm. Was she in love with him?
Well, no.
Was she a woman who would act violently on impulse?
Sergeant, I know something about the law. Now, if you have a legitimate line of questioning...
I'm just going to say this, and you can react to it any way you like. She hated him. By chance, an opportunity arose where she could kill him. And it would look as if someone else did it.
What are you saying?
Now you're asking me questions. She's angry. She's frustrated. She's in love with you. Are you in love with her?
Well,
Or is this just a pleasant little interlude for you?
Well, maybe this means something, maybe not. But when I called on her the next morning, she said some things that sounded strange.
Yes?
She said, it's scary how you can get an urge all of a sudden, and you can't control it.
Yes?
And she said, I'll never let you leave me. I did it for you, too.
What does she mean by that?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, you do, Mr. Slater. Yes, you do.
But, Jim, we have no evidence.
I say all we have to do is accuse her, and she'll fall apart, Ben.
And what if she doesn't? What if she denies everything? Cole's a lawyer. How do we justify the accusation?
She won't.
But this whole idea of yours that she's guilty, it's all a theory.
Yeah, but it's a good psychological theory.
Excuse me. Lieutenant Cates. Yeah. Oh, it's for you, Jim. The lab.
Yeah, this is Greenwood. Okay, thanks. Ben, I think we can make a move. Let's pick her up.
What have you got?
A report from the lab. It'll prove she's the killer.
This is Detective Sergeant Greenwood.
Oh, how do you do?
Sergeant Greenwood has some questions he wants to ask you.
Well, sure. I understand you caught the burglar.
We did.
Oh, well, that was just great. How did you fellas manage to do it? And so fast.
Mrs. Ginastera, every crook has a modus operandi, a method for operating. When you see a familiar one, you know who your perpetrator is.
You'd think those fellas would try to change their routines.
Yes, but they can't. All of us, I guess, are slaves to our own conventions.
Yeah. Well, did the burglar confess?
No. Why should he confess? The burglar didn't kill your husband.
He didn't?
No, of course not.
Well, then, who did?
You.
That's a gag, isn't it? I mean, that's not in good taste.
Murder never is.
You can't prove it.
I can.
Lieutenant, what are you cops trying to pull off here? Who is this guy with his seeing-eye dog? Why are you trying to pass him off as a detective?
I am a detective.
I'm going to call my lawyer.
You have every right to do that.
Where do you come off saying I killed my husband?
Do you want to hear how it happened? What you told Lieutenant Cates was true. Up to a point. Your husband heard a noise and went down with his gun to investigate. But you didn't hear any shots. And when you joined him down the library, the burglar had already escaped. Now, you were angry with your husband, and you saw a chance to kill him and get away with it. You picked up the gun and shot him. Twice.
No.
Then, let me tell you what you did with the gun.
It's a lie.
You had to work quickly. Someone may have heard the shots. You had to get the call into the police, and you were nervous. You don't go around shooting people every day. You knew you had to wipe off the fingerprints. What could you use? There was nothing in the room. Absolutely nothing. You know what you did? You used the only piece of cloth that was available. A part of your nightgown.
You can't prove it.
Your nightgown is at the police lab. There were some dark smudges on it. You know what they are? A mixture of oil and fouling from gunpowder particles. Very characteristic. Now, the question you'll have to answer is this. How did this material, which can only have been rubbed off a recently fired revolver, get on your nightgown? Come on, Zelda, it isn't murder one. It wasn't premeditated. You might even get temporary insanity. Why did you do it?
I should never have married him. But I said, he's a millionaire. You'd think I'd know better. You don't get nothing for nothing in this world. He used to enjoy himself, showing me how dumb I was. He'd introduce me as his little dumb Dora. I'd get so mad I could kill him.
And so you saw your chance. It was a nice setup.
No, that didn't happen till after. All I saw was the gun. He asked me to hand it to him, but he had to call me dumb in that icy, nasty voice of his. And before I knew what I was doing, I knew I was going to kill him. You see, it was only after I did it that I realized it would look like the burglar was guilty and I'd get away with it.
It's funny, Jim. I was here when she was wearing the nightgown, and I didn't notice the smudge on it.
Yeah, well, that's because you didn't know that you had to look for it.
And you knew it was there, Jim, without ever being able to see it.
It's no consolation to you, Zelda, but you know what you should have had, and you'd have been home free? Just a couple of pieces of ordinary facial tissue.
For want of a nail, that's the old story. For want of some ordinary, everyday item, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of Zelda Ginastera will now be severely curtailed, for at least the foreseeable future. I shall return in just a very few minutes. Necessity, they say, is the mother of invention. You do a thing best when it must be done, or else. And so, when our Sergeant Greenwood lost the use of his eyes, he was forced to learn how to see in a completely different context. When he could no longer see what men and women perform with their hands, he taught himself to see what they perform inside their minds, which is always the deepest and truest vision of all. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Carol Teitel, Earl Hammond, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.